Chapter 1 The Awakening Go for Good for Nothing. Rescinding the engagement to save his life. Welcome to deposit your clever mind here in the summer of Jigua, within the illustrious residency of Zaya family in Qingyang County. A seemingly well-groomed Dai Yunman jolted awake from his slumber, his captivating Finazai as Fiketa head, and dis-resonant voices slowly uttered 12 words. Damn it. The elegant language brought over from Blue Star manifested Xiaoming Sestima d'identitasa transmigrator. While such a current soft transmigration exceeding like a benign thub novel real mani might feel embarrassed to write a novel without having exp. Originally a web novelist, Xiaoming was a complete novice, utterly devoid of fan for insane transmigration. Yet, while burning the midnight toil, darkness suddenly enveloped him, and found himself in Thyssen familiar room. Iconon ly surmise thought my counterpart over their sly clematis demise. But is still have a nodal at 43 GB soft human anatoma date seeds. Xiaoming immediate libigan to ponder the implications sofi so name. Only to sweef ly realize thought the situation was for from right. At present, the demi-saveist counterpart semed not the primary concern. The merging with the original owner's consciousness granted Xiaoming accesso aloft the original Xiaoming's memories and previous thoughts, naturally inheriting the interpersonal relationships in this realm. Itapured the thuas gasta savelin, and the real fate doneth that. Heresided in Zaya family, the foremost clan in the southeastern region, with a family patriarch, Shouting Fong, being is biologica father and renowned throughout, he great Jigwoas Thunderlord, a formidable cultivator. The original owner possessed exceptional cultivation talent, but, duetto his arrogant disposition, scorned seek guidance from others. Thus, relying on the connection soft shouting fangen the secta hydroflingun sect, huis direct lie admitted a sanidly outer discipline thegran sect. A classic portrayal of a powerful and influential villainous family. More importantly, the original owner had, several months prior, encountered the young lady by Mingdi from the Bay family, Qingyang County, and had fallen head over heels for her, which soon spiraled into an obsessive desire for conquest. Towing her over, the original owner address or tetterlentless pestering, from gifting to threatening to baldly proclaiming the thuasina passionate romance with Bimingdia. Had left na stone unturned in his pursuit, and doubtless, the family patriarch shade agreed to the arrangement for the following day, despite Bimingdi's reluctance, as he was already betrothed to another. I can fathom Yayun master from such a prominent family would inexplicably become infatuated with a woman, only to find himself entangled with the protagonist. The tropeophane arranged engagement is all too familiar, and the situation looks dire. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiaoming Xiart began to race. Then has set it down heavily. For the waited celestial music had finally arrived. Greetings, host. Welcome to the Essential Transmigrator's Golden Finger System. I've been waiting for you. This system is dedicated to assisting the host in playing thoroughly a favelin, providing support for the Resofted teen child offertune. Ida showed that the host will collaborate tool with this system, guiding the child offertune step by step toward the pinnacle of success. Wait a moment. Area suggesting that this should be stepping stone for the child offertune? More accurately, Idasto add the child offertune evolving into a legendary hero, adding Bricksto's splendid life of the child offertune. And what about? As long as the host follows the system's directives, the merest in peace, achieving eater nala mortal yan tranquilly in the afterlife. Xiaoming immediately leap head from his bed, indignantly acclaiming, I am a dignified man, and of in mispid eyes worth an ale. You expect me to lafetto be stepping stone for the child offertune? Am I some sort of worthless spawn? Had initial light hot hudral yantha system shot to confront the protagonist, tearing apart the area of fortune, and revealing intherolio fatrium fant villain. Yet the hadn't anticipated that the system was Muriama Singer for the child offertune, and hostile dementity. Damn it, before the system arrived, I was fated todi, and no thatithascum, I am still fated to perish. What good is the system? However, the system paid him to mean Dan continued. Tomorrow, the host shall meet his child offertune, Yichingtian. Whoa, that's her name and name is sound undeniably significant. Background Xiaoming had coerced Bimingdi into an engagement through the influence of Zaya family, while Bimingdi had a child who'd betrothed named Yichingtian. Although Yi Qingshan and Bimingdi were in love, Tragedy struck when Yi Qingti and Sparin sacrificed themselves in a battle against chaotic monsters, leading to Thyri stay Tebi and usurped beyond a farious steward. Yi Qingti and was forced to see Kriefig within the Bei family, yet Bei family patriarch, Bai Qi, held disdain for Yi Qingtian, who lacked cultivation talent, and had no intention of fulfilling the promise he wed by Ming Diedo him. Another classic tale of Fagud Fornothing protagonist, starting from a place of disdain, rising to prominence after enduring oppression. With a Maitoth Zaya family, the bifamilish strength Fudai Navita Bly experience qualitative elip, leading by Kiddo Wolf-hearted Li agreed to the engagement. During the engagement banquet, Yi Qingtian defiantly intervened, unexpected Li awakening a powerful being known as Celestial Extremity Sovereign Fromthering gifted by his parents. With this newfound strength, Yi Qingtian disrupted the engagement ceremony, whisked by Mingdi away, and injured Xiaoming, before catching Theo Fun walking from Lingyun's sect during escape. Stop, stop, stop. Xiaoming exclaimed, recognizing the narrative pattern. It was clear the Wu disparate literally family forces against the protagonist, only to be met with disdain until was ultimately tortured to death. Given the situation, he have no choice but to flee. The best strategy is to retreat confronting the protagonist head-on Wood baten to mount according death. Ding! The host hot shave been detected, and the result indicates the host will been countered by the chilled opportunity during the escape, mistakenly believed to be evil, and will be struck down by celestial extremity sovereign with a single blow. What hell? There is no escaping confronting head in Asaidin, and following the plot also leads to death. Is the retrally not for the villain to survive? I say villain sliffen not worth living? No fate escape is futile. Should I really consider becoming sworn brothers with the chilled opportune? At that moment, aft ignited, and suddenly the world felt expansive. If I'd no topose the chilled opportunity according to the original trajectory butin steadil termi approach, assisting Gond befriending the chilled opportune, could denote avoid being killed? Ding! Hidden option triggered. If the host befriends the chilled opportunity and aids in their growth, a random skill awakened. Note there is not just stonic Heil Doffertune. Up in hearing this, Xiaoming Gui's initial bewildered, but soon realized he was on the right path, erupting into a feto flutter. Ha ha ha, ich knew there was a way out. This plan is absolutely feasible. Forget about the skill preserving my life is of utmost importance. Suddenly, Xiaoming recollected something. Wait, if literally Beckham engaged, would definitely offend the chilled Doffertune. To ensure him a serval, the engagement must be rescinded. Chapter 2 The young Master of Shao family disrupts the engagement, persuasively advising family patriarch. The following day, the principal figures from Zio and Bifamilias gathered in the main hall of Zio residence. Among the Bifamili contingent stood a handsome young man leaning Gagain Stapler, his expression gravia sheckfish bowed, distant said from Theater Soft Bay family. This young man was named Yi Qingtian, one Setheraris Genius in cultivation, having reached that wealth level of cheer refinement before the is often, merely a steep hallway from foundational establishment. Yet for reasons sunk known, had inexplicably ceased to absorb spiritual energy overnight, regress engine cultivation tomerly the fifth level of cheer refinement, A1 Sir and paralleled prodigan out, good for no thing. Having lost his parents during the battle against external chaotic monsters, Huizing capable of safeguarding his family state. After being gested from the residence, had not cois but o see Kriefig with Bei family. However, the patriarch of Bei family, Bai Qi, treated him like he strayed, and the entire Bei household subjected him to ridicule. Only Bai Mingdia, the daughter of the Bei family, treated him with kindness, and that was secretly develop head feelings for only another. Yet, fate had other plans, and Danubsticlin Thefermoff Xiaominj merged. Relying on the influence of Zaya family, Xiaoming coerced Bei family into submission, witnessing Bai Mindai lamenting Bethele Ki side daily, yet powerless tosses there, leaving him tormented with pain and anger. His anguish stemmed from his inability to help Thuman Hesherashid escape her suffering, while his fury was directed at the patriarch of Bai family for treating his own daughter as a bargaining chip. Before long, footsteps echoed, and Bai Mingdi appeared, attended by several maids, her expression heavy with concern. Moments later, Xiaoming strode into the room, and Thetwo exchange edge readings with the elders present, creating a somewhat fitting scene. Son, you're just in time. I have spoken with your uncle Bai, and how about we hold the engagement banquet this afternoon? Indeed, Xiaoming, Mingdai is no longer a child. If find out what to be quite compatible. Since to theorize mutual affection, let us finalize a marriage. Where did this notion of mutual affection arise? It is clear that Xiaofamily is exploiting their power I cannonly wish he had the strength to turn thitables, taking Mindy and flaying to freedom. Yi Qingtian's expression darkened, his innermost thoughts concealed from others. Bai Kai and Shouting Feng were a thoroughly pleased. Shouting Feng rejoiced for his foolish son's good fortune, while Bai Qi was delighted at the prospect of enhancing their family's power. All seemed well, and the hosts were satisfied. Yet, this is not appropriate. 3. Xiaoming, Bai Mingdia, and Yi Qingtian spoke in unison. Shouting Feng, Bai Qi, Bai Mingdi and Yi Qingtian? Bai Qi aid anticipate his daughter's discontent and of inconsiderate that Yi Qingtian might audaciously voice high subjection she had prepared countermeasures for eventualities. Yet, what do it mean when I say the titus in appropriate, Xiaoming? Was it nodio horlentless pursue daughter? Gazing at the bewildered crowd, Xiaoming recognized the discordant saying. His words sand cleared his throat before speaking. Father, Uncle Bai. I have been reflecting on mira syntaxon shave I been to excessive in my pursuit of Mingdia? Has a overt display of affection placed under pressure upon her? Image driven beloved, ormal ya frenzy does her for possession? Even if Mingdi were a tamarime, would she truly find happiness? True love requires mutual affection, not merely own part as self-indulgent sentiment. Ifo restimed der truly wish the best for Gian Gerones, I believeth his matter should be left to own discretion. Under the astonished gaze soft host present, Xiaoming discreetly glanced at Qingtian befrequenting. Moreover, I recently learned that Miss Bay is betrothed to young Master Yi, and they share hood bond. It appears that Miss Bay artist not with betrothed with that Yi brother. Theoretically speaking, the original person had never encountered Yi Qingtian, hence Xiaoming did not reveal the hidden fat of Tilader. Now it was Yi Qingtian how us left dumbfounded. What is the meaning of this? Xiaoming had now tried to refuse the engagement Tondavin spoke in his behalf had they've alternately? Bai Qi was momentarily taken aback before he exclaiming. Xiaoming, has Mindia said someth in Jim polite to you again? If so, you can tell Uncle Bai, and I will intervene for you. No, Uncle Bai, Xiaoming interjected immediately. What I jest, my plan for survival and strength could not be compromised by you. You advise ye out or refrain from meddling. Subsequently, after repeat explanations and objections from Xiaoming, the so-called engagement banquet was rendered moot, and the outing Fang couldn't line form Baki Thaith would take Xiaoming to the physician. Yi Qingtian felt neither joy nor sorrow, his emotions were a tumultuous mix. However, furious and sunk known, Bai Mingdi regarded Xiaoming with a gaze devoid of her previous greed and fervor, instead treating him with theticum reserved for guests, leaving her with a flicker of doubt. Have I been too blunt in my rejection? Or hasha fina likamoto his senses? Within the main Halafzaya family, Shouting Feng observed Xiaoming, feeling for the fierce dimetha the could not keep fathomisen. Typically, Hui's in ear dowel ha committed minor frequently, aftervalau, outh with little ambition how could duder, profound words today? Thus, Shouting Feng Gadra said hissin. Minger, what has prompted your behavior today? Can you share it with the our father? Hirite comes again. Xiaoming rose with a calm demeanor and spoke to Shouting Feng father. Ider to inquire, do you recall how he wat to need dio you remarkable cultivation? Shouting Feng was momentarily taken aback with the question but answered. My Xiaofamily governs the southeast of Jigua, where a chaotic crifts abound dandy monocreaturous run rampant. Me prowess was forged in both batty against these fiends. Notably I, beauty o' her mother, several uncles, and Dor grandfather Haviel similarly attained their strength. Xiaoming nodded. Indeed, there is sans Xiofamalis stand sas the foremost fom lion Qingyang county is not dueta treachery butrither thebla dan sweata for ancestors wo fought valiantly against the chaotic beasts. Itis the shardir ned reputation the thas garneret the respect of t people, allowing gore from a little old such weight in the southeast. Father, do you know ho Yi Qingshianis? Shouting Feng Shukashed I do not know. Yi Qingtian parents swirl so formidable warriors wo fought against the ether world litamon sand fellas martyr symbol. Thu world Rambersenlad Zaya family, beautif wera lid solely in her lineage, how could we possibly see all the numerous chaotic crifts? itis the countless namila shuros watriliberethebrontoft he fight. Even if the court forgets, and Thegriat clans forget, Thepioplacanet forget, and Messiah familimus not forget. Mindy confide him if that Jindi Kinian share mutual affection. Since her hardest knits with him, how cold Dean Gagine such a brazen act off stealing love? Thought would be dishonorable to the childa martyr. Moreover, their reputation me fam has forged through generations soft bloodshed and conflict with the demons cannot be tarnished by my actions alone. I, Xiaoming, am a member of Xiaofamily and cannot commit such despicable deeds. His words resonated powerfully, leaving shouting Fanjin stunned silence. He gazed intent lia thyson lyson, tearswellingen hises, his gazing dwithered. For decades, he had labored twofold the dignity of Fisfamily and Thulferifti people, striving not to bring shame upon the Zion name. Yet, these Lyson had become celebla Mishanias record, notorious for his lack of ambition, embodying no nafte quality so fatruau. While could not bring himself to strike him, reprimanding him would prove utaleha couldn't lie compensate for thyrso fabsat indulgence. Toso meextant, he had indeed failed in his parenting, believe in jit would remain hus. However, Xiaoming had surprised him today. A few art felt and words left them speakless, igniting gazerjo emotions within him. I to be possessed, Huud undoubtedly lows Alis cultivation and powers, yet Thor off burning heaven blady and Thulf step golden core real miminating, from and could befinged. Thus, only own possibility remain disown hate awakened. This is the true blood lin off Zaya familith is thesanoff fei Lasian June, shouting fong. Xiaoming observed his father, whose eyes brimmed with tears and wanted repeatedly, realizing that his word had been accepted, and he breathed a day's sigh of relief. Fortunately, I did no trivial any flaws. Chapter 3. The Lonely Pavilion on the Desolate Mountain reveals origins. Xiaoming angrily rebukes Yi Qingtian that evening. Xiaoming was deep in thought within his chamber. The engagement banquet is off. And I've severed ties with Bai Mingdai. I should be free from immediate threats to my life for now. However, the pressing issue remains. How do I establish a connection with Yi Qingtian? A buzzing sound echoed in his ears, followed by a distorted transmission. Meet at the back mountain outside the manor. What a coincidence. I have stumbled upon an opportunity without any effort at all. Outside the Xiao Manor, Xiaoming leisurely strolled along the mountain path until he arrived at a small stone pavilion. Do you not fear for your life, coming here so brazenly without any guards? A cloaked figure emerged from the bushes beside him, their voice altered to sound deep and hoarse, making it difficult to discern their gender. Xiaoming, unfazed, casually took a seat on the stone bench and remarked, I assisted you earlier today. You have no reason to wish me dead. The masked figure paused, then lowered their mask to reveal a youthful and delicate face, their voice tinged with youthful innocence. Indeed? I had no intention of concealing my identity from you. The newcomer was none other than the fated child, Yi Qingtian. Have you not noticed that, over the years, your fortune in certain matters has been unusually favorable? As if someone were specifically looking after you? Is it you? Yi Qingtian could hardly believe it. The Bai family treated him with disdain, providing him accommodations and food no better than those afforded to servants, and showed him no care whatsoever. Yet, his luck had been inexplicably good. Whenever he was injured, he would miraculously find healing elixirs the very next day. When his wages were stolen, he would always stumble upon money for meals. Such coincidences could not be mere happenstance, and Yi Qingtian had long suspected that someone was aiding him from the shadows. Perhaps it was an old acquaintance of his parents, or a benevolent master, or even someone from the Bai family. Yet, he had never once considered Xiaoming. Host, it is not right to claim the merits of the fated child's fortune as your own. Please be mindful. This shall not happen again. Nonetheless, Yi Qingtian's gaze remained icy, and he did not allow these revelations to soften his demeanor. He asked coolly, Why do you wish to help me? A sudden seriousness overtook Xiaoming's previously jovial expression as he began to speak. I recall two cultivators, the meteoric star Taoist Yi Cheng and the celestial maiden Zhang Qifeng, both of whom were formidable cultivators of the nascent soul stage. They could have roamed the world freely due to their prowess. Yet they chose to remain in the cursed land of Qingyang County, risking their lives against the monstrous beings that emerged from the Chaos Rift Point 6 years ago. while leading a campaign against the monsters. They fell into an ambush. To protect the younger generation of cultivators, those in the Foundation establishment and Golden Core stages, they faced dozens of monsters alone, creating an escape route for others. In the end, they exhausted their strength, unwilling to let their hearts be corrupted by the chaotic beasts, and resolutely self-destructed their nascent souls, taking dozens of monsters with them in a final act of defiance. Yi Cheng and Zhang Qifeng were, of course, Yi Qingtian's parents. This tale was relayed to Xiaoming by the system, and upon learning of Yi Qingtian's lineage, he felt a profound sense of empathy. Countless lives had been lost in the battle against the chaotic monsters, and Yi Qingtian never expected to hear of his parents' deeds from a frivolous scion like Xiaoming. Host, it is not right to claim the merits of the fated child's fortune as your own. Please be mindful. This shall not happen again. But Yi Qingtian's expression was still one of confusion. What does this have to do with you? You are a member of the Xiao family. Xiaoming interrupted loudly. My family has guarded this rift for generations, resisting the monsters. I understand the terror of those creatures better than you do, and I comprehend the greatness of those heroes even more. Thus, I have never considered taking advantage of the orphan child of a martyr. Why? Yi Qingtian, puzzled, queried. Then why do you pursue Mingdai so relentlessly? Because the original owner of this body was a villain devoid of intelligence. Lamented Xiaoming internally, feeling utterly helpless. After all, he had no choice in this hellish beginning. Yet, outwardly, Xiaoming wore a mocking expression. I never anticipated that two fiercely righteous heroes could produce such a soft-hearted offspring. Your fiancé is being harassed by a scoundrel, and you remain unmoved? At this, Yi Qingtian was momentarily stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Xiaoming, feeling as if his worldview was trembling. Xiaoming adopted a look of pity mixed with frustration, his tone unwavering. Are you so defeated by your cultivation stagnation that you've lost your spirit? Have you cast aside your pride? If you, a cultivator, are reduced to such a state, perhaps it would be better for you to perish. Instead of accumulating strength and eventually achieving greatness, you choose to languish in self-pity. I must ask, is there even a shred of your parents' valor inherited within you? Moreover, it was not only your parents who were disappointed. I, Xiao, lament as well. At this point, our Xiao compatriot theatrically pounded his chest and lamented. I find myself embarrassed, however. Yi Qingtian, still young and unfamiliar with the tropes of the literary world, hoped that he would believe him. Xiaoming silently prayed for this. At that moment, Yi Qingtian stood as if struck by lightning, his heart shaken profoundly. The rival in love, the greatest scoundrel of Qingyang County, turned out to be a man of deep loyalty, pursuing by Mingdai merely to aid him. Yi Qingtian had occasionally doubted Xiaoming's honesty, suspecting deceit. Yet, upon reflection, Xiaoming was the legitimate heir of the Xiao family, with both cultivation and status above his own. Even if he did marry by Mingdai, there was little Yi Qingtian could do. But why had he suddenly called off the engagement? Why, after pursuing her for so long, had he unexpectedly rejected her? What could he possibly gain from him? After much contemplation, Yi Qingtian found Xiaoming's words to be the most logical and factual explanation, leaving him no room for disbelief. Yet, Xiaoming's claim of self-destruction and resignation to his fate sparked some dissent in Yi Qingtian, and no matter how hard he struggled to cultivate, he could not sense the influx of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Perhaps to Xiaoming, he appeared to be a once promising cultivator who had given up in despair due to his stagnation. Looking at the handsome young man before him, Yi Qingtian wore a bitter smile. Brother Xiao? I understand your words. However, my innate talent is lost. I cannot absorb the spiritual energy of the universe, and my cultivation shall forever remain at the 5th level of qi refinement. I fear I shall disappoint your expectations. Xiaoming regarded Yi Qingtian's expression of helplessness, let out a soft sigh, and tossed him a cloth bag. Inside were 5 essence cleansing pills designed to enhance one's innate talent, along with the Xiao family's unique technique, the fiery skyblade. Only those of great willpower can learn it. This is all I can do. Why? Yi Qingtian's countenance shifted dramatically. Although reluctant, he began to refuse. Such precious elixirs and your family's technique? I cannot accept these. It would be a waste. Essence cleansing pills were not ordinary elixirs. How many scions of noble families had been unable to acquire even a few in their lifetimes? Xiao Ming presented 5 at once. Even for the Xiao family, known for its deep reserves, it was unthinkable to distribute such valuable elixirs as if they were mere candies. Not to mention the renowned fiery sky blade, which had earned its bearer. The Thunderbolt True Monarch Xiao Dingfang, a fearsome reputation on the battlefield against the monsters, slaying hundreds of them. Xiao Ming had already endured much for Yi Qingtian. How could he allow him to squander such generosity? Accept it. Xiao Ming spoke calmly, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Yi Qingtian, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. For reasons unknown, as Yi Qingtian looked at the tall figure of Xiao Ming, he felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. How long had it been since someone had cared for him in this manner? Even Bai Mingdai, who provided him with emotional solace and spiritual support, could not offer him the material assistance that Xiao Ming did. Thus, Yi Qingtian knelt before Xiao Ming, his voice imbued with an unprecedented resolve. This immense favor shall be repaid by Qingtian in the future. Xiao Ming nodded slightly, turning to depart, leaving behind a few parting words. A friend of mine once said, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not bully the impoverished youth, Yi. My young brother, I hope you can embody that same grandeur and resilience. Yi Qingtian's body trembled slightly, tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully befriended the fated child Yi Qingtian and awakened the skill. Charming Melody, Level 1. Chapter 4. Summoning the Venerable Qingtian to restore his cultivation. Xiao Ming schemes to enter the sect after watching Xiao Ming depart. Yi Qingtian dusted off his knees and clothing, soaring back to the Bai family estate. Clutching the precious elixirs and the tome of martial arts, he lay in the storage room prepared for him by the Bai family, feeling free of his previous grievances. Instead, he pondered whether he could successfully master the fiery sky blade and whether he would waste the invaluable essence cleansing pills. Very well, for Brother Zhao's sake, I shall give it another try. This was an action Yi Qingtian had performed countless times before, calming his mind, gathering energy, and focusing on circulating the spiritual energy into his dantian. Did I fail again? As before, he attempted to absorb the spiritual energy, only to face failure once more. Although he had grown accustomed to it, the disappointment still weighed heavily on him. Thus, Yi Qingtian consumed all 5 essence cleansing pills at once and resumed his cultivation, waiting for the effects to take hold. What pure spiritual power! Had it not been for the assistance of my young friend, I fear I would have slumbered for countless millennia. A voice, cold and ethereal, emanated from within the ring as a white mist began to materialize, slowly rising and gradually coalescing into a figure that was both real and illusory. Initially, the figure appeared indistinct, but it soon became increasingly clear, ultimately taking on the visage of a lifelike countenance. Who are you? Yi Qingtian inquired, his tone laced with suspicion as he regarded the figure before him. The man replied leisurely, I am the revered celestial sovereign. By current reckoning, I am a figure from millennia past. Why cultivation has stagnated over the years. Was it your doing? Yi Qingtian's voice turned frigid as he glared with fury. The celestial sovereign sighed softly and explained, I was engaged in a battle of wits with a mortal enemy when, unexpectedly, they detonated their essence. Intent on perishing alongside me, I was left with but a fragment of my soul, which, by chance, attached itself to this ring and fell into a deep slumber. When you adorned it, the ring absorbed your spiritual energy to restore my essence. This was not my intention, but rather an act of desperation. I beg for your understanding. Yi Qingtian's mind was a tempest of confusion, torn between anger and relief. As he felt the celestial energies surging into his dantian like a tide, his ire only intensified. Were it not for this individual, he would not have faced such mockery and humiliation. Observing Yi Qingtian's expression, the celestial sovereign sighed, acknowledging his own culpability. Very well, I do owe you a debt. Thus, I offer you the opportunity to learn my self-created technique, the celestial divine art. Are you willing to practice it? The celestial divine art? Yi Qingtian inquired, intrigued. Indeed, I assure you, mastering my technique will accelerate your cultivation at an astonishing rate and enhance your alchemical prowess manifold. No one knew the particulars of the discourse between Yi Qingtian and the celestial sovereign that night. All that was evident was that when Yi Qingtian emerged from his chamber the following day, his complexion was flushed, his eyes radiant with vitality, and his demeanor transformed dramatically. Xiao Xiong, you truly are my benefactor. Ding, the son of fate, Yi Qingtian, has awakened his golden finger and deepened his bond with the host. The host has awakened the talent. Keen senses, level 1. Ho. Xiao Ming leapt from his bed, reveling in his newfound clarity of vision and heightened auditory perception. The situation had unfolded remarkably well. While talent was secondary, I had forged a magnificent friendship with the illustrious son of fate. Henceforth, as long as I diligently nurture our relationship, what worries could I have about becoming invincible? He. Suppressing the malevolent glee of a villain, Xiao Ming began to reassess the altered narrative. Originally, Yi Qingtian was to awaken his golden finger during the engagement feast, specifically that of the spirit-absorbing elder. However, with the engagement feast now annulled, I need not incur the wrath of the son of fate due to Bai Mingdai. Yet, under the influence of my eloquent discourse, Yi Qingtian's desire for vengeance transformed into a yearning for gratitude. This exchange was seamless, and coupled with the 5 cleansing pills imbued with pure spiritual energy that I gifted him, the celestial sovereign within the ring was successfully roused, as per the original tale. Yi Qingtian would encounter Yun Wanqing, a prodigy-seeking talent among the esteemed families of Qingyang County, during his flight. Yun Wanqing, the eldest disciple of the Grandmaster Qi Shifeng of the Lingyun sect, was renowned for her unparalleled swordsmanship. Initially, as Yi Qingtian fled with Bai Mingdai, he mistook Yun Wanqing, who blocked his path, as an enforcer sent by the Xiao family, prompting him to lash out in fury. Naturally, he was effortlessly subdued by Yun Wanqing. Yet, she discerned his exceptional innate talent and resolved to recruit him for the Lingyun sect. After Yi Qingtian's candid confession, Yun Wanqing recognized him as a good-hearted individual and brought him to Qingyang County, publicly accepting him as her disciple before the prominent families. At this juncture, everyone realized not only had Yi Qingtian regained his cultivation, but his progress had also accelerated dramatically, leaving them all in astonishment. Upon joining the Lingyun sect, Xiao Ming, now the outer sect's eldest disciple, abandoned his previously aloof demeanor, leveraging his family's resources to cultivate a faction against Yi Qingtian. Ultimately, driven mad by his obsession, Xiao Ming attempted to assassinate Yi Qingtian but met his demise at Yi Qingtian's hands. Bringing his tragic villainous arc to a closed eye in retaliation for his son's death, Xiao Dingfang, head of the Xiao family, became hellbent on avenging Xiao Ming. Thus, the once heroic figure combating demonic forces crumbled into a mid-tier antagonist on Yi Qingtian's path to ascendancy, ultimately falling to the combined might of Yi Qingtian and the partially restored celestial sovereign, leading to the decline of the Xiao family. However, the narrative had shifted. I had no enmity with the son of fate. Moreover, Yi Qingtian would not encounter Yun Wanqing on his flight, leaving only one avenue for him to join the Lingyun sect in a few days. When Yun Wanqing arrives, I must ensure Yi Qingtian gains entry into the Lingyun sect. Chapter 5. An admission quota for Qingtian. Waves rise before the test stone.it is a well-known secret that Xiao Dingfang dotes on his son. Why is it well known? Because Xiao Dingfang's actions have revealed this fact. Why is it a secret? Because Xiao Dingfang himself repeatedly denies it, insisting that Xiao Ming is still young and forbidding others from gossiping. When Xiao Ming was merely 3 years old, the chaotic rift erupted, leading to an invasion of demonic creatures. Xiao Dingfang and his wife, Mei Yingxue, were compelled to defend against the demons at the rift for 2 to 3 years. As the rift gradually stabilized, the couple continued to make periodic visits to ensure the safety of the defenses. This resulted in Xiao Ming having seen little of his parents until the age of 8, creating a growing rift between them. Without parental oversight, and as the sole heir of the family, Xiao Ming became increasingly arrogant, indulged by those around him, and displayed a sense of entitlement in Qingyang County, dining without paying, drinking without settling the bill, frequenting brothels, and scattering silver coins on the streets. Although Xiao Dingfang sought to mend the rift between father and son, he was exasperated by Xiao Ming's behavior, fearing that reprimanding him would only exacerbate their already strained relationship. He resorted to bribing restaurants and taverns to pacify the public. The common folk, being simple and kind-hearted, remembered the Xiao family's past kindness and did not overly trouble Xiao Ming, accommodating him within reason. Eventually, when Xiao Dingfang sent Xiao Ming to the Lingyun sect, his flamboyant nature improved somewhat, though he would occasionally reveal his true colors during his brief returns. Until yesterday, when Xiao Dingfang finally discerned that his son was not entirely lacking. Xiao Ming's words sufficiently demonstrated that he was, in fact, a perceptive individual, one who understood reason and righteousness, capable of carrying on the Xiao family legacy. Elated, Xiao Dingfang and his wife, Mei Yingxue, engaged in a long discussion, planning to continue the family lineage. The next morning, after a night of bustling activity with his wife, Master Xiao Dingfang reclined in a chair, peacefully asleep, blissfully unaware of the impending danger. Suddenly, a young cultivator in his 20s stealthily approached Xiao Dingfang. A sinister smile creeping across his lips. "Father, oh dear, who dares to disturb my son? Oh Ming?" Upon recognizing Xiao Ming, the initially furious Xiao Dingfang instantly calmed, gazing at the strikingly handsome young man before him, who bore a resemblance to himself. Xiao Dingfang found it impossible to remain angry and could only respond resignedly. "Speak. What have you set your sights on? Is it a particular weapon or a magical artifact? If it's under 3,000 spirit stones, you can go to your Uncle Zhou." Xiao Ming, with a grin reminiscent of a sycophant, replied, "Father, look, we seem estranged. This time, I do not seek money." To this, Xiao Dingfang's eyes widened in alarm. "You little rascal, have you been frequenting brothels again? Do you intend to bring a top courtesan home?" The original owner of this body truly had questionable character, pursuing by Mingdai while gallivanting in brothels. Xiao Ming mused internally before continuing, "Father, I haven't been to a brothel. I primarily wish to inquire when Elder Yun will arrive in Qingyang County." Hearing this, Xiao Dingfang's expression softened. "Perhaps tomorrow. She mentioned she would come to scout for potential talents for the Lingyun sect." "Why do you ask?" Xiao Ming had already joined the Lingyun sect, and his usual indifference towards such matters made his sudden enthusiasm perplexing to Xiao Dingfang. "Is this truly my son?" "Nothing much. I just thought that since the Lingyun sect is our family's ally and has granted us numerous quotas, as the legitimate heir, I should secure one for myself. But you have already entered the Lingyun sect. What use do you have for this? You need not concern yourself. It's not anything detrimental." Initially reluctant, Xiao Dingfang ultimately yielded to Xiao Ming's persistent pleas and the art of persuasion from the 21st century, granting him a spot to participate in the assessment. However, he laid down 3 rules. He must not do anything to tarnish the reputation of the Xiao family or the Lingyun sect. The following day, Elder Yun Wanqing of the Lingyun sect, clad in a simple long dress, gracefully descended from the heavens into the venue. She sheathed her flying sword and saluted the gathered masters from various noble families. "I am Yun Wanqing of the Lingyun sect. Honored to meet you, fellow cultivators. Greetings, Elder Yun." The crowd responded in a flurry. With so many people present, small talk was clearly insufficient, so they promptly delved into the matter at hand. Yun Wanqing immediately produced the testing stone and placed it at the center, allowing experts from various factions to take turns examining it to ensure that no cheating could occur. Subsequently, each family submitted their prepared list to Yun Wanqing, who would read the names aloud, calling forth the juniors to undergo the test. Xiao Ming found himself seated among the younger generation, his gaze occasionally drifting towards the Bai family, specifically to the isolated Yi Qingtian. The last member of the Bai family, Bai Hong, stepped forward for the test. A sigh escaped Yi Qingtian's lips. He had long anticipated that the head of the Bai family would not allocate this opportunity to him, yet he couldn't help but attend the gathering. What if a chance arose? Upon hearing that the last name called was not his own, Yi Qingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him, preparing to leave. Well, although the training environment in the Bai family is indeed lacking, having a respected elder present is sufficient. It's just a pity that I cannot become a fellow disciple of Brother Xiao. Xiao family, Xiao Ming, stepped forward for the test. With a note of confusion in Yun Wanqing's voice, the crowd suddenly realized, hadn't Xiao Ming already entered Lingyun sect? Yi Qingtian too was taken aback, halting in his tracks to observe. What was going on with the young master of the Xiao family? Re-entering the Lingyun sect? Perhaps he was merely seeking a sense of superiority. Let us wait and see. There might be a surprise in store. Xiao Ming ambled up to the testing platform, bowing respectfully to Yun Wanqing and inquiring, Elder Yun, if I recall correctly, this test slot can be transferred, correct? Yun Wanqing nodded. Indeed it can. But why does your Xiao family need to transfer a slot? Just state plainly who from your family wishes to take the test. Because the individual to whom I wish to transfer this slot is not a member of the Xiao family. The crowd displayed a look of confusion. What was the young master of the Xiao family up to? Giving away a sect entry slot to someone outside his family? I wish to transfer this slot to Yi Qingtian of the Bai family. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. Although young Master Xiao had recently announced the cancellation of his engagement banquet for reasons unknown, he still held feelings for the Bai family's young lady. At that moment, Bai Mingdai slightly pouted, Humph. I simply didn't want to leave home so soon. Who asked you to meddle? Just as Bai Mingdai pondered how to decline without embarrassing Xiao Ming, he suddenly declared, I wish to bestow this slot upon brother Yi Qingtian. Bai Mingdai? Just days ago, they had been fierce rivals. How had their relationship shifted so dramatically in an instant? What had they been hiding from her? Shock radiated from Bai Mingdai. The crowd. What is happening? Who is Yi Qingtian? Has young Master Xiao changed his affections? Are you foolish? Yi Qingtian is that boy who, despite reaching the 11th level of Qi training at the age of 10, has since declined in strength, so it is that waste. But wait, why would young Master Xiao give the slot to him? I've heard Yi Qingtian is remarkably handsome, with a physique surpassing that of a woman. Perhaps young Master Xiao has faced too many rejections from Miss Bai and is feeling a bit. No, I heard that Yi Qingtian and Miss Bai had a childhood engagement. This is quite the thrill. Especially in front of Miss Bai. Ignoring the nonsensical chatter of others, Yun Wanqing merely wished to complete the sect's task promptly, calling out, By family, Yi Qingtian, step forward for the test. Why Yi Qingtian's mind was in a whirl. He had not expected Xiao Ming to take such a step for him, and he silently resolved, this brotherhood is one I shall cherish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for raising goodwill with the fated child Yi Qingtian. The host awakens the skill. Godspeed, level 1. Hearing the melodious system notification, Xiao Ming smiled as he led Yi Qingtian to the testing platform, ignoring the pointed stares of the Bai family. Yi Qingtian, a waste at the 5th level of Qi training. What is he doing up there? Is he trying to embarrass himself? Tell Yi Qingtian not to drag the Bai family's name into this. Thank you. Thanks for the invitation, but I just arrived in Qingyang and am unfamiliar with this person. Why Yi Qingtian took measured steps towards the testing platform, nodding at Xiao Ming before placing his hands on the testing stone to channel his spiritual energy. Foundation Establishment Level 1. The testing stone could not speak, so it was Xiao Ming who revealed this astonishing news. The crowd was left in utter disbelief at the revelation of these 4 words. Xiao Ming, the head coach, had no choice but to step forward and clarify this startling fact, transforming the bewildered crowd into one of astonished shock. Wasn't he deemed a waste? Where did this Foundation Establishment Level 1 come from? Could the testing stone be broken? No. Experts from every family have verified it. Thanks for the invitation, but I just arrived in Qingyang. Brother Yi is an indispensable part of our Bai family. Why Yi Qingtian? Observing Xiao Ming's astonished face, finally allowed a smile to grace his usually frosty features. Wonderful. I truly did not squander Brother Zhao's assistance. Yun Wanqing, who had been quietly observing, suddenly raised her hand, and the noisy crowd fell silent. You are the son of Yi Yunxing and Zhang Wenyi, the Yi Qingtian? The Dao names of Yi Qingtian's parents were Yi Yunxing and Zhang Wenyi. In the cultivation world, juniors refer to elders by their titles, such as Yi Daoist, while those of equal standing use Dao titles. Thus, Yun Wanqing addressed Yi Cheng as Yi Yunxing and Zhang Qifeng as Zhang Wenyi. Elder Yun, do you know my parents? Yi Qingtian inquired. Slightly curious, as he had never heard of this before. Yun Wanqing nodded. Yi Yunxing and Zhang Wenyi visited my Lingyun sect before your birth and studied with my master for a time. They can be considered half-disciples. Why Yi Qingtian pondered this for a moment. I indeed have not heard of this, nor has anyone mentioned it to me. You are merely 15 or 16. It is not surprising that you are unaware. However, I am curious as to how your cultivation was restored. The world speaks of your extraordinary talent, yet later claimed you regressed. Yun Wanqing harbored thoughts of accepting Yi Qingtian as her disciple, naturally wishing to ascertain whether he had employed any underhanded methods. Yi Qingtian smiled slightly and said, "Indeed, I encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation several years ago, nearly stagnating. After that, I fell into despair for quite some time, resulting in the emergence of inner demons that led to my regression. As for why I broke through to Foundation establishment, I believe it is due to Brother Zhao's words from a few days ago. Had he not roused me from my stupor, I would not have been able to overcome my inner demons." Yi Qingtian recounted Xiao Ming's words nearly verbatim, particularly emphasizing 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Do not underestimate the youth. The crowd stared in disbelief at Xiao Ming. Could these words truly have been spoken by someone so seemingly lacking in scholarly pursuits? Moreover, was Xiao Ming's pursuit of Bai Mingdai actually aimed at Yi Qingtian? Yun Wanqing recalled Xiao Ming's demeanor in Lingyun sect. He was so arrogant within the sect, yet he harbored this side privately. Xiao Ming, the subject of the matter, felt little embarrassment, having anticipated that Yi Qingtian would attribute his achievements to him. After all, who would be foolish enough to reveal their golden finger at the outset? Yun Wanqing largely believed Yi Qingtian's account, as she did not sense any traces of demonic or monstrous energy about him. It was indeed possible for cultivators to be hindered by inner demons, leading to regression, though such cases were rare. Most practitioners struggled to endure. The higher one's innate talent, the more formidable the inner demons. Similarly, the greater the struggle to overcome them, the more significant the rewards. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The long-suppressed insights erupted, and a breakthrough was not an insurmountable challenge. For one of Yi Qingtian's age to dispel his inner demons spoke volumes of his resilient character. At 15 or 16, while most remained at the 7th or 8th level of Qi training, he had already stepped into Foundation establishment. With excellent roots, sharp intellect, and exceptional temperament, he was the ideal candidate for a direct disciple. Thus, Yun Wanqing no longer hesitated and proclaimed, "At such a young age to have entered Foundation establishment, with proper guidance, your future is boundless. I wish to take you as my disciple, Yi Qingtian. Are you willing to accept me as your master?" The cultivators present were taken aback, some envious. Being accepted as a direct disciple by Elder Yun would undoubtedly grant one a prominent position within Lingyun sect. Disciple Yi Qingtian pays respects to master. Yi Qingtian was no fool. How could he let such a grand opportunity slip away? Moreover, Brother Xiao is an outer disciple of Lingyun sect, and if I become a direct disciple of an elder, it will be much easier to repay him in the future. Meanwhile, within the Bai family residence, Bai Qi, whose worldview had been shattered, lamented, "Had I known, I would have accepted this marriage proposal. It would have established a good image as a father-in-law for myself. Now, Xiao Ming doesn't even like my daughter, and Yi Qingtian harbors grievances against me. What a loss!" Now it seemed too late to salvage the situation. After pledging himself as a disciple, Yi Qingtian went straight to the Xiao family, stating he would return to the sect with Xiao Ming while only meeting Mingdai. He didn't even grant Bai Qi the opportunity to speak. All he could do was hope that Yi Qingtian would refrain from retaliating against his daughter. At this moment, Bai Mingdai, in her chamber, was equally distraught. "This infuriates me. What is Xiao Ming thinking? His relentless pursuit of me was merely to provoke Qingtian. What does he take me for, that insufferable fellow? Qingtian truly has a wooden head. He conspired with Xiao Ming in secret without informing me, leading me to indulge in my own delusions. How infuriating!" The young lady Bai, renowned for her beauty in Qingyang County, found herself looking quite foolish due to Xiao Ming's antics. In this moment, Bai Mingdai reflected on her previously aloof demeanor and Xiao Ming's attentive face, her toes nearly digging into the ground in frustration. At the Xiao family estate, Xiao Dingfang and Mei Yingxue were quite pleased with their son's performance, especially since Yun Wanqing had just visited their home. Without Xiao Ming's assistance, the illustrious Yi Qingtian might have fallen into obscurity. The two elder masters were fortunate to have raised such a prodigy. It was truly unprecedented for the usually icy Yun Wanqing to offer praise, marking a significant occasion. With spirits lifted by the joyful news, Xiao Dingfang readily agreed to let Yi Qingtian temporarily reside with the Xiao family. Both Xiao Dingfang and Mei Yingxue, having experienced the horrors of the battlefield, understood its perils, and felt a sense of empathy towards the Yi couple. Stay here as long as you like. You and Ming'er are friends, so treat this place as your own, without any need for restraint, Mei Yingxue remarked to Yi Qingtian, who gratefully replied, "Thank you, Aunt." 3 days swiftly passed. And according to the regulations, the disciples who had passed this examination were to depart today for Lingyun sect to register, subsequently entering the outer sect for training based on the results of the entrance competition. Xiaoming was already a disciple of Lingyun sect, while Yi Qingtian was accepted as a direct disciple. "All right, mother, this is truly excessive. You cannot expect us to fill the carriage entirely with storage rings," Xiaoming lamented. Mei Yingxue remained unconvinced. "Once you leave, it may be a long time before you return, and Qingtian will also have expenses. It's perfectly fine to take more." Observing that his mother had included provisions for Yi Qingtian as well, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude for the unexpected assistance. Finally, after a brief farewell, Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian set off in the carriage towards Lingyun sect. At last. My journey into the world of cultivation is about to commence. Chapter 7. Qingtian's unexpected discovery of a spirit weapon. Fortune's child reappears at the tavern. Senior brother, just how grand is Lingyun sect? Senior brother, do you think I will be looked down upon at Lingyun sect? Senior brother, is there any possibility of bullying new disciples within the sect? Having become Yun Wangqing's disciple, Yi Qingtian was now considered Xiaoming's junior brother. Hence the shift in address was quite natural. In his previous life, he was merely a high school student, filled with youthful curiosity. In a relaxed environment, with a trustworthy companion by his side, he felt free to express himself without restraint. Consequently, Yi Qingtian's inquiries about the sect were incessant, most of which pertained to the inner workings of Lingyun sect. Xiaoming, drawing upon his previous memories, patiently answered each question, though inwardly he thought, being looked down upon as the child of fortune? I'll show them who's truly formidable. You are the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, a pillar of the younger generation. Do you truly fear being bullied? If anyone dares to bully you, they will inevitably meet their demise. If it weren't for my cleverness in shifting perspectives, I would have been the first to be eliminated. As the carriage journeyed along, Xiaoming excused himself for a moment, only to return and discover that Yi Qingtian had vanished. After a brief search, he found Yi Qingtian inexplicably standing before a street vendor, where a peculiar old man was enthusiastically expounding, "Ah, young friend, you truly possess discerning eyes. These treasures were all procured from the northern grasslands." Xiaoming was momentarily speechless, recognizing the old man's pitch as nothing more than a ruse akin to those encountered in his previous life, where street vendors peddled worthless trinkets. "Junior brother, let's go. This man is a fraud." Xiaoming attempted to pull Yi Qingtian away, but the old man interjected, "Young friend, such words are unfounded. I, Zhou, have traveled far and wide, never resorting to deceit. You would tarnish my reputation." Xiaoming scoffed, "With your attire, are you not from the northern grasslands?" Zhou scratched his beard and shook his head slightly. "Not at all. I am a genuine citizen of the Ji Kingdom." Ji Kingdom? I am unfamiliar with it. What a curious name. I wonder if there exists a land of mines. What is a mine, senior brother? I'll explain later. As the two engaged in lively banter, they completely disregarded the frustrated old man. "Have you two finished? I assure you, I am indeed a bona fide citizen of the Ji Kingdom." Zhou's impatience grew as he exclaimed, "I swear on my life that there are genuine treasures among these items. It all depends on your fate. Should I open 10 of these and find no treasures, you would simply claim we lacked fortune," Xiaoming retorted dismissively. Yet Yi Qingtian gazed at Xiaoming and said, "Senior brother, I feel a connection to this ancient sword. If the child of fortune senses a connection, it must be genuine. If deceived, I shall consider it a lesson learned." With a resigned sigh, Xiaoming reluctantly spent 100 low-grade spirit stones to acquire the rusted ancient sword. Suddenly, upon Yi Qingtian's touch, the sword radiated brilliance, with rust falling away to reveal a pristine white blade engraved with the words "Cleansing Sin." "This is a spirit weapon. It has recognized its master," Zhou exclaimed in astonishment. Spirit weapons, crafted by only a select few master artisans, are a superior existence compared to ordinary weapons, for they possess the ability to develop sentience. Should their master perish, the spirit weapon would lose its intelligence. retaining only a trace of residual soul. If it encounters a compatible individual, the weapon's residual power may awaken, recognizing this new person as its master. Through prolonged bonding, a spirit weapon may regain its intelligence, becoming more adept and fluid in combat. In essence, second-hand spirit weapons are even rarer than newly forged ones. Yi Qingtian beamed with joy at the sight of his newly acknowledged spirit weapon. While Zhou could hardly believe a genuine treasure had materialized, the Child of Fortune is indeed astonishing. After departing the vendor, the two shared laughter along their journey. However, after 2 days of travel, the sky gradually darkened, hinting at impending rain. Although both Xiao and Yi possessed cultivation abilities and were not averse to rain, Xiaoming being at the cusp of the Golden Core stage and Yi Qingtian having just entered the Foundation Establishment stage, their mortal attendants were not so fortunate. Thus, they sought refuge in an inn to rest and enjoy a warm meal. Who could endure subsisting solely on dry rations? Cultivation is meant for enjoyment, longevity, and the pursuit of wealth and glory. After all, fasting is merely a necessary measure during times of seclusion when one lacks the time to eat. Ultimately, no matter how diligently one cultivates, they remain mortal, and life devoid of culinary delights loses a significant portion of its joy. The inn, named Kunying Tower, was ideally situated at a crossroads frequented by travelers heading to Lingyun sect, thus attracting many cultivators seeking rest. The name Kunying Tower aptly reflects this gathering of talents. As the carriage halted before the inn, Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian disembarked, while their attendants parked the carriage in a vacant area behind the establishment. Welcome to Kunying Tower, esteemed guests. Our establishment only accepts full table orders and does not cater to individual dishes. A waiter greeted them with a professional smile. How much for a table? Yi Qingtian inquired. Dear guest, the cheapest table is 1,000 low-grade spirit stones, the standard is 2,000, and the premium is 3,000. 1,000? Yi Qingtian exclaimed incredulously, recalling that he earned merely a few dozen low-grade spirit stones a month at the Bai family. Senior brother, perhaps you should treat us. Xiaoming tossed a storage bag, and upon the waiter verifying its contents, his face broke into a wide grin. Very well, a premium meal for 2 esteemed guests. Please, follow me to the second floor. As Yi Qingtian gazed at Xiaoming's extravagant spending, he was momentarily taken aback. Senior brother, your father, Xiao Dingfang. Upon reaching the second floor, they signaled to several attendants to take their seats. Although protocol dictated that attendants should not dine at the same table as their masters, Xiaoming disregarded such conventions. A single table for 2 was not only solitary but wasteful. The attendants, having never experienced such treatment, hesitated, but ultimately, Xiaoming insisted they join them, resulting in 2 tables of premium meals. As the attendants settled in, Xiaoming heard a mechanical voice. Ding! Second Child of Fortune detected. Is the Child of Fortune as common as cabbage? Chapter 8. A heart-wrenching lament. A transformation into a butterfly. Leaving all in awe as a group of 10 or so individuals ascended to the second floor. Each was adorned in luxurious attire, indistinguishable as either masters or servants. However, Xiaoming's keen senses provided him with heightened awareness. The group seemed to revolve around a striking young lady seated to the right, with nearly every male cultivator fixated on her beauty. Xiaoming listened attentively to their discourse. Jingqiu, I thank you. Dear friends, but I truly cannot handle the drink. I cannot bear the weight of your toasts. Miss Du, how could you say such a thing? Who in Chongzhou does not recognize that Miss Du is a true prodigy? Having entered the Foundation Establishment stage at merely 16, indeed, unlike us, who have yet to reach the 8th level of Qi refinement, upon arriving at Lingyun sect, we hope Miss Du will extend her guidance and support. We are merely fillers, unlike Miss Du, who has been directly favored and accepted as a disciple by Elder Fong of the Lingyun sect, paving her path to a brilliant future. Before long, Xiaoming began to glean the origins of these individuals. They were all cultivators from Chongzhou in the eastern region, selected to join the Lingyun sect, and the woman, constantly praised and surrounded by admirers, was named Du Jingqiu. She was the precious daughter of the head of the Du family in Yongjiang County, a natural prodigy born under a halo of destiny. Her father, Du Rang, was sworn brothers with Elder Fong Lianqing of the Lingyun sect, which would have allowed her to enter without examination. However, Du Jingqiu insisted on competing fairly. resulting in her remarkable roots being revealed, and she was promptly taken as a disciple by Fang Lianqing, on par with Yi Qingtian. Thus, the young masters and ladies from local aristocratic families flocked around Du Jingqiu, eager to at least become familiar with her, for the privileges of a direct disciple within the sect were immense. System, is the loading complete? Upon detecting the fated child Du Jingqiu, the background story has been loaded. Background: Du Jingqiu is the reincarnation of the emotionless empress from an ancient celestial dynasty, possessing the cultivation of the tribulation realm, born amidst auspicious clouds that radiated a dazzling light, her birth echoing throughout the eastern Chongzhou. Is this a story of a reborn emperor? From a young age, she adored swordsmanship and melodies, blessed with great fortune. Yet, despite her previous life as an emotionless empress, the current Du Jingqiu is merely an ordinary prodigy yearning for a companion. Note: the system highly recommends this option. Wait, she is only 16. Are you not afraid I might be sent in? Du Jingqiu despised the proud and sycophantic, favoring gentlemen who were both affectionate and loyal, caring for friends and family. Most importantly, they must possess musical talent and excel at instruments, particularly the guqin and guzheng. It seems there might be an opportunity. Even if not as a companion, I could still gain favor through this. As time passed, several guests trickled into the gathering of Heroes Tower, and the tables occupied by Du Jingqiu and her companions ceased their flattery, instead indulging in the culinary delights. Suddenly, a group of musicians ascended from below, led by a woman who appeared to be in her 20s. Carrying a guzheng on her back, the woman gracefully bowed to the audience and spoke. Esteemed guests, my name is Guanlingjin. At the request of the proprietor, I have come to perform music for your enjoyment. If you find it pleasing, I humbly ask for your support. If it fails to meet your expectations, it is due to our lack of skill. And I hope for your understanding. Her captivating beauty combined with a delicate voice nearly enchanted all the male cultivators present. Even the female cultivators marveled at such a beauty, who seemed only slightly inferior to themselves. Guanlingjin positioned her guzheng, and her fellow musicians took their places. The first piece, themed on sorrow, was titled Eternal Regret. With that, Guanlingjin began to play. The guzheng led, accompanied by bamboo flutes and other instruments. As waves of mournful melodies emerged, akin to weeping and lamenting, the tempo fluctuated, at times rising in a fervent accusation against fate's unfairness, and at other times sinking into a deep lamentation of misfortune. The audience was deeply moved, many shedding tears. Oh, how wretched I am! Why, oh why, do I still lack a companion? What a sorrowful piece! Why does it resonate so deeply within me? Even the usually composed Du Jingqiu had reddened eyes, and Xiaoming noticed a few tears escape the corners of her eyes, quickly wiped away by her. Even Yi Qingtian bowed his head in silence. Strangely, Xiaoming himself felt no emotional upheaval. He simply thought the woman was quite talented and played beautifully. As the piece concluded, Guanlingjin slightly bowed to the audience, gently saying, "This humble composition, I hope, has not disturbed your ears." The cultivators present were just beginning to recover from the performance, unable to contain their admiration. What a poignant piece on sorrow, truly heart-wrenching and soul-piercing. This young lady is exceptionally talented. This guzheng piece has opened my eyes to the depths of such sorrowful music. Suddenly, a distinct voice emerged. Though skilled and proficient, it seems somewhat contrived. To be sorrowful for sorrow's sake reveals a certain timidity. All eyes turned towards the source of the voice, which was naturally Xiaoming. Such audacity! I have studied music for decades, yet would never dare to make such a judgment. Some were displeased, feeling that Xiaoming was being obstinate. Friend, let your tears flow if you must. There is no shame in weeping. There is no need to belittle a young woman. Such behavior is unbecoming. One hot-tempered individual retorted. Ha! If you are so capable, then why not take the stage yourself? Guanlingjin was momentarily taken aback by Xiaoming's words. Yet she still bowed to him, saying, "What you say is quite true, young sir. My humble work indeed has its shortcomings. However, might you be willing to share a piece with us? This is a classic scenario. If I do not put on a show here, my prestige before the fated child will surely diminish." Xiaoming regarded the displeased faces around him, slowly rising with a smile. To teach is too much praise. However, I too have a humble composition. Please, I welcome your critique. He then walked gracefully towards the guzheng. Sitting cross-legged on the floor, it appeared this young man possessed some talent, or else he would not dare to perform. Though, his demeanor was somewhat arrogant. Once he finished playing, we shall all jeer in unison to teach him a lesson. That makes sense. It serves as a warning not to bully the young lady. Xiao Ming, a former music enthusiast, began to play with ease, the absence of accompanying instruments not diminishing the power of his piece. If Guanlingzhen's music was steeped in sorrow and despair, then Xiao Ming's piece was imbued with a haunting beauty. Without the need for high notes and intensity, it felt as though a person who had endured great tragedies sat upon the ground, recounting their experiences like a story. The melody flowed gracefully, the sound penetrating the hearts of the many cultivators present, rendering them entranced. As time went by, the exquisite ability of the music became evidently impactful. Even at level 1, it was sufficient to affect the heart and mind of numerous low-level cultivators present. A wave of sadness washed over the audience, akin to witnessing two lovers being torn apart by fate, only to meet a tragic end, yet ultimately reuniting in the afterlife. As Xiao Ming's piece came to an end, the audience slowly regained their composure, many wiping their eyes, realizing they had shed tears without noticing. I am at a loss for words. It is both tragic and romantic. When did I start to cry? I had completely forgotten. This piece, I hardly feel worthy to critique. It is simply too beautiful. The previously silent Du Jingqiu suddenly inquired. What is the name of this piece? Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before replying. It is called Butterfly Lovers. Du Jingqiu was slightly taken aback. What a beautiful name. It tells the tale of a love story from my hometown, known as Liangdeqiu. Why Yi Qingtian, unaware, leaned in to ask, Senior brother, are we not all from Qingyang? How come I have never heard of Liangzhu? Well, you are still young. It is normal not to have heard of it. I will tell you about it later. Xiao Ming then approached the still-stunned Guanlingzhen and said, Young lady, may the force be with you. Yi Qingtian nodded, looking at Guanlingzhen. Did you hear what my senior brother said? Do not be too presumptuous. It serves no purpose. Expert, Xiao Ming gave a thumbs up in admiration. He then took Yi Qingtian by the hand. Junior brother. It is getting late. Let us continue our journey. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the favor of the fated child Du Jingqiu. Skill awakened. Melodic grace, level 2. How exhilarating it is to show off. What a satisfying feeling. Chapter 9. A shocking revelation for Xiao Ming. Those who gain beauty must beware of short lives. Adhering to the principle of modestly showcasing one's prowess and departing swiftly after, Xiao Ming promptly led the well-fed Yi Qingtian and their attendant away from the scene. After all, they were all from the same sect. There would be ample opportunities to meet again. If they lingered here to flaunt, it would appear overly pretentious. Senior brother, you are truly remarkable. To be so well-versed in the art of music. That piece by Guanlingzhen was already exquisite, yet you outshone her with Butterfly Lovers. Yi Qingtian's words were heartfelt, and Xiao Ming appreciated the compliment immensely. Being praised by a fated child was far more gratifying than receiving commendation from ordinary cultivators. Why, junior brother? Let us remain humble. Oh, right, senior brother. How did you discern her music's flaws and counter them with your own? Flaws in her music? At this, Xiao Ming appeared momentarily perplexed. Why, Yi Qingtian nodded. Indeed, while the piece initially seemed fine, upon closer inspection, I sensed a hint of insidiousness in her technique. The excessive sorrow in that piece muddles the heart and spirit, rendering one numb and weak, somewhat akin to the demonic path. Had it not been for her untainted aura, I might have suspected her to be of that ilk. Thus, I suppose my system safeguarded me from being influenced. Xiao Ming began to understand. Suddenly, he recalled something and looked sharply at Yi Qingtian. Junior brother, are you skilled in music? Yi Qingtian scratched his head, smiling somewhat sheepishly. I have been learning the guqin and guzheng since childhood. My first encounter with Mingdai involved me playing a piece for her. Though I cannot compare to you, had you not stepped in, I would have attempted to quell that young woman's arrogance. Xiao Ming's expression appeared somewhat peculiar as he reflected on Du Jingqiu's criteria for a partner. Not aloof or haughty, nor sycophantic. The original self embodied aloofness and pride, whereas Yi Qingtian did not. A gentleman who is affectionate and loyal to friends and kin. The original self is nearly the antonym, while Yi Qingtian fulfills this completely. Moreover, possessing musical talent and proficiency in instruments. I rely on skills provided by the system. While Yi Qingtian has been learning since childhood, could it be, system, according to the original timeline, what events would Du Jingqiu encounter here? Ding, background story loading, completed background. Du Jingqiu and a group of cultivators from Yongjiang County arrive at the Kuning Inn, where she unexpectedly encounters Yi Qingtian, who is also heading to Lingyun's sect. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, but she was soon captivated by his aura and took notice of this impressive peer. Oh no, could it be that I've stolen Yi Qingtian's cherished confidant? Yi Qingtian noticed Xiao Ming looking at him with a gaze full of guilt and couldn't help but ask, "Senior brother, what is it?" "It's nothing. I just recalled the many grievances you've endured over the years. I feel somewhat guilty for not being by your side sooner." Ding. The favorability of the Child of Destiny towards the host has increased. Skill awakened. Indestructible Diamond, Level 1. This earnest child, Yi Qingtian, was deeply moved and secretly resolved to train diligently to repay Xiao Ming, Guanshan, the daughter of the right protector of the Morua sect. Disguised as Guan Lingjun, infiltrated the Kuning Inn to scout the strength of the cultivators heading to Lingyun's sect, observing for any formidable talents. Thus, she played a piece titled Endless Hatred, which disturbed the minds of the crowd, with only Du Jingqiu and Yi Qingtian being minimally affected. Truly a person of the demonic path, that Yi Qingtian was right. Initially, Guanshan had listed Du Jingqiu as a primary target, but unexpectedly, Yi Qingtian discerned her improper tune and took the stage to play a piece that soothed the crowd's spirits. Du Jingqiu was also dazzled by Yi Qingtian's performance and developed a subtle fondness for him. Guanshan was taken aback that someone could disrupt her technique and discreetly investigated, discovering Yi Qingtian's astonishing talent. If left unchecked, he would surely pose a significant threat. Goodness, as expected of the Child of Destiny, to be targeted by the demonic path right from the start, he must become a pillar of the righteous path. Wait, what about me now? Ding. The host has replaced the Child of Destiny and is now being targeted by Guanshan. What? This is not a good start. Before even reaching Lingyun's sect, I am already being eyed by the daughter of the right protector of the demonic sect. What should I do? The host need not worry. According to the timeline, Guanshan will not take any action at this moment. Instead, after Yi Qingtian joins the sect, she would attempt to use demonic methods for an assassination with blood puppets. But the puppets would lack sufficient skill, and Guanshan would fear triggering the protective formations near Yi Qingtian's residence, ultimately leading to a failed attempt. Thank goodness. But system, why would you recommend that I gain Du Jingqiu's favor knowing she is Yi Qingtian's cherished confidant? Xiao Ming was perplexed as to why the system would arrange for him to steal the fortune of the Child of Destiny. Ding. Because Du Jingqiu is the reincarnation of the emotionless empress. Protected by great fortune, to attain the position of immortal emperor, she must awaken the emotionless technique created by the emotionless empress hidden within her bloodline. After Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu fall in love, her bloodline power will gradually awaken, deepening the rift between her and Yi Qingtian. The supreme emotionless technique requires severing emotional ties. Thus, influenced by the lingering sentiments of the Empress's past life, Du Jingqiu would ultimately be compelled to draw her sword against Yi Qingtian. What? Killing her husband to attain enlightenment. Yi Qingtian possesses even greater fortune, successfully awakening Du Jingqiu's true heart with sincere feelings, dispelling the Empress's residual thoughts, and thus restoring their relationship to its original state. Leading Du Jingqiu to abandon her ambition of becoming an immortal emperor, they can indeed force a resolution. It seems fortune acts as a cheat code, and they can even play the game of big fish eating small fish. Wait a moment, system. Now that I have disrupted their first encounter and taken Yi Qingtian's place, it can't be that there is a high probability that Du Jingqiu will develop affections for the host. This narrative feels rather grim. Subsequently, the host and Du Jingqiu will enter a romantic relationship, and her bloodline power will gradually awaken, creating a deeper rift between her and the host. The emotionless technique necessitates severing emotional ties, compelling Du Jingqiu, influenced by the Empress's past sentiments, to ultimately draw her sword against the host. Am I going to be killed for enlightenment? As the host lacks significant fortune, he will perish, and Du Jingqiu will return to the position of immortal emperor. Damn it! You wretched system, are you out of your mind? You know you should have warned me. Has the host forgotten? This system was initially designed to assist the host in effectively portraying the antagonist and aiding the rise of the Child of Destiny. Based on this system's assessment, befriending Du Jingqiu and helping her ascend does not conflict. Hence, the system recommends the host prioritize this option. And, almost forgot, the system is not on the host's side. Fostering a good relationship with the Child of Destiny is a hidden option. While aiding the Child of Destiny's ascent is the primary objective, Xiaoming resolutely decided that once he entered the sect, he would avoid any entanglements with Du Jingqiu at all costs. Junior sister Du, let us remain forever in the impression of our first meeting. For the sake of my life, it is best we never have any further interactions. To her, he is a cherished confidant. But to him, she becomes a harbinger of disaster. Being an antagonist is indeed challenging. It's better to be cautious, Gus. As this work is merely a practice piece by the author, it was initially created without consideration for an audience. So many subsequent sections may contain imitative or even plagiarized elements. Those who find this intolerable should exit in advance. Chapter 10. Young Master Xiao composes a plaque. Yi Qingtian wields blade and sword. Du Jingqiu sat in the carriage, one hand resting against her cheek, her brow slightly furrowed. That Guan woman's musical skill and composition are anything but benign. I had thought myself well versed in the Guzheng's intricacies. Yet I still fell for her trickery, unable to discern it at a moment's notice. Fortunately, she is not of the demonic path. Otherwise, if she had acted while the crowd was unsettled, the cultivators present would likely suffer severe casualties. She then slowly lowered her jade hand, gazing through the window at the distant horizon. That unfamiliar Dao brother is indeed remarkable. Not only did he see through her, but his melody transformed the atmosphere. Lingering in my mind ever since, I wonder what his name is. He possesses a kind heart and is quite handsome. If only. Du Jingqiu's face suddenly flushed with a hint of crimson, and she self-reproached. Du Jingqiu, how could you be so shallow? After just one meeting, how could you entertain such thoughts? Subsequently, the two did not allow this minor incident to halt their progress. Instead, they continued on their journey. The remainder of the trip was relatively tranquil, with no further issues arising, and Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian arrived at Lingyun's sect ahead of others. Wow! Both Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian exclaimed in admiration. Lingyun's sect is established atop Changhang Mountain in the central region of Jigua, with its grand entrance towering majestically, constructed from ancient, sturdy stone blocks. Flanking the entrance are two ornate stone pillars, adorned with intricate carvings that narrate the history and glory of Lingyun's sect. Presenting an overall solemn and dignified appearance, the three characters Lingyun's sect are engraved at the apex of the mountain gate, beneath which are inscribed two lines of large characters. Upper line, soaring above the mundane world. Reaching the heavens, lower line. In the clouds, one may behold true immortals. The initial characters of both lines combine to form Lingyun, which is also the origin of the sect's name, leaving a grand impression. Senior brother, did you not join the sect long ago? Why are you so astonished? Yi Qingtian, observing Xiaoming's similar astonishment, could not help but inquire. Although Xiaoming inherited the original self's memories and had seen the place multiple times in his mind, witnessing it in reality was still somewhat overwhelming, considering he had been merely a struggling online writer in his past life without any contract. Experiencing such a vast and magnificent sect in person was indeed awe-inspiring. Senior brother, it's been quite a while since I last returned, and my memories are a bit hazy. Besides, our sect truly appears magnificent, doesn't it? You are right, senior brother. This is indeed my first time witnessing such a grand structure. The gatekeeper disciple examined the two's auras, confirmed their identities within the sect, and allowed them entry, while accompanying attendants guided them down the mountain. It was a strict rule of Lingyun's sect that no outsiders were permitted to bring attendants inside. Otherwise, it would be akin to inviting a bunch of young masters and mistresses, disrupting the atmosphere of cultivation. Yi Qingtian, being the direct disciple of the Grand Elder, naturally would not reside in the same quarters as Xiaoming, an outer sect disciple, and would be assigned accommodation after meeting with the Grand Elder. Thus, Xiaoming informed Yi Qingtian of his residence, and the two parted ways. The residences of the Grand Elder's direct disciples are situated on Linghua Peak, the area with the densest spiritual energy. Additionally, there is a spirit gathering array powered by spirit stones, operational 24 hours a day. outer sect disciples can choose their own residence, though none can compare to Linghua Peak. So it ultimately depends on personal preference, BY rank and strength. Xiaoming is technically the outer sect's eldest senior brother, but the original self was rather arrogant, while the current Xiaoming prefers a leisurely life. This led to the outer sect mostly knowing him as the eldest senior brother, with very few having seen his face. Following his memories, Xiaoming walked along the mountain path until he reached a small peak named Yaolin Peak, where he found his residence, a luxurious and exquisite villa, with a plaque hanging at the entrance, inscribed with 5 prominent characters. Only I am Supreme Hall. Pft. Xiaoming immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. For the original self had not specifically remembered the name of his residence, perhaps having forgotten it himself. Thus, upon seeing this name for the first time, he could hardly contain himself. What a ridiculous name. This is too cringeworthy. Thank goodness the original self had few friends, or else being seen by others would lead to social death. I can't bear to look. It's truly unbearable. Comrade Xiao, amidst a torrent of curses, swiftly removed the redwood plaque inscribed with the words, "Only I am supreme," and, with a decisive strike of the burning heaven blade, set it ablaze. Watching the plaque reduced to ashes, Xiaoming still felt a lingering dissatisfaction, prompting him to conjure a large pit in the ground with his magical prowess, where he meticulously buried the remnants, covering them with weeds and fallen leaves for good measure, finally feeling at ease. He then felled a tree to fashion a wooden board, upon which he elegantly inscribed the 3 characters Idle Man's Abode. Flanking the entrance, he adorned the walls with couplets, the upper line reading a young generation dwelling in the mountains, and the lower line stating a seeker of enlightenment within the Lingyun sect, with the horizontal inscription proclaiming "Do not disturb." Perfect. This aligns splendidly with my developmental path. Xiaoming observed his handiwork with immense satisfaction, confident that such a display would shield him from retribution for his hubris. Upon entering his residence, Xiaoming experienced the profound pleasures of his original self. The interior boasted a grand hall, a smaller parlor, and a study, alongside a sauna and bathing room. To the east lay a dedicated training room for meditation, and a secluded chamber for closed-door cultivation. The bathing area featured not only independent facilities with dry and wet separation, but also a luxurious hot spring. Could Xiaoming resist such temptations? He immediately made his way to the hot spring. Extracting various medicinal herbs from the cabinet beside the spring, all meticulously categorized by their effects, he casually took a packet of herbs designed to enhance physical constitution and poured it into the water. As the hot spring exuded fragrant medicinal aromas, he dove in with abandon, reclining at the edge to relish the restorative properties of the herbal bath. How delightful! I remained blissfully ignorant of the intricacies of cultivation. Why chase illusory dreams, only to offend the progeny of fate and meet a swift demise? A tranquil existence is the true essence of life. While Xiaoming reveled in his newfound life, Yi Qingtian had just exited Yun Wanqing's quarters. "Respected elder, you mentioned that my master taught me the flying cloud sword. My senior brother imparted the burning heaven blade, and you bestowed upon me the celestial extremity divine art. Will this not lead to a dilution of my skills?" Suddenly, Yi Qingtian's ring emitted a voice. "Fear not, for the celestial extremity divine art is inherently an all-encompassing technique. Your innate talent is exceptional, and your disposition commendable. The flying cloud sword and the burning heaven blade, one fluid and adaptable, the other fierce and domineering, are indeed oppositional. Yet, with my divine art harmonizing them, mastering both sword and blade shall not prove arduous." Upon hearing the words of the celestial extremity elder, Yi Qingtian's furrowed brow finally relaxed. "Excellent, thank you, respected elder, for your guidance." Chapter 11. Jingqiu seeks a musician. The prodigal meets the Grand Elder. It is said that the Grand Elder has taken on disciples. Alongside the Fourth Elder, each returning with their personal prot-gs, I am aware of the Fourth Elder's disciple, Du Jingqiu. She hailed from my hometown of Chongzhou, where legends spoke of auspicious omens at her birth. But what of the Grand Elder's disciple, Yi Qingtian? I am unaware. Yet one cannot doubt the talent of one chosen by the Grand Elder. Alas, what concern is it of ours in the outer sect? Those who become the Grand Elder's inner disciples are not our concern. Let us focus on our own cultivation and strive to prolong our lives. Indeed, well said. Most disciples admitted to Lingyun sect first enter the outer sect, subsequently promoted based on merit and performance. If a disciple catches the eye of an elder and is taken under their wing, they immediately ascend to the inner sect. Only the rarest prodigies can attain the status of saint son or saint daughter, wielding authority equivalent to that of an elder and commanding vast resources. According to the original narrative, Yi Qingtian is destined to be the future saint son. This prospect greatly pleases Xiaoming, as he realizes that, without engaging Du Jingqiu, he can ensure a stable development merely through Yi Qingtian's goodwill, as long as I assist my junior brother in ascending to the position of saint son. My bright days lie ahead. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupted Xiaoming's reverie, compelling him to rise and open the door. Senior brother, your residence is quite unique. Why? Yi Qingtian leaned against the doorframe, grinning as he observed the couplets Xiaoming had pinned. Who would have imagined that the seemingly arrogant scion of the Xiao family would describe himself in such a manner? A young generation dwelling in the mountains? How intriguing! No more idle talk. Come in. Xiaoming promptly pulled Yi Qingtian inside, at Linghua Peak, within Fang Lianqing's cave dwelling. Jingqiu, you are my sole disciple that I stood by your father's side at your birth, and the auspicious omens were indeed real. Your future achievements will surely be remarkable. My dear disciple is aging and must eventually pass on the mantle. I hope you will strive for the position of saint daughter. A tall, slender, middle-aged man sat quietly on a meditation cushion, addressing the young Du Jingqiu. This man was none other than Fang Lianqing, the fourth elder of Lingyun sect. Rest assured, master, I will dedicate myself to my cultivation and will not disappoint your expectations. Du Jingqiu gently nodded, preparing to take her leave, when a thought struck her. Master, may I inquire if there are any brothers within the sect who excel in music, particularly the guzheng? Music? What is the purpose of this inquiry? Fang Lianqing's brow furrowed slightly, curiosity piquing within him. He was aware of his disciple's fondness for music, yet her request for a guzheng-playing disciple seemed peculiar. Du Jingqiu was not one to seek out friendships easily. Thus, she recounted her experiences during her journey, emphasizing the enchanting piece transforming into a butterfly that Xiaoming had played. Upon hearing this, Fang Lianqing's expression turned contemplative. Strange, your judgment and disposition are already exceptional. Even you were momentarily entranced. Yet that individual appeared unaffected, soothing all with the sound of the guzheng. Such talent would not go unnoticed within the sect. However, to my knowledge, none of the disciples within the inner sect possess musical prowess. Suddenly, Fang Lianqing recalled something. However, your master uncle recently took in a disciple named Yi Qingtian, who is said to possess outstanding talent, character, and disposition. If the person you mentioned is indeed from our Lingyun sect, it is highly likely to be him. Du Jingqiu's face brightened. I understand. Master, I shall pay a visit to my master uncle at once. Be sure to maintain proper decorum. Rest assured, master. Senior brother, can you guess the purpose of my visit? It cannot be that the grand elder wishes to see me. Yi Qingtian's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, when did you learn the art of mind reading? Xiaoming sighed in exasperation as he slowly wiped away the tea spilled by Yi Qingtian. Given your character, there is a high probability you will relay our recent experience to the Grand Elder. You are remarkably perceptive, senior brother. After I informed my master, she too was taken aback. She said that despite your years in the outer sect, you have yet to demonstrate any talent in music. Of course, the original self lacked such abilities. He was a complete wastrel. Thus, senior brother, my master wishes to meet with you to discuss matters. Discuss matters? What could the Grand Elder possibly want to talk to me about? Xiaoming inquired, puzzled. Yi Qingtian shook his head. I do not know. I was merely instructed to invite you. Although uncertain of Yuanqing's intentions, Xiaoming understood that as a junior disciple, refusing the Grand Elder without justification would be tantamount to provocation. He had no desire to offend such a powerful figure within the sect right from the outset. Consequently, he followed Yi Qingtian to Linghua Peak. Gazing at the ajar door, Xiaoming politely knocked. Come in. A commanding voice resonated, and the door creaked open. As Xiaoming stepped inside, he heard, Qingtian, you may begin your training. I have a few words to exchange with Xiaoming. As you command. Yi Qingtian replied, retreating. The door creaked shut behind him, leaving only Xiaoming and Yuanqing in the room, causing Xiao Ming to feel a wave of nervousness. Oh no, in the original narrative, Yun Wanqing never held a private discussion with Yi Qingtian. How should I navigate this situation? Please take a seat, Yun Wanqing said calmly. Xiao Ming obliged, sitting in the chair directly opposite her. His palms slightly sweaty. Qingtian mentioned that upon hearing the piece Endless Regret, he felt an overwhelming sorrow that took considerable effort to suppress, while you remained composed and unaffected. Is that correct? Yes. Xiao Ming opted for honesty. Knowing that true cultivators possess keen insight, he also mentioned that you used a piece called Transforming into a Butterfly to dispel the effects of endless regret, restoring normalcy to the many cultivators present. Is that so? Indeed. Very well, please perform that piece for me now. Xiao Ming thought he must have misheard, but upon meeting Yun Wanqing's steady gaze, he realized she was not jesting. He picked up the guzheng from the nearby table and began to play. The melody flowed gracefully, hauntingly beautiful, and Yun Wanqing could not help but close her eyes to savor the notes as time drifted by. When the piece concluded, Yun Wanqing remained with her eyes shut. Lost in reverie, Grand Elder, I have finished playing, Xiao Ming gently reminded her, noticing her still closed eyes. Yun Wanqing finally opened them, her lips parting slightly. Both the technique and composition are remarkably intricate and advanced. They are undoubtedly beyond the level of a novice. Your ability to discern and unravel that peculiar melody serves as proof that your resolve and judgment surpass even those of my disciple, Yi Qingtian, to such an extent that even Yi Qingtian himself is but a discovery of yours. Yun Wanqing suddenly turned her head to gaze at Xiao Ming, revealing a hint of a smile. You have never been a mere dandy. What have you concealed for so many years, and what are you guarding against? Chapter 12. To preserve his life, the disciple fabricates lies. Contemplating the elder Di Hua, Xiao Ming felt as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This question was one he had not anticipated, leaving him somewhat flustered. At merely over 20 years of age, he had already reached the brink of the golden core stage, demonstrating unwavering resolve and an eye for talent. Not to mention the musical talent he had never before revealed. If you do not clarify your intentions and continue to hide, I truly cannot rest easy. As she spoke, Yun Wanqing's smile remained undiminished, and she continued to fix her gaze on Xiao Ming. Yun Wanqing possessed an extraordinary beauty, her enchanting peach blossom eyes becoming even more captivating when she smiled. Had it been the original persona, Xiao Ming would likely have found himself lost in thoughts about this esteemed elder. However, at this moment, he had no heart to appreciate the beauty before him, as cold sweat began to trickle down his back, and his heart raced uncontrollably. This inquiry was no trivial matter. A misstep in answering could jeopardize the relationship between the Xiao family and the Lingyun sect, potentially branding him as having ulterior motives. Alas, I have yet to prepare a response. This could spell disaster. Wait a moment. An ancient being like Yun Wanqing, who had cultivated for a millennium, possessed profound foresight and a myriad of thoughts, truly embodying the essence of intelligence. The most common predicament for such clever individuals is overthinking. A glimmer of cunning flashed in Xiao Ming's eyes. He then sighed softly and spoke. My father is Xiao Dingfang. Upon hearing this, Yun Wanqing momentarily paused, yet she remained silent. Xiao Ming, unaware of Yun Wanqing's thoughts, dared not break the silence, forcing himself to maintain a facade of calmness. What does this imply, Xiao Ming? My father, Xiao Dingfang, is the head of the Xiao family. And should nothing befall Xiao Ming, he would be the next head. Is he perhaps concerned that someone within the Xiao family may harbor ill intentions toward him? That cannot be. The Xiao family is renowned for its unity. Otherwise, how could my Uncle Xiao and Uncle Mei dare venture to the battlefield against the demonic creatures, leaving only Xiao Ming behind? If there were any treachery, it would have already manifested. Then it must be external. The Lingyun sect is not a contender, nor could other prominent families dare to confront the chaotic demonic beings in place of the Xiao family. Suddenly, a spark of insight crossed Yun Wanqing's mind. Could it be the court of the Ji Kingdom? The Xiao family had resided in Qingyang County for millennia. Not only in Qingyang County but across the 5 states in the southeast, the Xiao family held a preeminent position, leading to Xiao Dingfang being nicknamed the King of the Southeast. Although the royal family of the Ji Kingdom also consisted of cultivators, who could tolerate an outsider encroaching upon their territory. After generations of accumulation, the Xiao family's prestige had peaked during Xiao Dingfang's tenure. In the southeast, the authority of the Xiao family had often surpassed official decrees. Could Xiao Ming be concealing his true capabilities? Thus, with an air of testing, Yun Wanqing inquired, "Are you guarding against the royal family of the Ji Kingdom?" "Thank you, esteemed elder, for providing me with an excellent rationale." Upon uttering these words, Xiao Ming immediately comprehended Yun Wanqing's thought process. He sighed once more, nodded, and proceeded to showcase his oratory skills. "The elder is indeed astute. You have unveiled the truth with a single remark. The world knows my father as the king of the southeast. However, the Xiao family's ancestors possessed the burning heaven blade technique, which attracted covetous eyes, leading to their pursuit and eventual flight to Qingyang County. The local populace took in the homeless Xiao family, not only refraining from coveting the burning heaven blade but also aiding in the establishment of the family's fortunes. Since then, the Xiao family has gradually flourished, with an oath from the ancestors forbidding any migration or retreat from the demonic creature defense line for 10 generations. After battling these creatures for millennia, every member of the Xiao family bears the blood of the demons, and countless descendants have perished." Yun Wanqing nodded. She was well acquainted with the tale of the Xiao family. Indeed, under the unyielding stance of the Xiao family, the chaotic demonic creatures had not breached their defenses as they had in the past. Because the Xiao family willingly took on the responsibility of confronting these creatures, the royal family of the Ji Kingdom initially extended their favor toward the Xiao family. However, as time passed, changes were inevitable. By the time it reached my father's generation, the power of the Xiao family in the southeast had become overwhelming. As a disciple and the next family head, should he resemble his father, the nobles would perceive no signs of decline, causing the royal family's higher-ups to become restless. Xiao Ming concluded his account. A frown creased his brow, worry etched across his face, and Yun Wanqing appeared to be deep in thought. "You are quite young yet have already contemplated this aspect, employing the strategy of feigning incompetence to mislead adversaries. For so many years, you have masqueraded as a dandy without revealing a single flaw. Indistinguishable from a true dandy, Xiao Ming is indeed a talent worthy of cultivation. However, this young man's perspective seems rather narrow. If the relationship between the Xiao family and our Lingyun sect were to deepen further, what could the royal family of the Ji Kingdom dare to do?" Thus, Yun Wanqing finally lowered her guard, for Xiao Ming had no reason to act against the sect. After all, the relationship between the Lingyun sect and the Xiao family had always been amicable. Yun Wanqing addressed Xiao Ming. "Your thoughts are indeed sound. I shall not hold your concealed power against you any longer. However, from this point forth, there is no need to maintain the pretense of being a dandy within the sect. The royal family of the Ji Kingdom does not possess such absolute power, and Master is not merely a figurehead in any case. You are also the senior brother of the outer sect, and you must assume the responsibilities that come with it." Disciple obeys. Xiao Ming thought to himself, relieved to have resolved the danger of being labeled a traitor, and without hesitation, he agreed to Yun Wanqing's request. After all, how difficult could it be to fulfill the role of the outer sect's senior brother? It was hardly a matter of great consequence, and would not offend the favored son of destiny. The two exchanged a few more words, and Xiao Ming took his leave. Having clarified the reasons behind Xiao Ming's years of concealment, Yun Wanqing naturally would not insist on his staying. Outside the door on a patch of grass, Du Jingqiu awaited the emergence of others. In truth, Du Jingqiu had arrived at Yun Wanqing's door long ago. However, just as she was about to knock, she heard the melodious strains of a guzheng. This melody was all too familiar. Wasn't it the transforming butterfly she had heard at the Kunying Tower? It seems coming to see the Master Uncle was indeed the right choice. "This brother ye must be performing for Master Uncle. I shall wait outside for a while. First impressions are important." After waiting for a time, Du Jingqiu finally saw the door of Yun Wanqing's chamber swing open, revealing a young cultivator of about 20 years, precisely the brother she had encountered that day. Without delay, Du Jingqiu approached, encountering Xiao Ming face to face, their eyes locking in an instant. Du Jingqiu. Xiao Ming. Winky face, this is it. It's over. Xiao Ming inwardly lamented, sensing trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the swift movement skill bestowed by the system, vanishing at an astonishing speed. What an astonishing pace! This technique surpasses even the fish dragon steps at home. But wait, I came here to seek this brother Yi, didn't I? As Du Jingqiu recovered from the shock brought on by Xiao Ming's swift exit, she pondered, how strange. What could this brother Yi be in such a hurry for? Surely he isn't avoiding me. Perhaps I should inquire with Master Uncle. With a slightly anxious heart, Du Jingqiu knocked on Yun Wanqing's door, for this esteemed elder was known for her frosty demeanor. And few had the fortune to witness her smile. It is said that the elder's smile is like a gentle spring breeze, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring. Regardless of gender, a single glance can leave one enchanted and unable to forget. Yet, those who can elicit a smile from the elder are exceedingly rare. I wonder if that brother Yi possesses such fortune. Is it the disciple Du? A calm yet serious female voice emanated from within. Du Jingqiu dared not be negligent. Adjusting her attire, she bowed slightly toward the door. Disciple Du Jingqiu, newly arrived at the sect, wishes to pay respects to Master Uncle. Those in the cultivation world need not be overly concerned with formalities. Come in. As the last word was spoken, the door opened automatically. Du Jingqiu lifted her skirt and stepped inside slowly. Within a small hall of the Maluo sect, a charming young woman was giving a middle-aged man a shoulder massage. Father, please do not be angry. I am doing this for the development of our sect by assessing the caliber of these so-called righteous disciples. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow, his voice cold. Are you truly considering the sect's welfare? What you are doing is courting disaster. Do not think that just because you are merely a fourth-level foundation establishment cultivator, you can take such risks. What if someone discovers you are one of our holy sect? The young woman replied with a playful smile. I say this a testament to having a good father. With the jade pendant you gave me, those hypocrites would never suspect I am from the holy sect. Nor would they know I am the daughter of the right protector of the holy sect. The charming young woman was none other than Guan Chan, who had previously used the alias Guan Lingzhen, while the middle-aged man was none other than Guan Tong, the right protector of the Maluo sect. If anything were to happen to you, how am I to explain it to your mother? Upon hearing Guan Tong mention her mother, Guan Chan pouted, feeling wronged. All right, father, I will not act on my own accord again. Please do not tell mother. Otherwise, she will surely confine me. Upon hearing these words, Guan Tong's expression softened somewhat. However, he harbored a degree of trepidation towards Guan Chan's mother, who was none other than his own wife. This apprehension stemmed from the fact that the leader of the Maluo sect was his father-in-law, and it was only through this connection that Guan Tong had ascended to the position of right protector. Otherwise, given his cultivation level, he would at most have attained the rank of a mere captain. Although the Yuanying stage sounded formidable, it paled in comparison to the formidable force that was the Lingyun sect, the sworn enemy of the Maluo sect. Yuanying? Ha! That was hardly sufficient to withstand a single strike from Yun Wanqing. A being of mid-transformation stage prowess. Well, you have always been disobedient since childhood. Yet, I cannot fault you for your intentions. Pray tell, what have you observed? Guan Tong took a sip of the blood-red tea, gradually calming his anger. Upon hearing that her father had ceased to press the matter, Guan Chan understood that his ire had dissipated, and she promptly spoke up. Father, this time, I employed our Ghost Finger 12 techniques to bring those righteous hypocrites to tears, leaving them bewildered and disoriented. Yet, there was one individual of remarkable skill who seemed utterly unaffected, and even managed to mend the cracks in the hearts of those cultivators with an ancient zither piece. Guan Tong's previously softened countenance grew stern once more. What? Your comprehension of the Ghost Finger 12 techniques is acknowledged by even your grandfather as unparalleled. If his reaction was merely subdued, it could be attributed to a steadfast heart. But complete immunity is inconceivable. How old was this person? Guan Chan recalled the scene when she had encountered Xiao Ming, stating, he appeared to be around 20, a mere youth of 20, and he remained entirely unscathed by the Ghost Finger 12 techniques. Who could this individual be? Could he possibly be a near-divine body? Guan Tong seemed to recall something terrifying, and his complexion turned ashen. Near-divine body? Father, what is that physique? Guan Chan, still young, had never heard of such a term. Guan Teng furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowing. The near-divine body is said to be the reincarnation of a person of great virtue, possessing an extraordinarily resilient heart that remains unscathed. What is more alarming is that as one's cultivation increases, the ability to counter blood and slaughter techniques becomes ever stronger. Should he mature, he could become a significant threat to our holy sect. Then, Father, should we not? Do not rush. We must first consult your grandfather. However, I do not foresee any significant changes. The threat posed by a near-divine body is too grave. For now, use the Blood Soul command to control our dark agents and prepare accordingly. A barely perceptible smile graced Guan Chan's lips before she quickly suppressed it. Replying, understood. Father, as Du Jingqiu emerged from Yun Wanqing's cave dwelling, she felt an overwhelming sense of lightness, having shed the anxiety that had plagued her prior to her entrance. I never imagined that although Master Uncle appears aloof, he speaks so gently. Moreover, I finally inquired about Brother Ye's residence. At this, Du Jingqiu could no longer contain the smile that crept onto her face, pleased at the prospect of meeting the extraordinary and kind-hearted Brother Yi, who was also well-versed in the zither. Following Yun Wanqing's directions, Du Jingqiu made her way to a small courtyard on Linghua Peak, adjusted her appearance, and inquired, "Is Brother Yi available? I am a newly accepted disciple of Master Feng Zhenren. Here to pay a visit. I wonder if Brother Yi remembers our brief encounter at the Kunying Tavern?" The Kunying Tavern. I seem to recall a hint of that, Yi Qingtian muttered as he opened the door. At that moment, their eyes met, both expressing a look of disbelief. "It's you?" they exclaimed in unison. "Not so. You are indeed the true Brother Yi." "The one who performed that day was not you?" Du Jingqiu questioned, her tone laced with skepticism. Why? Yi Qingtian, unfazed, poured Du Jingqiu a cup of tea. "Indeed. While I possess a rudimentary understanding of music, I lack the ability to compose such a beautiful piece. The person you encountered that day was, in fact, Brother Xiao. Which esteemed disciple of a master uncle is Brother Xiao?" Upon hearing Du Jingqiu's inquiry, Yi Qingtian wore a proud smile, responding, "Sister, you have misunderstood. Brother Xiao is the eldest disciple of the outer sect, not the direct disciple of any master uncle." "Not a direct disciple?" Du Jingqiu found this hard to believe. A person with such character and capability could not even enter the inner sect. Did that mean she was merely a placeholder? Sensing her thoughts, Yi Qingtian reassured her, "Sister, you need not worry. You are entirely qualified to be a disciple of the fourth master uncle. I have heard of the auspicious clouds and the glory they bring. You must understand, Brother Xiao is different from us. He does not seek the distinction of inner or outer sect." As the words left his lips, Du Jingqiu's mouth fell agape. "Brother, are you saying that this Brother Xiao is Xiao Ming from the Xiao family? The one infatuated with the Bai family's young lady?" Yi Qingtian seemed to have anticipated Du Jingqiu's reaction. Aware of the misunderstandings surrounding Brother Xiao, he recounted his own grievances upon entering the Bai family and how Xiao Ming had discreetly assisted him with money and medicine. He then shared the story of Xiao Ming's infatuation with Bai Mingdai, his own unspoken frustrations, and the shocking words he had uttered on the day of their engagement, along with their conversation in a secluded pavilion on a desolate mountain. Yi Qingtian extolled Xiao Ming with the most flattering words, portraying him as a young man of virtue and integrity, and expressed that his own admission into the Lingyun sect was solely due to Xiao Ming's willingness to sacrifice his own reputation to transfer his examination quota to him. An outsider as Du Jingqiu listened, her expression gradually shifted, for she sensed that Yi Qingtian was not lying. Such character is far from that of a good-for-nothing scion. He is clearly a misunderstood gentleman of great integrity. No wonder those cultivators mocked him so. He did not retaliate, but instead chose to soothe their hearts. What a fine man indeed! After digesting Yi Qingtian's account and conducting her own analysis, the image of this outstanding young man in the cultivation world became more vivid, and her previous dissatisfaction at having approached the wrong person evaporated, replaced by curiosity about this selfless Brother Xiao. Observing the change in Du Jingqiu's demeanor, Yi Qingtian felt quite satisfied, thinking to himself, "Brother, no need to thank me. Restoring your reputation is simply my duty as a junior. In a few days, prepare well and visit this esteemed brother again." Du Jingqiu contemplated. At Yaolin Peak, within Xiao Ming's grand villa, an unknown young scion was indulging in the pleasures of life. Xiao Ming reclined on a rocking chair, a light blanket draped over his legs, a cup of tea cradled in his left hand. while a plate of fine dried fruits lay to his right as the gentle breeze swayed the chair. He casually tossed a few almonds into his mouth, crunching them loudly. He then lowered his gaze to blow on the steaming tea before taking a slow sip. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully garnered the favor of the fated child. Du Jingqiu. Skill awakened. Indestructible diamond, level 2. With a sputter, Xiaoming spat out his hot tea. Leaping up from the rocking chair, disbelief etched across his face. What is happening? How did I gain Du Shimi's favor without even trying? System, what is the meaning of this? Ding, reporting to the host. This system is also unaware. At this, Xiaoming could no longer contain himself, exclaiming in anger, which scoundrel dares to scheme against me? Chapter 14. Xiaoming strategizes against Du Jingqiu. Unexpected conversations between Yi and Du. At the foot of Yaolin Peak, Xiaoming was deep in cultivation. Though he had the resources and foundation of his family to pave the way, the path of cultivation ultimately required personal effort. No one could substitute for that. The original body possessed excellent talents for cultivation. Although he had played the role of a minor boss along Yi Qingtian's path to greatness, the current Xiaoming, having altered the storyline, need not fear any confrontation with Yi Qingtian. Thus, he could cultivate with peace of mind and showcase his natural gifts. Currently, my relationship with Brother Yi is quite good, and we have no conflicts. As long as Du Jingqiu does not fall in love with Brother Xiao, are you there? A flurry of somewhat disordered footsteps approached, followed by Yi Qingtian's voice, I am here. Please hold on for a moment. Xiaoming found it curious that Yi Qingtian had come to visit so early, but he ceased his cultivation to restore his breath and rose to open the door. Creak. As the door swung open, he was surprised to find not only Yi Qingtian but also a gentle and charming woman behind him. The direct disciple of a venerable elder, the inner sect disciple, Du Jingqiu. Du Jingqiu had initially intended to visit alone, but fearing an awkward atmosphere due to their brief encounter, she requested Yi Qingtian's company. Why Yi Qingtian, being amiable, agreed without hesitation. Why is she here? Upon seeing Du Jingqiu, Xiaoming's pupils dilated slightly, and he was not at all swayed by her carefully arranged appearance. His mind was racing. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do? Ah, I've got it. Dear esteemed guest, what a surprise to have you visit my humble abode. Please, come in. Xiaoming maintained a poker face as he spoke. Upon entering, Du Jingqiu wore a sweet smile and replied, Brother, please do not call me esteemed guest. I am merely a disciple under Master's guidance. You may call me Jingqiu. A delicate and gentle exchange of words, complemented by Du Jingqiu's sweet yet slightly enchanting visage, alongside her graceful form. However, the iron-willed man of the 21st century, Xiaoming, found it incomprehensible that in feudal times, one could be married at the tender age of 14, and he could not entertain any inappropriate thoughts towards girls under 18. His demeanor was impeccably composed, and his eyes were remarkably clear. Xiao Shixiang is indeed a paragon of virtue, unlike other cultivators who gaze at me with lecherous intent. Upon encountering Xiaoming, Du Jingqiu felt a surge of joy within, convinced that he was not as infatuated with women as the rumors suggested. Next, it is time for me to demonstrate what pride truly entails. Xiaoming cleared his throat and addressed Du Jingqiu, seated before him. Du Jinchuan, what brings you here? Speak plainly. There is no need to involve my junior brother. Although Du Jingqiu was somewhat put off by Xiaoming's aloofness, she nonetheless replied, There is nothing of great importance. I merely wished to seek your assistance the other day. I found that melody to be quite extraordinary, hence no need for further explanation. Xiaoming interrupted her coldly, asserting, The score was composed by me and cannot be given to you. Hearing this, Yi Qingtian sensed something amiss with Xiaoming's attitude and hastily explained, Shixiang, you misunderstand. Du Shimi has considerable insight into the Guzheng and merely wishes to discuss music theory with you. Junior brother, when did you become so gullible? Once again interrupting Yi Qingtian, Xiaoming maintained his icy demeanor. This composition is the fruit of my years of labor. Once played, none can resist its enchanting allure. Many have come to me, employing both soft and hard tactics to obtain the score, yet none have succeeded. After saying this, he cast a sidelong glance at Du Jingqiu. Du Jingqiu's delicate face flushed crimson. Her fists clenched tightly. She had never imagined that the Xiao Shixiang she had envisioned could be so arrogant and dismissive. Thus, with a hint of anger, she retorted, "Xiao Shixiang, do not hold yourself in such high regard. Although I may only have a rudimentary understanding of music theory, I am not so desperate as to seek out a score in such a manner. I am not merely a decorative figure." Indeed, that is the very sentiment. Struggling to suppress his inner delight, Xiao Ming endeavored to sound acerbic. "Is that so? Then who was the young girl discreetly wiping away tears at the Kuning restaurant that day?" "You, Xiao Ming, do not overestimate yourself. I acknowledge your considerable talent, but it does not mean that everyone seeks to exploit you." Du Jingqiu could no longer tolerate his arrogance and finally voiced her objections. Upon hearing her words, a smirk crept onto Xiao Ming's lips. "Very well, Du Zhenchuan. If you hold me in such disdain, why linger here to find displeasure? Please take your leave." With that, he flicked his sleeves and turned his back. No longer regarding Du Jingqiu. This humble abode is best left for Xiao Shixiang to enjoy alone. This young woman shall not return. Du Jingqiu glared at Xiao Ming, then shot a fierce look at Yi Qingtian before striding out of Xiao Ming's residence. "Shixiang, what are you doing?" "Shimmy, please wait a moment." Yi Qingtian shot a bewildered glance at Xiao Ming, then hurried after her. Witnessing Du Jingqiu's furious departure and the look in Yi Qingtian's eyes, Xiao Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Good, Du Shimmy. You have finally come to your senses. My life is finally spared. Yi Shixiang, is this the gentle and chivalrous gentleman you spoke of? He is nothing but an arrogant and self-important braggart." Not far from Yaolin Peak, Du Jingqiu's chest rose and fell in agitation, her anger evidently intensifying. "Shimmy, please calm down. Xiao Shixiang is not usually like this. Something must have gone awry in his cultivation today. I assure you he is generally very kind to me." Yi Qingtian continued to plead with Du Jingqiu to temper her anger. "While also speaking well of Xiao Ming, I believe this isn't a mere change in temperament, but rather the unveiling of his true nature. How could he have maintained the reputation of a wastrel for so many years only to suddenly become a paragon of virtue? Shixiang, can you not see it now? He is but a gilded exterior concealing a core of decay." Suddenly, an overwhelming explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a powerful blast of wind that startled both Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu, causing them to instinctively look towards the source of the sound. "This is bad. It's Xiao Shixiang." Chapter 15. Xiao Ming engaged in battle with the blood puppet. Jingqiu seeks aid from Yun Wanqing, having just seen off Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu. Xiao Ming wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, a voice indistinguishable in gender emerged from behind him, rasping with a palpable intent to kill. "You have indeed done me a great service. Otherwise, facing 3 opponents alone would have been quite the challenge." As soon as the words fell, Xiao Ming sensed something was amiss and swiftly leaped back. A low humming noise filled the air as his residence became enveloped in a blood-red, semi-transparent sphere. Despite his frantic attempts to escape, he was unable to even scratch its surface. Facing him was a tall, gaunt cultivator, whom Xiao Ming recognized as Zhou Lin, an outer disciple of the Lingyun sect. However, Zhou Lin's eyes were now obscured by a blood-red hue, rendering his pupils indistinguishable, and he appeared to be panting heavily, his arms grotesquely swollen, a stark contrast to his thin frame. Though he should have been at the Foundation establishment level, he emanated a menacing aura that could rival even that of a golden core cultivator. Xiao Ming's pupils quivered slightly, his mind racing. This must be that blood puppet. Wasn't it said that Guan Chan feared triggering the alarm formation? Wait a second. In the original plot, Yi Qingtian was also a direct disciple of an elder and resided in the inner disciple quarters of Linghua Peak, which would naturally have protective formations in place. But as an outer disciple, it seemed that the original owner had not set up any alarm formations, making him an easy target. Damn it. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Xiao Ming deftly evaded Zhou Lin's attack and channeled his right hand, unleashing a fiery blade from the burning heaven knife. Boom! The blood puppet shockingly absorbed the blow with its bare body, the impact resonating with a thunderous sound. The force of their collision radiated like a shockwave, scattering the heat and uprooting several trees on Yaolin Peak. Within 100 meters of Xiao Ming's residence, Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu immediately sensed that something was amiss. Turning to look back, they saw Xiao Ming, trapped within the ominous blood-red barrier, poised for battle against the menacing blood puppet Zhou Lin. This is bad. Xiao Shixiang, Yi Qingtian exclaimed, his instincts kicking in as he quickly activated the Tianji divine art, forcing his not-so-mastered burning heaven knife and flying cloud sword to strike directly at the barrier. Bang! The clash of the sword and blade against the barrier produced a sharp sound, yet it did not leave even a scratch on the surface. Yi Qingtian's expression reflected disbelief. How is this possible? Du Jingqiu was momentarily taken aback by Yi Qingtian's prowess, but curiosity soon took hold. The burning heaven knife is a unique skill of the Qingyang Xiao family. How could Yi Shixiang have mastered it? Could it be that he and Xiao Ming have grown so close? Yet the urgency of the situation left no room for analysis. Seeing the barrier remain intact, Du Jingqiu drew her sword and even produced talismans and magical artifacts, joining forces with Yi Qingtian in an attempt to breach the barrier and rescue Xiao Ming. Despite appearing to develop cracks, the barrier showed no signs of breaking. Junior brother and sister, the blood puppet's formation, which sacrifices blood and flesh to sustain itself, is not something you can breach. Go summon the Grand Elder, Xiao Ming shouted amidst his struggle with the blood puppet, leaving Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu stunned. Blood puppet? They are the minions of the Morowa sect. As the eldest daughter of the Du family, Du Jingqiu was well aware of the Morowa sect. And Yi Qingtian had spent enough time within the Bai family to have heard many tales. The Morowa sect, a major demonic faction practicing the Blood Fiend Great Method, stood as a formidable rival to the Lingyun sect in the central and southern regions of Jigua, regarded as the leader of the demonic path across the 6 states. But why would the Morowa sect inexplicably seek to assassinate Xiao Shixiang? However, the two could not afford to ponder such matters. Leaving Yi Qingtian to continue hammering at the barrier, Du Jingqiu immediately took flight towards Linghua Peak in search of Yun Wuanqing. At this moment, understanding the Morowa sect's intentions was of no consequence. What mattered most was saving Xiao Ming. Inside the barrier, Xiao Ming was already panting heavily, his once resplendent robe now tattered, and he bore several injuries. Damn it, a single misstep could lead to total ruin. Dying now would be utterly unworthy, if I am not mistaken. You must be that Guan girl I encountered at the Kunying restaurant. Sensing the standoff, Xiao Ming spoke to buy time. The blood puppet hesitated momentarily, its voice still difficult to discern in terms of gender, yet it carried a hint of seduction. I never imagined that you would remember me. To be acknowledged by such a dashing individual is truly beyond my belief. It seems I have no grievances with your sect. Why must you target me? Xiao Ming endeavored to infuse his tone with confusion and curiosity, attempting to satisfy the villain's penchant for dialogue. The blood puppet Zhou Lin suddenly smiled. That is a question you need not concern yourself with. Our holy sect has its own considerations in this matter. However, it appears you have delayed quite some time. Do you truly believe assistance will arrive? Take a guess. The reason I am engaging in this idle chat with you is, upon hearing those words, Xiao Ming was suddenly taken aback, an overwhelming sense of impending doom creeping upon him. Ah! The voice of the blood puppet, which was originally androgynous, abruptly reverted to Zhou Lin's usual tone, but it emitted a piercing cry filled with excruciating pain. Accompanying this was an even more intense aura of murderous intent, coupled with a grotesque sense of oppression. Damn it! Guan Shan was evidently hiding her true power. No wonder she seemed so eager to engage in idle chatter with me. After the agonizing scream, Zhou Lin lunged towards Xiao Ming, unleashing a devastating palm strike imbued with tremendous malice. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated, kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust gradually settled, Xiao Ming's figure emerged. He stood with his arms crossed, bracing against the blood puppet's attack, radiating a brilliant golden light, his countenance stern. Thank goodness for the indestructible skill bestowed by the system. Otherwise, I would have been reduced to a mere pancake by now. This is beyond the capabilities of a mere golden core cultivator. The skills granted by the system required neither cultivation nor comprehension. Possessing them equated to mastery in a certain sense, had it not been for Du Jingqiu's rising fondness for him, which elevated the indestructible skill by a level. He might not have been able to withstand the blood puppet's strike without sustaining any injuries. Upon realizing that his full-force strike had been forcibly absorbed by Xiao Ming, the blood puppet went berserk, letting out a long howl, intensifying its ferocious onslaught. Bang! The resounding noise did not arise from the blood puppet's fist being blocked by Xiao Ming, but rather from Xiao Ming preemptively executing another fiery blade strike towards the blood puppet, which was directly repelled by the enraged creature's head. The two exchanged blows in rapid succession. Although Xiao Ming was protected by the indestructible skill, he still felt his limbs grow weary and his energy deplete. Meanwhile, the blood puppet, devoid of sentience and unaware of fatigue, gradually showed signs of exhaustion as its physical strength waned, its movements slowing. Xiao Ming exchanged a glance with Guanshan, the manipulator of the blood puppet. Through Zhou Lin, both expressions betraying an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Hurry, faster. Du Jingqiu, riding on her flying sword, struggled to suppress her mounting anxiety, her face etched with urgency. After the recent events, she could no longer fathom why senior brother Xiao had deliberately adopted such an arrogant demeanor. It was clear he was attempting to drive her away. Senior brother, with his profound cultivation and extraordinary talent, must have sensed something amiss. He was intentionally putting on a cold front to protect both her and senior brother Yi. He aimed to prevent that blood puppet from harming his junior disciples. With this realization, all of Xiao Ming's peculiar actions made sense, and her worry deepened. She could not bear the thought of this remarkable senior brother risking his safety for her. Otherwise, she would carry that guilt for a lifetime at last. Du Jingqiu caught sight of the peak of Linghua Mountain in the distance and quickened her pace. With a soft thud, she landed and swiftly dashed towards Yun Wanqing's cave. Arriving at the entrance and frantically knocking on the door without a moment's regard for decorum. "Master Uncle, something terrible has happened. Please awaken." "What could be so alarming?" came Yun Wanqing's voice from within, tinged with irritation. "It's terrible, Master Uncle. It's the Moro sect. The blood puppet from the Moro sect is attempting to ambush senior brother Xiao." Bang! The door swung open forcefully, and Yun Wanqing's figure shot out from the cave at an astonishing speed. Grabbing Du Jingqiu and soaring towards Xiao Ming's direction. Chapter 16. The Puppet Master Guanshan eliminates future threats. Elder strives to save Xiao Ming. Resolving to kill you was the most prudent decision I have ever made. With such formidable strength at half a golden core, should you be allowed to develop unscathed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Guanshan articulated this with a chilling voice as she controlled the blood puppet, her words resonating with the surrounding atmosphere to amplify their terror. However, Xiao Ming was too exhausted to contemplate such matters. He was so fatigued that even fear seemed a luxury he could not afford. If this continued, he was certain he would meet his end. Where is the great elder? A powerful determination sustained Xiao Ming, while the blood puppet Zhou Lin's physical strength was rapidly depleting. Though surrender meant certain death. A desperate struggle was his only chance of survival. One sought to eliminate a rival, while the other awaited rescue to preserve his life. Boom. The two figures clashed fiercely once more. At last, after several exchanges of power, the blood puppet staggered back for the first time from Xiao Ming's attack, its body flying several meters. Guanshan, holding the blood soul token, thought ominously. This is bad. The blood puppet's physical strength is nearly exhausted. I can't let it continue like this. A glimmer of admiration flickered in her fierce gaze. It was the first time she had encountered someone with such resilience, enduring against the blood puppet for so long without having reached the golden core stage. You are the most extraordinary cultivator I have ever encountered, but soon you shall be no more. Yet, admiration notwithstanding, Guanshan steeled herself and crushed the blood soul token. Just then, a white cloud appeared on the horizon. Imbued with boundless magical power, faintly radiating light. It was Yun Wanqing, the great elder of Lingyun sect, a transformation stage cultivator. Arriving with Du Jingqiu, she immediately spotted Xiao Ming, who was straining against the blood puppet within the protective barrier. With a thought, the sword hanging from her waist shot forth. Grasping the sword's hilt with her right hand, the natural energies of heaven and earth converged, exuding an overwhelming aura even before she unsheathed it. Disciple, get back. With a warning, Yi Qingtian swiftly rolled aside. witnessing a colossal sword chi descending from the sky, its immense pressure forcing him to brace himself with his blade, gritting his teeth to withstand it. Bang! The once impenetrable barrier shattered before even touching the sword's aura. The faces of Xiao Ming and the blood puppet were instantly revealed to the onlookers. Senior brother. Just as Yi Qingtian was about to leap forward to assist Xiao Ming, he heard Xiao Ming shout, "Get back!" The blood puppet Zhou Lin suddenly froze, its eyes, regaining a semblance of awareness, filled with despair, before slowly opening its arms and gaping wide. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, followed by a billowing cloud of blood mist and a nauseating stench of blood. If the blood soul token connected to the blood puppet shattered, it would self-destruct. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, and both Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu stared in disbelief at the sight of the blood puppet's explosion. Senior brother Xiao, wailing. Du Jingqiu, merely 16 and having witnessed much, had never encountered such a scene and could no longer hold back her tears. Yet soon after, as the blood mist dissipated, a figure, bloodied but still breathing, emerged, its chest rising and falling. With her vast consciousness, Yuan Wanqing sensed that Xiao Ming was still alive and raised her hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy to rescue him. The indestructible skill is indeed formidable. System, you have saved my life. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian hurried over to support Xiao Ming, concern etched across his face. Dressed in a purple robe, Du Jingqiu approached Xiao Ming step by step, her once pristine attire now marred with dirt and blood. Strands of hair disheveled against her forehead, her eyes swollen and streaked with tears. Trembling uncontrollably, her voice quivered with fear. Senior brother, please don't scare me. Are you all right? Exhausted and battered, Xiao Ming gazed at Du Jingqiu. Faced with the tearful girl before him, even he, who prided himself on his steadfast heart, found it difficult to utter a harsh word. Sighing inwardly, he finally managed to weakly say, "Junior sister, I'm fine." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's gentle tone, Du Jingqiu could not contain her tears once more. But the blood that was the blood puppet's, Yuan Wanqing, who had remained silent, suddenly interjected, her expression as cold as ever, yet with an added hint of admiration when she looked at Xiao Ming. "Thank you, great elder, for shattering the barrier. Without that, the full force of the blood puppet's self-detonation would have been unleashed upon me." A slight smirk graced Yuan Wanqing's lips as she mused that this young man was not only clever but also possessed a sweet tongue. Hearing Yuan Wanqing's words, Du Jingqiu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little, a glimmer of joy illuminating her features. Xiao Ming glanced at Du Jingqiu, feeling that his previous words had been rather insensitive. However, he knew he had to respond warmly. After all, his life was at stake. Being accused of killing one's husband in order to attain enlightenment was hardly a favorable situation, and Du Jingqiu's aspirations of becoming an immortal emperor should not come at the cost of his life. Seeing Xiao Ming unscathed, Yi Qingtian felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart and hoisted Xiao Ming onto his back, addressing Yuan Wanqing. "Master, although senior brother Zhao's life is not in danger, he is significantly injured. I wish to take him for treatment first. Go ahead." Observing Yi Qingtian carrying Xiao Ming away, Yuan Wanqing fell deep into thought. To dare engage in a life-and-death struggle with a blood puppet at half a golden core, and to hold his ground so well, Senior Zhao's son is indeed not a mere scion of a typical family. He possesses remarkable fortitude. What was I thinking in previous years, failing to see through this young man's facade while he selflessly aided others in secret? Subsequently, Yuan Wanqing shook her head slowly, resolving not to dwell on such trivial matters. What matters is, why did the Moro sect target Xiao Ming? Chapter 17. The joy of witnessing harmony among peers. The assassination of Xiao Ming was swiftly categorized as a significant incident by Lingyun sect, prompting the head of the Discipline Hall and the third elder, Zhang Zichuan, to initiate an investigation without delay. Ultimately, it was revealed that Zhou Lin had been affiliated with the Demon Luo sect since joining the sect 4 years prior. Orphaned at a young age, Zhou Lin had a younger brother named Zhou Yu, who was born with a congenital eye ailment. Zhou Lin, who had yet to embark on his cultivation journey, was fortuitously discovered by the Demon Luo sect. In a bid to cure his brother's affliction and to survive in this perilous world, Zhou Lin was compelled to sign a blood soul order, thereby becoming a blood puppet. Due to his lack of training in blood sorcery, his true identity remained concealed until he was ultimately controlled by the Blood Soul Order to assassinate Xiao Ming. The news of Xiao Ming being ambushed by the blood puppet reached the ears of the esteemed Fei Lei Zhenjun, Xiao Dingfang, with remarkable swiftness. The Xiao family resided in the southeast, while the Demon Luo sect and Ling Yun sect contended in the central and southern regions of the Ji Kingdom. Though there were occasional skirmishes, for the most part, the two sects maintained a respectful distance from one another. However, the matter of the assassination of the sole heir to the Xiao family was far from trivial. It remains unclear whether Xiao Dingfang was enraged that day. Yet it is known that a tempest swept through Qingyang County, accompanied by ominous thunder. The primordial spirit of a harmonized Tao master can communicate with the heavens, thus their emotions can influence the very elements of nature. 3 days later, several nascent soul experts from the Xiao family mobilized, alongside dozens of golden core cultivators, marching towards Ling Yun's sect with great fervor, ostensibly to hold Ling Yun's sect accountable for their negligence and to seek justice for their young master. However, it was apparent to discerning eyes that the Xiao Patriarch was not genuinely seeking retribution against Ling Yun's sect. The long-standing camaraderie between the Xiao Patriarch and the sect leader of Ling Yun's sect rendered it impossible to direct blame towards them. The inquiry was merely a fade. The Xiao family's young master had fallen prey to a blood puppet, and it was clear that Xiao Dingfang intended to join forces with Ling Yun's sect against the Demon Luo sect. Indeed, within 5 days, both Ling Yun's sect and the Xiao family's cultivators were mobilized, aggressively searching for traces of the Demon Luo sect across the 6 central and southern states, as if preparing for a decisive battle. In such a tense atmosphere, the populace of the 6 states was rife with anxiety, fearing an all-out war between the righteous and demonic factions. Yet, the events unfolded with an anticlimactic whimper. Countless minor demonic factions in the southern region were uprooted and eliminated. Yet the Demon Luo sect, the recognized leader of the demonic path, remained elusive, akin to a turtle retreating into its shell. The anticipated cataclysmic confrontation failed to materialize, and the situation gradually subsided. No one could decipher the intricate calculations at play among the 3 formidable forces: the Xiao family, the Demon Luo sect, and Ling Yun sect. Within Ling Yun sect, Xiao Ming, whose injuries would typically require half a year's recuperation, found himself nearly healed within 2 months, and the reasons were not far-fetched. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the favor of the fateful child. Yi Qing Tian, Skill Awakened, Heavenly Revival Technique, Level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the favor of the fateful child. Du Jingqiu, Skill Awakened, Mastery of Arrays, Level 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the favor of the fateful child. Du Jingqiu, Skill Awakened, Realm Following, Level 1. The first 2 skills were evidently related to healing and array techniques, yet the third was particularly formidable. Whenever a fateful child advanced 3 realms, Xiao Ming's own cultivation would similarly elevate by 1 realm. It was a tremendous windfall. Alas, my dear junior sister Du's affection for me is increasing. I truly wonder whether this fortune is a blessing or a curse. Xiao Ming sighed deeply. Despite his lamentation, he understood the necessity of fulfilling his responsibilities as the outer sect's senior brother. This was not due to a sudden surge of moral obligation to contribute to the sect's advancement, but rather out of sheer pressure from the elder. Ever since Xiao Ming's clandestine discussions with Yun Wanqing and his confrontation with the blood puppet, Yun Wanqing had come to perceive Xiao Ming clearly, viewing him as a seemingly proud individual, yet one with a genuine sense of justice. Thus, she subtly assigned him tasks. On one hand, she sought to reinstate Xiao Ming in his role as senior brother, alleviating some of her own burdens as a concurrent outer sect elder. On the other, she aimed to help him redeem the tarnished reputation he had accrued over the years. Xiao Ming, both compelled and willing, began to fulfill his duties as the outer sect senior brother, guiding junior disciples in their cultivation, assisting outer sect disciples in learning alchemy and artifact crafting, teaching foundational defensive and offensive formations, and aiding instructors in imparting knowledge. Junior disciple, the focal point of an array must adapt according to its purpose. While jade is suitable for a killing formation, it would be prudent to utilize the sect's glazed hollow bamboo for a defensive array, as it significantly enhances the array's resilience. The transition from the fourth to the fifth foundation stage is pivotal. To achieve a complete golden core, one must adequately prepare and accumulate during this phase, or else it shall be difficult to attain the golden core. Though the Snow Domain Step and Morning Dawn Sword techniques were merely foundational practices of the sect, both had low thresholds and high potential. Without a resolute heart, achieving greatness would be challenging. Observing the suddenly diligent Xiao Ming, the outer sect disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. What's wrong with the senior brother? Has he been transformed into a good person by the blood puppet? Such words. The senior brother was never truly a bad person. He was merely irresponsible, unmotivated, and nonchalant, which hardly constitutes villainy. I, too, suspect something amiss since the encounter with the blood puppet. Why ponder so much? Previously, we had to rely solely on ourselves in the outer sect, yet now we have a senior brother who not only teaches but also assists in alchemy and artifact crafting. Isn't that a blessing? Indeed, I must admit, the senior brother is rather handsome. I had never seen him in person before. Fortunately, Xiao Ming proved to be diligent and responsible, allowing the outer sect disciples to gradually acclimate to and relish the novelty of having a senior brother. Of the same generation, with a gentle demeanor, unparalleled talent, and diverse skills. Most importantly, they finally had someone to oversee matters. No longer did they need to fear that minor issues would disturb the elders. Meanwhile, within the inner sect, Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu were experiencing remarkable growth. True to their fateful nature, within a mere few months, both had gained considerable renown within Lingyun sect. Their cultivation soared, and during the sect's monthly competitions, they triumphed over all disciples of the same realm, with Du Jingqiu narrowly losing to Yi Qingtian in the end, though it was a respectable defeat. Not only did they both possess exceptional talent, but they were frequently seen strolling together, engaged in cheerful conversation, fostering a close-knit bond. The consensus within Lingyun's sect was that the two were destined to become a pair of celestial lovers. Except, of course, for themselves. Since the incident involving the blood puppet, Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu's relationship had deepened, and with their similar ages, they found ample common ground for conversation, naturally becoming fast friends. Importantly, Du Jingqiu noticed that whenever she accompanied Yi Qingtian to visit Xiao Ming, his demeanor was invariably pleasant, and he encouraged them to maintain their camaraderie. Senior brother Xiao must take delight in seeing fellow disciples coexist harmoniously. He is indeed a person I admire, Du thought to herself. Chapter 18. The Sect Rankings. Qingtian claims the crown. Yaolin Peak's direct disciple enters the array. Though Lingyun sect prohibited commerce, the primary restriction was against disciples engaging in arbitrage, thus preventing the outflow of spirit stones through profits made externally. However, the sale of rankings was initially frowned upon, yet the higher-ups gradually recognized the merit of rankings created by the disciples themselves. Those featured on the lists, in a bid not to be surpassed, worked harder, while those not yet ranked but believing themselves capable prepared fervently to ascend the lists. After several iterations, the efficiency of disciples' cultivation saw notable enhancement, all stemming from voluntary efforts. Finally, with a decisive gesture from sect leader Qi, the 100 List of the World was born, with rankings and evaluations crafted collaboratively by capable disciples from both the inner and outer sects, subsequently submitted for review by Third Elder Jiang Zichuan to ensure fairness and impartiality. The profits were divided, with 70% going to the sect and 30% to the disciples. Thus, a diverse array of lists flourished, encompassing beauty, strength, potential, and character, becoming a beloved publication within Lingyun sect and even the central and southern regions, the 100 Lists of the World. Dear brothers and sisters, the latest issue of the Inner Sect's Talented Disciples List, Beauty List, Young Masters List, Potential List, and even the Outer Sect's rankings have been published in the most recent edition of the 100 Lists of the World. Priced as usual at 5 low-grade spirit stones per copy, 1 copy per person, fair for all, goodness. It has been so long since a new issue was released. I must have a copy. I want one too. I'll take one as well. Within the residence of Yi Qingtian on Linghua Peak, he was engrossed in perusing the 100 Lists of the Jianghu. Turning page by page, his eyes shimmered with excitement. He continued until he reached the end, slowly standing as he gazed out the window, a smile gracing his lips. The page turned to the potential list, revealing the rankings. 1. Yi Qingtian 2. Du Jingqiu 3. Mei Shiwen 4. Bian Yundao 5. In Yi Qingtian's introduction, It read, Yi Qingtian, direct disciple of the Grand Elder, Yun Zhenren, specializes in the Feiyun sword technique. He is of pure character, upright and benevolent, earning the admiration of many disciples. No instances of oppression towards others have been recorded. Having joined the sect approximately 4 months ago at the age of 16, he commenced his journey at the first foundation stage and swiftly ascended to the second foundation stage, defeating all peers of the same realm in the grand competition. His potential is immeasurable, currently holding the top position. Departing from Linghua Peak, Yi Qingtian immediately strode towards Yaolin Peak with an untroubled demeanor. Navigating the rugged mountain path with familiarity, he followed the signposts through the woods and soon arrived at the newly reconstructed courtyard of Xiaoming. In an instant, Yi Qingtian sensed something amiss. The aura around me has undergone a subtle shift, yet there is no detectable fluctuation of spiritual energy. It cannot be the work of someone casting spells nearby, likely a formation. Could it be that someone is plotting against Brother Xiao? Realizing the danger, Yi Qingtian swiftly held his breath to avoid any colorless, odorless poison within the formation. Drawing his sword with his right hand, his eyes sharpened with vigilance as he expanded his consciousness to its maximum. I cannot extend my awareness. It feels as though a membrane is blocking me. Indeed, someone has set up a formation here. While he pondered this, a shadowy figure, moving with alarming speed, rushed towards Yi Qingtian. Emanating the bloodthirsty aura of the Moro sect, it truly is the Moro sect. With a quick mental calculation, Yi Qingtian deftly evaded the shadow's sword attacks before hurling several protective poison pills given to him by Xiaoming at the figure's feet. The pills shattered, releasing a toxic mist that rapidly enveloped the surroundings, causing the nearby flora to wilt at an observable rate. The shadow's advance was abruptly hindered, and despite its frantic attempts to disperse the poisonous fog with spiritual energy, it was futile. Soon, it collapsed to the ground in a fit of violent struggle. Seeing this, Yi Qingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, in a flash, a poisoned flying dagger hurtled towards him, and he barely managed to retreat in time. Crack, unbeknownst to him, Yi Qingtian had stepped on a twig, producing a faint sound. Instantly, the scene before him shifted dramatically. The previous haze dissipated, and the once fallen shadow vanished without a trace. An illusion formation, a faint humming sound emerged, revealing the array patterns on the surrounding trees and boulders, as the spiritual energy and atmospheric currents became chaotic. Yi Qingtian sensed impending peril. His cultivation was being severely suppressed, and his spiritual energy flowed sluggishly, rendering his legs heavy as if filled with lead. As the formation continued to operate, his own spiritual energy was steadily siphoned away. Aware of the danger, Yi Qingtian attempted to flee but found himself utterly powerless. He wanted to retrieve the communication talisman from his waist to seek help from his master, Yun Wanqing. But his limbs felt weak and unresponsive. In this critical moment, he could only rely on his fortunate circumstances. Fortunately, the esteemed Tianji Zuanzhang intervened just in time, pulling Yi Qingtian out of the formation's grasp, yet he was left utterly exhausted. He could only shout with all his might towards Xiaoming's house. "Brother, save me!" The moment he uttered those words, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he collapsed heavily. "Wake up!" A gentle voice reached Yi Qingtian's ears, instantly jolting him back to awareness. "Brother?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Fortune. Yi Qingtian, skill awakened, mastery of pills, level 1. Before him stood a tall, handsome figure clad in training robes. It was none other than Xiaoming. Upon seeing Xiaoming, Yi Qingtian felt a surge of reassurance and began to recount. "Brother, listen. As soon as I exited the woods, I was ensnared by the Moro sect's formation." "Not the Moro sect." Interrupted, Yi Qingtian blinked in confusion. "Didn't I tell you to inform me with a communication talisman before coming here next time? These formations were set up by me." Since the assassination attempt by the blood puppet, Xiaoming had quickly recognized the significance of defensive and alert formations. Utilizing his skill in formations and his innate talents, he had arranged various arrays around his dwelling. Yi Qingtian recalled that Xiaoming had indeed mentioned setting up several defensive formations as a precaution, but these formations are defensive? They seem far more lethal. With an unchanging expression, Xiao Ming regarded the astonished Yi Qingtian and explained calmly, attack is the best form of defense. Why Yi Qingtian? W. Xiao Ming. I set up 3 illusion formations. Should anyone besides myself step within, they would trigger a total of 14 attacking formations, including poison arrays, blade arrays, and acupuncture sealing arrays, among others. They are interconnected, typically activating 3 to 5 at once in a coordinated assault. The 3 illusion formations complement each other, disorienting the mind, obscuring vision, and shrouding spiritual awareness, leading intruders into the attacking arrays. If their strength is lacking, they will undoubtedly perish. If they survive, the 5 elements binding array will automatically activate, at which point I will simply pack my things and hide. Brother's skills are indeed beyond my imagination, Yi Qingtian marveled inwardly. You would have faltered at the second array. Had you not uttered that phrase, triggering the emergency stop command of the formation, I might not have even realized you were here. As they spoke, Xiao Ming suddenly gave Yi Qingtian a light smack on the head, exclaiming, "You wasteful child! Do you have any idea how long it took me to refine those poison pills? Did you truly throw them all away in one go?" Rubbing his head, Yi Qingtian quietly explained, "Brother, I sensed the Black Shadow had the bloodthirsty aura of the Moro sect, and I feared that ordinary attacks would not suffice. That was merely an illusion created by the formation, manifesting your deepest fears. You wasted those poison pills on mere weeds. Do you think that pesticide? Brother, what is pesticide? I'll explain later. The important thing is that you lack the discernment to use poison pills correctly. Let me tell you, in the eyes of many younger disciples, Yi Qingtian, who was as gentle as jade and handsome as a pine tree, now resembled a wayward child caught in wrongdoing, dutifully leaning against Xiao Ming while regaining his strength and enduring a scolding. His face etched with grievance. I simply cannot fathom why you had to rush here at night, especially while my formations were still incomplete, and you even forgot to notify me first. Chapter 19. The Duel of the Twin Heroes at Yaolin Peak. Yi Qingtian faces his first defeat. Brother, look at this. I actually topped the potential rankings. Xiao Ming took the paper and glanced at Yi Qingtian's ranking. 3rd on the young masters list, 1st on the potential rankings. It's not an exaggeration to call you the new sensation within the sect. Yet, Xiao Ming did not display any sign of surprise. I am well aware of your abilities. This ranking is to be expected. This ranking was within Xiao Ming's foresight, given that Yi Qingtian was the child of fortune. Achieving the top of the potential rankings was nearly effortless, and remaining inconspicuous would be truly alarming. Brother, you flatter me. Yi Qingtian felt buoyed by Xiao Ming's words, recognizing them as praised. So, you ventured into the formation without seeking my or the Grand Elder's assistance, driven by confidence due to this matter? Yi Qingtian's previously proud expression instantly vanished, mainly because Brother's formation skills are truly remarkable. I genuinely did not anticipate that these were your defensive formations. Enough. No need to flatter me. It's merely a trivial skill. Your spiritual energy has been entirely drained by my dispel formation. Hurry and drink some spiritual tea to recuperate. As he spoke, Xiao Ming moved the teacup to the other end of the table. Although Yi Qingtian noticed a subtle upward curve at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth, he silently seated himself and began sipping the spiritual tea. Xiao Ming seemed to recall something and remarked, "You have only been in the sect for a few months, and your transition from the 5th level of Qi refinement to the 2nd level of foundation establishment has barely taken half a year. It can be said that your talent is extraordinary, but a man may be innocent, yet his wealth brings him trouble. You are the sole direct disciple of Elder Yun, which means that the majority of the sect's training resources will be allocated to you. Therefore, those who envy you will not be few, and jealousy, even hatred, will surely follow. You must always remember to exercise caution." Why Yi Qingtian, still youthful and somewhat bewildered, replied, "Brother, is it really that serious? I see that my fellow disciples seem quite amiable, and there aren't many who harbor discontent towards me." Xiao Ming, undisturbed, maintained a calm and gentle tone. Those who are dissatisfied do not wear their feelings on their sleeves. They are not so foolish as to openly offend a direct disciple of an elder. With over 1,000 disciples in the sect, only a handful can become a direct disciple of an elder. The sect leader is in seclusion, and the Grand Elder oversees all affairs. You are the only direct disciple of the Grand Elder in many years. with a promising chance to compete for the title of Holy Son. Do you understand what kind of treatment that entails? Let alone the outer sect, within the inner sect, aside from Du Shimi? Who else can hold such a position at such a young age? Jealousy is inevitable. It is prudent to be cautious. A tree that stands out in the forest will surely be toppled by the wind. According to the original plot, Xiaoming had once attempted to poison and assassinate Yi Qingtian. Although Xiaoming no longer viewed Yi Qingtian as an enemy, there could still be others who had their sights set on him. While the Child of Fortune would not truly meet his demise, Xiaoming genuinely did not wish for Yi Qingtian to encounter any mishaps. Initially, Yi Qingtian found it hard to believe, but having spent years navigating the complexities of the Bai family, he was not entirely naive. The advantageous environment of Lingyun's sect had dulled some of his vigilance, but upon Xiaoming's reminder, he quickly regained his awareness. Brother, your considerations are thorough. Indeed, I have been overly naive. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully gaining the favor of the Child of Fortune, Yi Qingtian. Skill awakened. Mastery of illusions, level 1. What a treasure! Xiaoming contemplated. Though the Lingyun sect is a prominent righteous faction, it is not immune to the mingling of fish and dragons. Brother Xiao possesses a far-reaching vision and a commendable character. I am fortunate to have fostered a friendship with him early on. I should seek his counsel more frequently in the future. Having formed his own plans, Yi Qingtian suddenly recalled his purpose for approaching Xiaoming and spoke up, brother. You wish to engage in a contest with me. Do you not? Yi Qingtian was taken aback. His gaze that had been fixed on Xiaoming abruptly shifted, as he hastily scanned the surroundings, repeatedly explaining, No, brother. It is merely that I have recently made some progress in my cultivation and wish for you to assess my achievements. Xiaoming shook his head with a gentle smile. If you wish to spar, simply say so. There is no need for such roundabout expressions, like a young girl. Your innate talent is exceptional, and it is only natural for you to harbor some pride. It is expected that you would challenge me. Prepare yourself and come forth. With that, Xiaoming rose and walked to an open area outside the room. Yi Qingtian hurriedly followed, maintaining a respectful distance from Xiaoming. Standing several paces apart, Yi Qingtian clasped his hands and said, Please, brother, bestow your guidance upon me. Without waiting for Xiaoming's response, Yi Qingtian swiftly drew his accompanying dagger and charged forward. Brother's strength is formidable. Striking first is my only chance of victory. In the foundation establishment stage, Xiaoming had achieved the pinnacle of the 6th level, teetering on the brink of the golden core stage. Yet Yi Qingtian, with his foundation establishment at the 2nd level, had already bested several practitioners of higher cultivation, which was the very reason he had claimed the top spot on the potential rankings. Thus, Yi Qingtian believed that if he could find a flaw, he still had a chance to surpass Brother Xiao. With a decisive strike, he unleashed the Xiao family's ultimate technique, the Burning Heaven Blade. You wish to use my family's Burning Heaven Blade against me? Your strength is insufficient. Xiaoming released a talisman from his sleeve, transforming it into golden light that collided with the Burning Heaven Blade, reducing both to ashes in an instant. As the explosion from their clash occurred, Yi Qingtian had already maneuvered around to Xiaoming's left side, launching several sealing needles. Clang, clang, clang. Although the silver needles flew swiftly, they ultimately could not match Xiaoming's reaction speed. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoming had drawn his dagger to deflect the incoming needles. A flaw. As Xiaoming focused on defense, his center was left wide open, and Yi Qingtian's spirit soared. The Burning Heaven Blade was fierce and powerful, yet lacked finesse. Yi Qingtian quickly drew his sword from his waist, wielding it with one hand as he executed the Flying Cloud Sword technique, thrusting it toward Xiaoming. This offensive was alarmingly swift, and in an instant, the tip of Yi Qingtian's sword was poised at Xiaoming's throat. Brother, I concede, Yi Qingtian said, revealing a gradual smile. But in the next moment, his expression froze. The figure before him slowly dissipated, revealing it to be an illusion. Cursed be it, brother must possess knowledge of illusion techniques, and I have been remiss. Just as he grasped this realization and readied to change tactics, a hand had already encircled his neck from behind. A gentle voice whispering in his ear, were this a life and death struggle, you would already be dead. Yi Qingtian silently sheathed his dagger and sword, feeling a pang of sorrow as he hugged himself and slowly sank to the ground. burying his face in his legs, embodying a sense of despondency. Enough. You are not one to crumble under such trivial setbacks. How did you endure those years of regression and cultivation? Xiaoming said. His expression unchanged. Yi Qingtian gradually rose, adjusting his emotions as he clasped his hands toward Xiaoming. Your cultivation is profound, brother. It was my hubris, he added. I shall continue my training and return to seek your guidance. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming's expression softened considerably. Next time you come, remember to inform me with a message talisman first. Yes, brother. As Yi Qingtian walked along the path back to Feng Peak, accompanied by the esteemed Tianji, he returned to Linghua Peak, secured the doors and windows, and then let out a long breath as he lay down on his bed. The outcome of the battle had not surprised him. What truly astonished him was the process. Yi Qingtian considered his talent to be quite commendable, and his ranking on the potential list corroborated this. Even against those at the pinnacle of the 6th level of Foundation establishment, he had managed to secure victories, albeit with great difficulty. However, after reflecting on his encounter with Xiaoming, Yi Qingtian could only conclude that it was a deadlock. He had never experienced such despair. Throughout the battle, it was evident that his brother had permitted him to engage at his leisure, only to seize victory at the moment Yi Qingtian felt triumphant, without applying even a modicum of pressure. Whether as the prodigious Yi Qingtian of his youth or the now rejuvenated inner disciple, he had never faced such a sense of impotence within the same realm, leaving the once undefeated Yi Qingtian in a daze. To have lost so unequivocally was an unexpected blow. Chapter 20. The overthinking of Yi Qingtian at that moment, Tianji spoke. It is not a pleasant experience to be thoroughly suppressed, is it? Yi Qingtian forced a bitter smile. Indeed, in the past, even in defeat, I fought with all my might, and in reflection, I could always find hope for overcoming my adversary. Yet, facing my brother, he did not even exert himself. He did not take me seriously at all, rendering me defenseless. Without knowing his true strength, how could I devise a countermeasure? The path of cultivation is fraught with failures and setbacks. However, throughout history, every great figure has recognized that it is precisely by not being crushed by failure that countless supreme beings and immortal emperors have forged their transcendent powers. Tianji's voice remained cold, yet this time it carried a hint of consolation and encouragement. Even I cannot claim to have never tasted defeat. You have been somewhat arrogant of late. Seizing this opportunity to recalibrate your mindset is indeed a beneficial endeavor. Regardless of how one views it, this sparring session has yielded more advantages than disadvantages for you. After a moment of silence, Yi Qingtian suddenly asked, Respected one, you mentioned that practicing the Tianji divine art allows for rapid advancement. I would like to inquire how long it might take for me to catch up to my brother. Tianji was momentarily taken aback, then fell silent, his gaze contemplative. After a long pause, he spoke slowly. Even with my assistance, surpassing him is no simple matter. Yi Qingtian sat up abruptly. He held deep respect for Brother Xiao, appreciating his character, yet he did not perceive him as an insurmountable monster on the path of cultivation. It was precisely this belief that had emboldened Yi Qingtian to challenge Xiaoming face to face. However, Tianji's words truly startled him. With his own talent combined with the support of an ancient powerhouse like Tianji, the ultimate outcome was merely difficult to say. Skeptically, Yi Qingtian inquired, Is Brother Xiao truly that formidable? Although he has reached the half-step golden core stage at merely 20 years of age, I do not believe my talent pales in comparison to his. In terms of diligence, I also practice daily without fail. Why would you say otherwise? Indeed, achieving the half-step golden core stage at such a young age is a rarity, yet Yi Qingtian himself was a prodigy who nearly reached the peak of qi refinement by the age of 10. Under normal circumstances, and without Tianji's assistance, reaching half-step golden core status before 20 would not be overly difficult in terms of cultivation talent. Xiaoming had not surpassed Yi Qingtian by much, and in terms of effort, Yi Qingtian outstripped Xiaoming tenfold, if not more. He could not fathom why Tianji portrayed Brother Xiao in such an intimidating light. Tianji, however, regarded Yi Qingtian calmly, tossing out several questions. How can you be certain that his current cultivation is his true level? Have you not battled with disciples at the half-step golden core stage? Which of them possesses the same ease as Xiaoming? Which could instill such a profound sense of defeat in you? Which could toy with you as a cat does with a mouse? With these questions posed, Yi Qingtian found himself momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had faced half-step Golden Core disciples several times, while he occasionally faced defeat. Those opponents were always utterly exhausted by the time they triumphed over him, unlike Xiao Ming, who had been so effortlessly dominant, as an outer sect disciple, even as the eldest son of the Xiao family. The resources available to him could not have exceeded those afforded to inner sect disciples of the Lingyun sect, considering the sect scale. The manifestation of such overwhelming power in his cultivation was indeed perplexing. Yet, to conclude that Brother Xiao was concealing his true strength based solely on this seemed rather hasty. Why Yi Qingtian still hesitated to believe that Xiao Ming would hide such matters from him. Ha! Tianji scoffed derisively. Just that one illusion technique. Do not mistake it. Even if he were truly at the Golden Core stage, I have yet to encounter anyone who could execute such flawless illusions in combat, let alone the exquisite formations. I ask you, during your time at the Lingyun sect, have you ever heard even a whisper of Xiao Ming's extraordinary abilities? Furthermore, do you know what your master, Yun Wanqing, has been discussing with him in private? As Yi Qingtian pondered Tianji's words, he felt increasingly alarmed. Although Brother Xiao was the outer sect's eldest senior brother, he had always been a lone wolf, only recently beginning to fulfill his responsibilities as the eldest brother under his master's orders, thus garnering a slight improvement in reputation. However, regarding Brother Xiao's cultivation, the general consensus was merely that it was not low. And he had never appeared on the prodigy or potential rankings. No one truly understood the extent of Brother Xiao's abilities. Have you come to an understanding? Others may know he is the eldest son of the Xiao family. But beyond that, how much does he truly conceal? His half-step Golden Core cultivation is but a fade he has deliberately crafted. Among your peers, even you, his closest junior brother, understands so little of his capabilities. In contrast, you, aside from this one secret of mine, what other secrets can you possibly keep from him? The esteemed Tianji Zuanzhang, a formidable ancient being of over 10,000 years, swiftly discerned the crux of Xiao Ming's predicament. Each word he spoke a pearl of wisdom piercing the heart of the matter. It was only then that Yi Qingtian's mind began to shift. In recent days, he had been so engrossed in his cultivation that he had scarcely contemplated the peculiarities of his senior brother. Xiao, Zuanzhang, is it truly the case that senior brother Xiao is so unfathomable? With a deep sigh, Tianji Zuanzhang replied, Now you understand what kind of ruthless character your senior brother embodies, do you not? Possessing such extraordinary talent that even I cannot perceive his true cultivation level, yet he chooses to remain obscure as an outer disciple, clearly concealing his brilliance and my long life. I have come to realize one truth. A sword that remains sheathed is the most terrifying of all. With such profound scheming, such versatile methods, and such astonishing gifts, this cultivator is merely 20 years old, utterly unlike any ordinary person. Why Yi Qingtian was left speechless, overwhelmed by the shocking transformation of his perception of Xiao Ming. Noticing the impact his words had on Yi Qingtian, Tianji Zuanzhang gently patted his head, though he possessed no physical sensation. However, you might consider yourself fortunate. Suddenly, Yi Qingtian raised his head. Fortunate. Indeed. Xiao Ming could not possibly be unaware of how revealing his strength would affect him. Yet he did not conceal his ability to array formations from you, nor did he deliberately suppress his power during your sparring sessions, allowing you to directly perceive the disparity between you. After his private discussions with Yun Wanqing, he did not instruct you against inquiring. All these actions at least indicate one thing. In his eyes, you are a trustworthy individual. To be opposed to such a person would yield endless troubles, while to befriend him would bring abundant benefits. If he intends to assist you, your path and cultivation will surely become much smoother. Yet, Yi Qingtian suddenly smiled, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Does Zuanzhang not consider that senior brother Xiao might be using me? Tianji Zuanzhang's expression shifted slightly as he turned to Yi Qingtian, a smile playing on his lips. And if he were? What then? If not for my senior brother, I would have had no opportunity to meet you, nor to enter Lingyun sect. Without Xiao Ming, I would merely be a languishing qi refining failure in Qingyang County. Yi Qingtian continued, If my senior brother truly has any plans that involve me, I would willingly brave fire and water for him. And if he were to commit heinous acts, Tianji Zuinzheng pressed. That will not happen, and my senior brother is from the Shao family, Yi Qingtian replied, though a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes before he quickly steeled himself. If my senior brother were truly to perpetrate atrocities against the world, I would use all my strength to slay him and then take my own life in atonement. Apart from that, I will do whatever my senior brother asks of me. Tianji Zuinzheng had not anticipated such a response from Yi Qingtian. Nonetheless, he nodded slightly in approval of Yi Qingtian's conviction. It seems I have chosen wisely in supporting this individual. I hope this headstrong youth does not seek his own demise. A talent like this is rare to find, and I must strive to protect him with my meager cultivation. Xiao Ming, no matter what schemes you may be plotting, I shall safeguard Yi Qing'an at Yaolin Peak. Within Xiao Ming's residence, a chime echoed. Congratulations, host. You have gained the favor of the fortuitous child, Yi Qingtian. Skill awakened. Facade transformation, level 1. Not using a disguise. I truly am terrified by those who see through my disguise and label it as poison. Another chime followed. Congratulations, host. You have gained the favor of the fortuitous child, Yi Qingtian. Skill awakened. Mastery of arrays, level 2. Xiao Ming, who was busy perfecting his array, remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently gained a devoted follower in the fortuitous child. As he gazed at the rapidly increasing favorability, he fell into contemplation. Has this brat emptied my elixir vault? Chapter 21. Half-drunken. Awakened in dreams. A discussion with an extraordinary individual regarding the path to enlightenment. Yang Yi entrusts Xiao Ming. Days after engaging in battle with Xiao Ming, Yi Qingtian proactively expressed his desire to descend the mountain for training. Before his departure, Xiao Ming entrusted him with a portion of his stock of talismans and elixirs, advising him to seize any opportunities that might arise. After all, as the fortuitous child, he was bound to uncover something during his descent. With Yi Qingtian's departure, Yaolin Peak became noticeably quieter, aside from Du Jingqiu. Although Xiao Ming was not as proud as his predecessor, most outer disciples still hesitated to approach the senior brother, only daring to seek his guidance in his presence. Consequently, Xiao Ming found himself with more free time. The scenery at Yaolin Peak was exceptionally beautiful, particularly at night, which fostered Xiao Ming's habit of taking evening strolls within Lingyun's sect. After all, cultivators could substitute sleep with meditation, thus never experiencing fatigue or drowsiness. Without Wi-Fi, smartphones, or tablets, gazing at the nightscape became one of Xiao Ming's few pleasures. Living in the mountains is truly delightful, he murmured, occasionally sipping from his gourd of fragrant wine, finding solace in the tranquility. When drinking, Xiao Ming never employed spiritual power to dispel the effects of alcohol. After all, the essence of drinking was to indulge in a state of haze, relishing the sharpness of the liquor and the euphoric feeling of being half drunk and half awake. To expel the alcohol's potency would be akin to drinking mere water, robbing him of the enjoyment. With footsteps as graceful as a lotus, he wandered in a semi-dreamlike state towards the horizon. Time slipped away, and Xiao Ming lost track of his surroundings. When he looked up, he could not discern the scenery around him, only a glimmering stream. Strange, Lingyun's sect is built atop a high mountain. Where could this stream have come from? Swaying, he approached the riverbank, leaning against a tree to catch his breath while gazing at the shimmering water, an inexplicable sense of serenity blossoming within him. Isn't it beautiful? A gentle voice emerged from the side. Indeed. Xiao Ming turned to see a young cultivator clad in a blue robe and white shirt, his eyes calm and unwavering as he gazed at the river, holding a fishing rod in hand. This fellow, are you? Xiao Ming squinted, slightly blurred by intoxication, attempting to recognize whether he had encountered this person within Lingyun's sect. To his surprise, he had not, with such an aura and appearance. It was impossible for this individual to remain nameless on the young master rankings if he were a disciple of Lingyun's sect. Yet, he had no recollection of him. This blue-robed cultivator is undoubtedly extraordinary, but I cannot fathom his true cultivation level. Who could he be? My name is Yang Yi, a wandering cultivator. Since we have crossed paths here, it signifies our fateful encounter. Would you care to indulge in a bit of fishing and conversation with me? The young man named Yang Yi spoke with a serene expression, a hint of a smile gracing his lips, his words devoid of any coercive undertone, yet exuding an ineffable allure that made Xiaoming feel compelled to accept. Certainly, I have some free time as well. With that, Xiaoming offered his wine gourd to Yang Yi, burping lightly before asking, "Would you like a sip, fellow cultivator?" With a gentle wave of his left hand. The gourd's lid opened of its own accord, and the fragrant rice wine flowed gracefully into Yang Yi's mouth. "Excellent wine," Yang Yi exclaimed repeatedly, savoring the carefully selected drink by Xiaoming, finding the spiciness just right and the aftertaste lingering delightfully. The two exchanged smiles, with Xiaoming continuing to drink while Yang Yi resumed his fishing. "Fellow cultivator, what do you believe is the purpose of cultivation?" Yang Yi maintained his gaze on the river. Yet his inquiry was clearly directed at Xiaoming. Everyone cultivates, everyone seeks the path. Some say they seek a carefree and unencumbered existence, while others aspire to attain enlightenment and immortality amid worldly splendor. What do you think, fellow cultivator? In our pursuit of the path, is it desire that constitutes the way, or is it the absence of desire? Yang Yi's voice was soft, but each word resonated clearly in Xiaoming's ears. Xiaoming fell silent, caught off guard by the profundity of Yang Yi's question. It was indeed somewhat esoteric. In the quest for the path, is desire the way, or is the absence of desire the way? After a prolonged silence, Xiaoming finally spoke. The practitioner of cultivation is, after all, a mortal. The so-called pursuit of the path and cultivation relies upon one's own efforts. Since it is a pursuit, the desire is inherent. How can one speak of the absence of desire as the way? As for the notion of a carefree existence, it is not a gift from above. Freedom does not come into being spontaneously. If one wishes to be unencumbered, how can one claim to seek nothing? Moreover, the very concept of seeking nothing is itself a form of desire. Yang Yi appeared contemplative. So, do you believe that desire is the way? Desire is indeed the way, but indulgence is not. Xiaoming elaborated, human beings are born of heaven and earth, naturally imbued with emotions and desires, driven by the instinct to seek benefit and avoid harm. Much like the beasts of the field. However, unlike the beasts, humans do not solely yield to their primal instincts. Instead, they have created laws and regulations to govern themselves and the entire human race. But you still have not explained what you mean by indulgence is not the way, Yang Yi remarked, his gaze fixed on Xiaoming. Though indulge without restraint is to yield to desire, which, according to moral philosophy, is a minor evil. Yet, minor evils can give rise to great wrongs. When officials indulge, they become corrupt and power-hungry, leading to the suffering of the people. When merchants indulge, they resort to unscrupulous means, resulting in collusion between officials and businessmen. When rulers indulge, they disregard the populace, causing the state to decline. If cultivators were to indulge, the consequences would be dire. Cultivators possess the ability to traverse the heavens and move mountains. And should they indulge, blood would surely flow, and countless lives would be lost. Therefore, indulgence is by no means the essence of the true path. With his fishing rod set aside, Yang Yi inquired with interest, "What is the path, then?" Meeting Yang Yi's gaze, Xiaoming scratched his head, hesitating before responding. "In my view, desire is primary, while the absence of desire is secondary. Desires are but regulations, while beings are fueled by longing. To impose the unyielding laws upon those who yearn, and to have the yearning beings embody these very laws. This is the path I seek, one that allows for the fulfillment of one's wishes and the realization of dreams." Having articulated these thoughts, Yang Yi fell into silence, subsequently lowering his fishing rod and performing a respectful bow towards Xiaoming. The words exchanged between comrades are indeed rare in Yang Yi's life. To encounter a kindred spirit in this place today is nothing short of a remarkable fate. I offer this fishing rod as a token of goodwill, and I humbly request your assistance in a small matter. Xiaoming, appearing perplexed, nonetheless inquired, "What assistance do you seek?" "My son has been born in this realm for many years, yet due to pressing matters, I am unable to be by his side. I would like to trouble you to look after him a bit. However, it seems we are not yet at the stage where I can entrust my own child to you. And may I ask your son's name, as well as his current whereabouts?" Yang Yi merely smiled, placing the fishing rod into Xiaoming's hands. "My son's name is Luo Yi. When the time is ripe, fate will bring you two together. I am grateful for your help." Before Xiaoming could further inquire, he felt a sudden dizziness, and the figure before him became increasingly blurred, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The following morning, Xiaoming awoke from the stupor of intoxication, and upon rising, found himself lying atop Yaolin Peak. One mustn't indulge too liberally in drink. It leads to dreams. I recall conversing about fishing with someone named Yang Yi, imparting my knowledge on catching crucian carp. He mumbled to himself, only to be halted mid-sentence by the sight of a fishing rod lying quietly beside him. A sudden recollection of the previous night's events flooded his mind. Oh no, I have become a crucian carp. Chapter 22. Such an elder Xiaoming carefully stored the fishing rod bestowed upon him by Yang Yi, for it was quite possible that it belonged to some illustrious figure. Although it was said to be a gift, one could never predict when this esteemed individual might return to inquire about its use. At that moment, he imagined the scenario where the person, with a serene smile, asks, "My friend, how fares the fishing rod I gifted you? Have you gleaned any insights?" In response, he would awkwardly smile and reply, "I must apologize, your rod has proven useless to me. I've long repurposed it as a firewood stick. That would truly be akin to searching for excrement with a lantern in a restroom." Upon returning to his dwelling, Xiaoming retrieved his storage ring and placed the fishing rod within, subsequently securing the ring close to his heart. A life of simplicity is indeed the truest essence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of urgent knocking interrupted his thoughts. Adjusting his post-drunk irritability, Xiaoming swept open the door. To his surprise, it was neither Yi Qingtian nor any other outer disciples visiting, but rather Du Jingqiu, the esteemed disciple of the fourth elder, the daughter of fortune, a reincarnated celestial emperor, and a remarkable figure known for avenging her husband. Du Jingqiu's gaze lowered slightly, her hands clasped in front of her, adorned in a simple yet elegant long gown. Her once extravagant headdress was replaced with an inked jade hairpin, and her long, flowing black hair cascaded over her shoulders, bestowing her an ethereal presence. "Greetings, senior brother." Du Jingqiu offered a gentle bow, her demeanor exuding a sense of otherworldliness. "Welcome, welcome. Please, do come in. How have your interactions with junior brother Yi been of late?" Xiaoming noted the subtle transformation in Du Jingqiu's appearance, finding her demeanor far more graceful than before. However, he was more concerned with the nature of her relationship with Yi Qingtian and how far it had progressed. After all, the concept of avenging a husband could only be countered with a clash of destinies, and the only way to ensure his own safety was to have the son of fortune oppose the other. If he could facilitate a bond between Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu, he could safely cultivate goodwill without fear of entanglement. Thus, he eagerly hoped for a blossoming romance between them, though it pained him to think of the young lady by far away in Qingyang. Xiaoming believed that preserving his own life was paramount. Besides, Yi and Du were originally meant to be together in the timeline, so how could he be blamed? "Thank you for your concern. Senior brother, Yi possesses extraordinary talent and has been of immense assistance to me in my cultivation journey. Of late, I have often visited his cave abode for discussions. I always glean new insights and plan to enter seclusion for a breakthrough soon. However, there is no need to enter my abode, for I come at our master's behest to summon you." Upon finishing her words, Du Jingqiu raised her gaze slightly and noticed the odd expression on Xiaoming's face. As if he were in distress, "I asked something amiss, senior brother?" The grand elder called for the fourth elder. "Am I truly this popular?" Although internally vexed, he maintained a cheerful facade. "Nothing at all. I've merely overexerted myself in my cultivation, leading to some discomfort. Since Elder Fong has summoned me, it would be inappropriate to keep him waiting. Let us depart, sister." With that, Xiaoming closed the door and activated the formation, proceeding alongside Du Jingqiu to find Fong Lianqing. As Du Jingqiu observed Xiaoming, she let out a quiet sigh. "Alas, my senior brother seems to prefer a less extravagant appearance. That outfit was perhaps too modest and lacked grandeur. I shall discuss it with Xian'er and the others on another occasion." Young women often forge friendships quickly. Du Jingqiu had recently become a direct disciple and had already formed close bonds with several fellow inner disciples. However, while Du Jingqiu was a disciple of an elder, her newfound friends were merely ordinary inner disciples. Although they shared the same resources, the common disciples could not receive the true teachings of the elders. Nonetheless, their treatment was far superior to that of the outer disciples, as they were all elites promoted from their ranks. The simple gown and understated attire Du Jingqiu wore today were suggestions from her inner disciple-friendly Xian and a few others. Unfortunately, Xiaoming did not exhibit any particular reaction, maintaining the usual cordiality between senior brother and junior sister. Yet I wonder what type of woman truly captures senior brother's heart, Du Jingqiu pondered as she walked alongside Xiaoming, occasionally stealing glances at him, her heart fluttering with unbidden feelings. The phrase endowed with both beauty and talent must have been coined for someone like him. For reasons unknown, Xiaoming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, followed by an unsettling wave of goosebumps. Why do I constantly feel as if someone is plotting against me? At Linghua Peak, before the cave of the fourth elder Fang Lianqing, Xiaoming and Du Jingqiu stood respectfully at the entrance. Du Jingqiu stepped forward and announced, "Master, I have brought senior brother Xiaoming. Good, my disciple. You may return to your cultivation." A robust voice resonated from within, indicating that Elder Fang was in fine spirits. "Yes, master." With that, Du Jingqiu turned to return to her cave. Xiaoming mused to himself about the tendency of these elders to enjoy this pattern, sending their disciples away to have private discussions with him. Who was truly the favorite here? Though he grumbled internally, he still followed the proper etiquette, bowing before slowly pushing the door ajar. Xiaoming strode confidently into the cave, taking a moment to steady his breath and present a composed demeanor. The interior was lined with books and elixir vials, arranged haphazardly yet exuding an air of cleanliness. The fragrant incense burning within calmed his previously tense heart, allowing him to relax completely. The tall, slender figure of Fang Lianqing sat quietly before the alchemy furnace, an aura of profound wisdom emanating from him, as if he were one with his surroundings, natural and harmonious, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Outer disciple Xiaoming pays respects to Elder Fang. "Are you finished?" Xiaoming, taken aback, replied, "Elder, what do you mean?" With a swift motion, a spell was cast, and the previously closed door swung open violently, revealing Du Jingqiu, who had clearly lingered longer than she ought to have. Her face flushed with embarrassment, she exclaimed, I acknowledge my mistake, and I shall take my leave at once." With that, she hurriedly fled, her footsteps fading into the distance. "Has she left?" Fang Lianqing inquired. Xiaoming, still somewhat bewildered, politely responded, "Indeed, elder. Judging by the sound of her footsteps, she has indeed gone far." "Very well." Immediately following the confirmation that Du Jingqiu had indeed left, Fang Lianqing waved his hand, causing the once orderly shelves to become a chaotic mess. The floor was strewn with empty liquor bottles, exuding a potent aroma that made Xiaoming cough uncontrollably, shattering the harmonious atmosphere that had just settled in the room. In a matter of moments, Fang Lianqing underwent a dramatic transformation, shedding the guise of a solemn middle-aged man dressed impeccably to reveal a strikingly handsome figure in his early 30s, albeit in a disheveled state. His once pristine robe and duster had been replaced by a flamboyantly colored long robe adorned with various trinkets, his hair carelessly cascading over his shoulders, and his fingers adorned with 3 rings. In his right hand, he clutched 2 walnuts, while several snuff bottles were tucked into his waist. The interior of the dwelling was dominated by wine jars, occupying half of the space, while the remainder was cluttered with an assortment of small elixir vials and books whose titles had long become illegible. Xiaoming's keen eyesight could still discern faint references to Jinmei Rupu among the indistinct scribbles. At first glance, it appeared to be the abode of an immortal, yet upon closer inspection, it resembled that of a rogue. Xiaoming, winky face, Chapter 23. "Qiqiuer, may I inquire who you are?" Fang Lianqing leaned casually against the alchemical furnace, channeling his spiritual energy to savor fine wine, while fanning himself with a palm leaf. Upon noticing Xiaoming's astonished expression, he waved his hand nonchalantly and said, fear not. I am indeed the genuine Fang Lianqing. You must be Xiaoming, correct? Since we are both men, I see no need for pretenses." He continued, "You have no idea. This appearance of mine is entirely due to that old curmudgeon Du insisting that my usual demeanor would lead his daughter astray. What nonsense! He is merely a couple of 100 years younger than me. And his looks are far less appealing. If it weren't for the extraordinary talent of my disciple, I wouldn't tolerate his whims at all. Now I have to present myself like my 3rd senior brother. And it's exhausting. Oh, and you mustn't divulge this to my disciple. If she were to flee, I would hold you accountable. As Fang Lianqing rambled on at a breakneck pace, punctuating his words with hiccups, he grinned at Xiao Ming, who was struggling to process the barrage of information. Having preferred solitude within the sect, Xiao Ming had little familiarity with the elders, as they rarely took notice of an outer disciple like him. However, this was quite excessive, to put it in the dialect of a certain region on Blue Star. This is just a farce. Elder Fang, ever thoughtful in his actions, surmised that today's encounter would remain a secret to Xiao Ming, who would act as if he were blind to the circumstances. Yet, he was curious as to the reason for the elder's summons. Xiao Ming spoke in a calm and composed manner, neither submissive nor arrogant, prompting Fang Lianqing to regard him with newfound respect. His intention in calling Xiao Ming was not merely for idle banter. In truth, Fang Lianqing had noticed his disciple's peculiar behavior, frequent outings with the senior sister's disciple, always meticulously dressed, suggesting their relationship was more than mere friendship. Initially, he thought it was merely youthful infatuation, recalling his own experiences in his youth. Given that Yi Qingtian was both exceptionally talented and handsome, their mutual attraction seemed entirely natural and fitting from an observer's perspective. However, over time, Fang Lianqing detected an oddity. Despite their frequent outings filled with laughter, they had never once held hands. Their conversations revolved solely around cultivation and daily life. There was no hint of a romantic connection. More perplexingly, Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu had consistently traveled the same route, always to the same destination. Thus, Fang Lianqing decided to follow them into a small grove, where he witnessed an unexpected scene. The two emerged from the woods to a house, where Yi Qingtian produced a communication talisman and spoke briefly, after which a figure, Xiao Ming, appeared. With nearly 1,000 years of life experience, Fang Lianqing instantly recognized the look in his disciple's eyes upon seeing Xiao Ming. One word could describe it: attachment. His eyes were almost glued to Xiao Ming, rarely straying, and he would occasionally fix his hair, as if striving for perfection. At this point, even a fool could discern that his oblivious disciple was utterly smitten by Xiao Ming. As a responsible master, Fang Lianqing felt it was his duty to ascertain the character of the person who had captured his disciple's heart. Although he had heard of Xiao Ming's background from the senior sister, seeing for himself was imperative. Fang Lianqing, slightly sobering up, sat up straight and looked intently at Xiao Ming. I have heard about you from the senior sister. You are quite intelligent and possess a commendable character. May I ask what your feelings are toward Jingqiu? Xiao Ming immediately sensed the gravity of the question and quickly replied, disciple shares only a platonic bond with Sister Du, devoid of any romantic affection. Is that so? My words are unequivocally true. The lack of fluctuation in Xiao Ming's aura confirmed Fang Lianqing's suspicion that he was indeed not lying. Nodding in acknowledgement, Fang Lianqing accepted Xiao Ming's assertion. Although his disciple's feelings were one-sided, he believed that youthful infatuations would fade quickly, and he had no intention of interfering. He was not so rigid. Just as the two were beginning to converse openly, the door swung open, and a young woman clad in blue gauze entered. At first glance, she appeared to be around 17 or 18, her youthful features still intact, yet her movements bore a hint of childishness. Contrasting with her doll-like face were her long legs and ample bosom. Brother Fang, I have no spirit stones left. My father is in seclusion. Could you lend me some? Before Xiao Ming could fully grasp the situation, Fang Lianqing waved his hand, restoring the room to order, hastily stowing away the wine jars and arranging the scattered books and vials neatly back on the shelves. The entire process was seamless. And by the time Xiao Ming regained his composure and glanced at Fang Lianqing, he had already donned a beard and sat on the cushion, appearing as he had when Xiao Ming first entered. Ah, little junior sister, do remember to knock next time you enter. System, who is this? Ding report, host. The current subject is not recognized as the child of destiny. Only name, age, and cultivation level can be identified. Specific identity and background story remain unknown. Would you like to continue identification? Continue identification. Identification in progress. Success. Name, Qi Qiuer. Age, 23. Cultivation. Foundation establishment level 6. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Ming understood her background and slapped his forehead. Good heavens. No wonder I had a vague impression. She is the daughter of the sect leader, the newcomer, bearing the surname Qi, was in her 20s and at the Foundation Establishment Level 6. Her surname revealed a significant detail. She was the only daughter of Qi Shifeng, the leader of Lingyun's sect. Wasn't she a genuine princess? What brought her here? Xiaoming felt a surge of confusion, but he was not alone. Fang Lianqing shared his bewilderment. Why has the little junior sister come again? If she latches onto me, I'll be occupied for hours. Fang Lianqing lamented silently, wishing for his master to return from seclusion. In his early years, while traveling, he had met his wife, and they had fought alongside each other during the outbreak of demonic waves, forming a bond with the then head of the Xiao family, Xiao Dingfang. However, his wife, free-spirited by nature, often ventured out to travel after Fang Lianqing succeeded as sect leader, delaying their decision to have children. It wasn't until over 20 years ago, when his wife returned to the sect, that the couple decided to welcome a child. Thus, Qi Qiu'er was born. Ever since, they had been utterly absorbed in raising their daughter. Most of the burdens fell on Fang Lianqing, leaving him to manage the responsibilities. After Qiu'er turned 18, her mother resumed her travels, returning only a few times a year, while Fang Lianqing, engrossed in his enlightenment, left the young girl in the care of several disciples. Due to her unique status, Qi Qiu'er rarely interacted with peers her age. Her cultivation was overseen directly by Qi Shifeng himself. However, once her father entered seclusion, Qi Qiu'er would often visit Linghua Peak, seeking out the elders for entertainment. Among them, Fang Lianqing, the most easygoing and relaxed, became her favorite target for visits, often disrupting his cultivation. Thus, part of Fang Lianqing's reason for taking on a disciple was to provide a legitimate excuse to evade Qi Qiu'er, redirecting her attention to other senior brothers and sisters. Yet, avoidance was not an option. Qi Qiu'er lunged forward, grabbing Fang Lianqing's sleeve, but her gaze suddenly fell upon Xiaoming, who was attempting to discreetly retreat toward the door. Hey, who are you? Standing at an approximate height of 1.8 meters, Xiaoming found himself dwarfed by Qi Qiu'er, whose towering stature diminished his presence. Recognizing he could not escape, Xiaoming abandoned his cautious demeanor, reminding himself that he was not a fated figure destined to slay husbands. I am an outer disciple, Xiaoming. However, to her astonishment, Qi Qiu'er's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. You are the distinguished young master of the Xiao family. In Chapter 24, witnessing Qiu'er's growing interest, the drunken Han Qingtian feigned to be a bandit, and my father is indeed the head of the Xiao family. May I ask, fair maiden, who might you be? According to the experiences of the original host, Xiaoming was indeed aware of Qi Qiu'er's existence, though he had never encountered her before, making this inquiry seem entirely natural. Ahem, she is the daughter of the sect master, By lineage. Xiao Shishu and my master share a long-standing friendship, which makes you peers. However, as you are a disciple within the sect, it is customary to address her as Qi Qingchuan. Fang Lianqing stepped in to ease the situation, and Xiaoming took the opportunity to bow slightly. Qi Qingchuan and Qi Qiu'er also returned the gesture, and both maintained their composure. Yet, Fang Lianqing, observing from the side, pondered. Qiu'er is merely in her early 20s and lacks peers of her age. It is not ideal for her to constantly associate with us older gentlemen. Although Xiaoming bears the reputation of a prodigal, it is merely a facade. His character is commendable, humble, and composed. Furthermore, since Xiao Shishu and my master are old friends, we are all familiar with one another. If I allow Xiaoming to look after Qiu'er, I can devote myself to my training without concern. Moreover, my master likely will not hold it against me. Just as Xiaoming intended to take his leave, he noticed a peculiar glint in Fang Lianqing's eyes, a look of desire, a glimmer of conspiracy. A chill swept through him. Yet Fang Lianqing had already spoken. Little junior sister, you seldom have companions your age, and being around us old fellows must be rather dull. Since both you and Xiaoming are of similar age, it would be beneficial for you to get acquainted and forge a friendship. Fang Lianqing endeavored to sound like a benevolent elder facilitating a connection between two youngsters. However, Xiaoming thought otherwise. Just as he was about to decline, he suddenly received a mental transmission. Xiao Shizizi, consider this a personal favor owed to you. Please take good care of my little junior sister, and I can then focus on my training without worry. Afterward, I shall show my gratitude. Before Xiaoming could refuse, Fang Lianqing waved his hand decisively, ushering the two out of the cave. and the door closed tightly behind them. Xiao Ming, winky face, Qi Qiuer. As dusk approached, Yi Qingtian, who had been out on a training expedition, arrived at a quaint little town named Yulong. Welcome, esteemed guest. Although our establishment may be modest, we offer a comprehensive array of services. Regardless of whether it walks, swims, or flies, we have it all. The young innkeeper greeted him with an unwavering commercial smile that had been his hallmark for years. Acknowledging the innkeeper's enthusiasm with a slight nod, Yi Qingtian inquired, "Do you have private rooms?" "Indeed, esteemed guest, we have elegant chambers on the second floor. However, the pricing may be—" Yi Qingtian produced a pouch filled with silver and waved it before the innkeeper. The innkeeper's grin, which had been stretched ear to ear, faltered instantly upon the sight of the gleaming silver. "Please arrange a room for me, preferably one that is secluded, as I prefer tranquility." "Certainly. A private chamber on the second floor awaits you." With attentive service, following the innkeeper upstairs, Yi Qingtian found himself in a cozy, secluded room. "Thank you, young innkeeper. Here, take this to fetch me some tea. Yi Qingtian said, producing a coin from his pocket and tossing it to the innkeeper. "Thank you, esteemed guest. Enjoy your meal and drink. I shall take my leave now." The innkeeper, delighted by the tip, bowed and exited the room with a smile. With foundational cultivation sufficient for fasting, this practice is akin to consuming compressed biscuits. While they can satiate hunger, a normal person would not resort to them when a proper meal is available. Similarly, fasting is a necessary skill for cultivators when they lack the time to eat. But one should eat when the opportunity arises. Yi Qingtian ordered several signature dishes and wild game from the mountains. But when the innkeeper recommended the establishment's popular wine, he politely declined. When traveling, it is best to avoid alcohol. Although it is not difficult for a practitioner to dispel the effects of intoxication, excessive drinking can impair judgment and clarity of mind. The world is perilous, and survival relies on both wit and bravery. Lacking either could lead to disaster. This was one of the admonitions given to me by Shixiang before my departure, and I have kept it in mind. Suddenly, the presence of Tianji Zuanzhang in his ring spoke up, addressing Yi Qingtian, who was relishing his meal. "Just now, when you displayed your pouch of coins, two individuals nearby exhibited a significant fluctuation in their auras. I suspect they may be interested." Yi Qingtian furrowed his brow and asked, "Can you discern their cultivation levels?" "They possess no remarkable skills, merely ordinary fighters." "Then there is no need for concern. Rest assured. I have indeed neglected to keep my wealth concealed. I shall remember this in the future." Having eaten his fill, Yi Qingtian staggered out of the second-floor chamber, his body reeking of alcohol, causing several nearby patrons to cough. "Goodness, this young man has drunk too much. Could he have been soaking in a vat of liquor?" Ignoring the whispers around him, Yi Qingtian continued his unsteady journey. Only the innkeeper paused to ponder. "Strange, did this guest order any wine? Our stock seems ample." But then he chuckled, thinking perhaps the guest simply preferred to drink his own liquor, which was no fault of his own, and returned to his duties. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley not far from the restaurant, several masked individuals were watching the inebriated Yi Qingtian, occasionally whispering among themselves. "Luo Tuo, are you certain this fellow is a plump target?" the leader inquired of one of his taller underlings, who replied confidently, "Fear not, big brother, I observed him closely. He is indeed an easy mark. The gleaming silver in his pouch is blinding." Another short and stout bandit chimed in, "Yes, big brother, I can attest to that. This young man's attire suggests he is a scion of a wealthy family in the county. He appears soft and feeble. Today's haul will surely be substantial." Hearing this, the leader nodded in approval. "Very well. When the time is right, Luo Tuo and Lame Donkey will approach and cover his face, while Xiao Gui and Erdan will knock him out with a club, as per our usual practice. We'll divide the spoils among the brothers in the village, and we shall feast well. Rest assured, big brother." The group murmured in agreement. "Oh no, big brother, that fellow is getting away. What are we waiting for? Let us follow him." The group stealthily trailed Yi Qingtian, who wandered about aimlessly like a headless fly, gradually veering towards a nearby grove. The bandits rejoiced at this. The grove offered a secluded haven with few people and abundant trees, an ideal spot to ambush their target. Even in the worst-case scenario, If they were to kill him, it would take time for anyone to discover the deed. As they followed Yi Qingtian into the grove, the moonlight faintly illuminated the narrow path, leaving the bandits to rely on their instincts to discern his silhouette ahead. Suddenly, the bandit named Luo Tua lunged forward, shouting, "Got him! Got him! Dan, you better strike now," just as the short and stout bandit prepared to act. A voice from within a sack called out, "Are you all blind?" "It's me." The bandit leader emerged from the sack, kicking Luo Tua to the ground. "Damn it, are you rebelling against me, Luo Tua?" Luo Tua fell to the ground, trembling. No, big brother, I was indeed aiming for that fellow. I clearly saw it was not you." "Wait, where did that fellow go?" Dan suddenly asked. The group quickly realized the situation, looking around in confusion. Despite the moonlight, they could not spot Yi Qingtian. How strange, could he be hiding? Just then, a branch on a nearby tree rustled slightly, and a voice emerged from the foliage. "Are you gentlemen looking for me?" In Chapter 25, "So it is." What a tough nut. The bandit leader shouted a warning, but even though the bandits were skilled fighters, they could not match the speed of Yi Qingtian, who had stepped into the foundational level of cultivation. In moments, the bandits lay sprawled on the ground, grimacing in pain, each one bearing injuries. Only the leader, though defeated, retained his spirit. "You may beat me to death, but I shall not utter a single whimper." Moments later, anguished cries echoed through the grove as the bandits were terrified, followed by the leader's pleas for mercy. "Hero, spare me. Please, stop hitting me, and I shall tell you everything." Yi Qingtian silently put away the book on how to increase pain sensitivity without causing permanent damage, given to him by Xiao Ming, and spoke coldly, "Name, identity, and your reasons for attempting to rob me." After enduring a series of tribulations, several individuals began to reveal their identities. The leader of the bandits was named Gansheng, while the others bore nicknames such as Camel and Lame Donkey to avoid recognition. This group of 5 originally hailed from a poor farming community called Shaowang Village, situated on the eastern edge of Yulong Town. They barely subsisted on a few acres of meager fields, but a few years prior, the county magistrate abruptly assigned their lands to the family of a certain Zhang Shilang in the court, transforming the villagers of Shaowang into tenants without cause. Consequently, Gansheng and his companions resisted the injustice, only to be apprehended by the magistrate, sentenced for contempt of court, and received 20 lashes. Had they not been trained fighters, they would have either been dead or crippled. Upon their release, they discovered that it was not just Shaowang Village that suffered. Countless farmlands across various counties had been forcibly appropriated for Zhang Shilang's family over the years. Additionally, some wealthy landowners voluntarily contributed their fertile lands to Zhang Shilang, seeking to leverage his connections to evade labor and taxes, all under the guise of donations. Had the imperial court not sent officials to investigate? I have heard that the current Jigua court is filled with upright officials, and the emperor is known for his virtuous reputation. Yi Qingtian recalled that the teachings within his clan spoke highly of the Jigua imperial family, which was often depicted in literature as the emperor disguising himself to seek justice for the common folk, even finding its way into tales recounted by storytellers, such as the tale of Yi Qingtian slaying corrupt officials in a fit of righteous anger. The tall man known as Camel, whose real name was Li He, scoffed, "Virtuous? Indeed, our emperor is virtuous to a fault." The following year, an official named He Rue was dispatched to conduct a thorough investigation, compelling Zhang Shilang's family to return the appropriated lands. Yi Qingtian, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't that a good thing? If the lands are returned, you can simply return to farming." Before Li He could respond, the short and stout Zhong Heng interjected. Although the envoy he came to return the lands, he only returned the donated lands, the properties of those wealthy landowners who could cultivate them meticulously and thus pay higher taxes. The court, in need of funds, would naturally not allow them to evade taxes through their connections to Zhang Shilang. We smallholders can barely sustain our families on our meager plots, with any surplus merely exchanging for a few coppers for firewood. The court looks down upon us common folk. To prevent any disturbances from the influential families, our lands were simply taken, and in the words of that envoy, he rather oppressed the local officials than the commoners. To preserve the hierarchy. We do not comprehend the meaning of hierarchy, but we understand that it implies our suffering is acceptable as long as the officials remain unharmed. Feng Zhuang, referred to as Lame Donkey, spoke through clenched teeth as he recounted this tale. Yi Qingtian, deep in thought, finally spoke. I seem to have heard of this envoy, his reputation on my journey. It was said that he eradicated corrupt officials and dealt with a multitude of unscrupulous local leaders, advocating for the people. Is this true? Nonsense. Gan Xing cursed vehemently. Not long after, he was reassigned, and the magistrate of Huading County remains in his position to this day. We merely sought justice for our lands and ended up imprisoned for half a year for our complaints. We brothers resorted to banditry because of this injustice, my friend. We target the wealthy landowners who are in cahoots with the magistrate, robbing them after their visits to brothels and taverns, and we bring the proceeds back to our village. Have you ever killed anyone? No, we only seek to fill our stomachs. We do not resort to violence. Yi Qingtian lightly rubbed a ring on his finger and inquired, Respected one, can their words be trusted? A voice emanated from the ring, revealing the surprised tone of Tianji Zun. Indeed, it is true. Their auras remain steady. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian nodded slightly. You are not irredeemably wicked. A beating today serves as a lesson. This pouch of silver, which amounts to roughly 50 taels, is of no use to me. Take it. He then tossed the pouch to Gan Xing. The onlookers, eager to kneel in gratitude, were forestalled by Yi Qingtian, who merely placed a hand on Gan Xing, rendering him utterly powerless. There is no need for that. Simply tell me the name and address of the magistrate. He hesitated, saying, Young hero, you are indeed a benefactor. But that magistrate, Lu Shangqing, what of him? Yi Qingtian frowned slightly. He is under the protection of an immortal. It is precisely for this reason that he dares to wield his power here. Even the prefect would not dare to dismiss him. The young hero possesses formidable martial skills, but the power of an immortal is boundless. Do not act impulsively. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingtian merely smiled gently, his body radiating a brilliant light, before transforming into a white rainbow that vanished into the night sky. It is an immortal! The crowd exclaimed in unison. In the early morning at Lingyun sect, Xiao Ming was engaged in a refined pastime with Qi Qiu'er. Big, big, big. Qi Qiu'er cried out passionately, her fists clenched, her eyes fixed intently on the dice. Not again, it's small, Xiao Ming replied with an unperturbed demeanor. Qi, my dear disciple, counting this round, you have lost 216 low-grade spirit stones to me over the past few days. I believe that is sufficient. I feel slightly guilty keeping this money. Initially, when Xiao Ming met Qi Qiu'er, he assumed she was a sweet and charming young lady of noble birth, graceful and poised, captivating many young men. However, he soon discovered her mastery of various games, such as Pai Gao and dice, and even if he saw her teasing well-bred young men, he would not find it out of place. Aside from her beauty, she was essentially a ruffian raised by a ruffian. Fortunately, Qi Qiu'er was merely playful and somewhat naive due to her lack of friends, and her character was still commendable. While secretly criticizing Feng Lianqing for corrupting the young girl, Xiao Ming nonetheless enjoyed playing with Qi Qiu'er, not for any other reason, but because she offered him far too much. Not only did she shower him with precious talismans and elixirs, but her initial gift alone was a bottle of marrow-cleansing pills, 10 in total. The 5 marrow-cleansing pills he had previously given to Yi Qingtian had been procured through much frugality, and this was from the wealthy Xiao family. Other smaller families would likely only part with a single pill, grieving over it for half a year. Is the sect master really spoiling his daughter to this extent? What a pure, rich lady. Qi Qiu'er was sweating profusely, having played fiercely against Xiao Ming all night yet winning scarcely a few rounds, regardless of the game point. One more. I will borrow spirit stones from my third senior brother to repay you. And please, do not call me Qi. I am 3 years your senior. Just call me Sister Qiu'er. All right, Qi, no problem. You. As the two played in an open area, a figure approached, a woman in a red outfit, her hair tied in a ponytail. Qiu'er, it's time for you to return to your cultivation. Can't I play a little longer? Ain't you Xian? Qiu'er, do you think I would fall for that again? The woman in red glanced at Xiao Ming, her expression unchanged. What a coincidence, you are here too. Xiao Ming rose and offered a slight bow, a resigned smile on his face. Greetings, Protector Mei. The woman who had just arrived was none other than Mei Yusin, a protector elder of Lingyun's sect, with whom Xiao Ming was not only acquainted but very familiar. Unlike Xiao Ming, she was not related to his mother, Mei Yingxue, nor had she entered the sect through connections. Instead, she was invited by Lingyun's sect due to her remarkable talent, not for any trivial reason, but because she had already reached the early stage of the nascent soul realm at less than 200 years of age. However, Mei Yusin preferred to focus on her cultivation rather than take up the mantle of sect leader or concern herself with family affairs, so she readily accepted Lingyun's sect's invitation to serve as a protector elder. As a protector, she was free from the distractions of sect affairs, allowing her to concentrate on her cultivation, yet when necessary, she must contribute to the sect's efforts. If figures like Yun Wanqing, who had reached the God transformation stage, represented Lingyun's sect's elite forces, then experts like Mei Yusin were its true backbone. However, this very reason led Mei Yusin to look down upon Xiao Ming, who possessed great talent yet refused to cultivate. During the time of the original owner, Mei Yusin often encountered him while he was idling about, leading to frequent reports to the Grand Elder. Since then, their relationship had soured, with the original owner believing that aside from her appearance, everything about Mei Yusin was lacking. Once again, I've been unfairly burdened with the original owner's mistakes. Xiao Ming thought silently. I am aware that Elder Fong entrusted you to look after Qiu'er, but as I have been tasked by the sect master to oversee her, I cannot allow you to lead her astray. From now on, do not gamble with Qiu'er anymore. With that, Mei Yusin took Qiu'er by the hand and soared away on a cloud, leaving Xiao Ming in a state of bewilderment. Wait, how have I led Qiu'er astray? She was already adept at gambling. Isn't this just bullying an honest person? The following day, at Yaolin Peak. Xiao Mingming, what shall we play today? While Xiao Ming was drawing talismans, he replied without looking up. Naturally, we continue as before. As Mei Yusin stood nearby, she suddenly cleared her throat. How about reading? There was no choice. One must bow to the circumstances. Reading? No way. My father makes me read all the time. I am about to turn into a wooden block. Qiu'er shook her head vigorously in denial. Let us continue playing dice, or how about Pai Gao? After spending a few days together, Xiao Ming discovered that Qiu'er possessed the innocent heart and playful spirit of a child. Her demeanor often tinged with a hint of childishness. For instance, when she was angry, she would unconsciously pout and frown, and when feeling wronged, her lips would pucker in moments of ire. She resembled a cat with its fur bristled. She delighted in various amusing pursuits, though her enthusiasm typically waned after a brief period, except when it came to card games. Despite her abysmal skills, on several occasions Xiao Ming, unable to bear her distress, deliberately lost to her, yet she would still clamor for another round, akin to a girl yearning to embrace adulthood. Qiu'er, do not forget our promise from yesterday, Mei Yusin interjected. Instantly, Qiu'er's spirit dampened, prompting Xiao Ming to seize the opportunity to suggest. How about we go fishing? Fishing? Oh, yes. As long as it means no studying. Qiu'er's temperament was often one of compromise. For instance, if one proposed fishing, she would initially refuse, but the moment someone suggested studying, she would readily agree to fish instead. Because Mei Yusin held the position of a guardian elder and had the authority to allow her disciples free passage, the gatekeepers did not hinder them excessively when they left the mountain. After a brief registration, they were permitted to descend at the foot of Changhong Mountain. A gentle stream meandered by, its waters neither too turbulent nor devoid of beauty, making it a favored spot for many disciples of Lingyun's sect to sketch and paint. Perfect, this will do, Xiao Ming declared as he located an ideal fishing spot and waved to the other two. Although Xiao Ming was not an expert angler in his previous life, he possessed enough knowledge of basic techniques such as baiting and casting. And with his enhanced abilities, he quickly grasped the necessary skills, executing the motions with admirable proficiency. Qiu'er, eager to emulate him, took up a borrowed fishing rod and mimicked his actions. First, let us bait the area to attract the fish. And remember, do not cast too forcefully. We wouldn't want to send the line across to the other bank, he advised. With your talent, if you dedicated this time to cultivation instead of fishing, you would surely progress at an astonishing rate. It is a pity to see it squandered. Observing Xiao Ming's deft movements, Mei Yusin could not help but offer her counsel. Typically, at such moments, The original Xiao Ming would either coldly dismiss her concern or ignore her altogether. Engrossed in his fishing, however, Xiao Ming remained unperturbed, continuing with his task as he gently replied, "Cultivation is fundamentally about refining the heart. Every matter in the world can serve as a means to cultivate one's spirit. Including fishing. Do you consider fishing simple? The challenge lies in the essence of stillness. If one's heart is restless, it will disturb the fish, leading to a day spent with empty hands. Only through true tranquility, combined with exceptional skill, can one hope to catch fish. The same principle applies to cultivation. If one is overly ambitious and reckless, it may appear that progress is swift, but the foundation remains weak and unstable. In the long run, this will inevitably lead to errors. Mei Yusin, it is best to take things step by step, gradually honing one's character. When the time is ripe, breakthroughs will come naturally. After a lengthy discourse, Mei Yusin found herself momentarily bewildered. Was this truly Xiao Ming? The same carefree and self-important young scion she knew. For a fleeting moment, she struggled to discern who was the teacher and who was the pupil. Feeling an unexpected sense of validity in Xiao Ming's words, "Humph, a feeble excuse," she retorted, though her tone softened somewhat. Xiao Ming, unfazed, continued to wait for a fish to bite. "Xiao Mingming, what's the matter, Sister Chioer? When will a fish finally bite?" "Soon," he replied. "But you said that a quarter of an hour ago. We've been here for half an hour." "Sure, you scared the fish away." After another quarter of an hour, Chi Chioer could no longer contain her impatience. She tossed the fishing rod onto the ground and clenched her small fists, exclaiming, "I'm done fishing. Humph. There are no fish here at all, Xiao Ming. You bad person." Yet, it was precisely in the moment Chi Chioer discarded her rod that Xiao Ming's bobber began to dance. "I've got one," Xiao Ming exclaimed as he exerted force, landing a fish weighing over a pound onto the bank, its tail thrashing about. "Xiao Mingming, speak the truth. Did you conspire with these fish?" Chi Chioer expressed her bewilderment. Ignoring her skepticism, Xiao Ming examined the fish closely. "Aha, it's a river perch, perfect for steaming." Ding, detected that the child of fortune, Du Jingqiu, has successfully cultivated, elevating her cultivation to the 4th level of foundation establishment. The host's cultivation has advanced to 1st level of golden core, initial stage. In an instant, Xiao Ming's aura shifted dramatically. The previously nebulous golden core solidified, its essence radiating forth, causing the surrounding grasses and trees to sway in response. Chi Chioer gasped in astonishment, frantically searching Xiao Ming for signs of any miraculous elixirs he might have consumed. In contrast, Mei Yusin remained composed, her eyes calm and unwavering, though her jaw nearly dropped to the floor. "You see, I told you fishing could be a form of cultivation. Here we are, a breakthrough achieved." Chapter 27. Look up and see who I am. Heaven and earth bear witness. Xiao Ming had not anticipated that Du Jingqiu would elevate her cultivation at such a fortuitous moment. His previous remarks were merely meant to amuse Mei Yusin. However, from the instant he broke through to the golden core, the situation began to shift. He perceived a glimmer of doubt in Mei Yusin's eyes regarding her previous approach to cultivation, as well as a perplexity over his seemingly effortless ascension to the golden core stage. Oh no, she might actually believe it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Qingtian's circumstances were evidently not as favorable as Xiao Ming's. The child of fortune, favored by the heavenly Tao, did not imply that he was a simpleton who merely acted on impulse. On the contrary, Yi Qingtian's unwavering trust in Xiao Ming stemmed from multiple first-hand experiences. Thus, upon hearing the grievances of Gan Xing and others, rather than hastily seeking out the county magistrate Liu, he spent several days investigating various villages in Huading County. In truth, County Magistrate Liu Shangqing bore little resemblance to the descriptions given by Gan Xing and the others. Rather, he was even more depraved than they had conveyed. The pair of uncle and nephew, surnamed Wang, were merely errand boys delivering goods when they fortuitously encountered a girl fleeing from another region. Out of kindness, they offered her a ride, parting ways at a small village. However, mere days later, the girl was found tragically dead in the mountains, her attire in tatters, suspected to have been murdered post-assault. Liu Shangqing hastily concluded that the uncle and nephew had malicious intent during their encounter, and to cover their tracks, he arrested them and subjected them to brutal torture. unable to withstand the torment. They confessed to the crime, leading to a swift conclusion of the case, which was subsequently reported as a political achievement. Yet, months later, the true perpetrator, consumed by guilt, turned himself and the lifelong bachelor. He had succumbed to drunkenness and committed the heinous act, subsequently silencing the girl to conceal his crime. The Wang family duo was thus exonerated, but tragically, they had already been executed a month prior to the perpetrator's confession. Moreover, Lu Shangqing, emboldened by his connections and the remoteness of the emperor, indulged in corruption and debauchery with impunity, constructing a private residence grander than the county office itself. He regularly accepted tributes of women from his subordinates, ranging from young maidens to mature matrons, even crafting brushes from the hair of the women he misused. What was more alarming was his indiscriminate appetite for both female and male companions. It was said that the more delicate-looking youths from prominent families conducting business in Huading County had all fallen under Lu Shangqing's favor. With a litany of disgraceful deeds, he reigned as a local tyrant for nearly 20 years, shielded by flattery from above and his own power below, which rendered him untouchable. Such a person was precisely the type that Yi Qingtian loathed the most. Within the walls of Lu Shangqing's lavish manor in Huading County, a banquet was underway. A corpulent middle-aged man, clad in extravagant attire, rose slowly to make a toast. As he prepared to speak, the previously boisterous guests fell silent. This man was none other than Lu Shangqing, the local despot. Ladies and gentlemen, since you have requested me, Lu, to say a few words, I shall keep it brief. These words will surely surpass the previous ones. But what are those two phrases? They are simply these. Lu Shangqing's nonsensical rhetoric elicited rounds of applause from the guests. Well, the prosperity of my Shin family today is entirely due to the support of County Magistrate Lu. Your words have enlightened me. I drink to you all. The County Magistrate is indeed extraordinary. His eloquence and demeanor are unparalleled. Today, I am fortunate to hear such heavenly music. I cannot refrain from drinking. County Magistrate Lu, as a father figure to the people, is not only honest and devoted, but he also adheres to a strict wardrobe of no more than 8 outfits year-round. Moreover, he dispenses justice swiftly. If it weren't for his righteous governance, how could we enjoy such good fortune? I drink to you. Without County Magistrate Lu, how could we witness this era of peace where not even a beggar graces the streets? Cheers! Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Lu Shangqing repeatedly expressed his humility, attributing his accomplishments to the support of the local gentry and heroes. Indeed, the atmosphere was harmonious, akin to that of brothers. During the banquet, Mr. Shen gradually approached Lu Shangqing and whispered, "My lord, a few days ago, I acquired a fine steed, completely snow-white without a single blemish, possessing both elegance and grace. Such a splendid horse would be a waste to keep in my humble abode. Hence I come to present it to you." Upon hearing this, Lu Shangqing, slightly intoxicated, instantly perked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Mr. Shun, you are truly my dear friend. I have no particular hobbies but a fondness for fine horses. Pray tell, is this steed a mare or a stallion?" Mr. Shun promptly replied, "It is a 16-year-old stallion, already delivered to your inner chamber." "Ha ha, splendid. I am most grateful for your generous gift today, Mr. Shun. Rest assured, I will give due consideration to your earlier request." "Oh, how could I dare? I sincerely thank you, my lord, for your diligent efforts for our county over the years." In the front hall, the guests exchanged cups and enjoyed themselves, while in the inner chamber of the rear courtyard, a young boy dressed in women's extravagant clothing, with light makeup adorning his delicate features, trembled nervously as he sat on the bed. The boy, named Fu Yin, was the son of a servant in the Shen family. A few days prior, Mr. Shen sought to purchase land to build a tavern and approached County Magistrate Lu Shangqing. To his dismay, Lu Shangqing demanded a show of sincerity. After investigation, Mr. Shen learned of Lu Shangqing's lecherous reputation. With one son and one daughter, it was impossible for Mr. Shen to offer his precious daughter to that loathsome fat man. Consequently, he set his sights on the youngest daughter of the Fu family, coercing them to offer her, or face expulsion from their home. In the local gentry, there existed a rule that castaways would find no one to take them in. The Fu family had served the Shin family for generations. possessing neither land nor wealth. If expelled, they would either become beggars or starve to death. However, Fu Yan's sister, Fu Sisi, was merely 10 years old, an age of innocence, and was to be sent to serve Lu Shangqing. The Fu family was torn, unwilling to part with her yet fearing the fate of the family if they were cast onto the streets. At that moment, Fu Yan took the initiative to inform Mr. Shan that he could substitute for his sister and serve the county magistrate. Fu Yan, possessing a handsome visage with bright teeth and clear eyes, was devoid of excess flesh due to hunger, perfectly aligning with Lu Shangqing's tastes. Mr. Shan acquiesced to Fu Yan's request, promptly dressing him up and sending him to Lu's inner chamber. After all, as long as he could please Lu Shangqing, it mattered not whether the servant was male or female. Moreover, a willing participant was far preferable to a coerced one, minimizing the risk of complications. Were the children of a servant truly considered as human? Inside the room, Fu Yan gazed at his splendid and costly attire, tears streaming down his face as this was the clothing he had longed for in his dreams. Yet now, he felt no joy whatsoever. Although he was fair of face, Fu Yan was inherently a strong-willed young man, and the thought of submitting to another man, especially a repugnant official, filled the 16-year-old with dread. However, should he refuse, his parents and little sister would be left to wander the streets. Thus, Fu Yan gritted his teeth, pinched his thigh painfully to quell his trembling, dried his tears, and awaited the arrival of County Magistrate Lu Shangqing. Finally, the door creaked open. Fu Yan's previously subdued fear surged once more as he heard the footsteps approaching. Still, he dared not lift his gaze. Slowly rising, Fu Yan knelt, pressing his forehead to the floor, and tremblingly uttered the words taught by Mr. Shan's concubine. I, the humble servant Xiao Yin, pay my respects to you. My lord, please allow me to assist you in changing your garments. The figure before him remained still, and Fu Yan dared not breathe, feeling his heart race. After a moment, the person finally spoke, but it was not Lu Shangqing's voice. Brother, raise your head and see who I am. Fu Yan's body jolted, and he looked up to find not the corpulent Lu Shangqing, but a young hero clad in a fitted outfit, a sword and dagger at his waist. Chapter 28. Dressed in women's garb, Qing Tian replaces Fu Yan, unveiling the secret to assassinate the county magistrate. What a handsome fellow. This lad's appearance rivals that of me and brother Xiao. This was Yi Qing Tian's first thought upon seeing Fu Yan. He quickly regained his focus on the mission at hand, to execute Lu Shangqing on the spot and uncover the so-called immortal lurking in the shadows. Fu Yan gradually rose, gazing with suspicion at the slightly taller Yi Qing Tian, and queried, "Who might you be? You need not concern yourself with who I am. I have but one question. Do you truly wish to serve that despicable county magistrate?" Following Brother Xiaoming's teachings, if he revealed his identity too soon, the victim might become suspicious. This could lead to unnecessary inquiries and waste precious time, potentially exposing him. Thus, to gain trust, it was best to seize control of the dialogue and steer the conversation. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan's eyes reddened as he spoke helplessly. How could I wish for such a fate? Yet, if I do not serve him, my parents and little sister will be forced to sleep on the streets, freezing and starving to death. Excellent. Brother Xiao was indeed correct. By guiding the conversation, I can significantly increase the chances of gaining his trust. What is your name, and where do you reside? I am Fu Yan, and my family serves the Shun household in the southern part of the city. Very well, Fu Yan. One last question. Do you wish to be reunited with your family? Yes, Fu Yan replied without hesitation. Then I shall assist you in escaping. Today, I will take your place. Fu Yan was overjoyed, but quickly realized the gravity of the situation. No, kind sir, thank you for your generosity. Though I do not know who you are, this burden is not yours to bear. I cannot allow it. Before he could finish, Yi Qing Tian produced a teleportation talisman gifted by Xiao Ming and affixed it to Fu Yan. Instantly, the talisman radiated light. You are quite honorable. Upon your return, gather your family at the Fumin Inn in the east of the city and ask for a person named Yi Tian. Wait for me there. This was the last thing Fu Yan heard before being transported away. Theoretically, Yi Qing Tian had saved Fu Yan once and had no obligation to ensure the safety of his entire family. Yet for some reason, Yi Qing Tian felt a connection with Fu Yan and desired to engage further. Thus, he made this decision in the deep of night. The guests in the front hall departed in their sedan chairs. Lu Shangqing, who had been thoroughly intoxicated, suddenly raised his hand to dispel the effects of the alcohol, instantly sobering up. After adjusting his attire, Lu Shangqing strode purposefully toward the rear courtyard, filled with anticipation for the true feast of the evening. With a creak, he slowly pushed open the door to find a white-faced youth, dressed in women's attire, sitting on the bed, hands clutching his skirts, revealing a hint of unease. Even without makeup, the sight of the youth stirred Lu Shangqing's desire, akin to a wolf catching sight of a plump lamb. The boy was indeed Yi Qingtian, now garbed in feminine clothing. Yi Qingtian rose and bowed slightly, mimicking Fu Yan's earlier mannerisms, and said, "I pay my respects to you, my lord. Please allow me to assist you in disrobing." "Ha ha, disrobing? How delightful!" Lu Shangqing extended his arms, watching as the beautiful youth slowly unfastened his belt. Unable to restrain himself, he reached out to caress Yi Qingtian's face, exclaiming in delight, "What a handsome little fellow! Compared to those pretty boys in brothels, you are truly in a league of your own. Serve me well tonight, and tomorrow I shall reward you handsomely. I shall serve you with utmost dedication." As Yi Qingtian removed Lu Shangqing's outer robe, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, noting the absence of any defensive artifacts. According to Brother Zhao's teachings, villains often felt insecure, fearing vengeful spirits and assassins, and typically wore soft armor. If a cultivator were to assist, they might even carry protective talismans, making it crucial to neutralize any defenses before striking. This was why Yi Qingtian had endured Lu Shangqing's lewd advances despite his revulsion. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, should the opponent possess protective artifacts, he would be unable to kill him in one blow and would likely cause more chaos. Now it was confirmed. Lu Shangqing wore nothing but a simple undershirt. "Beautiful one, what is your name? What skills do you possess?" As Lu Shangqing adjusted his robe, entirely oblivious to Yi Qingtian's shifting expression, he continued his flirtation. "My skills are, of course, clean and efficient. As for my name, I am Qiu. Qiu and I Ming." With that, Yi Qingtian launched a poison needle, several silvery darts glistening with cold light, aimed directly at Lu Shangqing's temples. Clang, clang, clang. To his surprise, Lu Shangqing's right hand suddenly turned crimson, and he caught several silver needles in his palm. "Not good. He is also a cultivator. My little beauty, you truly are spirited. How wonderful. While it may be comfortable to share a bed with a docile lamb, it lacks excitement. I have a peculiar fondness for your rebellious nature." "Ha ha ha." The classic villainous laughter echoed as Lu Shangqing tossed the silver needle to the ground. "I never anticipated that those mud-legged peasants could actually hire cultivators to assassinate me. Yet, they remain oblivious to the fact that the rumor of my divine protection was, in truth, disseminated by none other than myself. And the true celestial being is none other than me." With a thunderous roar, Lu Shangqing's physique suddenly swelled, his garments bursting apart, revealing his corpulent form. Golden core, end of the demonic path. Yi Qingtian immediately reacted, employing his footwork to dash towards the outside. However, Lu Shangqing's cultivation level was formidable, and the demonic arts, which took lives without hesitation, had granted him a significant enhancement in power. Thus, despite his seemingly cumbersome appearance, his speed was not in the slightest inferior to Yi Qingtian's. The two raced after each other, transforming into a streak of white light and a flash of red as they traversed the landscape. Ultimately, their pursuit led them to an open space on the outskirts of Huading County. "Oh dear beauty, are you truly concerned about engaging in battle within the city and harming those mud-legged fellows? Such benevolence. I, for one, am utterly enamored by your pristine and unblemished nature." As he spoke, Lu Shangqing revealed a set of yellowed teeth. It must be said, he had indeed hit upon Yi Qingtian's innermost thoughts, yet there was another consideration. The absence of light in the open field favored the use of poison pills and hidden weapons. Under the dim moonlight, the two engaged in direct confrontation. Though Yi Qingtian was at a disadvantage regardless, he drew confidence from the backing of the revered Tianji, knowing he would not meet his demise. One relied on superior cultivation to strike with brute force, while the other utilized agile movements to outmaneuver. Despite the scant illumination of the moon, both relied more on their cultivated spiritual awareness to gauge each other's offensive maneuvers. Suddenly, with a flicker, Chapter 29. The pain of Fu Yin Yi Qingtian hurled a poison pill, which began to dissolve upon contact with the air, releasing an invisible, odorless gas. This gas bore no lethal properties. Its sole purpose was to obscure spiritual awareness. Lu Shangqing suddenly felt as though his spiritual sense was ensnared by a membrane, restricted and unable to penetrate. Yet, before Lu Shangqing could react, Yi Qingtian struck with a palm, aimed directly at him. Although his spiritual awareness was clouded, his golden core cultivation remained intact, and the reflexes of a cultivator surpassed those of ordinary folk. Thus, he instinctively countered with a palm strike of his own to collide with Yi Qingtian. Boom! The clash of palm forces unleashed a shockwave, toppling nearby trees as both retreated several steps. Even with Tianji divine skills, I cannot gain the upper hand. It seems that the disparity between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core is indeed too great. This kid's technique is even more sinister than mine. Such explosive power. My dear beauty, shall we strike a bargain? You see, I have no need for your servitude tonight. How about this? You grant me your cultivation technique, and I shall allow you to leave unscathed. Although Yi Qingtian's technique was tyrannical, the chasm of their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Even if they were evenly matched in offensive power for the time being, the speed at which they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was entirely incomparable between Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. Thus, Lu Shangqing had the confidence to defeat Yi Qingtian, and his proposed condition was twofold: to covet Yi Qingtian's Tianji divine skills and to lower the latter's guard. For letting him go? Nonsense. Lu Shangqing, who valued beauty above all, would certainly not release someone of Yi Qingtian's exquisite appearance. Oh? County Magistrate Lu seems quite confident, but you have mistaken your opponent. Before he could finish his sentence, Yi Qingtian unleashed his spiritual power, drawing his sword, and a blade of energy surged towards Lu Shangqing's neck. Lu Shangqing's heart raced, realizing this audacious youth dared to engage in a life-and-death struggle against someone of a vastly superior realm, perhaps relying solely on that excessively sinister technique. Though his thoughts were chaotic, his sole instinct was to evade. It was not cowardice. Rather, the flying cloud sword technique was too overtly recognizable, and every strike aimed for vital points. To take it head-on would be akin to smashing one's head against a boulder. Though the stone might shatter, the head would remain intact. Unexpectedly, as Yi Qingtian withdrew his blade, he executed a move known as the Burning Heaven Blade, which grazed Lu Shangqing's head and sent nearby trees crashing down, igniting before they could even be reduced to charcoal. You dare! Lu Shangqing bellowed, his blood-red fist coalescing with malevolent energy as it surged towards Yi Qingtian, swift as lightning. As the punch approached, Yi Qingtian realized evasion was futile and crossed his sword and blade before him, preparing to withstand the blow, resembling Xiaoming facing a blood puppet. Bang! Ultimately, Yi Qingtian lacked the invulnerability skill. Thus, after taking the hit, he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Kid, do you now comprehend my might? Heed my advice. Surrender your technique and serve me for a night in exchange for your life. This transaction is not at a loss. Within the Shun residence in the southern part of the city, Fu Yin stealthily donned his clothes and mingled with the night watchman before infiltrating the courtyard. After numerous twists and turns, Fu Yin finally located a small tile-roofed house in the corner of the courtyard, where his family of 4 resided. He flung the door open. Father, mother, and Cici, I have returned. Xiao Yin, Yinner, brother. The 3 distinct calls came from Fu Yin's father, Fu Zhuang, his mother, Zhang Hui, and his younger sister, Fu Cici. Since Fu Yin had been sent to Lu Shangqing's residence by Shun Yuanwei, Fu Zhuang had been filled with self-reproach, lamenting that his own inadequacy had forced his son into servitude at such a prominent household, leading him to sacrifice himself to feed a tiger. Zhang Hui, Fu Yin's mother, was consumed more by sorrow and heartache, lamenting that her son, so young, should be delivered to such a beast. Only the youngest, Fu Cici, remained unaware of her brother's fate and continued to hope for his gentle return to play with her. Upon seeing Fu Yin return safely, even the burly Fu Zhuang could not suppress the tears streaming down his face. Xiao Yin, let me see. You weren't beaten, were you? How did they allow you to return? While weeping, Fu's mother examined her son's body for any signs of injury. I ran back. A celestial being saved me. Subsequently, Fu Yin succinctly recounted his encounter with Yi Qingtian, leaving Fu Zhuang and Zhang Hui in disbelief. Time was of the essence. Fu Yin immediately prepared to lead his family to escape from the Shen residence and head towards the Fumin Inn. Bang, however, before the Fu family could begin packing, Shen Yuanwei burst in, furious, kicking open the door to the tile-roofed house, followed by the impatient young master and young lady of the Shen family. You worthless dog, you've ruined my plans. I entrusted you to accompany County Magistrate Liu. Yet you returned here. My tavern is utterly ruined. No, my lord, it was a celestial being. The celestial being allowed Xiao Yin to return. He said he would slap. As Fu Zhuang attempted to defend his son, he was struck to the ground by Shen Yuanwei's palm. Fu Yin rushed to protect his father, only to be pinned down by the young master of the Shen family. What celestial being? Why don't you say your son was saved by the heavenly emperor? It's all your fault, you wretched slave. Serving the county magistrate for a night doesn't cost you your life. Why did you come back? My Shen family provides you with food and clothing, and this is how you repay us. Truly a bunch of ungrateful wretches. Zhang Hui, witnessing Fu Yin's suffering, hastily knelt down, repeatedly bowing her head. Young master. Young lady, please show mercy. It is my fault for not raising my child properly. I beg you, spare Yinner a life. Facing the tearful Zhang Hui, the young lady of the Shen family, Shun Fengyi, grew increasingly disdainful. Seizing Zhang Hui's hair and slapping her repeatedly, wretched woman, you raise such ungrateful dogs. Tell me, are you a whore? Shen Fengyi, born of a concubine, had never known maternal love since her biological mother perished during childbirth. Coupled with Shen Yuanwei's relentless pursuit of wealth, the wet nurses could hardly regard Shen Fengyi as their daughter. Thus, she harbored a deep-seated resentment and jealousy towards maternal affection, and Zhang Hui's plea for her son only made her feel more uncomfortable. Zhang Hui offered no resistance, allowing Shen Fengyi to beat her, but Fu Sisi charged forward, biting Shen Fengyi's hand. In pain, Shen Fengyi released Zhang Hui, while nearby servants swiftly restrained Fu Sisi. Damn it! You insolent dogs dare to bite your master. Shen Yuanwei's fury was palpable. Someone, throw these two old dogs out. As for the two children, break the boy's legs and toss him to the outskirts for the wolves, and send the girl to a brothel as a courtesan. No, please don't, Fu Zhuang cried out in anguish, but he was firmly held down, helplessly watching as his daughter was taken away by several servants. Chapter 30. Revenge. Fu Yin found himself pinned to the ground by Shen family young master Shentong, who was squeezing his neck. Yet, his ears were still attuned to the events unfolding around him. This was the most powerless moment of his life. His parents were being humiliated, and his little sister was on the verge of being sold into a brothel. While he struggled to protect himself, Fu Yin felt his mind growing increasingly heavy, his entire being plunged into a frigid abyss. Yet, what engulfed him were memories of the past. At the age of 4, Shentong had played with another young scion from a noble family, reveling in horseback games. The other child's horse was ridden by his attendant, while Shentong's steed was none other than himself. Shentong rode, engaging in playful combat with the other child, effectively using Fu Yin and the attendant as mere pawns in their game. He recalls the moment when he collided with that attendant, leaving himself bloodied and bruised. Yet the young master remained dissatisfied, in a fit of frustration. He seized the master's riding whip and struck himself with it forcefully, unable to suppress a cry of pain. The young master clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Good! Now that's how a horse should behave." How could he forget the time when the young master's favored girl visited and cast a fleeting glance at him, remarking, "You are truly handsome." Subsequently, the young master, enraged, ordered him to slap his own face until it swelled. Fearful of the pain yet unwilling to defy the young master's command, he cried while striking himself. He even called upon a servant for assistance. The servant lifted him and struck him repeatedly until he lost consciousness, his face grotesquely swollen, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. How it hurts! The servant smeared mud on his face and then presented him to the young master, rendering him a ghastly sight. The young master dragged him to meet the girl, discarding him on the ground. and it was only when he noticed her disdainful gaze that he was commanded to wash his face. In the aftermath, due to disturbing a noble guest, he was suspended in the courtyard and whipped, sentenced to 3 days without food. Ultimately, it was his mother, weeping, who foraged for herbs to heal his wounds, while his father, after a day of labor, generously provided him with most of his rations. All he had done was to be glanced at. He also recalled how, at the age of 6, his sister had picked up a kite discarded by the young lady. Upon discovery, he had taken the blame willingly, resulting in him being tied to a tree and berated by the master as a lowly servant unworthy of touching the young lady's belongings. Thereafter, the young master had beaten him with a branch, leaving him covered in bruises, only relenting when he grew weary. This is unfair. Why? Why? The pain within him seemed to manifest, and Fu Yin could feel his spine tearing apart. A scream trapped in his throat, unable to escape. Deep within his heart, 3 words echoed. Why is that? Why? Why indeed? What justified the privilege of the Shun family's offspring, born into wealth and comfort? Why did his own family, law-abiding, suffer incessantly? Why did his parents allow the wealthy to trample on their dignity? Why was his 12-year-old sister sold to a brothel? The injustice festered within him, intensifying the agony in his spine, as if someone were ruthlessly extracting his entire backbone. Finally, a roar erupted from his lips. Ah! His once clear eyes glinted with bloodlust, and an overwhelming aura surged through his being. The heavy weight of Shun Tong was effortlessly cast aside, his rotund form rolling several times before coming to a halt. This is bad. This boy is possessed. Shen Tong shouted, "You there? Seize him!" At the command of the young master, a bold servant swung a club at Fu Yan's head. Yet, Fu Yin, once frail, stood firm as a rock, the wooden staff splintering into 2. A sharp crack echoed, but it was not the sound of wood breaking, rather that of a human. The servant who had wielded the club collapsed instantly. His neck twisted at an unnatural angle, eyes bulging, tongue lolling out. "Monster! Monster!" Someone screamed, and the once menacing group of servants scattered in terror, abandoning their master and mistress to save themselves. "Did I let you go?" The voice belonged to Fu Yin, yet when others glimpsed him, he had vanished from sight. In an instant, he reappeared, seizing 2 servants. "You 2 were the ones who laid hands on my sister, weren't you?" Without allowing them to protest, Fu Yin exerted his strength, tearing off the hand that had touched Fu Sisi. They attempted to scream, but their mouths were silenced by their own severed limbs, witnessing Fu Yin's relentless rage, prompting them to flee in desperation. Next, it was the turn of the 3 before him. Fu Yin turned to Shen Yuanwei and his companions. Fu Yin, listen to me. I was too impulsive just now. I will agree to any conditions you propose. Gold bars, silver, or beautiful treasures. I can procure them all. Oh, is that so? Fu Yin feigned interest. Really? Of course. Whatever you desire. Shen Yuanwei, sensing a glimmer of hope, nodded fervently, willing to offer even his daughter as a concubine without hesitation. I require but one thing, Fu Yin began slowly, and that is your life. Shen Yuanwei, what? Shen Yuanwei barely had time to protest before Fu Yin struck him, sending him crashing into the sturdy courtyard wall. In mere moments, his chest ceased to rise and fall. This was Fu Yan's first act of murder, and he felt the power within him deepen, regaining his composure as he turned to Shen Tong. Eyes gleaming with malice, he resembled a grim reaper, a harbinger of death. How shall I repay your great kindness, young master? Shen Tong's trousers were already soaked, his legs flailing in a frantic attempt to retreat. His voice high-pitched with fear, reminiscent of a castrated eunuch. What do you want, you dog of a servant? Get away! Get away! Ignoring Shen Tong's frantic cries, Fu Yin grasped his neck, lifting him effortlessly like a chick, silencing him instantly. Within moments, Shen Tong's complexion turned a ghastly purple, eyes rolling back, tongue extended, breath gone. With a thud, Shen Tong's corpse hit the ground, shocking Shin Fengyi from her stupor. Witnessing her father and brother slain by Fu Yin, her earlier arrogance dissipated. Her limbs pressed to the floor as she trembled, repeatedly bowing her head. Fu Yin, no! Young Master Fu, Immortal Fu, Please spare my life. Fu Yin gazed at Shun Fengyi, who was bowing fervently, and after a lengthy pause inquired, who was it that called someone a lowly woman? Who was the harlot? I am. I am the lowly woman, the harlot. I am but a dog. Please, immortal Fu, do not kill me. Perhaps it was the sorrow of losing her family, or perhaps the terror of facing a killing god, but Shun Fengyi wept uncontrollably, her head still bowing, revealing her dread of death. Typically, a beautiful woman in tears evokes sympathy. Yet, Fu Yin coldly posed a question. What can you offer to compensate me? Shun Fengyi, as if grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed, I can offer my body. Countless wealthy young masters in the county wish to marry me. I can marry you. No, I will do anything. Just spare my life, and I shall be your horse, your dog at your mercy. You can humiliate me as you wish, observing Shun Fengyi, completely forsaking her dignity and self-respect. Fu Yin finally smiled with satisfaction, merely raising a hand. However, Shun Fengyi, unbeknownst to the force that lifted her, found her own hands gripping her neck. Why? A sound of reluctant despair echoed, followed by a sharp crack, and Shun Fengyi breathed her last. After slaying the Shun family, Fu Yin exhaled a heavy breath, his eyes returning to their previous clarity, before collapsing weakly to the ground, his complexion pale. Brother. Fu Sisi rushed to support Fu Yin. Fu Zhuang immediately inquired, Xiao Yin, what happened? You weren't truly possessed, were you? Fu Yin, devoid of color, looked at his parents and slowly spoke, I am unsure. I do not know where this power comes from. Father, mother, I have killed. This is serious. We must go to Fu Man Inn. Only by finding that immortal from before can we understand my situation and preserve our lives. After uttering the last sentence, Fu Yin nearly fainted. Fu Zhuang quickly replied, All right, let us hasten to Fu Man Inn to find the immortal. Chapter 31. In the wild, a leaf battles Lu, ingeniously utilizing plans to slay demonic cultivators. Yi Qingtian's strength had long surpassed that of a mere foundational cultivator, rivaling even that of a half-step golden core cultivator at the peak of the 6th level of foundational cultivation. Yet, to withstand a battle against a golden core demonic cultivator for such a duration was astonishing to anyone. Yi Qingtian and Lu Shangqing had been locked in combat for quite some time, with neither party showing signs of fatigue or depletion of spiritual energy. Lu Shangqing initially intended to wear Yi Qingtian down through sheer endurance, but after several fierce exchanges, both had sustained injuries without either yielding. Even a well-seasoned Lu Shangqing had never witnessed a foundational cultivator capable of withstanding an hour against a golden core adversary. Damn it, what kind of technique has that brat mastered? How can his spiritual energy seem inexhaustible? Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian appeared to be panting heavily, strands of hair matted to his forehead with sweat, his hands trembling slightly. Despite their individual intentions, both were clearly nearing their limits. At that moment, they both resolved that they could no longer afford to delay. A decisive resolution was necessary. Yi Qingtian took the initiative, forming hand seals to absorb the ambient spiritual energy, conjuring ethereal sword images behind him. Go. A light reprimand rang out, and several spirit swords flew toward Lu Shangqing, each aimed at a vital point. With a swift motion, Lu Shangqing unleashed a menacing aura from his mouth, enveloping the spirit swords as if they were besieged by a myriad of venomous insects. In mere moments, the formidable spirit swords were devoured entirely. Lu Shangqing then launched a powerful punch aimed directly at Yi Qingtian's face. Unfazed, Yi Qingtian nimbly evaded, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with his opponent. Both were showcasing their martial prowess while subtly regaining their spiritual energy. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qingtian transformed his qi into a dagger that sliced toward Lu Shangqing's neck. However, the rotund man was already prepared, evading the attack mid-air, a chilling aura escaping from his nostrils. I must not be caught. Yi Qingtian skillfully dodged, though the cold air grazed his sleeve, leaving a thin layer of frost. Resorting to sneak attacks at the golden core stage? You truly are worthless. Upon hearing this, Lu Shangqing's rage ignited, and coupled with the corrupting nature of his demonic techniques, his strikes became increasingly reckless and driven by vengeance. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of palm strikes echoed as Yi Qingtian appeared to be retreating defensively, Yet he was gradually seizing control of the rhythm of the assault. Every move Lu Shangqing made was deftly redirected, seemingly powerful yet incapable of inflicting any real harm. Frustrated by the ineffective strikes, Lu Shangqing was further incensed, delivering a punch imbued with a bloodthirsty aura, bearing down like a mountain. Yi Qingtian relied on his agile footwork to evade the onslaught. Inching closer to Lu Shangqing, unleashing a series of fiery blade strikes toward Lu Shangqing's head. A mere trick, Lu Shangqing bellowed, evading the fiery strike with an uncanny maneuver. Suddenly, a grotesque hand, devoid of skin and only flesh, emerged from Lu Shangqing's navel, striking fiercely at Yi Qingtian's vulnerable dantian. Blood spewed forth as Yi Qingtian was sent flying, a jade pendant falling from his grasp and landing squarely at Lu Shangqing's feet. Observing the fallen Yi Qingtian, Lu Shangqing finally let out a sigh of relief, followed by a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, little brat, you refused to surrender, and now your life is in my hands. Just wait until I am satisfied. Then I shall slay you for my blood feast. Though Yi Qingtian lay prostrate on the ground, he could not suppress the smirk that crept upon his lips, as a foundation establishment cultivator. You find it strange that I can match you, a golden core practitioner, in strength? Upon uttering this, Lu Shangqing's expression shifted abruptly. Indeed, why did I almost overlook this? Allow me to enlighten you. I have concocted a blend of 8 rare poisons, forming the deception powder, which is colorless and tasteless, making it difficult to detect why senior brother provided me with a dose, all of which I have used on you. As he spoke, Yi Qingtian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and brushed the dust from his clothing. Originally gravely injured, Yi Qingtian's vitality surged back to normal in an instant. The deception powder serves no other purpose than to weaken your spiritual energy and the potency of your techniques the longer you remain within its vicinity. Lu Shangqing, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of unease but still feigned confidence, declaring, "Nonsense. I am a golden core practitioner. How could I be oblivious to poison? Because it is not poison at all. The toxicity of the 8 poisons neutralizes each other, leaving only one trait: to deceive your meridians, causing them to relax further and diminishing your efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy. Hence, it is aptly named the deception powder. Why senior brother prepared 3 types of hallucinogens, one to disrupt your mental clarity, another to obscure your vision, and the third to shroud your spiritual awareness. Coupled with my ruse of appearing subdued, how could your dull mind possibly perceive the truth? At that moment, Yi Qingtian could no longer conceal his amusement. Discarding the blood packets he had used to feign injury. Have you not noticed? The aftermath of our initial clash was enough to devastate the surrounding trees. Yet as our battle progressed, the impact on the environment diminished considerably. Hearing this, Lu Shangqing's gaze darted around, realizing a terrifying truth. The destroyed trees were indeed casualties of the initial skirmish, while the later, seemingly powerful attacks left no trace. However, due to Yi Qingtian's relentless offensive and continuous provocations, Lu Shangqing had no time or capacity to observe the changes in his surroundings. This child is truly wicked. I must find a way to escape. Lu Shangqing quickly realized he had fallen into a trap, his mind racing as he prepared to gather strength for his blood escape technique. Though utilizing blood escape requires sacrificing the practitioner's essence blood, making further cultivation exceedingly difficult, preserving his life was paramount at this moment. Observing Lu Shangqing's grave demeanor, Yi Qingtian shook his head. Yo, you think my detailed discourse is merely to boast like you? Do not be foolish. I am fully aware that you possess an escape method. Look, this is the difference in our mental acuity. I am effectively diverting your attention, while you merely sit there, foolishly listening to me. Now the effects of the poison are about to manifest. Do take a moment to feel it. Yi Qingtian's words were calm and devoid of malice, yet they only heightened Lu Shangqing's apprehension. He felt a faint pain in his dantian, which rapidly escalated into a debilitating agony. Behold the array my senior brother taught me. The Ouyang Feng formation. The dosage of this poison could easily slay a half-step nascent soul practitioner. Using it against you is almost wasteful. The jade pendant Yi Qingtian had discarded earlier served as the focal point of the formation. Once activated, the poisonous pills Yi Qingtian had strategically placed around would unleash their toxic miasma. Unlike the deception powder, These pills were meticulously crafted by Xiao Ming, who personally selected the toxic ingredients, ensuring no conflicting properties remained, eliminating any possibility of toxicity neutralization. Instead, they would compound. The blue poison scorpion combined with the heartbreak grass would amplify their toxicity, particularly affecting the organs. The golden oxroot and the weak life flower would not only induce muscular weakness but could also paralyze the central nervous system. The ghostly calling cicada's wings and the five-step snake's gallbladder, when refined, would instantly poison the marrow upon ingestion. These were the fruits of Dr. Zhao's research, and to validate these findings, the entire rodent population of Yaolin Peak had been reduced to the point of requiring artificial breeding. In terms of toxicity, Xiao Ming's concocted pills have truly achieved a synergy where one exceeds two. These colorless and odorless toxic gases would swiftly converge towards the jade pendant at the formation center, which lay at Lu Shengqing's feet. At this moment, Lu Shengqing's cultivation was compromised by the deception powder, and he possessed none of the reflexes of a golden core practitioner, utterly incapable of recognizing the poison's onset. Furthermore, his attention had been diverted by Yi Qingtian, and the effects of the poison had already fully manifested. Even if he were to notice, it would be too late to turn back, aware of it all. Lu Shengqing felt dizzy, struggling to maintain his balance, the excruciating pain from his dantian and the growing numbness in his limbs heralding the approach of death. Lu Shengqing's eyes widened with rage, fixed intently on Yi Qingtian. "You beast, you demon, you, ugh!" With a furious curse, Lu Shengqing's massive form could no longer withstand the toll, spewing forth a mouthful of blood, dark, poisoned blood oozing from his orifices, collapsing to the ground in a fit of rage. Watching Lu Shengqing's lifeless gaze, Yi Qingtian exhaled deeply. The man named Lu had been schemed against from beginning to end, utterly ensnared by deceit. "I can hardly discern whether you are the true demon or he is." The celestial machine master, having witnessed such a treacherous display, could not help but draw a sharp breath, even as an ancient being. "Master, the means and power themselves hold no inherent good or evil. It is solely in the hands of the user. Who taught you such ways?" "Ha, my senior brother taught me well," Yi Qingtian replied, pride radiating from his expression. What in the world did Xiao Ming teach Yi Qingtian? The celestial master raged inwardly. Chapter 32. Xiao Ming in the kitchen. Fu Yin was uncertain how long it would take for the news of the massacre of the Shun family to reach the authorities. Nor did he know when the immortal surnamed Yi would return. Thus, he resolved to remain within the Fumin Inn, awaiting the immortal's arrival, while instructing his parents and sister to hide and to flee immediately if he did not make contact within a day. Inside the inn, in a modest room, Fu Yin sat weakly in a chair, his eyes fixed on the door, gripping tightly onto the dagger he had scavenged from Shan Tong. Creak! A sound echoed, causing Fu Yan's nerves to tense, his palms growing clammy. The door slowly creaked open, yet there was no one outside. "What is happening?" Suddenly, a figure darted into the room with incredible speed. Fu Yin had no time to think and instinctively seized the dagger. Launching an attack, clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as Fu Yin, eyes tightly shut, heard a voice say, "Hum?" That voice was one he would never forget. Instantly, his heart settled, and he exclaimed, "Immortal Yi, do not make a move." "It is me, Fu Yin." Hearing this, Yi Qingtian sheathed his drawn sword, his eyes wide with disbelief as he scrutinized Fu Yin before questioning. "Brother Fu, when did you establish your foundation?" Establish my foundation? I do not know." Fu Yin had never heard of the distinctions of cultivation realms, nor did he comprehend the concept of foundation establishment. He merely shook his head in bewilderment. At this moment, Yi Qingtian was equally perplexed. Fu Yan's aura showed no signs of fluctuation, clearly indicating he was not lying. What on earth was happening? What had transpired in such a short span of time? The two exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was Yi Qingtian who urged Fu Yin to recount everything that had occurred since his departure. Fu Yin narrated the events of his return to the residence in detail, while Yi Qingtian listened with gritted teeth. But he could fundamentally ascertain that Fu Yin was not possessed by any malevolent spirit. It seemed likely that he had awakened a talent due to some fortuitous coincidence, leading him to bypass the qi refining stage and directly enter the foundation establishment stage. However, How to properly arrange for Fu Yin now became the paramount issue. Senior, have I caused you any trouble? Our meeting is a matter of fate. Moreover, it was not you who sought my assistance. So how could there be any talk of trouble? Also, my true name is Yi Qingtian. Please refrain from calling me senior. Understood, Brother Yi? The two young men, both of similar age, had experienced relatively little in their lives. And Yi Qingtian, at a loss for how to accommodate this person he had just rescued in a moment of urgency, found himself at an impasse. Yet at that moment, a voice emerged in Yi Qingtian's mind. A reminder from an ancient power, a venerable being of millennia, the heavenly extremity venerable. Seek out Xiaoming. Why Yi Qingtian? Ah, right. While Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin were enduring their tribulations in Huadian County, Xiaoming of Lingyun sect was already enjoying a leisurely work life. Each morning, he would clock in at the Law Transmission Hall, serving as a consultation point for his junior disciples and a bureau for adjudicating minor matters. Managing all trivial affairs of the outer sect in the afternoons, he would accompany Princess Qi, and in the evenings, he would admire the night scenery, late into the night concocting commonly used elixirs and talismans for the outer sect disciples. His life was characterized by a predictable routine. As for cultivation, Sister Du had entered seclusion, and junior brother Yi had gone out for training. Once the two of them improved their cultivation, everything would be fine. Such a systematic life was indeed simple and unadorned, yet monotonous. Xiaoming, have we caught several fish these past few days? Chichuer squatted beside Xiaoming, who was fishing. Oh, be precise. I have caught several. You have merely been chatting with me, oh. What does it matter whose catch it is? The main point is, with so many fish in the tank, isn't it a bit? Facing Chichuer, who appeared somewhat bashful, Xiaoming simply responded with two words, greedy? Mem. All right, I'll go cook. At this moment, Mei Yusin, who was fishing alongside Xiaoming, interjected, You can actually cook? Ever since witnessing Xiaoming's breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, Mei Yusin, despite her continued bravado, had borrowed a fishing rod to learn from Xiaoming, often sitting for several hours at a time. If you can fish, you can certainly cook. The flesh of the perch is as tender as garlic cloves. It can be stewed or steamed, and I prefer it steamed. Would you like to try, Guardian Mei? No, no. Although Xiaoming's culinary skills had astonished Mei Yusin, she still hesitated to eat dishes made by this young man who seemed so pampered. Very well, I wish Guardian Mei a fruitful fishing endeavor. Xiaoming then retrieved a pot, bowls, and an array of knives from his storage ring, followed by scallions, ginger, garlic, red chili, and a bottle of soy sauce. We don't have steamed fish soy sauce, but this will suffice. It will do. With a swift motion, he fished out a lively perch from the tank and placed it on the cutting board. He then scaled the fish, opened its belly, and discarded the gills and entrails back into the river. Utilizing his knives, he sliced along the spine, deftly severing the larger bones and then cutting through the flesh. With a soft thud, the prepared fish lay flat on the board, not only appearing more aesthetically pleasing but also allowing it to steam more evenly. He then made several slashes across the back and body of the fish, stuffing it with ginger strips. Xiaoming preferred not to marinate fresh perch with salt or cooking wine, as he believed it would overpower the fish's natural flavor. He took a plate, propped it up with chopsticks, and placed the perch atop. After setting up a large pot and tripod and arranging the firewood, Xiaoming executed a miniature version of his family's signature technique, igniting the wood in an instant. You're using your family's renowned technique to start a fire for steaming fish? Mei Yusin couldn't help but comment, Why, father? Xiao Dingfang. Within moments of conversing with Mei Yusin, the water had reached a boil, and Xiaoming immediately placed the fish into the steamer, covering it with a lid. He then took the white part of the scallions, red chilies, and rolled scallions, beginning to chop them. The entire set of actions was executed with remarkable skill, impressing Mei Yusin, who couldn't help but wonder if this young man had some side business outside. Approximately 7 to 8 minutes later, Xiaoming extinguished the fire. Steamed fish shouldn't be cooked for too long, or else it would become tough and dry. He poured out about 60% of the broth, leaving just a small amount, then removed the chopsticks and ginger strips, sprinkling the chopped scallions and other ingredients on the fish, and finally drizzling soy sauce around it. In this age, there are no peanut or corn oils, but there is lard. That should suffice. He tossed a chunk of lard into the pot, and shortly thereafter, seeing the oil reach the right temperature, Xiao Ming ladled a spoonful of hot oil over the fish. With a sizzle, the aroma wafted into the noses of the three present, while Xiao Ming and Mei Yusin could withstand it. Qi Qiu'er couldn't contain herself and asked, "Can we eat now? Is it ready?" Seeing the eager glint in Qi Qiu'er's eyes, Xiao Ming dipped his chopsticks into the sauce to test the saltiness. Then nodded that it's fine. "You can try." Ecstatic, Qi Qiu'er picked up a piece of fish belly and placed it into her mouth, savoring the tender meat that was both flavorful and aromatic. Delicious. Taking a moment to praise Xiao Ming, Qi Qiu'er then began to indulge. "Slow down, don't burn yourself," Xiao Ming reminded her upon witnessing her eagerness. "It's a trivial matter. Cultivators fear not the heat." "Then don't eat so quickly. At least leave a bite for Guardian Mei." Upon hearing Xiao Ming mention her, Mei Yusin, who had been eagerly watching Qi Qiu'er, immediately turned away. "You two enjoy. I need not trouble myself." The atmosphere became quite awkward, prompting Qi Qiu'er to burst into laughter. Mei Yusin's cheeks flushed slightly, lamenting the betrayal of her own stomach. Xiao Ming shook his head with a chuckle and offered a pair of chopsticks to Mei Yusin. "Guardian Mei, come join us. If it cools down, it will lose its freshness. Cut it out. Who would desire your fish? Then I'll take it away." Xiao Ming pretended to walk off. Instantly, Mei Yusin leapt up to snatch the chopsticks. Her pride still intact as she retorted, "Since you've so sincerely invited me, I shall reluctantly offer my critique." With that, Mei Yusin picked up a piece of fish and placed it in her mouth. Her eyes immediately lighting up. "Delicious." Once she uttered those words, Mei Yusin and Qi Qiu'er began to share the dish, their dining manners remaining relatively composed. Yet their pace was anything but slow and mere minutes. The nearly 2-pound fish was reduced to nothing but bones, and both appeared somewhat unsatisfied. Suddenly, a communication talisman in Xiao Ming's possession flickered, a message flooding into his mind, causing his expression to shift slightly. "Guardian Mei, I will need you to escort Qi Qiu'er back to the mountain shortly. I must step out for a while." Chapter 33. A direct execution in Jigua's Langzhou, within a branch of the demonic Luo sect disguised as a post station. A servant was diligently opening hidden compartments to count the fate lamps of all the leaders in Langzhou affiliated with the sect. The fate lamps, fueled by essence blood, extinguished upon the death of their bearer. If shattered by another's hand, the cultivator would suffer significant injury. Xianlai Tavern No. 1, intact. Duobao Bank No. 2, intact. Liantai County's Rouge Shop No. 3, intact. As the servant muttered to himself, he marked each entry in the daily ledger, occasionally stifling a yawn. After all, this task was indeed tedious. Counting dozens of fate lamps each day could drive anyone to despair. The work was leisurely, yet the place was chillingly cold. How could the holy sect's fate lamps extinguish? Those leaders are all at least half a step into the golden core stage. Counting them day in and day out, it would be more invigorating to just extinguish one, though he grumbled. The work had to continue. Zinfa Restaurant No. 9, intact. Huatian County Office No. 10. What? The fate lamp of the leader at the Huatian County Liaison Station, No. 10, emitted not a glimmer of light, indicating that No. 10 was indeed deceased. At such a sensitive time, the death of a liaison station leader was no trivial matter. The servant quickly set down the ledger and rushed out in a flurry. "Branch master, trouble is brewing." "It's gone. It's gone." At that moment, Qin Wink, the branch master of Langzhou, was dozing in bed, and the servant's urgent calls jolted him awake. Irritated from being roused, Qin Wink promptly slapped the servant. "What are you shouting about? Do you not see I was napping? What has gone?" The servant, dazed from the slap, struggled to regain his composure and stammered, "Branch Master Qin, it's the fate lamp of the No. 10 leader in Huatian County that has gone out." A fleeting sense of drowsiness gripped Qin Wink, jolting him awake with a start. "What? Huatian County's Lu, I understand. You may leave now, but do remember to close the door." "Yes, master." With a dismissive wave, Qin Wink sent the servant away. Once alone, he swiftly retrieved detailed information on the leaders of various liaison stations from his hidden compartment. No. 10, Lu Shangqing, the county magistrate of Huatian County. Indeed, it was he. But how could it be Lu Shangqing? The other liaison stations were mostly disguised as commercial enterprises, but Lu Shangqing, having passed the imperial examination in his youth, had secured the lucrative post of magistrate. Over the years, while minor incidents had occurred at various stations, Lu Shangqing had remained steadfast and unblemished. Furthermore, due to his official identity, the number 10 liaison station was arguably the safest, serving as the reserve headquarters for the Langzhou branch. Yet now, Lu Shangqing, a master of the Golden Core stage, had met with an inexplicable demise, rendering the circumstances highly suspicious. After ensuring that no one lingered outside, Qin Wenk tightly shut the window and retrieved a blood-red stone the size of an egg from a concealed compartment, upon which the number 10 was inscribed. Each leader of the Mo Luo sect's liaison stations bore a seed of sincerity planted in their minds, utilized to ascertain their loyalty. Although it could not kill traitors, if a leader's heart wavered, the mother stone would change to white. However, it possessed another function. It could rewind and reveal glimpses of the moments before the seed-bearer's death. Qin Wenk smashed the mother stone, and a white mist slowly ascended, revealing scenes akin to a first-person narrative depicting Lu Shangqing's final moments. In the vision, Lu Shangqing fought against a figure that darted about with astonishing speed, making it impossible to discern their shape, akin to a large black rat evading capture. Lu Shangqing launched relentless attacks, yet each was deftly dodged by that shadowy figure. Unable to ascertain the identity of his assailant, Qin Wenk grew increasingly anxious as the vision continued, aware that the white mist was beginning to dissipate, signaling the waning effectiveness of the mother stone. Damn it, this is utterly useless. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Qin Wenk froze, for the fading mist unveiled a final scene. It depicted the dark figure delivering a flurry of strikes, the blade's glow shifting from white to crimson, culminating in a ferocious inferno that surged toward Lu Shangqing, engulfing the entire vision in flames. After witnessing this, Qin Wenk stood motionless, his skin prickling with goosebumps and his hands trembling, betraying his terror. Burning Heaven Blade technique. The Xiao family is at our doorstep. Ever since the assassination of Xiao Ming, the two families, once indifferent to one another, had become sworn enemies. To assassinate a direct descendant of a clan was akin to slapping that family in the face, especially considering that the Mo Luo sect had targeted Xiao Dingfang's only son, the future head of the Xiao family. Moreover, the Xiao family was no ordinary clan. Xiao Dingfang was a formidable Taoist master. The power struggle between the Mo Luo sect and the Lingyun sect had been tenuous at best, but now the colossal Xiao family from the southeast had been drawn into the fray. In desperation, the Mo Luo sect had no choice but to abandon numerous minor demonic sects to safeguard a few crucial hidden vassals while effectively halting all operations, with each branch retreating into a defensive posture to preserve their lives. The entire Mo Luo sect found itself in a state of quasi-death, even foregoing regular meetings for fear of being caught off guard by the Xiao family or the Lingyun sect. Thankfully, due to their usual training, the Mo Luo sect managed to sever its losses and survive. Meanwhile, Guan Shan, the daughter of the Right Protector, who had instigated the calamity, was imprisoned despite being the sect leader's granddaughter. Guan Tong, the prince consort and Right Protector, was stripped of his position and sent home, with reports indicating that even the sect leader's own daughter was incensed, neglecting her meals and tea. In such a tense atmosphere, even the slightest misstep could lead to disaster. Lu Shangqing's murder indicates that the Xiao family may have uncovered some clues. However, since the mother stone has not changed color, it means Lu Shangqing did not leak any information. Should I report this? Qin Wenk hesitated. As his qualifications and cultivation level suggested, he might soon leave Langzhou for a more significant position at the central headquarters by year's end, rather than remaining a mere branch leader on the front lines. Once in the upper echelons of the headquarters, the resources and personnel he could command would far exceed those of a branch leader, not to mention the astonishing cultivation resources available, should he ascend to the central headquarters. Qin Wenk believed he could even aspire to reach the third stage of the Golden Core. However, if he reported this matter, he would likely be held accountable for poor management of his subordinates. Even if Lu Shangqing acted solely on his own accord, it was unlikely that he could ascend to the central headquarters. The thought of his promising future being jeopardized by his subordinates' blunder, alongside the prospect of losing precious resources and status, left Qin Wenk feeling deeply resentful. There must be another way. There has to be. Although Lu Shangqing did not leak information, it is possible that the Xiao family might uncover something. Yet since Lu Shangqing died less than a day ago, that individual cannot have ventured far. If I can intercept him and silence him, the Xiao family may suspect, but it will amount to naught. And my career will remain unscathed. Ultimately, the thirst for self-interest overshadowed his concerns for the Mo Luo sect's safety. Qin Wenk produced several communication talismans and instructed Yulot, conduct a thorough search in the vicinity of Huatian County. Ascertain if any cultivators are present and if found, eliminate them immediately. The talismans flickered briefly, seemingly acknowledging his command, before rapidly dimming. Chapter 34. Bitter struggle. Yi Shangbu, Brother Yi, I still wish to bring my family over. Rest assured, they will not trouble you. We can assist you with serving tea and washing clothes, Fu Yin earnestly inquired of Yi Qingtian. Over the past few days, Fu Yin had repeatedly suggested relocating his family, who were hiding in a cottage on the outskirts, to live together, but each time Yi Qingtian had firmly rejected the idea. Upon hearing Fu Yin's question, Yi Qingtian realized his naive younger brother had misunderstood inside. Fu, my dear brother, you are mistaken. Do you think I am that kind of person? I fear that bringing your family here may inadvertently put them in danger should we attract unwanted attention. Oh, and by the way, we're of similar ages. No need for you to be so formal. Very well, Brother Yi, but I don't understand, aren't you a celestial cultivator? Why should you fear being pursued? Yi Qingtian shook his head with a wry smile. Cultivation has its tiers. I am merely a novice in the foundation establishment stage. I can protect myself, but if the situation turns dire, I fear I may not be able to shield you. Remember, until Brother Xiao arrives, we must not linger too long, and anyone and I understand. Brother Yi, Fu Yin nodded, silently following Yi Qingtian in search of a suitable lodging. However, he soon realized something and asked, Brother Yi, who is this Brother Xiao you mentioned? It sounds like you have great confidence in him. Naturally, Brother Xiao is a reliable and esteemed individual. Upon hearing this question, Yi Qingtian's demeanor shifted to one of fervent enthusiasm as he extolled Xiao Ming's virtues in detail. He lauded him for his impeccable character, loyalty, and remarkable talents across various disciplines. Thus, under Yi Qingtian's impassioned description, a radiant image of a hero took root in Fu Yan's heart. Although he had never met this Brother Xiao, he understood that someone so esteemed by a person of Ye's caliber must undoubtedly be a paragon of virtue. The two strolled along, sharing light-hearted banter, but as they passed a tailor shop, the bronze mirror in the shop's door frame flickered inexplicably. Neither Yi Qingtian nor Fu Yin noticed, nor did the pedestrians in the street, but one of the workers inside briefly changed expression before returning to normal. After surveying the surroundings, Yi Qingtian ultimately decided on a small inn located near the city gate. Just as Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin were about to approach, he suddenly heard the voice of the heavenly extreme elder within his mind. Fall back? Sensing something amiss, Yi Qingtian grasped Fu Yan's arm and urgently retreated a few steps. Bang bang. Two massive crossbow bolts shot toward Yi Qingtian with such speed that they were nearly imperceptible, narrowly missing the two of them before embedding themselves in the ground. These bolts are magical artifacts. Yi Qingtian immediately discerned that these crossbow bolts were no ordinary projectiles. He could feel the fluctuations of spiritual energy as they sliced through the air. This indicated that the ambushers were cultivators. As expected, two masked figures descended from above, unmistakably of the Golden Core stage. With a clang, Yi Qingtian drew his sword and discreetly conveyed to Fu Yin, "You must exit the city at once. If a fight breaks out, I cannot protect you." Fu Yin understood that this was no time for hesitation. Prolonging their stay would only hinder Yi Qingtian. He nodded and sprinted toward the outskirts. Bang! Two cultivators attempted to launch a sneak attack while Yi Qingtian was momentarily distracted, their speed so swift that he could not react in time to defend. Yet, it was crucial to remember that within Yi Qingtian's ring resided the heavenly extreme elder. Those I am meant to protect are not to be trifled with by you mere juniors. With a thunderous roar, the esteemed celestial sovereign executed his strike with measured calmness. A mere slap from his palm sent two Golden Core cultivators reeling, causing them to spew forth blood. The assailants, grievously injured, could not hope to escape the keen eye of Yi Qingtian, who seized the opportunity to launch a deadly counterattack using the Flying Cloud Sword technique. This technique, enigmatic in its variability, allowed each move to shift in accordance with the wielder's intent, rendering it impossible for opponents to predict the next strike. Nonetheless, even injured, the Golden Core cultivators were not to be underestimated, deftly evading several of Yi Qingtian's assaults. Yet, with the combined ferocity of the Burning Heaven Blade and the Flying Cloud Sword, Yi Qingtian's attacks bore a relentless and domineering aura, leaving the two Golden Cores battered and bruised. Esteemed Sovereign, prolonged combat is ill-advised. I implore your assistance. Very well. Yi Qingtian, unwilling to linger, joined forces with the Celestial Sovereign to unleash the formidable Celestial Technique. A titanic force erupted forth, obliterating the two cultivators, reducing them to mere ashes. With their demise, Yi Qingtian swiftly activated his movement technique, racing towards Fu Yi in mere minutes, from the moment of ambush to the resolution of the two Golden Core assassins. The power lent by the Celestial Sovereign rendered Yi Qingtian's capabilities truly terrifying. Before long, he arrived at the desolate outskirts of the city, where he found Fu Yin, whose body was already drenched in blood, clinging to life by a thread. Surrounding him were approximately 7 or 8 cultivators, the weakest of whom were at the half-step Golden Core stage. Alas, those two earlier were merely bait to lure us out. The true ambush lies beyond the city. Saving him is paramount. Sovereign, I beseech you. With a call to the Sovereign, Yi Qingtian brandished both sword and blade, plunging into the fray, soon tearing a gap in the encirclement. Seizing the moment, he activated his footwork, darting past the encroaching foes to reach Fu Yan's side. Open your mouth. Fu Yan, uncertain of Yi Qingtian's intent, instinctively complied. Suddenly, he felt a cool, sweet elixir dissolve in his mouth, transforming into a warm current that enveloped his internal organs, mending the damage sustained. The recovery pill can temporarily safeguard your vital organs for healing, but it will not last indefinitely. Will you still be able to fight? Rest assured, Brother Yi, I can endure. With urgency in the air, Yi Qingtian refrained from further discourse, relentlessly employing the Flying Cloud Sword and Burning Heaven Blade, engaging the 7 or 8 Golden Cores under the protection of the Celestial Sovereign. This audacious display astonished the adversaries. While it was not uncommon to witness a Golden Core battling several Foundation Establishment cultivators, who had ever witnessed 2 Foundation Establishment practitioners holding their ground against multiple Golden Cores and half-step Golden Cores. And yet, they were not at a disadvantage. Though astonished, the elite members of the Demon Luo sect commenced their assault, yet they refrained from utilizing their sect's unique Blood Fiend techniques, a defensive measure employed by Qin Wenkai. Despite Yi Qingtian's imposing presence, he bore an immense burden. Forcibly activating 3 ultimate techniques had overloaded his meridians. I still have some strength left, but you are merely at the Foundation Establishment stage. Your roots and meridians are far too fragile, and you are nearing your limit. This was a sentiment voiced by the Celestial Sovereign shortly after the battle commenced. Had the Sovereign been at his peak, annihilating the present foes would have been as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet now he was but a remnant soul, lacking full power and reliant upon Yi Qingtian's physical form. At this moment, Yi Qingtian's Foundation Establishment body was unable to bear the strain. The Celestial Sovereign's form grew increasingly faint, retreating to the confines of the ring to recuperate, leaving only Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin to persevere against the odds. Brother Yi, I have dragged you into this. You must not waste words now. If I flee, they will merely divide their forces to intercept. In the end, we would all perish together. A desperate gamble may yet yield a glimmer of hope. In truth, Yi Qingtian harbored another thought. A few days ago, my senior brother received news and was nearly set to depart. If I can just hold on until he arrives. The poison pills gifted by Xiao Ming had long since been consumed, and the healing elixirs were devoured one after another, rapidly depleting his resources. Ultimately, however, Yi Qingtian's agility could not outpace the suppression of cultivation level. He was struck by a sudden ambush to his chest. A taste of copper filled his throat. This time, the blood he coughed forth was not the plasma from his blood bags but the real thing. Meanwhile, Fu Yin, already covered in wounds, still managed to support Yi Qingtian. Slay them both, and our mission will be accomplished. The assassins, who had remained silent until now, seemed to sense that Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin were beyond resistance and ceased to hold back. Yet, at that moment, the tide shifted unexpectedly. The dark night sky abruptly ignited with brilliance, and the temperature in the vicinity began to soar. The onlookers looked up to see a blade of searing flames descending upon them. Resembling a dragon of fire, "Quick, evade!" cried a cultivator with quick reflexes. Boom! With a single strike, the grass and trees within a radius of several miles were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving behind a terrifying fissure several zhang long. A few cultivators, unable to escape in time, were swept away by the immense heat wave, their golden core defenses failing to protect them from injury. Fellow cultivators, why do you oppress my junior brother? Chapter 35. The Rescue. Previously, those who had encountered Xiaoming only perceived him as an arrogant and haughty dandy, yet it was precisely this perception that obscured his formidable talent and prowess, as Yi Qingtian's early nemesis in the original narrative. He naturally possessed a talent that rivaled Yi Qingtian's, for otherwise how could the Son of Destiny triumph over the fated antagonist? If alchemy and formations were the skills of the transmigrator Xiaoming, then the Burning Heaven Blade was undeniably the result of the original Xiaoming's arduous cultivation. Today, he truly experienced why the Xiao family's seemingly pretentious signature technique dared to call itself the Burning Heaven. With the first level of Golden Core, one could inflict harm upon several cultivators of the same realm, and this was still far from its ultimate potential. The might, lethality, and visual splendor were astounding. It could inflict damage on individuals and in an area, and the explosive flames would intimidate the enemy simply by their presence. However, why did Xiaoming fortuitously arrive just in time to save Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin? To comprehend the full situation, one must rewind time to earlier. This rascal has scurried off to Langzhou. The system found no narrative ties for him there. Soaring in the skies, Xiaoming was perplexed by Yi Qingtian's decision to venture southwards to Langzhou. Yet for safety's sake, he resolved to investigate personally. As for Yi Qingtian's mention of rescuing a younger brother named Fu Yin in the communication talisman, Xiaoming was indifferent. It was entirely normal for the Son of Destiny to possess a sense of justice. Saving a person was merely a matter of helping him settle his life and recover from the psychological trauma of nearly being harmed. Nothing more. Upon self-reflection, Xiaoming was quite willing to lend a hand. After all, he lacked neither spirit stones nor wealth. What was wrong with indulging in the hobby of helping others? Moreover, helping a few more might lead him to encounter another person of great fortune. Even if not, having more friends opens more paths. Ding. Detecting that the Son of Destiny, Yi Qingtian, is in life-threatening peril. Please, host, proceed to provide aid immediately. The system's alert interrupted Xiaoming's thoughts. Excellent, my skills. Wait, Yi Qingtian is in danger? Xiaoming, who had been flying at high speed, stumbled, nearly losing control and plummeting from the sky. System, have you malfunctioned? He is the Son of Destiny. How could he be in danger? Ding. Detecting that the Son of Destiny, Yi Qingtian, is currently facing adversaries whose cultivation levels far exceed those of the original timeline. His strength has yet to reach such heights. Please, host, proceed to provide aid immediately. What if I'm too late? He won't die, will he? The Son of Destiny possesses immense fortune. Even if the host does not provide aid, he will not truly perish. Why didn't you mention that earlier? You had me all worked up. Xiaoming's heart, once heavy with worry, suddenly lightened. Should the Son of Destiny approach death, the Heavenly Will would intervene to ensure his survival. However, due to the alteration in the timeline, the connection between the Son of Destiny and the host would sever, preventing the host from enhancing his abilities through the Son of Destiny's favor in the future. Xiaoming. The relief he had felt was instantly replaced with dread. Yi Qingtian was the only Son of Destiny thus far without side effects, and Xiaoming needed to facilitate his connection with Du Jingqiu to resolve the issue of the husband-killer. If anything were to happen to him, it would be Xiaoming who suffered. Swift as the wind, leaping through the skies, cloud-shrouding body technique. Summoning all the speed-enhancing techniques he had mastered, Xiaoming surged towards the territory of Langzhou, resembling a shooting star streaking across the night sky, a shooting star that feared for its life. At long last, after the passage of half an hour, Xiao Ming's expanded consciousness discerned the location of Yi Qing'ai in that very moment. He sensed the presence of another individual beside Yi Qingtian. And furthermore, 8 assassins exuding the aura of half-step golden core and golden core, without pausing to ascertain whether the person next to Yi Qingtian was indeed the one mentioned in the intel. Xiao Ming immediately propelled himself towards Yi Qingtian's position, where he found his junior brother nearly depleted of strength. Countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced around the blade he had unsheathed, causing it to tremble slightly under the immense pressure. This was the first time Xiao Ming unleashed the full force of the burning heaven blade. Once charged, he swung the blade through the air, and at the moment when the pure spiritual power transformed into a blade aura and was unleashed, it ignited in an explosive blaze, illuminating the surroundings as brightly as day. Flames coalesced into a fire dragon several zhang long, roaring as it surged towards the assassins below. Boom! As the explosion subsided, Xiao Ming emerged from the flames, gripping a long knife in his right hand, his gaze fixed intently on the golden core assassins present. "Fellow Taoists, why do you dare to harm my junior brother?" The words escaped Xiao Ming's lips, no longer calm or casual as before. Each syllable seemed to erupt from between clenched teeth, uttering his fury. The demonic cultivators of the Demon Luo sect were taken aback. How could someone so young, merely in their early 20s, exude such overwhelming pressure? In stark contrast, upon seeing Xiao Ming, Yi Qingtian finally succumbed to his exhaustion and slumped down, a single thought echoing in his mind: "I am safe now." Ding! Detected that the host has successfully rescued the Child of Destiny. Yi Qingtian, special reward. Golden Core second layer, initial stage. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Destiny. Yi Qingtian, skill awakened. Indestructible diamond, level 3. Ding! Detected a new Child of Destiny. Fu Yin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Destiny. Fu Yin. Skill awakened. Mastery of Poison Arts, level 1. Ding! Detected that the host has successfully rescued the Child of Destiny. Fu Yin. Special reward. Random technique at this realm perfected. Ding! The host has randomly enhanced the technique. Burning Heaven Blade, Golden Core perfected. A series of system notifications rang out, but Xiao Ming had no time to revel in joy or astonishment, for the demonic cultivators of the Demon Luo sect were already charging towards him. He was alone. "We are not righteous cultivators. There's no need for chivalry. Let us attack together. If one-on-one doesn't work, then it's a gang fight, you despicable fiends of the demonic path." He silently scoffed, yet his movements were swift and decisive. The indestructible diamond activated, and combined with the swift movement technique, Xiao Ming darted through the encirclement of the demonic cultivators like a wraith, weaving between them effortlessly. "This kid is too slippery. Surround him. Don't leave any gaps." Several experienced demonic cultivators immediately began to form a formation to tightly lock down every direction. Observing their actions, Xiao Ming ceased his evasions and promptly shifted his strategy from defense to offense. "Think you can trap me? Then receive this strike from the burning heaven blade first." With a fierce shout, Xiao Ming's eyes widened with fury as he gathered the spiritual power of heaven and earth in his right hand, the immense pressure causing the hearts of the demonic cultivators to race. The lethality of his previous attack had been utterly terrifying. Xiao Ming leapt into the air, wielding the long knife and viciously cleaving down towards the nearest demonic cultivator. The latter hastily raised his weapon to defend, while the others quickly scattered. Yet, Xiao Ming's right hand suddenly released the grip on the hilt. The long knife floated momentarily in the air, while his raised right hand, propelled by inertia, slid into the sleeve of his left arm. And as he lowered his head, a poisoned silver needle shot forth from a small tube at his neck. Thud! The long knife clattered to the ground as Xiao Ming rolled to retrieve his weapon. The demonic cultivator who had just raised his weapon in defense had already collapsed, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his death a gruesome sight. Once one was slain, the formation would inevitably have flaws, rendering them incapable of locking down his movements. Without waiting for the demonic cultivators to react, Xiao Ming charged forward once more. This time, he did not intend to ambush. Rather, he aimed to test the prowess of his perfected burning heaven blade against several demonic cultivators. In an instant, figures were entangled in fierce combat, spells and talismans flying in every direction. Amidst it all, Xiaoming radiated golden light, his strikes relentless and bloodthirsty. Observing Xiaoming, who battled like a god of war against the demonic cultivators, Fu Yin understood why cultivators like Yi Qingtian would hold this senior brother Xiao in such high regard. What a reliable figure. Chapter 36. Did you just pick up a boss? Xiaoming entangled 7 demonic cultivators, even managing to toss a pouch filled with elixirs to Yi Qingtian. Consume these and meditate to recover. I will handle the rest. Xiaoming communicated telepathically. Yi Qingtian divided the elixirs, giving half to Fu Yin, and the two swiftly withdrew from the battlefield to recuperate. The other half of the elixirs showcased the extensive area damage characteristic of the Burning Heaven Blade technique, with flames, golden light, and blade gleams erupting in succession, not only dazzling the eyes but also exhibiting unparalleled might. With a single sweep, he dispersed the crowd, and upon observing that all the demonic cultivators bore injuries, Xiaoming suddenly ripped open his outer robe and hurled it before him, subsequently activating the indestructible diamond. This was certainly not Xiaoming engaging in lewd antics. A golden core cultivator's body, upon sensing poison, would instinctively expel any toxins that had just entered, whether through vomiting or sweating, unless it was an exceptionally refined and colorless, odorless poison, such as the poison pills Xiaoming had crafted. However, this time, Xiaoming's lethal move was not those poison pills. Within his outer robe was a powder made from the dried and crushed remains of the highly toxic Wu Jing Gui. This powder was harmless upon contact with the skin, and even if inhaled, it posed no threat. Yet, if there were any wounds, no matter how small, the moment the powder came into contact with blood, its toxicity would erupt instantly. The poisoned would first experience unbearable itching, followed by the blood vessels becoming obstructed, leading to death. Xiaoming had always used the impervious treasure silk to keep the powder contained, preventing any leakage, but at this moment, he tore open his outer robe, allowing the Wu Jing Gui powder, wrapped in the impervious treasure silk, to disperse into the air. Immediately cover yourselves with the cloth from your packs. Xiaoming warned Yi and Fu, who were already injured, as they were not far off and at risk of coming into contact with the Wu Jing Gui powder. The child of destiny mustn't perish. But we cannot sever our connection either. Initially, the demonic cultivators felt nothing, but within mere seconds, one after another collapsed to the ground, desperately scratching at their bodies. A chilling numbness coursed through their limbs, igniting despair within them, yet the maddening itch compelled them to scratch relentlessly, resulting in futile efforts. Some had already drawn blood from their faces and necks, yet the itching remained unabated. Others resorted to tearing their own flesh apart, the bloodied mess failing to quell their torment. Some even took to self-immolation in desperation. Spare me, I beg you, spare me. I have many spirit stones and treasures hidden, please. One demonic cultivator, unable to endure, pleaded for mercy. But before he could finish his sentence, Xiaoming snapped his neck with a single hand. Now you understand the meaning of mercy, huh? You seemed quite arrogant when slaughtering others. Although Xiaoming could have dealt with these opponents using his perfected Burning Heaven Blade and the swift movement technique, he believed in the efficiency of life and death combat and chose the quickest method, poison. Just as the heavenly extreme elder in Yi Qingtian's ring managed to maintain his form, he witnessed several demonic cultivators on the ground, laughing and crying simultaneously, writhing in agony. This reminded him of how Yi Qingtian had used poison against Liu Shangqing a few days prior. It led the heavenly extreme elder to question whether Yi Qingtian was truly his disciple, or perhaps a disciple of Yun Wanqing, or even this old schemer Xiaoming. After dispatching the enemies, Xiaoming stripped the corpses of anything useful before delivering another strike from the Burning Heaven Blade. This served the dual purpose of obliterating the remains and incinerating any residual Wu Jing Gui powder to prevent harm to his allies. All right, you can come over now, he called out, prompting Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin to approach. Brother, there's no need for any overly sentimental expressions of gratitude between us. Yi Qingtian understood Xiaoming's nature and refrained from uttering grandiloquent words of thanks. Their relationship no longer required such formalities to uphold. In contrast, Fu Yin, standing behind Yi Qingtian, respectfully stepped forward to bow and earnestly said, "My name is Fu Yin. I am deeply grateful for Brother Zhao's life-saving grace. The moment Fu Yin appeared, the system had already conveyed his situation to Xiao Ming. Loading background story loaded. The child of destiny, Fu Yin, born in the Shen family of Huading County, Langzhou, with his father being a servant named Fu Zhuang. He possesses an innate Dao bone, and those with such a bone are destined for greatness. If they cultivate, they will be pillars of the righteous path, and if they turn to darkness, they will become titans of the demonic way. Good heavens, he is a child of destiny who straddles both righteousness and wickedness. However, the innate Dao bone remains hidden, and thus when Fu Yin was born, there were no signs to indicate his extraordinary potential, nor was any aptitude for cultivation detected thereafter, at the age of 16. In a bid to curry favor with the county magistrate Lu Shangqing, Shen Yuanwei intended to offer Fu Zhuang's 12-year-old daughter, Fu Sisi. However, unable to bear the thought of his younger sister suffering, Fu Yin voluntarily offered himself in her stead to serve Lu Shangqing, who was known for his indiscriminate appetites. What the hell? This is too beastly. If this Lu were born in my hometown, I would certainly reward him with several gene of copper peanuts. Ultimately, Fu Yin fell victim to the brutal violence of Lu Shangqing, who, being a practitioner of demonic cultivation, sensed the extraordinary nature of Fu Yin's physique. He believed that devouring Fu Yin would greatly enhance his own powers, and thus sought to extinguish Fu Yin's life. What a tragic fate for this child and a twist of destiny, at the brink of death. Fu Yin awakened his innate spiritual bones, stepping into the foundation establishment stage. However, unable to control his newfound powers, he fled from Huading County. Angered by the loss of his prize, Lu Shangqing, feeling aggrieved, directed his wrath towards the Shen family, seeking a pretext to mercilessly beat Shen Yuanwei's legitimate son, Shen Tong, with 50 lashes before imprisoning him. Upon learning that Fu Yin's escape had brought about this calamity, Shen Yuanwei was consumed with rage, expelling Fu Yin's parents from the Shen residence and sending Fu Yin's younger sister to a brothel to serve as a courtesan. Another vile creature. After 2 months of hiding in the wilderness, Fu Yin finally mastered the power of his spiritual bones. However, upon returning to Huading County in search of his parents, he discovered their frozen corpses by the river, while his little sister, Fu Sisi, had hanged herself in the brothel. Such a tragic fate, with parents harmed and a sister who took her own life. Why does it feel? Consumed by grief and fury at the loss of his loved ones, Fu Yin buried his family and that very night slaughtered the entire Shan household, leaving over 50 souls dead. He then stormed the county office, dispatching a multitude of soldiers, forcing Lu Shangqing to intervene. With Lu Shangqing at the golden core stage and Fu Yin wielding his innate spiritual bones, their battle was fierce and unyielding. Initially, Lu Shangqing gained the upper hand, but during the fight, Fu Yin absorbed Lu Shangqing's demonic techniques, ultimately devouring him. System, just tell me, what will Fu Yin ultimately become? After killing Lu Shangqing, Fu Yin swore never to reveal his true face again, adopting a mask and renaming himself Wu Mian. Years later, the righteous sect, led by Yi Qingtian of the Lingyun sect, found itself at odds with a rising power known as the Reincarnation Cult, whose leader was none other than Fu Yin, now known as the Faceless Demon Lord. The Reincarnation Cult and the righteous sect were locked in a bitter conflict, culminating in a climactic battle between Yi and Fu on the Infinite Sea, which ended with the demise of the Faceless Demon Lord Fu Yin. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ming fell into a profound silence, realizing why Yi Qingtian had inexplicably saved Fu Wei and, in a certain sense, their relationship had long transcended mere friendship. Observing the harmonious camaraderie between Yi Qingtian and Fu Yin, Xiao Ming's heart was filled with complexity. You went out for some training and returned with the boss. Chapter 37. Fu Yin joins the sect. My name is Fu Yin, and I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance. Brother Xiao, young brother Fu, among fellow disciples, we may call each other brothers. You may simply refer to me as Xiao. Yi Qingtian stood nearby, providing clarification. Fu Yin, initially solemn, felt a tinge of embarrassment and was about to apologize when Xiao Ming spoke first. In fact, calling each other brother is perfectly acceptable. It simply depends on your willingness. Xiao Ming's thoughts were straightforward. Since Yi Qingtian had altered the timeline to save Fu Yin, there was no need to force Fu Yin down a path of darkness. With his innate spiritual bones, he could cultivate in either the righteous or demonic ways. Given that the original plot allowed for demonic cultivation, Xiaoming had a plan to guide Fu Yin towards righteous cultivation instead. The optimal approach was to bring Fu Yin into the Lingyun sect, ensuring his safe training while keeping him within Xiaoming's watchful gaze. Most importantly, since Fu Yin's family had not suffered any misfortune, he would not succumb to darkness, providing Xiaoming with a solid foundation to build rapport. To let him go would be akin to abandoning humanity. Xiaoming's intent was crystal clear, yet Fu Yan's expression reflected hesitation. What? Are you unwilling to cultivate, or perhaps unwilling to become my fellow disciple? Upon hearing Xiaoming's inquiry, Fu Yin immediately replied, No, brother Xiao, I could never be so ungrateful. It is merely that I come from humble beginnings, and I am uncertain of my talents. I fear being looked down upon, as though I am a useless burden relying on you to enter the sect. His words were candid, revealing Fu Yan's deep-seated concerns and his inherent unwillingness to accept charity. Fu Yin nodded but still could not meet Xiaoming's gaze. Meanwhile, Xiaoming regarded him with keen interest, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Do you know what realm your current strength corresponds to in the hierarchy of cultivation? Brother Yi mentioned that it should be the second stage of cultivation, known as Foundation Establishment. Indeed, it is Foundation Establishment. But do you know how many individuals reach this stage by the age of 16? Faced with this question, Fu Yin was uncertain how to respond, yet his intuition prompted him to say, since it is merely the second stage, I would assume that over half of people can achieve it. Xiaoming shook his head. Is it then approximately 70 to 80%? Not even half. Xiaoming approached Fu Yin, his imposing figure causing Fu Yin to involuntarily take a few steps back as Xiaoming continued. Let alone at 16. Even among those in their 20s, a significant portion of cultivators struggle to break through to the qi refinement stage. Just based on this, your talent is already exceptionally rare. As the last words left his mouth, Fu Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. How could my talent possibly be that remarkable? If so, why have I felt no indication of it all these years? Do you doubt this? Perceiving Fu Yan's skepticism, Xiaoming gestured towards Yi Qingtian. Allow me to tell you, within the entire sect, only Yi Shidi and another Shimi have reached Foundation Establishment at your age. Both are direct disciples of the elders of Lingyun's sect. Moreover, do you think I would be so idle as to fabricate stories to comfort you? His words exuded confidence and an undeniable authority. With a mixture of belief and doubt, Fu Yin looked towards Yi Qingtian, who smiled and nodded in affirmation. Now, do you still wish to join the Lingyun sect? If not, I won't pressure you. I am willing to join the Lingyun sect. Having reached this point, Fu Yin found it difficult to question the truth of Xiaoming's assertions. As the son of a mere servant, he had little value to be exploited. If he were to refuse joining the Lingyun sect, it would be akin to a lapse in judgment. With Fu Yan's agreement to join the sect, Xiaoming felt a surge of joy within. He took out a piece of paper and pen, composing a letter home while infusing it with a hint of spiritual energy. After sealing the letter, he handed it to Fu Yin. Take this letter to the Xiao family in Xia Prefecture. There will be individuals who will assist you in entering the Lingyun sect and settling your family. The sect holds monthly competitions among disciples of the same realm. If you still doubt me, you will understand after the competition. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of Fu Yin, the child of destiny, awakening skill, melodious voice, level 3. Receiving the letter, Fu Yin deeply bowed to Xiaoming before soaring towards the east. Lanzhou and Xia Prefecture were neighboring regions, and with Fu Yan's Foundation Establishment cultivation, the round trip would take merely a few days. Yet, the thought of his family's imminent transformation filled Fu Yin with excitement, prompting him to quicken his pace. Heroes of the world, enter my grasp. Xiaoming inexplicably recalled this phrase and glanced at Yi Qingtian beside him. After killing the demonic cultivator who had hidden here for so long, did we gain nothing? Oh, brother, you mentioning it reminded me. We did find something. Lu Shangqing, a practitioner of demonic cultivation, had served as the county magistrate in Huading County for many years, making it hard to believe it was mere coincidence. After slaying Lu Shangqing, Yi Qingtian returned to the Lu residence to conduct a thorough search. Although he found no evidence of Lu Shangqing's identity, he did make an unexpected discovery. Yi Qingtian produced the only valuable item he found in the Lu residence, a remarkably thick tome. Brother, take a look at this. Xiaoming accepted the tome and opened it. Beast Feeding Journal. The pages were densely filled with precious methods for nurturing exotic beasts, chronicling Lu Shengqing's extensive collection of rare birds and beasts, most of which were nearing maturity. More importantly, many of the materials listed were essential for Xiaoming's alchemy and artifact forging. Wow, this is no demonic cultivator. This is a pure philanthropist. Junior brother, do you know where he raised these exotic beasts? Xiaoming felt a surge of excitement. The difficulty in alchemy and artifact forging lay in the materials and techniques. He had the techniques but lacked materials. Yet, Lu Shengqing's exotic beasts were brimming with valuable resources: saliva, blood, bones, skin, and flesh, all of which could be utilized. Rest assured, brother, I found the map detailing the locations where Lu Shengqing kept these exotic beasts. Excellent. Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian promptly began planning to seek out those exotic beasts once Yi Qingtian regained his strength. In the demonic Luo sect's Lanzhou branch, the branch leader, Qin Wenk, slumped in his seat, pallid and drained of color. How did it come to this? Just moments ago, all the life tokens of the assassins he had dispatched shattered, indicating their demise. But how could this be? If Huading County possessed such a powerful force, the demonic Luo sect could not have thrived in Lanzhou for so many years. With a heart full of suspicion, Qin Wenk shattered the blood essence stones of the assassins once more, replaying the final moments before their deaths in his mind. To his astonishment, he saw Xiaoming, the sole blemish on the Xiao family, a layabout and frivolous young master. Yet, this very wastrel had single-handedly faced 6 golden core cultivators and 2 half-step golden cores. The mastery of swordplay, hidden weapons, agility, talismans, and poison. This is how Qin Wenk perceived Xiaoming through the lens of an assassin. The gruesome fate of the assassins, who met their demise, sends chills down the spine of Qin Wenk, a Yuan-Ing stage demon cultivator whose hands are stained with countless lives. After witnessing this scene, a singular thought occupies his mind regarding Xiaoming. Ruthless and merciless. We have all been deceived. Xiaoming is merely masquerading as a pig to eat the tiger. The Xiao family has already traced the matter back to Langzhou. That young man is one of their own. It is over. It is all over. The few assassins are elite members of the branch, and coupled with the death of Lu Shengqing, this situation has escalated beyond Qin Wenk's ability to suppress. Therefore, he is compelled to report the circumstances in their entirety. Despite his attempts to conceal his blunders, an order from the main headquarters plunges him into despair. All contact points of the Demon Luo sect in Langzhou must be relocated with utmost urgency. While remaining vigilant against the Xiao family and Lingyun sect spies, Qin Wenk, the branch leader in Langzhou, is dismissed from all positions for his lax oversight and unilateral decisions, and he is to await punishment at the main headquarters. Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian, the 2 directly involved parties, unknowingly precipitated a significant retreat of the Demon Luo sect's forces entrenched in Langzhou. Chapter 38. Ambush. Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian linger in Huading County for nearly a month, partly to allow Yi Qingtian's injuries to heal completely. Additionally, during this period, Xiaoming meticulously inspects the isolated locations in Langzhou where Lu Shengqing had concealed various exotic beasts. However, these areas are fortified with restrictions set by Lu Shengqing, and he does not wish to alert any potential threats, so he marks the areas from outside the prohibitions. Subsequently, based on his notes, Xiaoming forms a general assessment of the combat capabilities of these exotic beasts. Within a rather opulent tavern in Huading County, Xiaoming continues to study Lu Shengqing's notes on the care of exotic beasts, while Yi Qingtian boasts about his late-night snacks. Moments later, having satisfied his hunger, Yi Qingtian turns to Xiaoming and inquires, "Senior brother, now that a month has passed, should we set off to find those exotic beasts?" "Indeed, there is no need to delay any further," Xiaoming replies. Under the cover of night, both Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian exit Huading County via a narrow path. Yet after only a few steps, Xiaoming's keen intuition and Yi Qingtian's heightened senses detect something amiss. They exchange glances. "We have company," Xiaoming muses with a silent smirk. He then turns to Yi Qingtian and instructs, "Junior brother, release your spiritual energy. We must accelerate our pace." Understanding Xiaoming's intent, Yi Qingtian responds affirmatively, activating the shading cloud technique to hasten their movement while gradually emitting the aura of a Foundation establishment cultivator. As Yi Qingtian releases his spiritual energy and propels himself forward, Xiao Ming's acute hearing still picks up faint sounds behind them, and a sense of impending danger lingers in his mind. Revealing our aura is tantamount to laying our cards on the table, yet there is no response from them. It seems they are indeed not righteous cultivators. The fact that they remain in pursuit suggests their cultivation level is no less than that of the Foundation establishment. Damn it, they think of us as easy targets, he thinks to himself. With a sudden impulse, Xiao Ming seizes Yi Qingtian's arm and begins to sprint toward the woods. Not far behind them, a figure clad in dark attire silently picks up a communication talisman. Zhai Kuan? 2 cultivators are making their way toward you. They seem to have sensed my presence. That very moment, Zhai Kuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed on a tree branch, suddenly opens his eyes and retrieves the communication talisman, asking, what is their level of strength? One appears to be at the 2nd or 3rd level of Foundation establishment, while the other is harder to gauge but likely comparable. Understood. Ever since Lu Shengqing was slain and the demon Luo sect conducted a full retreat from Langzhou, several minor demonic sects have swiftly emerged to seize ecological niches, dividing the spoils that the demon Luo sect could not take with them. Although few were aware of Lu Shengqing's exotic beasts, those who did were previously deterred from offending the formidable demon Luo sect. However, now that the tree has fallen, the monkeys scatter. These exotic beasts have naturally become coveted prizes for some rogue cultivators. For instance, Zhai Kuan belongs to a gang formed by rogue cultivators. Zhai Kuan returns the communication talisman to its place and sends a message toward a large tree in the distance. Boss. He Huang has reported that 2 cultivators are approaching us. They are likely companions, both around the early stages of Foundation establishment. What should we do? A figure in the large tree stirs slightly, its gaze fixed on the 2 massive exotic beasts resting below. The fur liner wolf and the ghost mastiff are both treasures in their own right. The restrictions are about to break, and a fierce struggle is inevitable. We cannot afford to complicate matters now. You take your people and eliminate them. Yes, boss. Receiving the command, Zhai Kuan leaps down from the branch, using his communication talisman to relay the boss's orders to the surrounding rogue cultivators. The boss has instructed that our primary target is those 2 beasts. We should simply kill these 2 cultivators without indulging in previous tactics of dismemberment or torture. There is no time for games. Several rogue cultivators respond affirmatively, except for Zhong Ming, who is positioned to the southeast. After several attempts to contact him, Zhai Kuan receives no reply and is compelled to fly to the nearest tree where Zhong Ming is located. Zhong Ming, you lazy bum, wake up. It's time to get to work. After calling out a few times with no response, Zhai Kuan senses that something is amiss. Zhong Ming is known for his laziness but has never faltered when it truly matters. This time, however, he does not even respond to his calls. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhai Kuan immediately sends a message. Boss, the situation is... His words are abruptly cut off as a dark figure suddenly leaps from the tree where Zhong Ming was located. Hurtling toward him with blinding speed, with a scream, Zhai Kuan collapses from the tree, lifeless upon impact with the ground. The one referred to as the boss, Wu Weiguang, is immediately startled. Zhai Kuan's transmission had not indicated any struggle, which means the assailant struck without a fight, delivering a fatal blow. This intruder is certainly no ordinary foe, and there remains another individual unaccounted for. Wu Weiguang, a seasoned veteran, quickly recognizes the danger of being picked off one by one and promptly relays a message to the others. There is an ambush. Zhai Kuan has been killed. Assemble at my location immediately. Zhai Kuan's fallen body startles the fur liner wolf and the ghost mastiff, both colossal creatures, awakening them in an instant. Hearing Wu Weiguang's command, 3 rogue cultivators swiftly employ their movement techniques, making their way toward the boss without making a sound. Among them, a rogue cultivator named Zhang Shen arrives first at Wu Weiguang's location. Yet, the scene before him sends chills down his spine, causing cold sweat to pour down his face. The most powerful among them, the Foundation establishment 5th stage cultivator Wu Weiguang, lies motionless on the ground with a ghastly expression, as if he had encountered something terrifying before his demise. Meanwhile, the once furiously agitated fur liner wolf and ghost mastiff huddle together beneath a large tree, their eyes refusing to glance in the direction of the tree where Wu Weiguang had been. Zhai Kuan's inexplicable death, along with Wu Weiguang's, leaves the murderer seemingly vanished, rendering them incapable of finding any trace of the assailant. This overwhelming sense of danger strikes Zhang Shan, a typically ruthless rogue cultivator, for the first time, making him feel like a sheep lost in a dark forest, with two vicious wolves relentlessly stalking him. The countless lives he has taken, the malevolent aura he has cultivated, and his brutal methods are rendered utterly impotent by an all-encompassing fear. Suddenly, Zhang Shan senses a warm breath against his neck, causing his body to stiffen instantly as he gazes toward the rapidly approaching siblings. Sun Biao and Sun Yaru, he steels himself and shouts, "Don't come any closer. Run." With a click, before he can finish his warning, Zhang Shan's neck is abruptly twisted, and his body plummets from the tree with a dull thud. The two exotic beasts, alerted by the commotion, tremble momentarily. Chapter 39. Ghost Mastiff and Fur-Liner Wolf just arriving. Sun Yara witnesses Zhai Kuan's murder and quickly pulls down her mask, revealing a charming face as she exclaims, "Senior, this is a misunderstanding." However, before she can finish her sentence, a flash of white light strikes her, and she finds herself unable to utter another word, blood gushing from her slender neck. "Sister." "Ah, you beast! I will kill you." Sun Biao, witnessing the brutal murder of his sister, loses all composure and charges at the shadowed figure with his weapon raised. "Why do I feel like a villain?" Xiaoming internally scoffs as he wipes the blood from his blade. Despite his thoughts, he swiftly draws his sword once more, and before Sun Biao can react, his head falls to the ground. Not everyone possesses the fortune of being able to confront a golden core cultivator with mere foundation establishment prowess, let alone Xiaoming, who surpasses ordinary golden core cultivators. Having dealt with the Sun siblings and Wu Weiguang, Xiaoming leaps down from the tree, while in the distance, Yi Qingtian, having disposed of Zhai Kuan and Zhongming's corpses, arrives. As Xiaoming gathers the bodies together, he inquires of Yi Qingtian, "Have you found anything?" "Senior brother, I've searched thoroughly. These individuals carry no tokens. They likely do not belong to the same sect, but appear to be a makeshift gang formed to commit murder and seize treasures." "Indeed, I suspect as much. They are not after us, but rather targeting those two." Xiaoming gestured towards the nearby ghost mastiff and the hairy wolf, simultaneously releasing his oppressive aura. "And you too? Who permitted your departure? Stay right there." The ghost mastiff and the hairy wolf, initially poised to flee, sensed Xiaoming's imposing presence and reluctantly halted their retreat, turning around to approach him slowly as the two exotic beasts edged closer. They emitted a sound akin to purring, their massive heads nuzzling against him affectionately, their expressions exuding innocence. "Senior brother, the human has been dealt with. What shall we do about these two beasts? Shall we slay them?" Yi Qingtian inquired. Upon hearing the word slay, both beasts were startled, immediately bending their front legs and howling in distress. "Awu, awu, woo woo, awur wawa woo woo, awur awu woo woo awur wawa." Translation: Big brother, please don't kill me. I have an elderly mother and a wife to support, and now I have no one left behind. Please spare me, woo woo. Although Xiaoming could not comprehend the exact words of the two beasts, he grasped their general meaning. No need for that. I am primarily interested in the saliva of the ghost mastiff, as it is a vital ingredient for the soul-severing pill and the returning essence powder I am concocting. There is no necessity to kill them. They have done nothing wrong. He then approached the ghost mastiff and said, "Well then, esteemed ghost mastiff, might I borrow a few pounds of your saliva?" The ghost mastiff responded with a puzzled "Awu?" Translation: What did you say, big brother? Never mind, you probably can't understand. Xiaoming then seized the ghost mastiff's hind legs and began to drag it out. This action thoroughly frightened the ghost mastiff, which cast a pleading glance at its companion, while the hairy wolf simply turned its head away, unable to bear the sight. The ghost mastiff realized its predicament and began to thrash and struggle wildly. "Awu, awu, awu, woo woo. Woo woo, awu, woo woo, awu, woo woo." Translation: Don't kill me, help, they're torturing me. What is all this noise? Xiaoming, irritated by the ghost mastiff's cries, swiftly delivered a slap, restoring its clarity of mind. "I am not going to kill you. Why are you howling so loudly?" Once again releasing his oppressive aura, the ghost mastiff dared not utter a single cry, only managing to emit soft whimpers as two tears, each roughly the size of a half-bowl, rolled down its cheeks. Xiaoming pried the ghost mastiff's mouth open with a stick and positioned it at an angle, then placed a jar beneath to collect the saliva. Suddenly recalling something, he turned to Yi Qingtian and said, "By the way, Yi Junior brother, it seems you, Du Junior sister, and Fu Junior brother do not possess any protective inner armor, do you?" Yi Qingtian was momentarily taken aback. "Senior brother, what are you planning?" "Indeed, senior brother. What do you intend to do?" The hairy wolf scales were extraordinarily hard, and beneath its scales lay a layer of fur for warmth. Armor crafted from its scales would not only be highly defensive but also remarkably comfortable. "I was thinking of forging a set for each of you. Junior brother, go and pluck down about 10 or so scales, preferably from the chest area. The scales will regenerate on their own." In truth, Xiaoming intended to refine the armor and, under the guise of seclusion for cultivation, have Yi Qingtian deliver it to Du Jingqiu, thereby effectively enhancing their relationship. He could also use this to boost his rapport with Fu Yan. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingtian felt a warm sensation within, thinking that his senior brother was indeed as kind-hearted as ever. Conversely, the hairy wolf felt a surge of dread, realizing that it was likely the target of their intentions. Without delay, Yi Qingtian pressed one hand on the hairy wolf, while the other grasped one of its massive scales and yanked it with all his might. "Awoo! Awoo, 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 awoo." Translation: Ouch, 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 ouch. Half an hour later, the saliva and scales were fully collected, and Xiaoming stored them in his storage ring. The two exotic beasts resembled victims who had endured relentless torment. Their eyes red and clinging tightly to one another, gazing at Xiaoming in fear. "All right, junior brother, let us depart." Just as Xiaoming was about to call Yi Qingtian to leave, Yi Qingtian hesitated, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Senior brother, I wish to spar with these two beasts." Yi Qingtian had engaged in friendly duels with fellow disciples and fought against demonic cultivators, but he had never faced off against exotic beasts, which left him feeling regretful now. With two beasts comparable to golden core cultivators right before him, he felt an overwhelming urge to test his mettle against these formidable opponents. Xiaoming, after hearing this, said nothing but nodded, moving towards the hairy wolf. He pointed at the hairy wolf. "You?" The hairy wolf appeared somewhat confused. Xiaoming then pointed at Yi Qingtian. "Fight him." The hairy wolf began to comprehend. Xiaoming gently bumped his two fists together. "Engage in a battle." The hairy wolf suddenly understood. "Do you comprehend?" Xiaoming inquired, gazing at the hairy wolf. The hairy wolf's eyes sparkled, seemingly realizing that it would not be killed. But then it shook its head, indicating that it did not understand what Xiaoming was saying. Damn it! Realizing that his explanations had borne no fruit, Xiaoming drew his blade and rested it against the hairy wolf's neck. Threatening fiercely, "If you do not fight him, I shall slay you instead. Do you understand?" This time, the hairy wolf grasped the meaning, baring its fangs at Yi Qingtian, its eyes fixed on him defiantly. "Grr!" Seeing the hairy wolf's fierce demeanor, Xiaoming finally cracked a satisfied smile. "Excellent. Just like that. Think of the pain of having your scales ripped away. Think of the humiliation of being pinned down. Go forth, wolf brother. Ignite the flames of vengeance." Observing the hairy wolf's excitement, Yi Qingtian quickly intervened, grasping Xiaoming's arm. "Senior brother, that's enough. That's enough. Do not provoke it further." Chapter 40. The personal disciple engages in battle with exotic beasts. The dandy viciously beats the hairy wolf standing before the hairy wolf, known for its extraordinary speed and defense. Yi Qingtian took a deep breath. As he opened his eyes, his initially gentle gaze transformed into one of cold resolve. Fixated on his opponent, the hairy wolf, showing no signs of retreat, leaned slightly forward, its dagger-like fangs bared in a display of strength, its tail swaying behind it, pupils narrowing. Both man and beast exuded an intense fighting spirit, clearly prepared for a relentless confrontation. With both parties ready, the atmosphere thickened, prompting Xiaoming to give the ghost mastiff a playful slap on the rear. "Awoo!" The ghost mastiff yelped, prompting the hairy wolf to launch itself at Yi Qingtian, its sharp teeth aimed directly at his head. For the hairy wolf, this was a battle of life and death. As the hairy wolf charged, Yi Ching Tian silently recited the calming incantation of Lingyun's sect to steady his mind. Then leaped into the air. Bang! The hairy wolf's leap met empty air, its front paws missing Yi Ching Tian and instead smashing a tree into two pieces. Roar! Frustrated by its failed attack, the hairy wolf let out another roar. Its ferocity unabated as it lunged at the still airborne Yi Ching Tian without hesitation. Yi Ching Tian landed gracefully on one foot, drawing his sword. Cleansing guilt. Purple chi comes from the east, he shouted, causing the tip of cleansing guilt to radiate brilliance as he delivered a horizontal slash, unleashing a wave of sword energy that surged toward the hairy wolf. The hairy wolf rolled to the right just in time to evade the strike. But a blade of sword energy grazed its scales. Sizzle! As the sword energy sliced through the scales, sparks flew. Yet the hairy wolf's armor remained unscathed, not even a scratch to be found. Realizing that Yi Ching Tian's seemingly powerful move was not as formidable as it appeared, the hairy wolf felt a surge of hidden joy, intensifying its assault on Yi Ching Tian. The latter, witnessing his powerful strike fail, wore an expression of disbelief but quickly regained his composure, channeling his spiritual energy as he engaged the hairy wolf in combat. His sword strikes grew fiercer, his palm techniques more aggressive. As the two clashed, Yi Ching Tian aimed a vertical slash at the hairy wolf's back. The hairy wolf, seeing the unremarkable nature of the strike, relied on its tough scales to withstand it. Awoo! In the next moment, the hairy wolf let out a pained howl, for what seemed like a simple attack shattered its defenses, the blade embedding itself into its flesh. 3 palm-sized scales falling away to reveal the crimson blood beneath. A well-known fact in the realm of cultivation is that the more elaborate a technique, the greater its power. Conversely, the simpler the technique, the less impressive its might. Xiao Ming, however, had devised a method that went against this notion. He first mastered the universally accessible ancient breath-holding technique within the sect, then concealed the might of his sword and knife techniques using this technique, making it exceedingly easy to deceive his opponent in a fleeting moment, yielding unexpectedly advantageous results in battle. Just moments ago, Yi Ching Tian employed this very strategy, initially executing the grand move, Purple Chi comes from the east, while channeling only a minimal amount of spiritual energy, greatly diminishing its power and leading the hairy wolf to underestimate him. When the two continued to exchange blows and the hairy wolf became increasingly reckless, Yi Ching Tian would then unleash a seemingly mundane strike, feigning an opening, confident that the hairy wolf would assume its sturdy armor was sufficient to withstand it. Thus, Yi Ching Tian's plan succeeded. As expected of my senior brother, this method indeed proves highly effective. Quietly admiring his senior brother, Yi Ching Tian pressed his advantage, showcasing the bizarre and ever-changing flying cloud sword technique with remarkable flair. At times thrusting, at others sweeping, occasionally slashing, then blocking and sweeping again. Though seemingly chaotic, it was imbued with a hidden order. The hairy Lin wolf was utterly unable to predict the next move, and unlike before, it dared not rely on its scales to take the hits, instead opting to dodge and retreat. With a resounding clang, the wolf's sharp claws struck toward Yi Ching Tian but were deftly parried by the blade of the cleansing sin. In that moment, Yi Ching Tian's left hand drew the knife from his waist, cleaving down to sever the wolf's forepaw halfway. A howl erupted, uncertain of how many times it had cried out in agony. The hairy Lin wolf suddenly recoiled, yet, propelled by its turning momentum, it swung its tail back in retaliation. The wolf's tail bore a prominent bone mace, and while most would focus on its sharp claws and fangs, it was precisely this mace that often turned the tide of battle unexpectedly. Indeed, Yi Ching Tian had not anticipated the wolf's tail and took a solid hit. Spitting blood, he inwardly chastised himself for his lack of vigilance. Having been ambushed by a beast, tossing a few healing pills into his mouth, he gathered his spiritual energy and executed a series of movements with both knife and sword, seamlessly and without hesitation. At that moment, both sides had all but abandoned any semblance of technique or subtlety, engaging in a true contest of blades and claws. The sounds of metal clashing against claws and the screech of steel scraping against scales embodied their unwavering resolve to press on. Ultimately, it was Yi Ching Tian's superior skill that left the hairy Lin wolf exhausted and sprawled on the ground. Gasping for breath, Yi Qingtian wearily approached Xiaoming. "Senior brother, I won." Before he could finish, Xiaoming seized him by the arm and tossed him aside. "The match is over. You lost, I won. T kill you." Before Xiaoming stood the recently fallen Harry Lin Wolf. That moment. The wolf's fur bristled, its eyes shifting from black to red, exuding a ferocious aura that almost materialized in the air, saturating it with a sanguine mist. Yet, Xiaoming's words did not soothe the Harry Lin Wolf. Rather, they incited its frenzy. Does this creature possess the ability to enter a blood rage? Channeling his full golden core prowess, Xiaoming pressed down on the Harry Lin Wolf, attempting to defuse the confrontation through persuasion. "Be honest, I want to kill you." But the wolf was beyond reason. The crimson veins bulging from its neck and its body nearly twice its normal size betrayed its peak fury, with a thunderous roar. The Harry Lin Wolf lunged at Xiaoming, its massive maw aimed squarely at his neck, poised to rip his head clean off. Crack! A sharp sound echoed just as the wolf was about to bite down. It received a resounding slap across the face. "Huh?" The wolf, stunned by the blow, was sent tumbling back, emitting a rare sound of confusion akin to that of a human. Crack! Another slap followed, sending two of its teeth flying. At this moment, the wolf's eyes cleared completely, its form shrinking back to its original size as it approached Xiaoming, seeking forgiveness. "Oh, save your life. There's no shame in it. Tell me, why mimic the blood rage when you lack the strength? Must you endure 2 hefty slaps before you listen? I've said I want to kill you. At most, I'll return in a few months to borrow some scales. I truly don't understand what you fear." Young beasts should learn to step beyond their comfort zones. Watching Xiaoming scold the Harry Lin Wolf, Yi Qingtian swallowed hard, suppressing his astonishment, while the ghostly hound beast endeavored to disguise itself as an innocuous pet. After all, who could withstand being slapped twice so carelessly? Chapter 41. Ginseng Dao. Yi Qingtian's ability to defeat the Harry Lin Wolf was already indicative of his extraordinary combat prowess. Thus, Xiaoming had no intention of forcing him to battle the ghostly hound beast in his fatigued state. Naturally, the hound beast was equally disinclined to engage, especially given the recent fate of its wolf companion. So, Xiaoming ignited a fire with the burning heaven blade, and the 2 men and 2 beasts gathered around the warmth, creating a surprisingly cozy scene. With his eyes closed, Yi Qingtian silently meditated, reflecting on the insights gained from their recent battle while mentally reviewing the skirmishes of the past few days. Xiaoming's habit of carrying pots and pans proved useful as he set a sand pot over the fire to simmer meat porridge. Meanwhile, the Harry Lin Wolf willingly displayed its soft belly, allowing Xiaoming to lean against it, while the ghostly hound beast lay obediently on Xiaoming's lap, receiving gentle scratches on its head. "I nearly forgot you were injured too. Unfortunately, the healing pills don't work as effectively on beasts. Make do with what you can." Xiaoming tossed several healing pills into the Harry Lin Wolf's mouth, which appeared insufficient to fill the gaps. Yet the wolf licked Xiaoming's hand in a show of submission. "A large version of the healing pill?" Xiaoming questioned. "Senior brother, are we still going to capture that ginseng doll?" Yi Qingtian pointed toward the depths of the forest. "Shall we just leave it there? I fear it may escape. Ginseng, being a spirit of the earth, thrives among the soil. Ordinary ginseng is typically measured by weight. As the saying goes, 7 taels is ginseng, 8 taels is treasure, 9 to 10 taels requires a mountain search. Not to mention, ginseng exceeding a pound is nearly impossible to encounter. Ginseng that has lived for over 1,000 years absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, attaining sentience and transforming into a ginseng doll, becoming increasingly elusive thereafter, as ginseng dolls possess the ability to burrow into the earth. Even if you spot one, a moment of inattention allows it to vanish beneath your very eyes. Lu Shengqing's notes recount how he stumbled upon a 1,000-year-old ginseng just shy of achieving full sentience 37 years ago. He set up a formation within a 2-mile radius to prevent its escape, preparing to extract it once it fully matured. However, this fortuitous opportunity was ultimately seized by Xiaoming. "Don't fret. This ginseng has already attained spirit status a year ago." Lu Shengqing deliberately waited until now to extract it during the full moon night, after it absorbs the essence of the lunar light. Another day will bring the full moon. There's no need for concern. As they spoke, Xiao Ming lifted the pot lid at the right moment. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air with the breeze. "Senior brother, you can cook?" Yi Qingtian, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide, staring at Xiao Ming, just a bit of surprise. "I slaughtered that 8-treasure pig raised by Lu Shangqing, perfect for making porridge. Give it a-try. Yi Qingtian accepted the bowl Xiao Ming offered. Slurp, slurp, hiccup. In mere moments, the steaming bowl of meat porridge vanished into Yi Qingtian's ravenous belly. The two beasts beside them gnawed on the leg bones of the 8-treasure pig. "Come on, having bones to chew on is far better than being boiled down into bone soup, senior brother. Can you tell me if there's anything you can't do?" Yi Qingtian asked earnestly. This question stemmed from genuine curiosity, as it was hard to fathom how one could simultaneously excel in alchemy, artifact crafting, formation techniques, and cooking, while also wondering just how many skills Xiao Ming truly possessed. Of course, for example, "I can't give birth." Yi Qingtian. The next day, Xiao Ming awoke comfortably atop the hairy Lin Wolf's belly, stretching and rubbing the ghostly hound beast's head to shake off the remnants of sleep. Yi Qingtian had already roused, and upon Xiao Ming's beckoning, he immediately understood the intent. Together, the two made their way deeper into the forest. Breaking through Lu Shangqing's array of restrictions, Xiao Ming and Yi Qingtian nestled in a thicket, awaiting the arrival of night. The lunar light, representing the moon, shone brightest during the full moon, providing optimal nourishment for spiritually infused flora. And the ginseng doll would surely seize this opportunity to reveal itself. As anticipated, the two lay in the thicket until deep into the night, when their extended awareness finally detected movement. Xiao Ming cautiously peered out, catching sight of the legendary ginseng doll. However, the genuine ginseng doll was far from the adorable childlike figure one might expect. Its entire body was encrusted with soil and roots, its skin a waxy yellow riddled with wrinkles. Though it possessed facial features, they were grotesquely unappealing, resembling a century-old man in the form of a child. "Senior brother," Yi Qingtian gasped, startled by the sight of the diminutive and repulsive creature. "Shoo," Xiao Ming dismissed. Speaking nonchalantly, "Did you think the ginseng doll would resemble a child from a painting? You are too naive. This is its true form. The so-called ginseng doll is merely a spirit of ginseng, a botanical entity. Though it may not be aesthetically pleasing, its restorative properties are immense. Refining it into a pill could elevate your cultivation by 20 years. The ginseng doll revealed half of its form, comfortably absorbing the moon's essence, when suddenly, a few copper coins bound by red threads shot out from the bushes. Instinctively, the ginseng doll attempted to flee, only to find the red threads had already formed a formation. Sealing its escape. In the next moment, Xiao Ming emerged from behind the bushes, wielding a bamboo knife to carefully scrape away the soil surrounding the ginseng. He meticulously unearthed the ginseng doll, which weighed over a pound. Ginseng, being a spirit of the earth, would leak its spiritual essence upon encountering sharpness, significantly diminishing its medicinal properties. Hence, Xiao Ming had deliberately chosen a bamboo knife for this task. Just as the precious ginseng was secured, Yi Qingtian, standing behind Xiao Ming, clenched a communication talisman, his expression grave. "What's wrong?" Not long ago, it seemed that several prodigies had emerged from the Haoyue sect in the North Point 2 days prior. They arrived at our sect claiming to engage in sparring, and a stage for the contest has already been set up. The Haoyue sect, a prominent faction situated to the north of Jigua, occupies a nebulous position, difficult to categorize strictly as righteous or demonic. Yet it has successfully unified the cultivators from the 5 states in northern Jigua, persistently aiming to descend southward to exert control over the central and southern regions. Their provocation at this moment is no mere coincidence. It presents the first opportunity within the original narrative for Yi Qingtian to astonish the entire sect. Consequently, Xiao Ming was not taken aback and calmly replied, "The Grand Elder has summoned you back. Correct? No worries, I shall continue to explore a few more locations on my own." However, Yi Qingtian shook his head and pointed to the communication talisman. "Brother, not only that, but Master has instructed me to return with you." "Return? What purpose would that serve?" "The Haoyue sect has come to provoke us, yet the so-called prodigies were defeated by Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu. This aligns with the original timeline, and theoretically, I should have no part in it." "I do not know either, But Master insists that we both return, Yi Qingtian reiterated, shaking his head once more. Very well, the Grand Elder's orders must be heeded. We have gathered sufficient resources. It is indeed time to return to the sect. Both understood the gravity of the matter and did not delay further, each summoning a cloud to soar towards Lingyun's sect. In just a few days, the two arrived before the gates of Lingyun's sect. Upon recognizing Xiaoming and Yi Qingtian, the gatekeeper disciples swiftly verified their auras before allowing them entry. Xiao Shixiang, please wait a moment. Just as Xiaoming was about to proceed, a gatekeeper disciple called out to him. The call was of significance. Typically, those guarding the gates are elite and loyal disciples of the inner sect. Regardless of how early outer sect disciples enter, they must address inner sect members as Shixiang or Shiji. Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu referred to themselves as Shixiang out of respect. However, for a gatekeeper disciple to address him as Shixiang was quite problematic, even though he belonged to the Xiao family. Such decorum felt excessive. The gatekeeper disciple produced a storage bag, from which several valuable herbs could be vaguely discerned. Xiao Shixiang, I am Li Xian. Knowing your affiliation with the Xiao family, I offer this humble gift as a token of respect. This left Xiaoming utterly bewildered. What was the meaning of receiving gifts without cause? Moreover, this was hardly a trivial gift. These items were not easily acquired without some wealth. No, but this brother, what is this all about? Xiaoming was about to inquire when the gatekeeper disciple hurriedly interjected, Please, just call me Xiao Li. This is primarily to express my gratitude for your care towards my younger brother in the outer sect. He often complains about the poor atmosphere in the outer sect and the unruly behavior of the disciples. Furthermore, those inner sect stewards often take advantage of their status to withhold resources from the outer sect. Providing substandard items even when they do deliver it was only after you took charge recently that things began to improve. Please accept these herbs as my thanks to you. Do not refuse them. Thus, Xiaoming, still in a state of confusion, was forcibly presented with a collection of expensive spirit herbs, after which the gatekeeper disciple named Li Xian hurriedly returned to his post. Just when Xiaoming thought this was peculiar enough. Upon entering the mountain gate, the situation exceeded his expectations. An outer sect disciple, who was sweeping the ground, dropped his broom in shock upon seeing Xiaoming. His pupils trembled, and his eyes visibly reddened. Shixiang has returned. Shixiang is back. With this exclamation, the windows and doors of the disciples' quarters flung open, and in an instant, a multitude of young men and women rushed toward Xiaoming, tears glistening in their eyes as they sobbed uncontrollably. Shixiang, why did you take so long to return? How can we survive in the outer sect without you? Shixiang, please don't leave again. If you must go, take me with you. Shixiang, what Shixiang? This is clearly my esteemed father. Father, you have finally returned. I have missed you so much, father. This left not only Xiaoming stunned, but even Yi Qingtian was utterly perplexed by the unfolding events as he found himself amidst the throng. Unsure of how to respond, during your absence, those inner sect disciples bullied us in the outer sect, sob. Let me tell you, Shixiang, those scoundrels, I truly wish to confront them. The crowd clamored as they recounted their grievances until Xiaoming bellowed. Silence, one at a time. Only then did the crowd quiet down, and one by one, the outer sect disciples shared their experiences during Xiaoming's absence. It was a harrowing tale. When Xiaoming was present, the responsible disciples within the sect were wary of his status, fearing that this outer sect Shixiang, related to the sect leader, might report them, jeopardizing their positions. Thus, every month, when he collected the resources allocated to the outer sect, he received only the finest quality items. They dared not substitute inferior goods. However, since Xiaoming's departure, the inner sect stewards had starkly contrasted their previous demeanor. Not only did they withhold supplies, but they also frequently mixed in substandard products. Although the outer sect disciples expressed their dissatisfaction, they found themselves powerless, as the inner sect disciples were the sect's prized team most. They would receive a reprimand or be instructed to deliver supplies in a timely manner. Following that, any outer sect disciple who took the lead would find themselves targeted by the inner sect. Initially, the outer sect disciples endured a life of neglect, relying solely on themselves, a reality they had grown accustomed to. Some outer sect disciples, hailing from affluent families, managed to receive resources through family support, while the less fortunate resigned themselves to their fate or continued striving to ascend to the inner sect. However, after Xiao Ming was nearly assassinated, he officially took on the role of outer sect Shixiao, concurrently assuming the duties of an elder in the outer sect due to encouragement from Yun Wanqing. Thus, he diligently fulfilled his responsibilities, which included but were not limited to 1. Assisting instructors in explaining foundational principles. 2. Advocating for resources on behalf of outer sect disciples. 3. Personally refining tools and concocting elixirs for junior disciples. 4. Handling all disputes within the outer sect. In the brief span of Xiao Ming's leadership, the treatment of outer sect disciples saw a substantial improvement, particularly for those from less privileged backgrounds, who felt the impact more acutely. It was then that the outer sect disciples recognized that this was the life they were meant to lead. However, their good fortune came to a sudden halt with Xiao Ming's descent from the mountain, as the inner sect disciples quickly resumed their haughty demeanor. It is far easier to fall into luxury than to rise from it. Outer sect disciples began to reminisce about the days spent with Xiao Ming on the mountain, simultaneously cursing the inner sect's shamelessness and double standards. Now, upon witnessing Xiao Ming's return, how could they not rejoice? Xiao Ming, having listened to the multitude of grievances from the outer sect, turned to Yi Qingtian and said, "Yi Shidi, you are the sole disciple of the Grand Elder. I would like to request that you convey this matter to him. If anyone inquires as to who led the charge, simply state that it was the outer sect Xiao Ming." Yes, Shixiao. Although Yi Qingtian was a direct disciple and belonged to the inner sect, his experiences in the Bai family had acquainted him with the feeling of being looked down upon. He took Xiao Ming's request to heart and prepared to confront his master upon return. And to all the outer sect disciples, rest assured, I will address the issues with the workshops and the General Affairs Hall. Furthermore, any malicious withholding of resources or delivery of substandard items can be reported to me. As long as you trust in me. These words were directed at the numerous outer sect disciples. Long live Shixiao. Shixiao, I truly do not know how to repay you. How about I serve as your mount? Get lost. I shall establish a shrine for Shixiao, burning incense day and night. Observing the fervent crowd, Xiao Ming raised his hand to signal for silence. Dear brothers and sisters, I hope you will always remember the grievances you have endured during this time. The crowd looked on in confusion. What was there to commemorate about such hardships? Yet Xiao Ming chuckled softly, pointing at the gathered disciples. You are now in the outer sect, but in the future, some among you will transition to the inner sect, occupying positions akin to those who have made your lives difficult today. When faced with the new generation of outer sect disciples, how will you respond? Will you act like those who have tormented you, reveling in the power to manipulate others? Only a few outer sect disciples were slow to grasp the implication, while the majority maintained serious expressions. Listening intently to Xiao Ming's words, that I wish for you to remember your grievances to ensure that you contemplate how to treat future outer sect disciples. I do not expect perfection from you. Nor do I intend to impose the doctrine of self-sacrifice. I merely hope that when you encounter future outer sect disciples, you will recall your present selves and reflect upon the kind of life you envisioned upon joining Lingyun's sect. Therefore, do not allow such misfortunes to befall the next generation. Do not perpetuate this culture of bullying. For it is only after being drenched by the rain that one learns to provide shelter for others. This is my command as your Shixiao, and also a plea. Will you all grant me this promise? Following his heartfelt address, the outer sect disciples exchanged glances, speechless. After a moment, or perhaps longer, the disciples gradually performed a solemn bow to Xiao Ming. Responding in unison, we shall heed Shixiang's teachings. Upon hearing the responses of the assembly, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction and took Yi Qingtian's hand, striding away. Along the way, as they noticed that the crowd had dispersed, Yi Qingtian finally expressed his curiosity. Senior brother, how did you manage to establish such authority in the outer sect with just a few words? Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly, no one can gain the support of others merely through a single speech. What I rely on is the change I have brought to the outer sect, allowing my junior brothers and sisters to truly experience what life should be like in the past. Every outer sect senior brother regarded this position as a burden, unable to compete with the inner sect while also having to manage numerous disciples. Each of them only thought of running to the inner sect, preoccupied with showcasing themselves, neglecting their juniors. My innate conditions are more favorable than theirs. And since I do not need to strive for the inner sect, I consider myself fortunate. My greatest strength lies in treating the outer sect as a community of people, rather than as mere laborers or human cattle beneath the inner sect. Tell me, in a spirit of empathy, would they truly reject me? Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the fated child Yi Qingtian. Skill awakened. Return the favor with their own methods. Level 1. Ah, this skill is rather intriguing. In just a few moments, Xiao Ming's words had significantly broadened Yi Qingtian's perspective. Indeed, senior brother is still the senior brother. Meanwhile, the venerable Tianji within the ring silently marveled. Though the methods of uniting hearts may be simple, they are remarkably effective. With such a course of action, this child is certainly no ordinary figure. Chapter 43. How US sect before Xiao Ming and Yi Qingtian could traverse half the distance. They were approached by a young man clad in a long robe adorned with light blue and silver cloud patterns. His handsome features bore a hint of youthfulness, and he nervously clasped his hands in greeting towards the two. Xiao Ming was quite familiar with him. The fated child, a darkened figure of great power, the ultimate boss, and a future giant of the demonic path, Fu Yin. However, Fu Yin was currently practicing the techniques of Lingyun sect, and his striking appearance combined with his righteous attire made him resemble a noble dragon, capable of turning heads among female cultivators on the street. Yet at this moment, Fu Yin felt somewhat out of place. Continually adjusting his garments. Senior brother Xiao, senior brother Yi, you have returned. This marked Fu Yan's first time addressing Xiao Ming and Yi Qingtian as senior brothers in the capacity of a fellow disciple, a title he had long yearned for in secret. Xiao and Yi exchanged a knowing smile and returned the greeting with a bow. Greetings, junior brother Fu. The acknowledgement of junior brother Fu filled Fu Yan's heart with an indescribable warmth. Before him stood two individuals, one who had saved his life, and the other who had transformed his destiny, leading him onto the path of immortality. Now, he had finally become their fellow disciple. Xiao Ming refrained from excessive flattery and instead inquired about Fu Yan's circumstances since joining the sect. Junior brother, how has life been since entering the sect? Has your cultivation been going smoothly? Fu Yan's eyes lit up, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. When I arrived in Xiazhou, it seemed that senior brother's father was away. But after I handed the guard your letter, I encountered a kindly old gentleman in the hall. He claimed to be the steward of the Xiao residence, sent by the master to receive me. Is father out again? Well, Zhang Bo can interpret my handwriting, and given his nature, he would never look down on Fu Yan.as. He internally lamented his father's frequent absences. Xiao Ming continued to listen to Fu Yan's account. Oh, by the way, that old steward introduced himself as Xiao Dingfang, and mentioned he has a good relationship with you. Senior brother Xiao, a sudden daze overcame Yi Qingtian, while Xiao Ming nearly coughed up blood. Good heavens! Just how good is that relationship? At this moment, Xiao Ming was utterly bewildered, having no inkling as to why a potential transcendent being would possess such a peculiar fondness. Is being a steward really that entertaining? Senior brother, are you all right? Seeing Xiao Ming cough, Fu Yin approached with a look of innocent concern. Cough. It's nothing. I've just been a bit fatigued from the long journey and accidentally strained myself. Xiao Ming hastily conjured a pretext to deflect the conversation while also restraining Yi Qingtian, who was about to elaborate. However, what Xiao Ming had overlooked was the fact that in order to preserve his father's dignity, he had chosen to conceal certain truths. If Fu Yin were to later witness the camaraderie between Xiao Dingfang and Mei Yingxue, the situation might evolve into one of those tales better left unspoken between steward and mistress. Oh, let me continue. The steward examined senior brother's letter and confirmed it was indeed in your handwriting. He then expressed a desire to assess my aptitude. This scenario had entirely fallen within Xiao Ming's expectations, as the contents of the letter to his father merely conveyed the following. This person is exceptional. Therefore, Xiao Dingfang could not rely solely on his son's word. He would certainly wish to verify Fu Yan's capabilities. Interestingly, the steward fixated on Fu Yin with a look of astonishment. He remarked that my talent is extraordinary, and then immediately called someone to assist me in contacting the sect, insisting that I must enter the inner sect. Fortunately, the true monarch of harmonization possesses discernment. Xiao Ming thought with relief, turning to Fu Yin. And how are your family members faring? Thanks to your concern, senior brother, the Shao residence sent people to bring my parents and younger sister to the Shao residence the very day I arrived, stating that from now on, they would consider this place as home, with all their needs provided by the estate. Fu Yan's expression grew increasingly jubilant as he spoke. My parents said they had never experienced such luxuries in their lives. And as for my younger sister, the steward arranged for her to attend the finest academy in Qingyang to learn and read. Xiao Dingfang was no fool. He understood the immense potential inherent in those born with innate Taoist bones. Bringing Fu Yan into the inner sect was a means of not wasting such a promising seed while simultaneously showcasing Xiao Ming's attentiveness, by welcoming Fu Yan's family into the Shao residence. It was tantamount to integrating Fu Yan into the Shao family, thus making this talented individual one of their own. Both Xiao Dingfang and Xiao Ming were acutely aware of this. Despite the high-ranking officials of Lingyun's sect knowing of Fu Yan's talent, none had taken him in as a personal disciple. Yet they accorded him generous treatment in the inner sect, effectively acknowledging Fu Yan as a member of the Shao family. And what of life after joining the sect? Has anyone bullied you in the inner sect? Do you have any senior brothers or sisters with whom you are at odds? This inquiry came from Yi Qingtian, to which Fu Yan shook his head in response. Rest assured, senior brother Yi, my fellow disciples are all very friendly. No one has bullied me at all, and a senior sister named Du Jingqiu has taken great care of me and even inquired about how I came to know senior brother Xiao. And what was her reaction upon hearing your tale? Just as Fu Yan was about to speak, a melodious female voice chimed in from behind. Naturally, her admiration for senior brother has only intensified. Xiao Ming looked up to see a female cultivator clad in a delicate crimson veil, her elegant purple gown complementing her breathtaking beauty, making it difficult for anyone to divert their gaze. It was none other than the fated child, the reincarnation of an emperor, the gentle and charming junior sister Du Jingqiu. When did junior sister emerge from her seclusion? I was completely unaware. These past few days, I barely managed to break through to the 4th stage of foundation establishment. It's just a minor improvement, Indeed, in reality, Du Jingqiu had already surpassed the 4th stage before Xiao Ming descended the mountain. The rest was merely consolidating her foundation, an undeniable display of humility. Du Jingqiu approached Fu Yan, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Xiao Ming. Senior brother has accomplished significant feats outside, bringing yet another genius into the sect. I am in awe, looking at Yi Qingtian, Fu Yan, and Du Jingqiu standing beside him. Xiao Ming felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. With 3 fated children among us, Lingyun's sect could very well withstand the collapse of its upper echelons overnight. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, the 4 familiar individuals felt no need for further formality and directly proceeded to Xiao Ming's villa on Yaolin Peak to discuss matters regarding the Haoyue sect. After all, the issue of their impending challenge was no trivial matter, and the 2 newly returned individuals needed to familiarize themselves with the situation. In the tranquil residence, Xiao Ming brewed a cup of spirit tea for each of them, while Du Jingqiu, possessing the most knowledge on the subject, took the lead in explaining the situation surrounding the Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect has come prepared, although they have not brought many disciples. Each one is an elite. Moreover, while they claim to be righteous, they have consistently navigated the gray areas between the righteous and demonic paths, employing vicious and unscrupulous tactics. They have united the forces of the 5 northern states. Either recruiting or annihilating various demonic sections currently, their strength surpasses our Lingyun sect. Should we lose this time and they perceive us as incapable of retaliating, they may very well set their sights on the 6 central states. Ordinary disciples are manageable, but one particular guardian named Qiu Si, leading a few others, conceals their true abilities and appears to be quite formidable. Fu Yan interjected. There is a male cultivator among them whose presence sends a chill down my spine whenever I approach. Fu Yan and Du Jingqiu exchanged words regarding the situation of the visitors from the Haoyue sect, while Yi Qingtian intermittently posed several questions. The 3 of them felt a slight tension, as if they were facing a formidable adversary. In contrast, Xiao Ming observed the 3 prodigies with a singular thought in mind. Stability. Chapter 44. A spectacle in the dead of night, within the accommodations arranged by the Lingyun sect for the delegation of the Haoyue sect. The vice-sect leader and head of this expedition, Zhu Lizhin, who was at the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage, sat in a chair. Behind Zhu Lizhen stood several stunning beauties, while in front of him knelt a captivating woman. Clinging to Zhu Lizhen's leg, her hair disheveled and her complexion flushed in attendance, besides Zhu Lizhen, was another strikingly beautiful yet stern-faced woman, seated gracefully in a rattan chair with her head slightly bowed. She was Qiu Si, the protector of the Haoyue sect, at the first level of the nascent soul stage. Vice sect leader, my subordinates have thoroughly investigated. As for the worthless outsiders, there's no need to elaborate. Within our inner circle, the most significant threats are likely Deng Rong and Jiang Zhang, seasoned experts of the inner sect. However, compared to our prodigies, they pose little danger, Qiu Si reported, her tone laced with concern. Zhu Lizhen casually wrapped one arm around the slender waist of the girl beside him while the other toyed with her delicate leg, asking nonchalantly, "What troubles you, Protector Qiu?" Yi Qingtian, the direct disciple of Fei Yun's swords Yun Wanqing, had once been a renowned genius, but for reasons unknown, his progress had stagnated. Yet, merely half a year prior, he had made a remarkable leap from the 5th level of Qi refinement to foundation establishment, aided by the young master of the Shao family, and had subsequently joined the Lingyun sect. Additionally, there was a girl named Du Jingqiu, a direct disciple of the esteemed Ziyu Zhenrenfang Lianqing, who possessed exceptional talent. She ranked alongside Yi Qingtian on the potential leaderboard within the Lingyun sect, and it was rumored that she had some ties to the young master of the Shao family. After hearing this, a rare seriousness appeared on Zhu Lizhen's face, although his hand still wandered slowly towards the girl's foot. "Are you suggesting these two might very well be affiliated with the Southeast King?" Qiu Si shook her head, a hint of uncertainty in her voice. "Given the circumstances, it seems unlikely. Aside from Yi Qingtian having spent 3 days with the Shao family, they have hardly encountered the Southeast King. As for Du Jingqiu, she has little to do with the Shao family. Their connection is merely a personal one with that debauched young master." Upon hearing this, Zhu Lizhen returned to his indifferent demeanor. Reclining in his chair. Then what is there to worry about? No matter how gifted they are but fireflies against the brilliance of the moon. The Lingyun sect's disciples are weak and incapable of self-defense. A couple of geniuses are of no consequence. The Southeast King is bogged down by chaotic demonic forces. As long as we proceed slowly, the 6 states of central and southern regions will eventually be ours. Piece by piece. There is no need for concern. With the assurance of their superior, Qiu Si nodded. The vice sect leader is indeed far-sighted. I shall heed your commands. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. However, Zhu Lizhen raised a hand to stop her, gesturing for the group of beauties to exit the room, leaving only one behind. He spoke earnestly, "Protector Qiu, I truly should not burden you with too much. Yet, I cannot bear to see you confined to the position of protector. Your talent is remarkable, and your progress rapid. However, within the Haoyue sect, you must understand the nuances of human relationships. One cannot solely focus on cultivation. Sometimes, securing a good backing can accelerate your advancement far more than toiling away. Do you understand?" As he spoke, his hand had already ventured into the girl's already flimsy garment. "My lord, be gentle." Qiu Si's eyes revealed a flicker of disdain, but she quickly suppressed it, replying, "Thank you for your concern, vice sect leader. If there is nothing else, I shall not impose further." With that, she turned and left without looking back. Zhu Lizhen watched Qiu Si depart, a cold chuckle escaping his lips. What a fade of purity. Unable to discern the hierarchy. One day you will understand that my position as vice sect leader is not merely ornamental. Soon, his lewd smile returned as he turned back to the girl, pressing her down. Obediently turn over. As soon as she stepped outside, Qiu Si could not help but spit contemptuously in Zhu Lizhen's direction, her face openly displaying disgust and disdain. A person who rose to power through marrying the sect leader, with a nascent soul stage bolstered by pills. What is there to be arrogant about? What human relationships? What backing? Is it merely to make me a plaything like those courtesans? A mangy dog, and he thinks he is worthy. After venting her frustration, Qiu Si glared towards Linghua Peak, muttering fiercely, "Mei Yusin, you wretched woman, I will ensure you pay for your actions." 2 days later, Yi Qingtian sat in the seclusion chamber of Xiao Ming's villa, exuding a golden spiritual flame. His dantian felt as though it was connected to the heavens, And Yi Qingtian sensed a vastly enhanced perception of spiritual power, with a deeper understanding of various techniques. In just 2 days, he had digested over a month's worth of combat experience, advancing to the 5th level of foundation establishment. Meanwhile, Xiao Ming, who was guarding him, felt a pang of jealousy, but a sudden voice balanced him out. Ding! Detecting that the fated child Yi Qingtian has successfully cultivated, elevating his cultivation to the 5th level of foundation establishment. The rush of fated energy was intoxicating. Yi Qingtian opened his eyes, retracting the aura he had released, and smiled apologetically at Xiao Ming. I am sorry, senior brother. I've been overwhelmed with insights and couldn't contain myself after being cooped up for so long. I apologize for disturbing your rest in the middle of the night. Xiao Ming waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant expression. Between brothers, there's no need to mention disturbance or inconvenience. If you encounter any difficulties in your cultivation in the future, feel free to seek me out. I will do my utmost to assist you. It's no trouble for you to come here for seclusion. Feeling elated at his own progress, Xiao Ming temporarily suppressed his aura to the 1st level of Golden Core. Gazing at Yi Qingtian with deep affection, no need for that, senior brother. I cannot keep imposing on you. Oh, by the way, I realize I haven't yet visited Master. I've been caught up with so much since my return. Xiao Ming did not insist on keeping him, helping Yi Qingtian gather his belongings and escorting him to the door. However, just as Yi Qingtian was about to leave, Xiao Ming suddenly recalled something and reached out to stop him. Is there something else you wish to convey, senior brother? Or shall I deliver a message to Master? Xiao Ming shook his head, placing a hand on Yi Qingtian's shoulder. Junior brother, should the Grand Elder wish for you to represent the sect in battle, remember not to decline. This statement left Yi Qingtian somewhat bewildered. But senior brother, I have just reached the 5th level of foundation establishment. Isn't it a bit premature for me to participate in battle? Do not concern yourself with that. Just remember not to refuse. This opportunity will only bring you benefits, not drawbacks. Do you trust me? Although Yi Qingtian felt this was somewhat unreasonable, he nodded nonetheless. After all, why would his senior brother wish him harm? Subsequently, Xiao Ming bid farewell to Yi Qingtian, leaning against the door frame with a satisfied smile. The competition begins in 7 days. A grand spectacle is about to unfold. Chapter 45. Discussion of direct disciples within the cave dwelling at the entrance of Yunwanqing's cave dwelling on Linghua Peak. Yi Qingtian was about to raise his hand to knock. Come in. A mature female voice resonated, and the door slowly creaked open, releasing a soothing fragrance into the air. Why? Yi Qingtian stepped over the threshold, respectfully bowing to his master. Disciple Yi Qingtian pays respects to Master. Rise, my disciple. Yunwanqing moved aside the stack of sect affairs on the table, tidied away her writing implements, and 2 cups of spiritual tea floated out, neatly arranged on the table as she beckoned Yi Qingtian closer. Yi Qingtian smiled warmly and took his usual seat across from her. The esteemed Grand Elder of the Lingyun sect, Yunwanqing, was renowned for her icy demeanor and profound cultivation, often perceived as stern and unapproachable by outsiders. Yet, in her interactions with Yi Qingtian, she exhibited a maternal warmth, always sporting a subtle smile. Ever since Yunwanqing had inquired about Yi Qingtian's background and the hardships he endured in the Bai family, she felt an inexplicable fondness and sympathy for her handsome, upright, and diligent disciple. If Xiao Ming were present, he would likely recall the internet personas that referred to daughters and children in a similar vein. Having descended the mountain for nearly 2 months, Yi Qingtian's first action upon returning to the sect was to seek out Xiao Ming, almost neglecting even his own master. Although her tone remained calm, it was clear that her words carried an undertone of grievance. Why? Yi Qingtian scratched his head sheepishly. Master, I beg your forgiveness. I encountered too many events while down the mountain, and my insights were overwhelming. I couldn't help but seclude myself with senior brother Xiao for a while. Upon hearing this, Yunwanqing finally noticed the change in Yi Qingtian's aura. For a cultivator at the transformation stage, the difference between the 2nd and 5th levels of foundation establishment was negligible, akin to not caring whether an ant had 6 or 8 legs, since either could be crushed with a single slap. You have ascended 3 small realms in such a short span. It is not in vain that I took you as my disciple. However, you mentioned encountering many events while down the mountain. Do share your experiences with me. Upon witnessing Yi Qingtian's remarkable breakthrough in his cultivation, Yun Wanqing, as his master, was naturally filled with joy. Yet her predominant sentiment was curiosity regarding the profound experiences that Yi Qingtian had undergone to acquire such insights. Yi Qingtian, without reservation, recounted his fierce battle against the demonic cultivator Lu Shengqing and the subsequent rescue of Fu Yan, embellishing the tale with vivid detail, especially when narrating Xiao Ming's timely intervention. However, as Yun Wanqing listened, her expression gradually shifted. What troubled her was not the peril that Yi Qingtian had faced, for she had secretly placed a talisman imbued with her sword qi on him, which would automatically activate to eliminate any threat from the Golden Core demonic cultivators should he find himself in mortal danger. Nor was it the act of saving Fu Yan, as it merely attested to her disciple's integrity. What truly piqued Yun Wanqing's interest was the role played by Xiao Ming in Yi Qingtian's narrative. With expertise in poison, alchemy, and formations, Xiao Ming seemed almost omnipotent. Yi Qingtian likely owed half of his abilities to Xiao Ming's teachings, and he was capable of single-handedly confronting several Golden Core experts. Half-step Golden Core? Clearly, he has already entered the Golden Core stage. This was Yun Wanqing's subconscious thought. Having overseen the sect for many years and being quite familiar with Xiao Dingfang, she found it perplexing that Xiao Ming had concealed his true capabilities for so long, especially since few had any personal dealings with him, and only she had taken an interest in him on a few occasions. Now, she understood the rationale behind Xiao Ming's prolonged secrecy. Who was he really guarding against? Clearly, it was her he could hide, but when it came to Yi Qingtian, Fu Yan, and Du Jingqiu, he had revealed nothing. This realization filled Yun Wanqing with the unsettling sensation that she was the only one left in the dark. Am I truly so untrustworthy that even my disciple would divulge matters to others while keeping them from me? For the first time, her usually placid eyes betrayed a hint of indignation at being deceived, though she quickly regained her composure. The significant affairs of the sect took precedence. Qingtian, this upcoming challenge from the Haoyue sect, while fraught with danger, presents an excellent opportunity for tempering your skills. You are no longer an ordinary foundation-level cultivator. I propose you take on the challenge. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qingtian was initially taken aback, but soon his expression shifted to one of understanding, nodding in agreement. Such an expression did not escape Yun Wanqing's notice, prompting her to inquire further. Yi Qingtian then clearly articulated what Xiao Ming had conveyed to him, leaving Yun Wanqing somewhat astonished. Her initial intention of refining Yi Qingtian's abilities had been twofold: to strengthen his position as her direct disciple and to preclude any criticism of his capabilities from the inner sect's senior disciples. A rationale that seemed perfectly logical. Yet, the question lingered. How had Xiao Ming anticipated this? The thoughts within her mind were not meant for others to decipher. Contemplating the situation, Yun Wanqing could only conclude that Xiao Ming was indeed formidable. Despite his position in the outer sect, he had an uncanny ability to perceive the hearts of others, even predicting her strategic moves. Yet, this constant vigilance against her bred an immediate sense of distrust, and she found herself calculating her next steps with a hint of petulance, thinking, if he prefers to lurk in the shadows, then I shall allow this impudent lad to bask in the limelight. 7 days hence, in the expansive square before the conference hall of the Lingyun sect, a grand arena had been erected. The square, spanning several thousand square meters, was paved with reinforced blue-gold stone slabs, many adorned with formations specifically designed for combat training. At this moment, numerous outer sect disciples of the Lingyun sect were gathered in small clusters, engaging in lively discussions or frolicking during their leisure time. Suddenly, a resounding bell captured everyone's attention. Today, the delegation from the Haoyue sect will engage in a contest with our Lingyun sect disciples in this square. All disciples are to retreat to a distance of 100 paces from the arena to avoid any collateral damage. Echoed the deep voice of Elder Shueguang, resonating throughout the area. From the horizon, 4 elders arrived riding on clouds, with Shueguang leading the way as the chief instructor of the inner sect, followed closely by the inner sect disciples. Outer sect disciples, gather around me, and do not crowd recklessly, commanded Xiao Ming, the outer sect's senior disciple, who, clad in a Taoist robe, exuded an air of authority with his sculpted features and austere demeanor. The outer sect disciples, relieved to have someone to organize the scene, complied with his directive. "Oh, Xiao Ming, what a grand display of authority. One might mistake you for an elder of the outer sect." Came a mocking voice from afar. Xiao Ming turned to find the source of the voice. A richly dressed young man from the inner sect, Deng Rong, the scion of the Deng family from the southwest. Deng Rong, who had joined the sect early, often assumed the role of the inner sect's senior disciple, displaying an arrogant demeanor towards all who were not his direct disciples. Yet, ironically, due to his prominent lineage and inflated ego, he treated Deng Rong with equal disdain. Their relationship could hardly be described as brotherly. It was more akin to oil and water, as the outer sect's senior disciple, recognized personally by the Grand Elder. Xiao Ming bore the responsibility of maintaining decorum and could not stoop to the level of someone who merely relied on bluster. Setting aside his own past grievances, Xiao Ming had always harbored a deep-seated aversion to those with a sarcastic demeanor. Instinctively retorting whenever confronted by such individuals, Deng Rong, noticing Xiao Ming's emphasis on the term personally recognized, understood it as a slight against him and sneered, "No matter how much you boast, you are still merely from the outer sect, an inconsequential foundation-level cultivator at best." To be frank, Deng Rong had spent over 60 years cultivating before barely reaching the golden core stage, his abilities falling into a mediocre category. Although there were certainly disciples within the sect with superior innate talents, Deng Rong chose to ignore this fact and instead fixated on ridiculing Xiao Ming's perceived lack of strength. Before Xiao Ming could respond, the assembled outer sect disciples could no longer tolerate the derision. Cultivation is not solely defined by one's rank. Does a lower cultivation level equate to poor character, while a higher level guarantees virtue? Your golden core was built on the backs of spirit herbs. What is there to boast about? Xiao Ming is humble and composed. We willingly heed his words. Who are you to dictate our choices? The outer sect disciples rallied together, hurling insults at the arrogant Deng Rong. Deng Rong's face flickered between shades of anger and bewilderment, as he thought to himself how Xiao Ming had suddenly gained such prominence in the inner sect. More shockingly, he had not anticipated that even the outer sect would dare to challenge him. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his golden core aura, admonishing, "You outer sect disciples dare to speak back to the inner sect's senior disciple? You are all asking for a lesson." The once chattering outer sect crowd found themselves gasping for breath under Deng Rong's oppressive aura, with several younger disciples on the verge of fainting. Yet, Deng Rong remained relentless. Using his advantage to torment the outer sect disciples, Xiao Ming could no longer stand idly by. He sighed, "Deng Rong, do not go too far." At this remark, Deng Rong burst into laughter. "Oh, Xiao Ming, when did you become a hero? How dare you tell me not to go too far? On what grounds? Your foundation-level cultivation? Ha! My family does not indulge your Xiao family's arrogance." As Deng Rong continued to mock, Xiao Ming unleashed his own golden core pressure to counteract Deng Rong's. Their realms matched, but Xiao Ming's formidable talent shone through, swiftly overpowering Deng Rong's unstable foundation. "You? How can you be a golden core cultivator?" Deng Rong exclaimed, incredulous. Xiao Ming had reached the peak of the 6th level of foundation cultivation by the age of 18, effectively a half step into the golden core stage. Under normal circumstances, even those with extraordinary talent would require a decade to achieve the golden core. Yet, in merely 2 years, Xiao Ming had surpassed all expectations. Without pausing to acknowledge Deng Rong's shock or his sycophantic followers, Xiao Ming thrust him towards the inner sect disciples, turning to return to his original position amidst the crowd of outer sect supporters. Deng Rong, furious and ready to retaliate, was interrupted by a streak of azure light slicing through the sky, as a charming young woman gracefully descended onto the arena. This very same woman had spent the previous night entwined with the vice-master of the Haoyue sect. Addressing the assembly of Lingyun's sect disciples, she spoke with a calm demeanor, "I am Fangyu, the foremost disciple of the 5 peaks of the Haoyue sect, here to challenge the Lingyun sect." Chapter 46. Fangyu standing atop the arena, Fangyu looked down upon the gathered disciples of the Lingyun sect, her smirk and crossed arms radiating her disdain, her aura unmistakably that of a fully realized 6th-level foundation cultivator. Upon hearing her declaration, the ordinary disciples present were incensed. How dare a mere foundation cultivator be so arrogant as to issue a challenge? Does she believe our Lingyun sect is lacking in capable individuals? Or does she truly consider herself formidable? The 5 peaks of the Haoyue sect, particularly the 5th peak, was merely one of the mid-tier peaks. It was unfathomable where she had found the audacity to challenge the entirety of the Lingyun sect. It was not merely a challenge to one individual but to the Lingyun sect as a whole. Surely, she must have lost her mind. Someone should send an inner sect expert to teach her a lesson. Soon enough, renowned inner sect experts and nearly 100 disciples surrounded the arena, all glaring fiercely at Feng Yu. Yet, rather than being intimidated, Feng Yu grew even more brazen. What's this? Are the experts of the Lingyun sect merely skilled in verbal sparring? Or has this little lady frightened you all? If so, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Having spoken, he pretended to bow with an air of pretense. It is important to note that within the realm of cultivation, the rules dictate that during a contest between 2 sects, unless there is a life-threatening danger, or a disciple voluntarily declares their defeat with the words "I concede," the elders of both sects are forbidden from intervening. Even if a disciple suffers injuries to their meridians, Feng Yu's behavior was undeniably somewhat reckless. How outrageous! The demoness must not act so brazenly. Among the spectators, a robust inner sect disciple could no longer contain himself and swiftly ascended the stage to confront Feng Yu. Fu Hu from Lingyun sect had come specifically to challenge her. Announcing his name, Fu Hu found that upon the challenge being issued, Feng Yu withdrew her previously nonchalant demeanor but remained silent. To his surprise, Feng Yu launched a fierce attack without warning, striking out with a palm. Spiritual energy coalesced in her hands, transforming into numerous ice spikes, each approximately a yard long, hurtling towards Fu Hu. Whoosh! The ice spikes sliced through the air, catching Fu Hu off guard as he hadn't anticipated that his opponent would strike without even introducing herself. In a flurry, he attempted to defend himself, only for the ice spikes to shatter his protective artifact. Spurt! Fu Hu coughed up blood and was sent flying off the stage, unconscious, while nearby disciples hurried to carry him away for treatment. In just a single move, what an impressive warrior! To endure the attack of a mere girl and yet remain alive. Lingyun sect truly is a place of exceptional talent. On the stage, Feng Yu continued to mock relentlessly. The demoness displays a complete lack of decorum. How dare she strike without warning? Do you not know you should introduce yourself before a fight begins? What kind of people are gathered in the Haoyue sect? Shortly thereafter, another inner sect disciple soared onto the stage, eager to issue a challenge. Feng Yu let out a cold laugh, her movements smooth and unencumbered. Most challengers were easily defeated, and even those who managed to last a few exchanges were ultimately thrown off the stage by Feng Yu's underhanded tactics. Senior brother, is it truly the case that the Haoyue sect is so formidable that any random disciple can subdue our inner sect elites? A disciple named Yu Zhou watched in growing concern, anxiously seeking reassurance from Xiao Ming, desperate to ascertain whether their sect was indeed so weak. Xiao Ming smiled gently. In the Haoyue sect, the 9 peaks have long since transcended the rankings of upper, middle, and lower tiers, standing independently among the disciples as the most elite. It is indeed possible for someone in our sect to defeat her, but it certainly is not the case for those currently attempting to challenge her. Hearing that Feng Yu could still be bested, Yu Zhou nodded in relief. The next 7 inner sect disciples fell to her in a single move. The atmosphere was filled with shock and anger. Yet Deng Rong appeared to seize the opportunity, expertly catching the falling disciple before soaring onto the stage. Senior brother Deng is an experienced inner sect disciple, and with his golden core cultivation, he is certain to defeat the demoness. Indeed. Go, senior brother Deng. Take her down. Deng Rong had meticulously planned this move, observing closely as more inner sect disciples were defeated, waiting for the moment when collective anger could be harnessed to rally the spirits of the crowd and turn the tide. How could he not emerge with great renown? Relishing the support from his fellow disciples, Deng Rong bowed politely towards Feng Yu, saying, "Junior sister, I am Deng Rong, the inner sect senior brother of Lingyun sect. I see you possess only foundational cultivation. To bully the weak is not the way of a gentleman. I shall not make it difficult for you. I will only counter after you have made 3 moves." Deng Rong had been carefully analyzing Feng Yu's spike technique and, having compared his own cultivation level and defensive capabilities, concluded that he could win. Thus, he decided to play the gentleman. Showcasing his demeanor, is what senior brother Ding said truly the case? Fang Yu asked, her large, innocent eyes wide with surprise. Indeed, it is true. Yea? Thank you, senior brother Ding. You truly embody the spirit of a gentleman. Thus, Deng Rong stood proudly on the stage, unyielding as a mountain, while the onlookers were taken aback by his demeanor. How could this not captivate you? Deng Rong thought to himself. Fool. Xiaoming commented. Fang Yu wore a sweet smile. Seemingly delighted by Deng Rong's gentlemanly conduct, her cheeks flushed with a hint of bashfulness as she gazed at him. Senior brother Deng, I'm about to strike. Junior sister, please do not hesitate. With those words, Fang Yu gathered spiritual energy in her hands, launching a barrage of ice spikes towards Deng Rong. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Deng Rong merely smirked, activating his protective barrier with a hand behind his back, completely dissolving the powerful ice spikes into droplets of water that fell to the ground. How annoying! Senior brother Deng's barrier just melts my ice spikes. Fang Yu complained playfully, launching another attack, only for the ice spikes to again dissolve into water droplets. Senior brother Deng is so mean, bullying me, a weaker girl. These seemingly scolding yet flirtatious remarks caused Deng Rong to become somewhat intoxicated by the moment, continuing to stand resolutely on the stage. Junior sister Fang, after your third move, I will no longer hold back. How dreadful, senior brother Deng. But I believe you won T last past the third move. The abrupt shift in her tone from coy to icy caught Deng Rong completely off guard. What shocked him even more was Fang Yu's sudden change in strategy. Instead of launching another attack, she moved with ghostly swiftness, appearing directly before Deng Rong, her right hand's index and middle fingers pressed together, piercing through his protective barrier to strike at his chest. A cry of despair escaped Deng Rong as his protective barrier shattered instantly, causing him to stagger back several steps and tumble off the stage. Below, in disbelief, Deng Rong stared at Fang Yu, exclaiming, How did you do that? Fang Yu's sweet demeanor vanished, replaced by disdain and mockery. You fool! Your protective barrier shattered after the second strike. It was merely my charm technique that bewitched you, leading you to believe you were still secure. Although Fang Yu was at the foundational stage, her talent was extraordinarily exceptional. Otherwise, she would not hold the position of the top disciple in terms of strength. She even surpassed an ordinary first-level golden core cultivator. In contrast, Deng Rong relied solely on the bountiful resources of the Deng family from the southwest, having been fed countless heavenly materials to cultivate. Barely edging past the threshold of first-level golden core cultivation, the clash of a ruthless genius against a complacent product of privilege was destined to reveal the victor. No, this is impossible. I am the senior brother of the inner sect. I should win. I should be revered by all. The inner turmoil of Deng Rong spiraled out of control as he shouted in desperation, ultimately being escorted away by a few sycophants to receive treatment. In the distance, atop a cloud, the venerable Ziyu, Fang Lianqing, calmly addressed his disciple Du Jingqiu beside him. Apprentice, go and meet her. The disciple obeys the master's command on the stage, as Fang Yu triumphantly defeated one disciple after another. Her arrogance grew. She taunted, They say Lingyun's sect is a bastion of talent in Central South. Yet upon witnessing this today, it is but a collection of misfits. I believe Lingyun's sect would fare better as a vassal of my esteemed Haoyu's sect. Though such words may have been premature at this moment, she decided to test this particular fellow cultivator. From afar, a young woman clad in delicate red gauze gracefully approached, her demeanor gentle and enchanting, her beauty deserving of every poetic phrase, and her exquisite figure even stirred the hearts of other women. This was none other than Du Jingqiu, the esteemed direct disciple of the venerable Ziyu. Sister Du has finally emerged. Sister Du seems to have only reached the 4th level of foundational cultivation. Can she truly defeat this demoness? Nonsense. Sister Du's talent? She was born under a canopy of 10,000 auspicious clouds. How could this kind of demoness compare? The crowd buzzed with chatter, yet Fang Yu, gazing at the poised Du Jingqiu stepping onto the stage, finally revealed a hint of wariness in her eyes. This individual's strength is not beneath mine. On the stage, 2 extraordinarily beautiful young women stood facing each other. One exuded a bewitching charm, while the other radiated an ethereal grace. They embodied contrasting styles yet inexplicably shared an elusive commonality. Below the stage, Xiaoming rested a hand on Yu Zhou's shoulder, pointing towards Du Jingqiu on the platform. Look, the one capable of dealing with her has arrived. Chapter 47. A single move to defeat. A few days prior, when Protector Qiu Si reported to Deputy Sect Leader Zhu Lizhin, Fang Yu, nestled in Zhu Lizhin's embrace, was not merely indulging in flirtation. Every word spoken by Qiu Si had been absorbed with intent. Among the younger disciples of Lingyun's sect, the true threats were not the seasoned inner sect veterans like Deng Rong and Jiang Zeng, but rather the 16-year-old prodigies Du Jingqiu and Yi Qingtian, both of whom had simultaneously broken through to foundational cultivation. Before their arrival, Zhu Lizhin had specifically instructed Fang Yu to provoke Lingyun's sect overtly, aiming to draw out the two, and based on analyses from Hao Yue's sect, Du Jingqiu, as the direct disciple of Fang Lianqing, was most likely to take the stage against her. Fang Yu's primary mission was clear. First, to defeat them if possible, and second, to inflict as much injury as she could, even if defeat was inevitable. Upon meeting the Venerable, Fang Yu immediately understood why Protector Qiu held such high regard for a mere 16-year-old girl. Du Jingqiu's eyes sparkled with clarity and intelligence, her simple attire failing to conceal her imposing aura. The purity and nobility radiating from Du Jingqiu filled Fang Yu not just with apprehension, but also with a twinge of disdain. Within the semi-orthodox, semi-demonic realm of Hao Yue's sect, Fang Yu had engaged in numerous liaisons with the sect's elders to secure more resources for cultivation, even having shared beds with many disciples from the Five Peaks to consolidate her influence. It was through such means that she cemented her status as the top disciple of the Five Peaks, truly embodying the role of a powerful disciple. Consequently, Fang Yu harbored a deep-seated jealousy towards Du Jingqiu. This untouched paragon of beauty, if I am not mistaken, you must be the renowned direct disciple of Chongzhou, Du Fang Yu, having shed her previous tendency to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Instead opted for a more cordial approach. I am Fang Lianqing's personally accepted disciple from the Lingyun sect, here today to issue a challenge, she proclaimed. Du Jingqiu remained unfazed, her right hand resting lightly on the hilt of her sword as she replied coolly. The gentle and charming junior sister Du was a rarity, only seen in her full demeanor by Xiaoming and a select few. Typically, she presented herself as the serious and diligent Du Qingchuan. Observing Du Jingqiu's demeanor, Fang Yu recognized the formidable vigilance of her opponent. Ah, so you are Du Qingchuan. I can only assume you surpassed the previous contenders by leaps and bounds, she mused, but before she could finish her thought, Fang Yu suddenly unleashed her spiritual power, summoning a dozen water dragons that surged towards Du Jingqiu with lethal intent. Previously, Fang Yu had relied on ice needles, but against Du Jingqiu, she dared not underestimate her and thus employed her signature technique. Roar! The azure water dragons howled through the air, accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, hurtling directly towards Du Jingqiu's face. Below the arena, Yu Zhou anxiously inquired of Xiaoming, "Senior brother, do you think Sister Du can withstand this attack?" "Fear not, she shall be unharmed," came the reassuring reply. Du Jingqiu remained steadfast, uttering a single word. Shielded in an instant, several purple-gold shields materialized beside her, swiftly converging to form a wall that encased her securely. Bang, bang, bang! The water dragons collided violently with the shields, producing a series of thunderous sounds that startled the onlookers. Afterward, Du Jingqiu effortlessly retracted her shields, her aura rippling gently, leaving her completely unscathed. How is this possible? Fang Yu's sultry eyes widened in disbelief, her expression mirroring that of the earlier Du Rong. She could scarcely believe that her water manipulation technique, far beyond the foundational level, which could even vanquish a first-tier Golden Core practitioner if executed flawlessly, had been effortlessly countered by Du Jingqiu. Is this young lady truly that extraordinary? Returning dragon dance, Du Jingqiu's voice cut through the air as she executed the Tiangang stepping technique, forming sword fingers with her hands and thrusting forward. With a resounding zheng, her sword did not leave its sheath, yet the air was undeniably laced with the palpable energy of her sword intent. At merely 16, she had mastered the art of hiding a sword within her fingers, a feat almost unheard of in the cultivation world. As the sword energy swept past, Fang Yu, stunned, had no time to evade, resorting instead to summoning her protective talisman to withstand the blow. However, the outcome was not unexpected. Fang Yu's talisman emitted black smoke before crashing to the ground, and after coughing up a mouthful of dark crimson blood, she collapsed helplessly onto the arena floor. 10, 9, 8, 2, 1. We have emerged victorious. According to the rules, failing to rise within 10 seconds on the arena equated to an automatic defeat. The disciples of Ling Yun's sect erupted in jubilant cheers, with some even embracing one another in excitement. Only Fang Yu lay there, incredulous, her head lifted to behold the austere woman before her. I have been utterly vanquished. Before coming, Fang Yu had anticipated her defeat, but never imagined she would be dispatched in a single stroke. It seemed her mission had been a dismal failure, and upon her return, she would surely face reprimand from Zhu Lizhen. No matter how unscrupulous my tactics, they cannot compete with her innate talent. Just as Fang Yu wallowed in self-deprecation, Du Jingqiu unexpectedly lifted her, carrying her to the healing area amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Setting Fang Yu down, Du Jingqiu left her with a single parting remark. We may be rivals, but we are not enemies. Upon returning to the arena, she was met with jubilant acclaim. Long live senior sister Du. Incredible! That Fang character likely never anticipated being defeated in a single move. What a refreshing vindication. From this moment forth, I shall be your devoted admirer, Brother Zhang. Do you think we should elevate Du sister's ranking on the beauty and potential lists? Brotherly has a point. Based on current evidence, you brothers should hold second place, while Du sister rightfully deserves the top spot. Du Jingqiu merely smiled and then bowed slightly towards a cloud on the horizon. Disciple Du Jingqiu, fortunate to have achieved victory, I shall not tarnish my master's name. Why, dear disciple, you have always excelled. A serene voice resonated, and all present understood that Elder Ziyu had attentively observed the match. Acknowledging the remarkable foresight of Elder Fang, who must have anticipated the outcome well in advance, hence his calm demeanor. Meanwhile, amidst the distant clouds, the true sentiments unfolded. Senior sister, did you witness that? My disciple defeated Fang Yu in a single stroke. A single stroke, and she is 2 small realms beneath her. Moreover, Fang Yu had previously bested a Golden Core practitioner, and then fell to my disciple in one move. Shui brother, do not rush. You are already burdened enough with inner sect teachings. I advise you to reconsider taking on personal disciples, for not every disciple can achieve such feats. Zhang brother, where have you been? Your esteemed disciple is still wandering the world. What a pity. I wonder if Xiao Feng can manage to defeat an opponent 2 small realms above in one stroke. Oh, may protect her. How did you know my disciple dispatched her opponent in a single move? Nearby, Fang Lianqing, Yun Wanqing, Shui Guang, Zhang Zichuan, and Mei Yusin wore expressions of helplessness and disdain. Even the servant boy responsible for serving tea appeared speechless. Bungling fool, below the arena, Xiao Ming was quite satisfied with the match's outcome, only to be interrupted by the reappearing Du Rong, who taunted him. Isn't this lad perpetually lurking around? How does he keep popping up from behind? Ignoring Xiao Ming's puzzled expression, Du Rong gloatingly remarked, Xiao Ming, did you see? Even though you triumphed over me, it ultimately does not alter the disparity between inner and outer sections. Just look at Du Qinchuan. Her foundational prowess is so formidable that the distinction of golden core or not is utterly inconsequential. Let me whisper something to you. While I should technically address her as senior sister, she always greets me as brother. Are you envious? I ask you, are you envious? You can only bow and address her as a personal disciple. While I can casually call out, junior sister, what brings you here? Suddenly, Xiaoming turned to address Du Rong. Brother Du, you might want to look behind you. Du Rong spun around, only to find Du Jingqiu, clad in a flowing purple gown, approaching with a shy, youthful smile gracing her face. Just as he was about to greet her, Du Jingqiu passed him by, making a beeline for Xiaoming. Senior brother, how did I perform just now? Was there anything amiss? Standing at only the height of Xiaoming's neck, her bashful demeanor accentuated her femininity, making her utterly endearing. Xiaoming gently ruffled Du Jingqiu's hair, replying with a smile, there was nothing wrong. Even if I were to take your place, I could not surpass your excellence. Really? Du Jingqiu's face lit up with joy at his words. You flatter me. Senior brother, I merely executed my usual performance. By the way, What are you doing here? Being criticized by your esteemed inner sect behind you. Xiao Ming pointed towards Du Jingqiu. Du Jingqiu turned around and spotted the utterly flabbergasted Du Rong, asking, "What criticism? Brother Du, are you reprimanding senior brother Xiao?" Before Du Rong could clarify, Xiao Ming interjected, "Indeed. Just a moment ago, Brother Du chastised me, claiming I'm merely the outer sect's senior brother, and that the gap is evident. As we are not in the same league, he also criticized me by asserting that cultivation level is irrelevant. Even if I were superior, I am still just an outer sect disciple. Boo-hoo." Xiao Ming feigned a look of great distress, leaning slightly against Du Jingqiu, while dramatically wiping non-existent tears. This left Du Rong utterly dumbfounded. "I did not. I never." Upon hearing Xiao Ming's exaggerated claims, Du Rong hastily attempted to explain. But Du Jingqiu's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother Du, senior brother Xiao has shown me much kindness. I have always believed that inner and outer sects are one family. Since you are so concerned about the distinction between them and do not consider us your fellow disciples, it would be best if we limit our interactions moving forward, as I am a personal disciple, while you are merely an ordinary inner disciple. The gap is evident." Du Rong was instantly flustered, hastily retorting, "Junior sister Du, Brother Du, according to the rules, you should address me as senior sister or personal disciple. We have no further business. My senior brother and I shall take our leave." Du Jingqiu declared coldly, Yes, may personal disciple Du take care." Watching the pair of Xiao and Du walk away side by side, Du Rong stood rooted in place, utterly bereft of tears. Chapter 48. Lover's Prescription. Fang Yu is driven away. Xiao Ming's secret meeting on the desolate mountain. Today's match was merely a prelude to the main event. It did not count toward the actual arena competition. Otherwise, Fang Yu's remarks, if representing the Haoyue sect, would have been sufficient to incite war between the two sections. The official explanation from the Haoyue sect was that Fang Yu had acted on a whim, unable to resist the urge to challenge. And her words were solely her own, having no bearing on the official stance of the Haoyue sect. The Haoyue sect has consistently upheld a spirit of friendly exchange, striving for progress and cooperative success in their dealings with the Lingyun sect. Devoid of any hint of provocation or testing, their intentions were thoroughly sincere. After an afternoon of exuberant excitement, the disciples of Lingyun's sect returned to their dormitories, their hearts brimming with joy as they silently cheered for Du Jingqiu. What a tremendous honor! In contrast to the Haoyue sect, within Zhu Lizhan's abode, Fang Yu donned a cool, flowing garment of gauze. Yet, rather than engaging in intimate exchanges with Zhu Lizhan, she knelt respectfully on the ground, her forehead pressed firmly against the floor. "What does it mean for one's meridians to be damaged?" she inquired. "Are you implying that not only was Du Jingqiu, your direct disciple, unharmed, but she actually inflicted injury upon you? And the sect must now provide rare treasures to heal your wounds?" With each utterance, Zhu Lizhan's tone escalated, while Fang Yu grew increasingly cautious. "Deputy Sect Master, it is not that I did not exert my utmost effort. It is simply that Du Jingqiu is too nonsense." Zhu Lizhan's thunderous shout startled Fang Yu, causing her delicate form to tremble. "You are merely a girl of the 4th stage of Foundation establishment, while you are the esteemed first seed of our Haoyue sect. You are an elite, a top-tier practitioner. Yet, you cannot even accomplish the simple task of injuring her. Are you a waste of space?" Fang Yu remained prostrate, too fearful to offer further explanations. "It is my fault, and I willingly accept punishment." Recognizing Fang Yu's willingness to shoulder all blame, Zhu Lizhan's expression softened slightly. After all, this task had been directly assigned to her by the sect master, and should the responsibility fall entirely upon Zhu Lizhan, it would not bode well for her. "Very well, at least you managed to defeat so many inner disciples of the Lingyun sect. Return and recuperate .as for the treasures required to heal your meridians. You shall offset them with 2 years of your monthly stipend." Upon hearing this, Fang Yu immediately raised her head, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to Zhu Lizhan's calf. "Deputy Sect Master, I implore you, have pity on me, even if it is for the sake of my service to you." Slap! A crisp sound rang out as Zhu Lizhan's palm landed squarely on Fang Yu's face. "Serve me? You wretched girl, you're a man. How dare you speak of serving me? If it weren't for your slight allure, would I, the Deputy Sect Master, sully myself by sharing a bed with you?" The fact that I have not stripped you of your position as first seat is already a testament to your diligent efforts. How dare you bargain with me? To be frank, you can either use 2 years' worth of stipend to settle your debts, or you can figure it out on your own. I have plenty of women. I do not need you now. Get out. Zhu Lijian's furious outburst sent Fang Yu sprawling out the door in the dead of night, atop a desolate mountain belonging to the Ling Yun sect. A woman cloaked in a thick cape stumbled forward, occasionally stifling sobs. Who else could this woman be but Fang Yu? She had not anticipated that Zhu Lijian, this callous man, would truly be so heartless. Discarding her like refuse after their encounter, he even dared to label her as a wretched girl. To avoid being bullied, to evade humiliation, I could forsake my own dignity, yet in the end, no one cares for my injuries, leaving me to feel like a stray dog abandoned in the cold. Fang Yu muttered to herself while leaning against a large tree. Then perhaps you should find a nest for yourself. From behind the tree, a voice rich with magnetism emerged. Fang Yu whirled around, her guard raised against the shadowy figure before her. Yet the figure remained unfazed, continuing to speak. Fang Yu, you were born into a peasant family in the northern province of Bingzhou. At the age of 14, unable to pay the land rent, you had no choice but to serve the landlord with your body to settle the debt. That was your first encounter with a man. And it was then that your innocence was taken from you. At 16, you caught the eye of the protector Qiu Si from the Hao Yu sect, who brought you into the sect. However, due to your family's lack of power and influence, you faced bullying and isolation, even being assaulted by the then third seat. Fang Yu gazed at the indistinct face of the figure before her, her heart racing with fear and shock, for this person seemed to know her past with uncanny clarity, as if he had been present during those trials. Stunned into silence, she listened as the figure continued. However, you, with your remarkable talent, swiftly advanced to the brink of the golden core stage. The very person who violated you, the third seat, eventually became your ally, transforming into your first supporter within the Hao Yu sect. Of course, the price was your body. It must be said that you are indeed clever, adept at utilizing your own advantages. Yet, one must also acknowledge your ruthlessness, paving your path to success with your beauty and flesh. In just a few years, you surpassed the original first seat and became a figure of significant power among the disciples of the Hao Yu sect. However, the figure drew out the last word. Look at your current state and reflect on the efforts you have made. Do you not find it ironic? Cast aside like refuse, you have achieved nothing. Fang Yu's gaze hardened, her voice sharp as she demanded. Who are you? The figure stepped out from the shadows, revealing himself in the moonlight. I am Xiao Ming, an outer disciple of the Ling Yun sect. Fang Yu's expression shifted to one of utter disbelief. You? How do you know so much? My father is Xiao Dingfang, Xiao Ming replied nonchalantly. The Xiao family in the southeast is far more powerful than you realize. What I know is far beyond your imagination. Suppressing her momentary shock, Fang Yu retorted coldly, surely, the young master Xiao does not have a penchant for spying on women. What do you want? I wish to assist you, perhaps by providing you with some rare treasures for healing your meridians. Or perhaps some spirit stones, Xiao Ming stated earnestly. Upon hearing this, the tear-streaked Fang Yu displayed a hint of flirtation and frivolity. Oh, could it be that the young master Xiao desires to share a night of passion with this humble girl? In the face of Fang Yu's taunts and provocations, Xiao Ming remained unperturbed, smiling as he replied, You think too highly of yourself. For someone of my standing, acquiring women is a simple matter, yet I have no interest. What intrigues me more is whether you truly enjoy sharing your bed with men. Do you not care about being merely a pawn to those in power? His words struck a chord deep within Fang Yu, who had been feigning indifference but could no longer maintain her facade. Turning her face away, I do not wish for it, nor do I desire it, yet I have no other choice, if I do not become their pawn. Will I not be bullied further? Or should I become your pawn, young Master Xiao? The last remark dripped with sarcasm. Xiao Ming, however, casually settled beneath the tree. I genuinely wish to enlist your aid, to have you act as an informant within the Hao Yu sect. But the choice lies with you. Even if you refuse, I will still provide you with the rare treasures for healing. With that, he produced a storage bag filled with herbs intended for meridian restoration. To serve as a pawn for Xiao Ming, or rather for the Xiao family, appeared to offer better conditions than those within the Hao Yu sect. Fang Yu scrutinized the bulging storage bag. Not a pawn. Xiaoming interjected, I have said it, the choice is yours. You may contact me at any time after you have thought it over, and I will not pressure you for information. I fully respect your will. Moreover, you must understand the distinction between the Ling Yun sect and the Hao Yu sect. Take Du Shimei, for instance. After defeating you, did she dare to humiliate you even slightly? Did she mock you? No, she perceives no fundamental enmity between you and her. She fights for the honor of her sect, not out of personal malice. Thus, she extended her hand to aid you when you were injured and powerless. Do you dare claim that the Hao Yu sect could do the same? Xiaoming's words resonated deeply with Fang Yu. Indeed, the Hao Yu sect revered the law of the jungle, where the strong preyed upon the weak, fostering a culture of competition among fellow disciples, stepping over one another to ascend. If one were to be defeated within the Hao Yu sect, the most one could expect from their opponent would be a disdainful spit before they walked away. Unconcerned for the defeated's well-being, in contrast, Du Jingqiu's actions stirred something within Fang Yu, making her ponder whether this was the atmosphere a proper sect ought to embody. Do you remember what I said at the beginning? You can find a nest for yourself. The Hao Yu sect is not your home, nor is the demonic path, but the Ling Yun sect or the Shao family could be. Xiaoming continued. At the very least, I will not coerce you into doing anything you do not wish to do, nor will you need to use your body to placate me. We are not master and servant. We are merely collaborators, and I respect your choices. With that, Xiaoming rose, brushed off his clothes, and pressed the storage bag into Fang Yu's hands. Once again, the choice is yours. In addition to the spirit herbs, there is a one-way communication talisman within the bag, allowing only you to send messages. I cannot issue commands in any form. As Fang Yu watched Xiaoming's retreating figure, an unfamiliar sensation welled within her heart. It seemed that this person before her was not as detestable as the rumors had suggested. Within Xiaoming's villa, having just finished soaking in a hot spring, he prepared to continue refining suitable magical artifacts for the outer disciples. Suddenly, the one-way communication talisman flickered to life. Picking it up for a closer look, he discerned a message formed from condensed spiritual energy. The challenger for tomorrow will be the 8th seat. Shang Zhulan, at the first stage of the Golden Core realm. Her temperament is fierce and unpredictable. One must be wary of her ghostly fox shadow that can kill unseen. Following this was a note regarding Fang Yu's remuneration, calculated per instance at 100 mid-grade spirit stones, to be delivered to the specified celestial currency exchange. Xiaoming had no objections to this. After all, Fang Yu was worth far more than a mere 100 spirit stones per month. As he contemplated the information he already possessed through the system, Xiaoming's smile grew increasingly pronounced. It mattered not who the Hao Yu sect dispatched, what means they employed, or even the significance of this information itself. What truly mattered was that the dark spy king of the reincarnation cult, Yufeng Shusheng, is now mine. Chapter 49. Xiaoming's plans. The meeting between Xiaoming and Fang Yu was certainly not a matter of chance. During the duel, as Xiaoming stood in the audience, his curiosity was piqued. He wished to comprehend how Fang Yu's peculiar personality had come to be. Thus, he employed the system to conduct a scan. To his astonishment, what he uncovered was both shocking and enlightening. When Fang Yu's life experiences were laid bare before him, Xiaoming recalled a figure he had encountered in Fu Yan's backstory, the Jade Boat Scholar. The deputy leader of the reincarnation sect, who also served as its intelligence chief, the Jade Boat Scholar had mercilessly stripped the righteous sects of their defenses, employing brutal tactics without hesitation. Thanks to this ruthless individual, known by the moniker of the Jade Boat Scholar, the reincarnation sect had, in its early days, managed to suppress the Righteous Alliance. Yet, throughout the entire backstory, the identity of the Jade Boat Scholar remained undisclosed. It was only mentioned that they had pledged allegiance to Fu Yan upon the establishment of the sect, and later in the narrative, the Jade Boat Scholar revealed their past to Fu Yan, but still withheld their true name. However, upon examining Fang Yu's experiences, Xiaoming was astonished to find their paths completely intertwined. The name Jade Boat resonated with Fang Yu. Xiaoming, not being foolish, instantly comprehended that the Jade Boat Scholar was indeed Fang Yu's alias, much like Fu Yan's identity as the Faceless Demon Lord. Armed with this knowledge, Xiaoming could not help but feel a sense of intrigue. Although I possess the system as a comprehensive source of information, my interactions with the Child of Destiny may alter the original timeline, rendering the ensuing events increasingly unpredictable. If I am to seize control over the situation, it is imperative that I establish my own intelligence network. And Fang Yu is a born espionage prodigy. These were Xiao Ming's thoughts. One must always remain vigilant, as the system cannot oversee everything. Thus began Xiao Ming's pursuit of Fang Yu, leading to their clandestine meeting in the desolate mountains. Throughout the entire process, Xiao Ming employed nearly all of his negotiation skills. He refrained from introducing himself initially, instead articulating everything he knew about Fang Yu's past, ensuring he dominated the atmosphere and retained verbal control. Only after establishing this dominance could he reveal his identity, placing significant emphasis on his status as a member of the Xiao family from the southeast to demonstrate his strength and further assert his command over the conversation. By this point, Fang Yu had already grasped his intentions. Thus, regardless of her responses, she could not afford to display anger, for her willingness to engage was the first step towards persuasion. Proposing conditions was secondary, as even if she acquiesced to his terms, it would merely constitute a transaction, not an alliance. Attitude was paramount. Each of Xiao Ming's words highlighted the distinction between his faction and that of the Haoyue sect. He exemplified this by contrasting her treatment by Du Jingqiu with his own generosity, allowing Fang Yu to draw her own comparisons. Most crucially, he relinquished the choice to Fang Yu. Such a person cannot be coerced. While one may achieve temporary compliance, true allegiance cannot be forced. By handing over the initiative and offering the spiritual medicine, Fang Yu would inevitably begin to make comparisons herself. Xiao Ming's sincerity was palpable. Devoid of any hint of coercion, even employing a specially designed communication talisman that could only receive messages, not send them, at this juncture, Fang Yu had no reason to remain indifferent. A person accustomed to the shadows would undoubtedly yearn for the light. The message conveyed by Fang Yu signified her own volition, rather than a mere execution of Xiao Ming's bidding. Initiative is a matter of either zero instances or countless occurrences. From the moment that message arrived, Xiao Ming understood that this Jade Boat scholar would soon be akin to one of his own. The following day, directly above the plaza of Lingyun sect, not only were several elders and high-ranking officials present from Lingyun sect, but directly opposite them stood Zhu Lizhen, the deputy leader of Haoyue sect, alongside the protector Qiu Si, both observing quietly from the clouds. Beside Zhu Lizhen was the impeccably groomed Fang Yu. Earlier that morning, Zhu Lizhen had summoned Fang Yu, expressing that he had been intoxicated the previous night and urged her not to overthink their relationship, hoping it would remain unchanged. On the surface, Fang Yu acquiesced. Yet inwardly, she had already devised her own plans, and the closeness she once shared with Zhu Lizhen had dissipated. Zhu Lizhen, perceiving her demeanor as mere sulking, paid it no further mind. Within the Haoyue sect, one could hardly cross paths with the deputy leader unless Fang Yu intended to sever ties with the sect. In the center of the plaza, a woman stood upon the stage, surveying the gathering of Lingyun sect disciples. Her figure was curvaceous, her features exquisitely perfect, and her complexion radiant. Yet, she displayed a complete disregard for her appearance. Her long hair was disheveled, and her gown was tattered, exposing parts of her calves and thighs. An indecency most scandalous in the conservative feudal era. Among the audience, several younger disciples turned their heads away, exclaiming, "What a stunning beauty, yet so unkempt! Avoid looking, we must not gaze." The woman, however, remained indifferent to how others perceived her, standing tall on the stage as she scrutinized each individual below. Her gaze reminiscent of a predator, an aura of golden core pressure emanated from her. The Haoyue sect had actually released Shang Zhulan. This situation was proving to be quite troublesome. It was Jiang Zheng, a distinguished inter-sect expert renowned alongside Deng Rong, who uttered these words. Despite his low-profile demeanor, he was well respected both within and outside the sect. Upon hearing Jiang Zheng speak, several inner disciples beside him quickly inquired, "Brother Jiang, do you know the origins of this woman?" Jiang Zheng nodded. "I have heard of her. The 8th peak master of Haoyue sect, gifted with exceptional talent, she has cultivated for 50 years to reach the golden core realm, yet foolishly aspires to dual cultivation with both celestial and demonic paths." Several inner disciples gasped. How could that be possible? Indeed, it was improbable. She subsequently fell into madness, abandoning orthodox cultivation methods, claiming that all things were chaos and that the world knew neither righteousness nor malevolence. She devoted herself entirely to the study of demonic spells that required human sacrifices, compelling the Hao-Yu's sect to confine her under strict surveillance. As he concluded, Jiang Xing shook his head in resignation. I never imagined the Hao-Yu's sect would release her. On stage, Shang Zhulan's eyes gleamed as she turned her gaze toward Jiang Xing, revealing a twisted smile. Oh, you know me? That's splendid. When I devour you later, it shall be quite delectable. He he he. Theoretically, Jiang Xing had no obligation to accept Shang Zhulan's challenge. But before he could voice a refusal, a blood-scented spell surged toward him. Boom! Jiang Xing narrowly evaded, leaving a massive crater in his wake. How dare you underestimate me? As a seasoned expert of the inner sect, Jiang Xing's humility should not be mistaken for cowardice. If he were to evade such blatant provocation, he would dishonor the reputation of the inner sect. With a cold shout, Jiang Xing deflected 2 incoming spells. Leaping onto the stage. Once atop, he would not act as recklessly as Deng Rong. He immediately absorbed spiritual energy and unleashed a palm strike with full force. Ha ha ha, now that's what I like. A worthy opponent with some bite. Shang Zhulan's eyes sparkled as she licked her cracked lips, eagerly welcoming the oncoming wave of energy. In a swift motion, she moved her hands, and the golden core aura radiated outward, coalescing into a massive fox behind her in an instant. The fox's tail billowed with the wind, shielding Shang Zhulan, creating a scene both bizarre and striking. Thud! A muffled sound echoed as Jiang Xing's palm strike pierced through the fox's illusion, yet it felt like striking a pillow, a complete lack of impact. Chapter 50. The true form of the ghost fox. Not far from the arena, Xiao Ming, Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin gathered together, intently observing the unfolding battle. Brother Xiao, do you believe Brother Jiang can win? Fu Yin, having recently joined the sect, though possessing his own judgments, relied more on Xiao Ming's insight. Xiao Ming concealed a barely perceptible smile, watching the clash between the two with a gentle shake of his head. I doubt it. Why not? Isn't Brother Jiang's offense quite fierce? That demoness seems to be faltering. Before Xiao Ming could reply, Yi Qingtian interjected. Although Brother Jiang is on the offensive, if you observe closely, you will notice that his attacks are being deftly evaded by Shang Zhulan. Her ease suggests she is not struggling, but rather has her own intentions. What do you think they might be? She's exhausting Brother Jiang's spiritual energy, Fu Yin suddenly realized. Moreover, let us not forget that demonic cultivation techniques primarily focus on slaughter. Wielding tremendous power, that fox appears to be complementing Shang Zhulan's efforts, meaning the odds are effectively 2 against 1. It seems Brother Jiang may well face defeat, Du Jingqiu added, on the arena, after another thrust of his sword. Jiang Xing began to feel a troubling sluggishness in his spiritual energy. Not good. I've just overextended. My spiritual energy is depleting. As an experienced combatant, Jiang Xing's instincts alerted him to the problem. He recognized that he was being led by the nose by Shang Zhulan. Opposing him was not a fool, but a madwoman. Watch your back. A blood-red figure evaded Jiang Xing's sword energy, darting behind him. It was the fox's illusion. The fox materialized directly behind Jiang Xing, mouth agape, tongue lolling, its enchanting eyes fixated on him, as 2 dark red claws lunged menacingly toward his body. The discordant sound of claws scraping against metal pierced the air. At the moment the fox's claw lunged at Jiang Xing, he instinctively crossed his iron sword behind him, fortuitously intercepting the attack. The crimson claws dragged forcefully across the blade, sending forth a dazzling shower of sparks, while leaving a series of deep scratches on the sword's surface. Your combat awareness is indeed commendable. Devouring you will be quite the delight. Ha ha ha. Upon witnessing her failed assault, Shang Zhulan did not display fury but instead laughed, her desire for Jiang Xing intensifying. Wretched creature, today you shall meet a gruesome end. Infuriated by the near miss, Jiang Xing's temper flared, disregarding Shang Zhulan's incessant and frenzied taunts as he withdrew his sword and launched another attack. Tian Shuang Han Jian. With a chilling shout, the sword, now marked with claw marks, struck out. emanating waves of icy energy that almost solidified into a tangible form, rushing toward Shang Zhulan like a falcon on the hunt. Gue Hu Shan. Not daring to underestimate the situation, Shang Zhulan hastily summoned the ghostly fox. The once ethereal apparition swiftly transformed into a colossal, blood-red fox that nestled closely against her, with the ghost fox by her side. The unease that had once clouded Shang Zhulan's expression swiftly morphed into confidence. She believed that with this move, she would have no rivals within the same realm. Roar! With a ferocious howl, the ghost fox lunged forth, seizing the Tian Shuang Hanjian with its jaws and shattering it, causing the sword's energy to dissipate into ethereal wisps. Where did this fox acquire such dark and twisted powers? How could it be so formidable? Jiang Zeng sensed that this fox was no ordinary illusion, and the oppressive aura it exuded was nearly unbearable. The situation was dire. As Jiang Zeng pondered his next move, Shang Zhulan's momentum only grew, her smile becoming increasingly deranged. All things are chaos. There exists no absolute right or wrong in this world. It is a pity that you mortals cannot see through the veil, yet you dare to call yourselves followers of the righteous or the demonic path. Little do you know, power knows no bounds of good or evil. As long as one possesses strength, the laws of heaven and earth shall be at my command. And your spiritual energy is quite potent. Devouring you will elevate my power even further, thus you should consider it an honor. Your mundane life shall serve as a bridge to my supreme divine might. Ha ha ha! As Shang Zhulan's madness intensified, the ghostly fox visibly swelled in size. The once fox-sized creature now towered over both Shang Zhulan and Jiang Zeng, exuding a blue-purple mist from its maw, its expression mirroring its mistress's wickedness. Jiang Zeng realized the gravity of the situation. He could not allow this blood-red ghost fox to continue growing, lest calamity befall him. Tianwei Ling Guang Dun, activate! He shouted in fury, and his protective artifact, the Tianwei Ling Guang Dun, erupted into brilliant white light, momentarily matching the ferocity of the rampaging ghost fox. With his artifact activated, Jiang Zeng hesitated no longer. As an inner sect disciple, he was no mere pretender. Unleashing the full extent of his golden core cultivation, he brandished his sword and charged toward the blood-red ghost fox. On the stage, one man, one demon, and one beast clashed. Golden light, ethereal glow, and blood-red radiance collided fiercely. The arena became a whirlwind of chaos, where the two combatants relied solely on their vast battle experience and sharpened senses to navigate the fray. Observing the fierce battle, Yi Qingtian noted that Jiang Zeng was beginning to falter, while Shang Zhulan only grew more vicious. If this continued unchecked, disaster would surely follow. Meanwhile, Jiang Zeng's hair stood on end, cold sweat beading on his forehead, as he struggled to catch his breath. Suddenly, the ghost fox turned its head sharply, its piercing gaze locking onto Jiang Zeng's eyes. In that instant, he felt a brief lapse in his mental faculties, his body momentarily slipping out of his control before quickly regaining its composure. But this was during a duel. In that fleeting moment, his vulnerabilities were laid bare, and defeat became inevitable. A cry of anguish escaped Jiang Zeng's lips as he felt the ghost fox's sharp fangs sink into his left hand, dark tendrils creeping up his arm like a sinister vine. This is bad. It's poisonous. In a flash of clarity, he resolved to act decisively, a fierce determination igniting in his gaze as he raised his sword in his right hand. Without hesitation, he severed his own left hand to escape the fox's grasp. Sacrificing an arm to save his life, Jiang Zeng acted without a moment's delay, discarding his left hand. However, just as he evaded the ghost fox's grasp with the cost of his hand, Shang Zhulan had already appeared before him, delivering a crushing blow to his dantian. Blood gushed forth as Jiang Zeng collapsed, losing consciousness. Quick, save him! Cries erupted among the inner and outer sect disciples. Although Jiang Zeng was not as beleaguered as Xiao Ming, he was a kind-hearted individual who had never looked down on outer sect members, always conducting himself with courtesy. Now that he was in peril, the disciples, upholding their bond of brotherhood, rushed to aid him. As several were about to surround him to carry Jiang Zeng away for treatment, the blood-red ghost fox leaped directly off the stage. With a thunderous howl, the ghost fox charged toward the crowd. prompting the inner and outer sect disciples to hastily draw their weapons in defense. Demonis, Jiang Zhen has already lost. Why do you not cease? One disciple shouted in anger. Yet Shang Zhulan remained unfazed, steadily advancing toward the unconscious Jiang Zheng. Lose? I care not for winning or losing. All I desire is to consume him. Reaching Jiang Zheng's side, her face was a mask of madness and obsession. One hand raised high above her head, poised to strike down upon him. Suddenly, a sharp clang resounded as her lethal claws were intercepted by a pristine sword. The unblemished blade held her claws firmly. The words Tizue engraved at its hilt was none other than Yi Qingtian who had intervened. You dare persist even after victory? Practicing demonic arts to feast upon human blood? Demonis, you truly deserve to die. Yi Qingtian's brows knitted tightly, rage emanating from him. Below the stage, the massive ghost fox had locked its sights on an outer sect disciple, launching itself forward. The disciple felt a wave of despair wash over him. The ghost fox's speed was too swift to evade, and he feared he would meet his demise this day. Unexpectedly, the situation took a turn. From the distance, a massive fire dragon roared as it soared through the air. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending debris and dust clouding the vision of the onlookers. As the dust settled, the disciples looked up in unison. The ghost fox had shrunk to less than half its original size, a horrific wound marring its side as it cautiously retreated back onto the stage. The gaze of the demon fox fixated on a figure that slowly rose. It was Xiao Ming, the outer sect's senior disciple. All outer sect disciples, return to your quarters immediately. Those able should assist the injured to the healing hall. Do not linger here. Chapter 51. Do not grieve as Xiao Ming's command rang out. The outer sect disciples hastily evacuated the scene, carrying the injured to the healing hall of Lingyun sect. The inner sect disciples instinctively followed Xiao Ming's orders, departing alongside their outer sect counterparts. In a matter of moments, only the two combatants on the stage and 3 observers remained in the square. Above in the sky, Fang Lianqing unleashed his full power in the early stage of the god transformation. Veins bulging on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Zhu Lizhen. Zhu, vice sect leader, explain this situation at once. Shang Zhulan was classified as a demon cultivator 5 years ago. Yet your Haoyu's sect claimed she had returned to normal just half a month ago. Why is she here now, attempting to kill my disciples of Lingyun sect? Zhu Lizhen and Qiu Si, though of lesser cultivation, struggled to maintain their composure against Fang Lianqing's imposing presence, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. Elder Fang, please remain calm. We too are victims in this matter. Zhu Lizhen stammered, fear evident on his face, yet he forced himself to explain. Shang Zhulan underwent inspection at our Haoyu's sect's confinement facility just half a month ago, and she was indeed deemed to have returned to normal. How could we have known she had deceived the experts there with some dark sorcery? We brought her here at the sect master's behest. And I am just as perplexed. Despite Zhu Lizhen's appearance of sincerity, he was spinning a web of lies. He had released Shang Zhulan long ago, intending for her to exchange blood with the prodigies of Lingyun sect. If the plan proceeded as intended, Shang Zhulan would unleash her uncontrollable fury, forcing Yi Qingtian or Du Jingqiu to intervene, and with her abilities, she could at least severely injure one of them, leaving them with insurmountable hidden wounds. Trading an uncontrollable Shang Zhulan for a genius of Lingyun sect was hardly a loss. Moreover, as the overall strength of Lingyun sect was inferior to Haoyu's sect, they could easily downplay the incident as long as no fatalities occurred. Fang Lianqing, however, was not inclined to believe this, preparing to erupt in anger. Enough, junior brother? Yun Wanqing raised her hand to intervene. Jiang Zheng has lost his left arm, and the medicinal materials for his treatment will be provided by Haoyu's sect, along with compensation in spirit stones. Is that agreeable? The implication was clear. Your sect attempted to kill my disciple, but since he survived with injuries, if you compensate adequately, we shall consider the matter resolved. No problem. All medical expenses for that young brother will be covered by my Haoyu's sect, Zhu Lizhen readily pledged. Confident as the financial burden was not his own, Yun Wanqing nodded, then added, if Shang Zhulan were to perish at Yi Qingtian's sword, do not grieve. Alas, Elder Yun's words are but empty rhetoric. The practitioners of demonic arts are indeed deserving of universal condemnation. Initially, the sect chose to confine her, considering her status as a disciple, but now that she has lost all hope of returning to normalcy, her demise is inconsequential. Beneath her facade of fear towards Yun Wanqing's mocking smiles lies a cunning and sinister grin. Slay Shang Zhulan? How quaintly optimistic. Just watch as I extinguish this promising talent. Yi Qingtian. Shang Zhulan, indistinguishable from friend or foe, holds little value. Merely a pawn that can be discarded at will, if she can eliminate Yi Qingtian. Her own objectives will be achieved. On the arena, Shang Zhulan engages in close combat with Yi Qingtian, assisted by the blood-red ghost fox. Their movements are so rapid that they become mere blurs to the naked eye. Particularly Yi Qingtian, whose agility reaches a point where his position is nearly indiscernible. Soon, Shang Zhulan appears to seize an opening. The ghostly claw of soul devouring. With a maniacal laugh, Shang Zhulan's claws, radiating an ominous chill, sweep across in a deadly arc. Crack! Yi Qingtian's head soars high into the air, blood gushing forth from his neck, splattering Shang Zhulan's face. Ah! Delectable! So delicious! Shang Zhulan frantically licks the blood from her face, her eyes glinting with a fierce delight. Meanwhile, Yi Qingtian's headless body stands rigidly on the ground, seemingly unaware of its own demise. Not satisfied with merely feasting upon her own visage, Shang Zhulan lunges at Yi Qingtian's corpse, burying her face in the severed neck, sucking ravenously while murmuring, "So exquisite! So exquisite! My power is surging." Yi Qingtian's severed head lies nearby, its eyes seemingly conveying its masteress' unyielding spirit and wrath. Witnessing this scene, Shang Zhulan's laughter intensifies to a frenzied pitch. Yet, this is merely the illusion within Shang Zhulan's mind. In reality, she kneels on the ground, entranced by Yi Qingtian's illusion, while the enormous ghost fox summoned by her stands protectively by her side, fixated on Yi Qingtian, sacrificing wisdom, defiling the spiritual platform with blood. What use is strength? Unperturbed, Yi Qingtian approaches the ghost fox, holding a knife in his left hand and a sword in his right. A mere illusion can trigger her obsessive delusions. Her heart is so frail that it is incomprehensible how the Hao-US sect could unleash such a being to wreak havoc. Roar! The ghost fox bellows fiercely, leaping into the air with its hind legs, intent on slaying Yi Qingtian to dispel the illusion binding its master. But at that moment, a flash of fire crosses before the ghost fox, igniting its fur in a raging blaze. Howl! A piercing scream echoes as Yi Qingtian, having just wielded the heaven-burning blade, smirks coldly and drives his sword into the ghost fox's skull. In an instant, the once arrogant creature breathes its last, dissipating into spiritual energy that scatters into the air. Without a master to control it, it is rendered utterly inconsequential. Having dealt with the negligible threat of the ghost fox, Yi Qingtian calmly strides before Shang Zhulan, raising his knife high before bringing it down with great force. A splendid head tumbles to the ground, still adorned with a ghastly smile. Shang Zhulan is dead. What? Zhu Lijin's eyes widen in disbelief. Beside him, Yun Wanqing remains unfazed, coolly stating, "I did say, should Shang Zhulan perish by Yi Qingtian's blade, do not lament." Chapter 52. Li Sun alongside Zhu Lijin, many disciples, both inner and outer sect, share his incredulity, particularly Jiang Zeng, who, having just regained consciousness, faints once more upon witnessing this spectacle. The once mighty enchantress and her ferocious ghost fox, whom none could hope to defeat in a direct confrontation, have been vanquished by Yi Qingtian in less than 2/4 of an hour. The disciples observing from a distance erupt in excitement. "I hereby declare, Brother Yi is my idol. Brother Yi is so handsome and strong. I am already yearning for romance. Brother Zhang, do you think we should temporarily keep our potential rankings unchanged on the 100 rankings?" Brother Li speaks wisely. "I believe Brother Yi should hold the top spot. With Sister Du in second place as a fitting arrangement, I think I've fallen for Brother Yi, dude. Aren't you a guy?" With the competition concluded, the Hao-US sect's assassination of Shang Zhulan has been effortlessly accomplished by Yi Qingtian without sustaining any injuries. Throwing Zhu Lijin's plans into disarray, he had initially hoped for Feng Yu, only to see her swiftly eliminated by Du Jingqiu. Then he relied on the manic Shang Zhulan, who likewise fell within mere moments to Yi Qian's prowess. How can they contend against an opponent in peak condition when their remaining elite disciples possess only comparable strength to Shang Zhulan, and their morale is even lower? Engaging in a direct confrontation would spell greater disaster for their side. What sheer luck has this Lingyun sect stumbled upon to acquire such formidable talents? Yet, despite his inner musings, he maintains a cheerful facade in the presence of the formidable Yuan Wanqing. Excellent, well done. This young friend Yi Qingtian truly possesses remarkable talent, dispatching this enchantress in mere moments. Congratulations to Elder Yuan for acquiring such an exceptional disciple. Ahahaha. Indeed. Yuan Wanqing replied coolly. As night fell, Zhu Lijin paced restlessly in his chamber, filled with frustration. Previously, he required the attention of 12 beauties to fall asleep, but that number has now dwindled to 11, revealing his discontent. His original intention had been to quell the Lingyun sect's arrogance. Yet he now faces consecutive defeats. What to do? If the sect leader were to learn of this, he would surely deem it a failure on Zhu Lijin's part, with dire consequences to follow. Just as Zhu Lijin sighed repeatedly, Protector Qiuxi entered the room. Protector Qiu, is there something you need? If there's nothing urgent, please refrain from disturbing my thoughts. Due to his low spirits, Zhu Lijin skipped his usual banter and directly inquired. Seeing Zhu Lijin's demeanor, Qiuxi felt an unexpected sense of straightforwardness before straightening her posture and stating, Deputy Sect Leader, we have a visitor. Who? Zhu Lijin was perplexed by this news. He had brought forth all his elite disciples. Who else could possibly arrive? The first seat of One Peak, Li Sun. Qiuxi replied unhurriedly, Who? Zhu Lijin sprang to his feet, as if a glimmer of hope had ignited within him. Li Sun has emerged from seclusion. Naturally, at that moment, a strikingly handsome man clad in black attire stepped across the threshold, gazing at Zhu Lijin. Li Sun, you have finally emerged from seclusion, Zhu Lijin exclaimed, rushing forward to greet him. Within the Haoyue sect, the only disciple whom Zhu Lijin would address as first seat is Li Sun. The reason being his formidable combat prowess. Li Sun's reputation was forged through bloodshed, earned by vanquishing numerous opponents in past tournaments. His methods are varied, and he is known for his cunning and ruthlessness. Such traits have garnered him the admiration of sect leader Pang Lai, who is rumored to have intentions of accepting him as a direct disciple. A person like him is not to be trifled with. Deputy Sect Leader, I have heard that our elite disciples have suffered losses within the Lingyun sect. Is that true? Without unnecessary preamble, Li Sun immediately struck at Zhu Lijin's vulnerabilities with his inquiry. Upon hearing this question, Zhu Lijin's expression instantly darkened. What you may not be aware of, Li Sun, is that while the inner and outer disciples of the Lingyun sect are largely inept, there are two individuals who should not be underestimated. Who might they be? The first is Yi Qingtian, a direct disciple of Yuan Wanqing, and the second is Du Jingqiu, a direct disciple of Fang Lianqing. Fang Yu and Shang Zhulan both fell to their hands, failing to last even a few exchanges. Upon hearing Zhu Lijin's words, Li Sun merely chuckled. Fang Yu, a mere child who has yet to mature. I could defeat her with a flick of my finger. She poses no threat. As for Shang Zhulan, she possesses some talent, but alas, she is a madwoman. With a haphazard approach to cultivation, it is no surprise she was defeated. If Yi Qingtian and Du Jingqiu are of such caliber, they likely would not endure 3 exchanges with me. His words dripped with arrogance, yet Zhu Lijin responded with hearty laughter. Ha, splendid. I am well aware of your capabilities. First seat Li, I shall preemptively toast to your victory. With that, he raised a cup and drank deeply. Unbeknownst to him, beneath Zhu Lijin's bed lay a communication stone, and on the other end, Fang Yu listened intently while bathing. After hearing all of this, Fang Yu merely sneered, rising to don her sleeping robe before reclining on her bed. However, feeling somewhat cramped, she flipped onto her back, finding it much more comfortable. Subsequently, she retrieved a folded communication talisman from between her delicate bosom. There was no other place she felt secure hiding it. Tomorrow, first seat Li Sun of the Haoyue sect shall enter battle. Li Sun possesses the cultivation of the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, with exceedingly sinister methods and formidable combat capabilities. There exists no possibility of victory across realms. Only those with sufficient strength may contend against him. Please deliberate carefully on who shall be sent into battle. As the message was dispatched, Fang Yu seemed to recall something, and thus wrote once more using her spiritual power. It would be best if you were to take action personally, should you truly enter the fray. I shall cheer for you. Satisfied, Fang Yu nodded and concealed the talisman back within her ample bosom. On Yaolin Peak, within Xiao Ming's residence, the communication talisman at his waist suddenly glowed. It must be news arriving. Indeed, as expected, tomorrow, the esteemed leader of the Haoyue sect, Li Sun, shall engage in battle. Li Sun possesses a formidable cultivation level of the third phase of the Golden Core, and his methods are exceedingly treacherous, demonstrating exceptional combat prowess. There exists no possibility of triumph across realms. Only those with sufficient strength can contend with him. Please deliberate carefully on who shall enter the fray. Upon reading these words, Xiao Ming appeared contemplative. In the original storyline, after Shang Zhulan, it was Qiu Si who battled Mei Yu Xin, where Mei Yu Xin ultimately fell short, and Yi Qingtian unexpectedly unleashed a surge of power to defeat Qiu Si. Yet, in the current scenario, where did this Li Sun emerge from? He seems rather formidable. The inability to defeat across realms does not apply to the chosen ones of destiny. Even a tribulation period venerable could be vanquished. Overthrowing a third-phase Golden Core cultivator is merely a simple task. As Xiao Ming pondered, another message arrived. Another one? Is the Haoyue sect attempting to stage a doubles match? While musing, he once again scrutinized the content of the message. It would be best if you took matters into your own hands. Should you truly step up, I shall cheer for you. Xiao Ming exclaimed, Elder sister, is the communication talisman meant for conveying such messages? Where is your professionalism as the king of intelligence? Chapter 53. A suitable candidate in the main hall of the Lingyun sect, 4 elders, who are also the disciples of the sect leader, convened a meeting. They had just received news that Li Sun of the Haoyue sect had arrived, a young man with a notoriously dark reputation. The speaker was the second elder, Shueguang, who served as the chief instructor of the inner sect and was responsible for intelligence and security affairs. We cannot allow the disciples of our sect to take unnecessary risks. Jiang Zichuan, clad in a purple robe and exuding an air of elegance, spoke softly. I concur. In any case, I shall certainly not allow Jing Qiu to confront this individual. Fang Liancheng scoffed. Shueguang, however, furrowed his brow. Are we to surrender outright? To show fear before the battle? It is not fear, but rather a means to mitigate unnecessary losses. Brother, can you bear to watch our disciples be led to ruin by Li Sun? Among the younger generation of the Haoyue sect, Li Sun was the most insidious and knowledgeable, proficient in hidden weapons, poisons, and talismans. I cannot stand idly by and watch my disciples fall victim to his schemes. Shueguang still resisted, 3rd and 4th junior brothers. I understand your concern for the young disciples of our sect, but avoiding combat equates to surrendering to the Haoyue sect. Then can you identify someone who can counter Li Sun? Jing Qiu has only reached the 4th phase of foundation establishment. I will not allow my disciple to take such risks. Fang Liancheng's tone was clearly laced with displeasure. Jiang Zichuan added, we have already secured 2 victories. Based on our record, we have emerged victorious and need not be greedy. Ultimately, one person cannot counter 2 voices. Shueguang turned to the silent Yun Wanqing. Senior sister, do you share this sentiment? Yun Wanqing snapped back to reality from her thoughts and shook her head. We cannot avoid combat. Do not act rashly, senior sister. Qingtian has only reached the 5th phase of foundation establishment. We cannot afford to jeopardize such a promising talent. Fang Liancheng hurriedly interjected, while Jiang Zichuan wore a puzzled expression but remained silent. Yun Wanqing merely shook her head, a slight smile gracing her lips. I do not intend for Qingtian to participate. I have a more suitable candidate in mind. Who? Xiao Ming. Senior sister, such jesting is ill-advised. We cannot withstand the wrath of Master Zhao's prowess. Shueguang's expression turned serious. Fang Liancheng shook his head repeatedly. Absolutely not. The methods of the Xiao family are primarily offensive, focused on killing rather than defense. Engaging with such a person could lead to significant losses. Moreover, Xiao Ming lacks the advantage in cultivation. Jiang Zichuan could not help but voice his thoughts. Senior sister, while Xiao Ming's swordsmanship is indeed exceptional, he is merely a half-step Golden Core cultivator. Furthermore, Master Xiao has only this one son. We ought to consider his well-being. One by one, the three elders voiced their objections, yet Yun Wanqing only smiled with an increasingly inscrutable expression. Finally, she spoke slowly. You have misunderstood. He has already entered the Golden Core stage. And to my knowledge, Xiaoming's capabilities are no less than Li Sun's. Thus, engaging in combat with him would place Li Sun at a disadvantage. Her statement left the other three speechless, yet they did not doubt that the senior sister was not one to speak without basis. She undoubtedly possessed information they were unaware of. Senior sister, please elaborate. Shuiguang was the first to inquire. Observing the eager gazes of her three junior brothers, Yun Wanqing felt quite satisfied and began recounting the experiences shared by Yiqing Tian with her in detail. She described how Xiaoming had instructed Yiqing Tian, how he had rescued both Yi Fu and himself, and how he dealt with demonic cultivators, painting a vivid and intricate picture. Her summary of Xiaoming was as follows: proficient in array formations, well-versed in teachings, adept in alchemy and artifact crafting, exceptional in swordsmanship, skilled with hidden weapons, and a master of poisons and curses. What a versatile disciple, truly insidious and treacherous. How could such an upright person as Master Xiao produce such a remarkable talent? Jiang Zichuan expressed his thoughts with restraint, while Fang Liancheng was utterly incredulous. This fellow is merely 20 years old. I did not expect Xiaoming to possess such capabilities. It seems we have found a candidate to confront Li Sunday. Shuiguang marveled. Thus, after much deliberation, it was ultimately decided by the Grand Elder of Lingyun sect, Yun Wanqing, that Xiaoming would face Li Sun in battle on Yaolin Peak. In Xiaoming's courtyard, Xiaoming, Yiqing Tian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin gathered for a banquet. Fu Yin and Du Jingqiu were tidying up the courtyard while Xiaoming and Yiqing Tian prepared the evening meal. In less than half an hour, the tables and chairs in the courtyard were arranged neatly, and Xiaoming's skewers were perfectly cooked. With the side dishes and drinks ready, Xiaoming took his seat first, followed by the other three. Today, I wish to first congratulate junior brother Yi and junior sister Du. You two represented our sect and decisively defeated the provocation from the disciples of the Haoyue sect. Saying this, Xiaoming raised a cup and downed it in one go. Yiqing Tian and Du Jingqiu both smiled bashfully. Yiqing Tian drained his cup, while Du Jingqiu elegantly obscured her face with her sleeve. The second matter is to congratulate junior brother Fu for achieving the third place on the potential rankings. Xiaoming looked at Fu Yin, his face displaying a look of approval, and downed another cup. Upon hearing this, Fu Yin quickly raised his cup, smiling bashfully. I did not expect senior brother to notice. Indeed, you single-handedly defeated 8 individuals from the top 10 on the potential rankings during the monthly competition. This matter is known throughout the sect. Yiqing Tian jokingly threw an arm around Fu Yin's shoulder, while Du Jingqiu chimed in, focus on your cultivation. Both I and senior brother Qing Tian await the day you surpass us. Perhaps even senior brother Xiao, I do not possess such talent. All three of you are exceptional prodigies, destined for achievements far beyond mine. Xiaoming responded candidly, I will strive to catch up with senior brother and senior sister. Fu Yin declared. Since joining the Lingyun sect, Fu Yin had dedicated much of his time to cultivation, cherishing his current days after enduring hardship and being immensely grateful for the support of his 3 senior brothers and sisters. On the 5th day of the Haoyue sect's visit, the monthly competition was held as usual, with Fu Yin single-handedly defending the platform, decisively defeating new stars such as Bian Yun Dao and Mei Shi from the potential rankings. Astonishing the entire sect, rumors spread that Fu Yin was the next Yiqing Tian. However, among the younger disciples, perhaps only the 3 of them knew who truly deserved to be at the top of the potential and prodigy rankings. In their hearts, they silently regarded that individual as their role model, motivating themselves to diligently cultivate. Meanwhile, that person was contemplating a rather important matter. Should I eat the beef skewers first, or the lamb skewers? Or perhaps I should go for the chicken cartilage. The pork belly looks quite appealing. The next day, in the square of the Lingyun sect in the VIP viewing area, the 4 elders from Lingyun sect remained steadfast. Accompanied by Meiyu Xin and Chiqiu Er, on the side of the Haoyue sect, aside from Zhu Lijun and Qiu Si, Li Sun was also present but had not taken to the arena yet. According to the rules, the names of the combatants must be declared by the Grand Elder of Lingyun sect before they could step onto the stage. However, The first two individuals were too brash and directly ascended the stage to issue their proclamations. Transforming a one-on-one duel into a guarding battle, it was evident that Li Sun intended to adhere to the rules. Although the disciples in the square held their breath in anticipation, the overall atmosphere had relaxed significantly after two consecutive victories. No longer filled with the same anxiety as before. The combatant from the Haoyue sect is Li Sun. The authoritative voice of Grand Elder Yun Wanqing resonated, prompting Li Sun to descend from the heavens and gracefully alight outside the arena. The combatant from Lingyun sect is, while Xiao Ming was pondering which of the three chosen ones it would be, he heard Yun Wanqing declare without a hint of hesitation, "The combatant is Xiao Ming." Chapter 54. Li Sun's duel with young Master Xiao. An evildoer needs to be polished by an evildoer. As Yun Wanqing uttered his name, Xiao Ming's mind conjured a comprehensive narrative that spanned from the creation of the universe to the ascent of the Shenzhou 12 spacecraft. He was utterly bewildered as to how this duty had fallen upon him. The butterfly effect, perhaps. Even I can partake in the chosen one's package. But you, what are you doing, Grand Elder? No wonder in the original storyline. You were ridiculed by Yi Qing Tian. I helped mold your disciple into a dedicated and exemplary youth, and yet you stabbed me in the back. No matter how much he internally complained. He had to step up. Otherwise, he would lose face, along with that of the Lingyun sect. With a cold snort, Xiao Ming rose leisurely, brushing off the dust from his attire, and then strode purposefully towards the arena. Complimented by his splendid ensemble, he presented a striking appearance. Wow, junior brother Xiao is so handsome. I think I've fallen for him, exclaimed one onlooker. Senior sister, you are 300 years older than him, retorted another. What do you know? A woman 3 years older than a man is akin to gold bricks. A woman 300 years older is like an elixir, as long as there is love. Age is but a number. Upon reaching the edge of the arena, Xiao Ming exchanged glances with Li Sun, both acknowledging each other with a nod. I am Li Sun, the esteemed disciple of the Haoyue sect. A pleasure to meet you. Li Sun spoke with utmost courtesy. I am Xiao Ming, the outer sect's senior disciple of the Lingyun sect. The pleasure is mine, Xiao Ming replied with an unruffled demeanor. After a moment of silence, both broke into raucous laughter, their mirth echoing in unison as they clasped hands and advanced towards the arena, resembling old friends reunited after a long separation. You must be senior brother Li from the Haoyue sect. It is indeed a pleasure to meet you in person. I have heard much about your formidable reputation long before this encounter, and I wish you victory in advance. Oh, junior brother Xiao, you flatter me. The fame of the Xiao family from the southeast is truly thunderous. In terms of skill, how could I possibly compare to the Xiao family's fiery sky blade technique? I am undoubtedly destined to lose. You are too humble. I dare not accept such praise. The spectators, both on the ground and in the heavens, were left bewildered. What are these two doing? Is this a gathering? This level of mutual flattery is excessive. Xiao Ming and Li Sun radiated brilliant smiles as they swiftly approached each other, their hands clasping firmly together. 7 injuries pill. Soft bone powdered in that brief moment of handshake. They both understood the nature of the poison each had employed. We have encountered kindred spirits, they realized in unison. Instantly, their expressions shifted, and they retreated to the edge of the arena, hastily consuming antidotes before unsheathing their weapons. With newfound resolve, their gazes hardened, now devoid of the earlier amiability. Replaced by fierce determination, the rapid turn of events left everyone agape. The two began to inch closer, occasionally exchanging tentative strikes, only to evade when sensing an imminent attack. This cautious probing lasted about a quarter of an hour. Growing tiresome for the audience, one shouted, Senior brothers, you are both Golden Core experts. Please, stop being so cautious and just clash already. The sudden shout startled everyone, as Li Sun seized the moment when Xiao Ming momentarily lost focus. Unleashing a swift strike with his sword, Xiao Ming remained unfazed, as if anticipating the attack, employing swift footwork to dodge the blade's light, retaliating with a spray of colorless, odorless poison powder. Li Sun's expression changed as he realized he had underestimated his opponent's cunning. He immediately raised his sleeve to shield his mouth and nose. While ordinary poisons were ineffective against Golden Core cultivators, Xiao Ming's toxins were potent enough to fell several of them, leaving Li Sun on guard. However, Xiao Ming had not actually dispersed poison powder, but rather quicklime. The quicklime obscured Li Sun's left eye, and while a golden core cultivator could expel it rapidly, he was momentarily caught off guard. That was precisely the opening Xiao Ming had been waiting for. He executed the divine movement technique, launching a barrage of blade energy from various angles towards Li Sunday, realizing the gravity of the situation. Li Sun instinctively raised his sword to block, but the loss of sight in his left eye caused him to sustain a wound to his abdomen, causing him to spit blood. He quickly pressed several acupoints to staunch the bleeding, swallowed several healing pills, and wrapped the injured area with a protective thread for good measure. Only then did he comprehend why it was Xiao Ming, not Yi Qingtian or Du Jingqiu, who had taken the battlefield. It was a direct counter to himself. Evading Xiao Ming's oncoming blade aura, Li Sun threw several poisoned flying knives, yet they were all thwarted by Xiao Ming. Just as he deflected the flying knives, Li Sun retaliated by tossing a poison pill, which released gas upon contact with the air. Get back! This does not discriminate between friend and foe. The spectators hastily leaped away, fearing inhalation of the gas. Yet, to their surprise, it was not a poison pill, but a smoke bomb. Instead of toxic gas, thick smoke billowed forth, shrouding the arena and rendering visibility near impossible. Xiao Ming expanded his senses, only to discover that the smoke seemed to obscure even his spiritual perception, forcing him to rely on his keen hearing and sight to ascertain Li Sun's location. From the left rear, he deduced, swiftly dodging to the side. A faint cracking sound reached his ears as he caught sight of dead leaves scattered on the ground, prompting an inward curse of alarm, but it was too late. A sudden gust of wind howled, disorienting his senses, and Xiao Ming's inner alarm bells rang loudly. Li Sun, seizing the opportunity, suppressed his footfalls and thrust his sword in the direction he had sensed. Got you! He rejoiced internally, transitioning from a thrust to a slash to maximize the wound, then lunging forward to seize the shadow before him. To his shock, as he approached, the figure of Xiao Ming vanished without a trace, leaving only a paper effigy behind. Trouble! A phantom paper substitute. Realizing something was amiss, he attempted to evade. Bang! A muffled thud echoed, and Li Sun felt a sharp pain in his dantian. Looking down, he saw several silver needles embedded within him. Ah! The poison on the needles was not lethal, merely excruciating, enough to cloud his mind. As the effects commenced, he could not help but let out a pained scream, while Xiao Ming's figure became ghost-like, slipping away into the shadows. Where did Xiao Ming learn such techniques? Zhu Li, watching from above, was astounded. It was the first time he witnessed someone of Li Sun's caliber being outmaneuvered. Usually, it was Li Sun who ensnared others. Qiuxi hesitated before replying. The methods of the Southeast King are typically straightforward. Perhaps Xiao Ming learned it on his own. A tremendous scream erupted, startling the onlookers who were unable to discern the scene unfolding before them. One moment it was slow like a tortoise, the next it was swift as a leopard. How thrilling! This battle was certainly not in vain. What had the two just done? How had Li Sun suddenly begun to scream? This is not the gentle senior brother we know. How frightening! Senior brother is amazing. Go, senior brother. Moments later, as the smoke began to clear, two figures emerged from the shadows. Xiao Ming fixed his gaze on Li Sun, who was staunching his wounds and regaining his breath. Both exchanged fierce, determined looks. What ensued was a raw, unrestrained clash. Spells were cast, blades were swung, and poisons were thrown. The audience's excitement oscillated as if on a roller coaster. They disregarded any semblance of civility and propriety, hurling insults as they fought, reminiscent of a village brawl. What kind of sword technique is this? The lime-blinding sword art? And you, with your spitting sword technique, dare to criticize me? Surprisingly, despite their fierce exchange of spells lasting less than half an hour, Li Sun's magical prowess began to wane. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to retreat, but a sudden wave of weakness overwhelmed him, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Congratulations, you have become the second customer of the deceiving immortal powder. How does it feel to have your spiritual energy drained without even realizing it? Straining to maintain consciousness, Li Sun inquired. When did this happen? The moment you tossed that smoke bomb. You never expected me to turn that strange smoke's obscuring effect to my advantage. Xiao Ming replied with a faint smile. In such circumstances, a normal person would instinctively prioritize their safety and hastily retreat. But that reaction played directly into Li Sun's hands, ensuring those enveloped in the smoke would likely fall to him. Yet he had never anticipated that Xiao Ming would utilize the smoke to his advantage from the outset. As the smoke engulfed him, Xiao Ming unleashed all of his stored deceiving immortal powder and swiftly consumed the antidote to cast an illusion. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Li Sun could only manage a bitter smile before losing consciousness. The audience erupted in jubilation. "Oh, senior brother is incredible. This battle is undoubtedly the most thrilling of the three. What a delight! 3 consecutive victories. We have won." In the distance, 3 prodigies looked on in astonishment. "Senior brother Zhao's abilities truly exceeded my expectations," Fu Yan remarked, having gained first-hand insight into the battle style of old schemers. "Li Sun seems merely average. He is not nearly as formidable as rumored, being dominated by senior brother Xiao," Yi Qingtian scoffed. "Not necessarily," Du Jingqiu observed, discerning the underlying intricacies. "That Li Sun possesses a cunning nature and is highly skilled in combat. If any of us had taken his place, would we have been able to counter him effectively? I wouldn't stand a chance. I would likely have succumbed to poison in the smoke." Fu Yan shook his head. Yi Qingtian was about to respond when he suddenly hesitated. "It does seem that if I were the one caught in the smoke, I would likely have been struck down as well. I doubt I would fare any better," Du Jingqiu concurred. "Reflecting on it, I too would probably fall victim within the smoke. With all senses obscured and spiritual perception hindered, Li Sun would undoubtedly be in his element." Maneuvering with ease. Yi Qingtian suddenly realized. So, every step taken by senior brother is almost a premonition. Senior brother has been scheming against Li Sun ever since the beginning in the smoke. While Li Sun, underestimating his opponent, can only end up losing more than he gains, Fu Yan also understood, shaking his head and laughing. Indeed, Li Sun is quite formidable. The greatest flaw in his entire strategy was encountering senior brother. The 3 spoke in unison. Chapter 55. Gathering and discussion. Fang Lianqing was in high spirits. Having won all 3 matches in this competition, he greatly enhanced the reputation of the entire Lingyun sect and directly diminished the arrogance of the ever-cocky Haoyue sect. Thus, he swaggered with a swaggering gait towards the Haoyue sect's location, standing beside Zhu Lizhin. "Deputy Sect Master Zhu? Alas, alas, if the sect master holds me accountable, I fear I will lose my position. What should have been 3 victories has turned into 3 defeats." Zhu Lizhin's expression was dazed, muttering incessantly. "Deputy Sect Master Zhu?" Fang Lianqing called out loudly. "Huh? What's wrong?" Seeing Zhu Lizhin's woeful face, Fang Lianqing felt an overwhelming joy, as if he had consumed honey. "Oh dear, brother Zhu. What troubles you? I say, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Look, even though Lingyun sect triumphed in all 3 matches, I still do not exhibit the slightest arrogance." Zhu Lizhin glanced at Fang Lianqing's nearly ear-to-ear grin. Expressing disbelief, "Brother, I know you are anxious, but do not fret. Young friendly Sun's strength is already quite impressive. Xiaoming only barely holds an edge." Yes, Zhu Lizhin replied perfunctorily. "Though you all lost, the spirit you displayed was commendable." Yes, brother Zhu, are you all right? Have you lost your ability to speak?" Yes, no." Unwilling to engage further with the rogue Fang Lianqing, Zhu Lizhin dejectedly exchanged a few words before leading the equally disheartened group back to their quarters. In half a month's time, there would be a performance match that would not count towards the overall score, featuring Qiu Si and Mei Yusin. This match, ostensibly a friendly demonstration between the elders of both sects, was in reality a personal feud between Qiu Si and Mei Yusin. The true nature of this contest was known only to the senior members and Xiao Ming, the system player. Thus, the many disciples took it lightly, simply reveling in the joy of the 3 victories. But why did these 2 harbor animosity? Stay tuned for the next installment. In the square, Xiao Ming struggled through the throngs of disciples, acutely aware that several unscrupulous female cultivators were attempting to take advantage of his noble stature. "Senior brother, you are so handsome. I want to learn the Burning Heaven Blade. Xiao Shidi, come let sister touch your arm. Senior brother, could you guide me in my alchemy skills tonight?" With no choice, Xiao Ming had to deflect each request, finally escaping the crowd after a considerable time. To be honest, the treatment of a child of destiny is indeed beyond what I can handle. Upon leaving the square, he encountered not only the 3 children of destiny but also 2 beautiful women, one pure and lovely, the other a cool and aloof goddess, the sect's grand princess, Qi Qiu'er, and the protector, Mei Yusen. Xiao Mingming, congratulations on securing the 3rd victory for our sect. Qi Qiu'er, standing around 1.9 meters tall, immediately enveloped him in a bear hug. Had he bent down just a tad more, he would have experienced a faceful of her bosom, but his gentlemanly nature forbade such actions. Sister Qi, you are hugging too tightly, Xiao Ming said helplessly. Oh, I'm sorry. Qi Qiu'er quickly released him, her face tinged with a hint of embarrassment as she stammered, Xiao Mingming, didn't you have a barbecue with Xiao Yi and the others yesterday? You forgot me. And now that you've achieved 3 victories, shouldn't we celebrate? To celebrate, we ought to eat and drink, and to eat and drink, we should invite you, right? Xiao Ming smiled at Qi Qiu'er and of course, the best would be to invite me. But if you don't, I might just sneak away and gather some small pearls, she replied with a mischievous grin. Xiao Ming chuckled, realizing she was certain he wouldn't refuse her. All right, not inviting you yesterday was my mistake. Tonight, I will make it up to you doubly. I have the ingredients ready, and we won't leave until we are intoxicated. Regarding the ingredients, he needed to express his gratitude to Lu County Magistrate, the sole designated sponsor from Yaolin Peak of Lingyun sect. Moreover, he appreciated the powerful preservation effects of his storage ring. In this fantasy world, there was no need to worry about spoilage or mold. Hooray! Qi Qiu'er exclaimed in excitement, preparing numerous reasons to persuade Xiao Ming to host another barbecue. Celebrating victory, catching up after a long absence, and even celebrating her birthday. But in truth, she simply craved the food. May Protector, would you like to join us? Xiao Shixiang's culinary skills are quite remarkable. Du Jingqiu smiled at Mei Yusen. I will accompany Qiu'er. You all enjoy yourselves, do not mind me. Though she said this, everyone present understood that Mei Yusen was merely putting on a brave front. All right, we shall meet at Yaolin Peak in 3 hours. In the main hall of Lingyun sect, the elders were once again in discussion, though the atmosphere was considerably more relaxed. With 3 victories secured, the momentum of the Hao US sect would undoubtedly slow. However, given their usual tactics, they would likely resort to underhanded methods, and we must remain vigilant. Yun Wanqing spoke up, and the other elders nodded in agreement. Next, Qiu Si was to challenge Mei Yusen. She held a personal grudge against Mei Yusen, which seemed irreconcilable. Although Mei Yusen accepted the duel, she remained one of us in Lingyun sect, and we cannot afford any misfortune. Indeed, while Qiu Si's cultivation was a minor level below Mei Yusen's, her techniques were primarily aggressive, and the Hao US sect was not known for honorable duels. If the situation became dire, we are obliged to intervene, Zhang Zichuan reasoned with thorough consideration. There is no need to worry about Mei Yusen. As long as we are present, the situation will not spiral out of control. However, should we not consider the selection of a holy son or holy maiden for our sect? Compared to the duel between Qiu Si and Mei Yusen, Fang Lianqing was more concerned with the candidates for the sect's holy son and holy maiden. The original holy maiden of Lingyun sect was Yun Wanqing, but she had led the sect for quite some time and preferred to focus on her cultivation rather than management. The remaining 3 elders were unwilling to assume the holy son's position, so it was only natural that it be passed to one of the favored disciples. Yun Wanqing nodded. This matter should indeed be put on the agenda. Let us each propose 6 candidates and submit them to the master for future deliberation. Agreed. X3 Thus, the 4 exchanged glances, using their spiritual energy to jot down a few notes, as if recording something a quarter of an hour later. Show. With Yun Wanqing's command, the contents written by the 4 were revealed. Each elder had their preferences, and the rankings and candidates varied slightly, yet a few names consistently appeared. Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu. In truth, there was another name that should not have appeared on this list, Xiao Ming. Chapter 56. Master Minghong and the Hidden Dragon Guards. With roughly half a month remaining before the duel between Qiu Si and Mei Yusen, Xiao Ming remained unfazed. As a member of the Child of Destiny's faction, there was no real danger to Mei Yusen. However, the diligent Fang Yu meticulously compiled all of Qiu Si's detailed information and sent it to Xiao Ming. You really hope for Qiu Si to lose? Don't you? Xiao Ming stared incredulously at the extensive details, which included even which hand Qiu Si preferred for eating. Fang Yu's betrayal seemed quite thorough, as if he wished to sell the Haoyu sect to Xiao Ming to relieve his grievances. Xiao Ming was indifferent to Qiu Si's details. After all, he wouldn't be participating, and he couldn't let Mei Yusin know about his undercover status in the Haoyu sect, so he couldn't share the information with her just yet. What piqued Xiao Ming's interest were the last few lines at the bottom of the lengthy dossier. A complimentary message for young Master Xiao. It is rumored that a loose cultivator named Master Minghong has recently opened a cave in Wanzhou, seeking to undergo the heart tribulation to attain the Tao. However, he failed and perished. After his death, the life-bound magical artifact he personally crafted remains within the cave. What kind of artifact it is remains unknown, and whether to explore it is entirely at your discretion. In the vast lands of the Divine Continent, the conventions dictate that upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one may be called a Taoist or Tao Lord. The transformation stage earns the title of True Person, while the unity stage is known as True Lord, and those who undergo tribulation may be referred to as Venerable. These titles are universally recognized. Should a golden core cultivator dare to call themselves a true lord, the heavens would not acknowledge them, and usurpers often face great misfortune. Moreover, they would invite the ire of others, likely leading to mortal peril. Indeed, this subplot was not mentioned in the original narrative, but Feng Yu's intelligence was generally reliable. With half a month left until Qiu Si's match against Mei Yusin, should he go? Xiao Ming hesitated. He feared danger if he went, yet he would miss out on good opportunities if he stayed. Ultimately, he resolved to employ the most scientific method in the cultivation world to make his decision. I choose to go. Heaven's will. Xiao Ming let out a long sigh. Having made the decision to go, he naturally had to make adequate preparations. Poison pills and goo worms were trivial matters, but the most crucial aspect was the people. The three fated children could bring as many as they could. Only this way could he ensure that what they eventually uncovered would indeed be treasures in Wanzhou, within an unnamed underground palace. A young man wearing a wide-brimmed hat hurriedly led dozens of cultivators through its depths. They traversed tunnels, and before them lay a vast abyss that seemed to stretch into infinity. Reluctantly, the group had no choice but to cling to the walls, inching their way around the chasm to reach the opposite side. Commander, we have been walking for quite some time. Let us take a break, suggested a masked cultivator, panting heavily. The young man turned back and shot him a glare. Rest? Are you so certain that the assassins dispatched by the Emperor cannot enter? If we do not find an exit, we will inevitably perish here. Yes, I was in the wrong, the cultivator quickly conceded upon seeing the displeasure on the young man's face. The young man nodded, then sighed again, saying, There is no need to refer to me as commander anymore. We are no longer the inner guards. I have said before, from this moment on, the 57 of us shall address each other as brothers. And you shall call me elder brother. Elder brother, I do not understand why, after we helped His Majesty seize the throne, he would resort to such ruthless measures against us. He promised us titles and lands. A slightly older cultivator expressed his disbelief about their current predicament, for apart from him, only they knew that Emperor Chengjia had not died of illness. They alone were aware that the current Emperor Yongzhang was the murderer of his father. The hat-wearing youth replied nonchalantly, As for promises, when has the Emperor ever honored his word? We are nothing more than his discarded pieces. However, since I have vowed to ensure your survival, I shall certainly see that through. Elder brother, there is no need for further words. Let us find a way to escape first. Indeed, a month prior, Emperor Chengjia had passed away, and the new emperor ascended to the throne. It was a matter of minor significance. Yet it entangled many. Conversely, it bore no direct relation to the cultivators or common folk, thus failing to stir much commotion. The new emperor ascended smoothly, and everyone continued their pursuits of cultivation and treasure-seeking as usual. The royal family of the current Great Ji nation bore the surname Gao. Emperor Chengjia, Gao He, was a practitioner, yet his innate talent was lacking, and he had little interest in cultivation, remaining at the 12th level of Qi refinement. Despite his lack of martial prowess, he possessed the ability to govern, and he was originally meant to be a wise ruler. Unfortunately, he had a capable son. Crown Prince Gao Yang, merely 18 years old, had already engaged in an illicit affair with the noble consort Huang Ying. Even during the late-night reviews of memorials by Emperor Chengjia, he was found in bed with the noble consort. Of course, Emperor Chengjiao remained unaware of this. He only knew that his son enjoyed horseback riding and hunting, as well as ink-wash painting, and was lauded by all as a good prince and worthy heir. Having ruled for 70 years, Emperor Chengjiao had maintained robust health due to his cultivation. During the earlier years of his reign, the situation in the southwestern region was tumultuous, with local clans attempting to leverage the emperor's distance to seize control of the regional government. Yet, Gao He employed cunning tactics to sow discord among the major sects, resulting in the outbreak of the three-sect strife in the southwest, ultimately forcing the local factions to rely on the Ji Nation Court to arbitrate. The Ji Nation Court, in turn, gained control over the local practitioners. Other sects focused solely on their cultivation. Only one region remained ungoverned by the court, the southeast. The Shao family was not one of the three major sects in the southwest. They had significantly contributed to the defense against chaotic demonic creatures, and their reputation for unity was well known. The older generation had forged deep bonds in the battlefields against these creatures, backed by blood ties that were unbreakable. Moreover, with the family head Shao Dingfang being exceptionally powerful and possessing great vision, any rash move against the Shao family could incite rebellion, or worse, unleash the chaotic creatures into the mainland. Just as Emperor Chengjiao was troubled over how to strip the Shao family of power without inciting chaos in the southeast. A joyous event occurred. Emperor Chengjiao passed away, alleviating his concerns. The official statement claimed that Emperor Chengjiao had succumbed to the burdens of governance and illness due to his advanced age. The higher-ups, above the realm of transformation, were not to interfere in political matters, and given the reasoning provided, it appeared plausible in the months leading up to his death, he had indeed exhibited symptoms of shortness of breath. Chest tightness and persistent coughing, even the imperial physicians could not discern any wrongdoing. Eventually, Crown Prince Gaoyang ascended to the throne and renamed the era Yongzhong. However, after his ascension, a rumor began to circulate. During Emperor Chengjiao's reign, the Crown Prince had established secret operatives in the palace and among officials, and it was these operatives who had been administering a slow-acting poison to the emperor, leading to his untimely demise. All to pave the way for the ascension of the current Emperor Yongzhong. These operatives were said to be called the Qianlong Inner Guards, led by a cultivator of only golden core level, yet possessing remarkable abilities. Named Wu Zhao. Chapter 57. Wu Zhao. Deep within the underground palace, Wu Zhao, former leader of the Qianlong Inner Guards, sat meditating on a relatively flat area of the ground. A tall inner guard rushed over from a distance. Speaking urgently, elder brother, we seem to have accidentally stumbled into a cave left behind by some esteemed predecessor. It appears to have been abandoned for quite some time, with chaotic spiritual energy and foul air. We cannot linger here. At this point, the inner guard's expression turned somber. The structure of this underground palace is incredibly complex, with many areas rigged with traps in the deeper parts of the palace. We do not know what lies ahead. None of the brothers sent to scout have returned, nor have we received any messages. Upon hearing his account, the other inner guards instinctively gazed towards the unfathomable depths of the underground palace. Their hearts racing despite having honed their courage through years of intelligence and espionage work. How many brothers are left? Wu Zhao furrowed his brow, sighing. Only 51 remain, the tall inner guard replied, his voice tinged with sorrow. These individuals were akin to true brothers. The Qianlong Inner Guards were secret intelligence operatives nurtured by Gaoyang, most of whom had once been street urchins or neglected orphans. Gaoyang had brought these children to a secluded mountain, teaching them loyalty to their lord, the importance of gratitude, and the practice of spells in this world. Where orphans and beggars considered it a great fortune to have enough to eat, they were filled with gratitude towards Gaoyang and vowed to serve him with their lives. With little in the way of entertainment in the remote mountains, apart from ceaseless training, the only solace they found was in the camaraderie shared with their fellow brothers, thus forming deep bonds. As they grew into adulthood, they were gradually assigned by the Crown Prince to monitor the entire capital. Over the decades, whether due to discovery or mistakes, many members of the Qianlong Inner Guards had lost their lives, leaving only the elite among the elite. Only a few months ago, after the Crown Prince poisoned Emperor Chengjiao and ascended to the throne, Gaoyang soon thereafter ordered his personal troops to secretly arrest the Inner Guards who were privy to the truth. The personal troops had not anticipated such fierce resistance from the Inner Guards, as a group of Foundation establishment cultivators, led by Wu Zhao, managed to break through the encirclement and escape the capital. Despite their escape under relentless pursuit, only 57 inner guards managed to flee into the nameless underground palace. Now, however, only 51 remained. If we wait here any longer, and if those brothers do not return, we will set out first. Wu Zhao brushed off the dust from his clothes, stating calmly, "It matters not that they have not returned. As long as we are here, that is sufficient." From a distance, a gruff voice echoed, and the inner guards raised their eyes to behold. 8 cultivators clad in armor inscribed with runes approached, each emanating the oppressive aura of the Golden Core stage, causing the hearts of the inner guards to plummet. The inner guards were responsible for intelligence and espionage, while the personal troops were seasoned fighters. Thus, the presence of these 8 Golden Core cultivators, Yongzhang's elite guards, exerted an overwhelming pressure on the 51 inner guards. "Wu Zhao, you are truly a talent," spoke the gray-robed personal guard who stood at the center. "His Majesty has said that if you are willing to lay down your arms and surrender, they shall escape heavy punishment, and you may continue to serve His Majesty and truth. His Majesty never intended to kill you. Why must you lead them in defiance?" The gray-robed personal guard's tone carried a hint of mockery, and one could see the amusement on his face from afar. Wu Zhao simply rose with his sword in one hand and spoke slowly. "We have been raised to be loyal to our sovereign, only for the crown prince to send us to commit regicide. We were taught that completing our tasks would earn us rewards. Yet upon fulfilling our duties, the emperor seeks to silence us." The inner guards gradually closed ranks around Wu Zhao, preparing to confront the personal guards. "The emperor lacks benevolence. Do not blame us for our unrighteousness. I, Wu Zhao, shall no longer be the dog of Gao Yang." Upon hearing this, the gray-robed guard's expression shifted dramatically. "You treacherous scoundrel! Do you not understand the principle that a subject must die at the behest of his sovereign? You dare to call His Majesty by name. You are indeed a rebel without father or lord. Seize these rebels and bring them forth for judgment." At the command, the other 7 personal guards sprang into action, each wielding a golden rope which they swiftly cast towards their opponents. The golden light transformed into lassos, ensnaring 7 of the inner guards in the blink of an eye. The captured cultivators drew out their daggers to sever the ropes, but sparks flew as the blades met the ropes without yielding an inch. "Beware of the gilded ropes," Wu Zhao immediately shouted. The gilded rope, one of the standard equipment of the emperor's personal guards, is impervious to blades and flames. For low-tier cultivators, once ensnared, escape becomes an impossibility. Seizing 7 individuals, the leader pointed a finger, and the gilded rope was once again cast forth. With a resonant hum, Wu Zhao hurled a black talisman. At the moment the talisman reached mid-air, it emitted a faint glow, which absorbed the golden light emanating from the gilded rope before returning to Wu Zhao's hand. "Oh, I wondered why those thuggish soldiers could not stop you. It turns out you have such a hidden skill. The act of stealing the star-gathering talisman is an even graver offense," he scolded angrily, as the gray-robed figure charged forward with 7 personal guards, blades drawn, rushing towards Wu Zhao. "Protect the brother at all costs." A loud shout resounded, as dozens of cultivators formed a protective circle around Wu Zhao, subtly establishing a formation to engage in close combat with the personal guards. The clashing of swords and the sound of blades slicing through fabric filled the air, amidst a cacophony of mutual insults exchanged between the internal guards and the personal guards. Despite the numerical advantage of the internal guards, the insurmountable disparity in cultivation levels rendered them defensively passive. For a moment, both sides were locked in a stalemate, while Wu Zhao, aware that although the star-gathering talisman could absorb low-tier magical artifacts and spells, had nearly reached its limit, felt a pang of anxiety. How long has it been? Must I exert such effort against mere ants in the Qi training and foundation establishment stages? Truly a useless bunch. A low voice echoed from the entrance, and the next moment, a gaunt middle-aged man slowly approached the battlefield. Although his pace was exceedingly slow, he reached the combatants in an instant. Chapter 58. Trapped by Internal Guard Tang Jingxing. Protecting Wu Zhao from the mysterious stranger even while Wu Zhao was still engaged in a fierce battle with the 8 personal guards before him, the appearance of the gaunt middle-aged man caused his expression to shift dramatically. Even when faced with 8 golden core experts, Wu Zhao could not help but glance at the slowly advancing figure, his eyes betraying an unspoken wariness and loathing. Tang Jing, Wu Zhao uttered, and the cultivators present, with their keen ears, paused momentarily upon hearing that name. The 8 golden core personal guards, who had been fighting, immediately ceased their actions, and the gray-robed guard returned to his position, cupping his hands in salute to Tang Jing. Mr. Tang, you have arrived. Upon witnessing the enemy halt their attacks, the internal guards' hearts grew heavier rather than lighter. Tang Jing had been secretly recruited by Prince Gaoyang even when he was still the crown prince. And he had gained his favor due to his half-step nascent soul cultivation and ruthless demeanor. A half-step nascent soul, also known as the pinnacle of the 6th level of the Golden Core stage, had already begun to condense a nascent infant within, and his cultivation was far from comparable to an ordinary Golden Core cultivator. Tang Jing casually stretched his limbs and spoke nonchalantly. Did you think I had been dispatched by His Majesty to investigate the western regions for the demonic tribes? Spare me. Your little schemes have long been anticipated by His Majesty, who is simply waiting for you. Only 10 days out of the capital and you are already at your wits' end. I cannot fathom why you insist on holding out. Surrender, and at least your corpse will remain intact. What Tang Jing said was indeed the truth, yet Wu Zhao merely smiled disdainfully. What use is a complete corpse if one is to die? Although the original Qianlong internal guards trembled slightly from the instinctive fear of death, they remained tightly clustered around Wu Zhao, glaring fiercely at the 8 golden core experts and the half-step nascent soul Tang Jing. Seeing this, Tang Jing let out a slight sigh. What is the need for this? Before he could make a move, Wu Zhao activated the hidden formation, causing a tempest to swirl within the underground palace. Accompanied by flickering ghostly lights, rendering the 8 golden core personal guards immobile. Do you think this level of confinement can hold me? Tang Jing merely shifted his body slightly, and the sensation of being entrapped vanished in an instant. As he strolled through the confinement formation with ease, his eyes widened suddenly, as the surrounding temperature plummeted to freezing point. In almost the blink of an eye, the space within the underground palace transformed into a frigid wasteland. The damp earth turned to frozen ground, and the dew on the leaves crystallized into ice. The underground palace became an ice cellar in mere moments. The original formation had long been shattered by the extreme cold, and several golden core cultivators regained their freedom of movement. A half-step nascent soul, indeed formidable, Wu Zhao murmured to himself. Even with meticulous planning and cunning stratagems, faced with such an overwhelming disparity in combat strength, he felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. However, even a clay Buddha has some fire left in it. The Qianlong internal guards are not the type to surrender. With a clang, a sword was unsheathed, symbolizing Wu Zhao's unwavering resolve not to capitulate, and the other 50 individuals followed suit, drawing their weapons. Kill, slaughter them. Although the words varied, the intent remained the same, and the two factions plunged into a chaotic melee. The personal guards, possessing superior cultivation, faced off against the greater numbers of the internal guards. Although the personal guards held the upper hand, it hadn't yet escalated to the point of outright slaughter. Wu Zhao's confrontation with Tang Jing, however, was a different matter. Like a cunning cat playing with a mouse, Tang Jing gradually forced Wu Zhao into a corner. As their blades clashed, Wu Zhao was drenched in sweat. While Tang Jing appeared utterly unperturbed, one attacked with an exquisite sword technique aimed at critical points, while the other employed body techniques to defend with impenetrable precision. To speak frankly, it was exceedingly rare for a first-level golden core to contend directly with a half-step nascent soul. But the gap was simply too vast. Despite Wu Zhao exerting every ounce of his strength, his defenses began to falter. In that one moment of vulnerability, Wu Zhao's center opened wide, and in the blink of an eye, Tang Jing's sword was nearly at his throat. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot from the distance. At first glance, it appeared to be golden light, but upon closer inspection, it was a talisman. The golden talisman exploded mid-air, transforming into countless bolts of lightning that shot out in all directions, tearing apart Tang Jing's oppressive aura. The frozen ground began to crack, resembling a tortoise shell. Yet, to Wu Zhao's astonishment, these cracks rapidly expanded. culminating in a violent shattering. The dozens of warriors entangled in battle plummeted as the ice shattered beneath them, leaving only the astonished Wu Zhao and an incredulous Tang Jing on the ground. Before Wu Zhao could ponder who had intervened, Tang Jing, disregarding everything, lunged forward to strike. Bang! A figure suddenly blocked Wu Zhao's path, absorbing Tang Jing's forceful strike with formidable defense. That was not the end. The individual, after withstanding the strike, remained unscathed, and the hand that made contact with Tang Jing rebounded his energy back at him. Who are you? Why do you wield my Tiangong sect's 9 winds palm? Tang Jing stared incredulously at the figure before him. Damn it! A furious shout startled both individuals. Once the palm winds dissipated, Wu Zhao managed to discern the appearance of the figure, tall and slender. Wearing a wide-brimmed hat, with a goat-like beard and piercing, bright eyes. Damn it! They are not human. They do not belong to this world. They deserve to be executed by the emperor. Wu Zhao had no time to express his gratitude when he saw the cultivator subtly flicking his fingers, releasing a peculiar fragrance that wafted into Wu Zhao's nostrils. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wu Zhao succumbed to unconsciousness. The cultivator caught Wu Zhao with one arm, while Tang Jing's expression grew increasingly grave. You dare to save this court's wanted criminal before my eyes. Do you not regard me, Tang, with any respect? With a cold shout, Tang Jing suddenly surged forward, sword drawn. Clang! The tall, slender cultivator sneered repeatedly, engaging Tang Jing in a fierce battle. Despite being at a lower cultivation level than Tang Jing, he held his ground remarkably well, especially with the strange golden light surrounding him, rendering nearly half of Tang Jing's attacks ineffective. After nearly 3/4 of an hour of combat, both individuals began to show signs of fatigue, and Tang Jing, with a face full of suspicion, inquired, "Who exactly are you? What business is it of yours?" The cultivator replied disdainfully. Tang Jing, growing irritated, chuckled. "What? You have the audacity to act but lack the courage to admit it? If you truly do not regard my great G nation's court with any respect." Before he could finish, the figure before him hurled several explosive talismans, filling the cavern with smoke and chaos. Not only that, but he also seized the moment to throw out several toxic pills that sealed one's consciousness. Although they were ineffective against someone of Tang Jing's cultivation level, the sheer quantity of over a dozen pills caused Tang Jing to briefly lose consciousness. "You rodent! How dare you launch a sneak attack?" Tang Jing roared in fury, but the figure that had vanished in the smoke echoed back a resounding voice. "I, Lu Haizhu of the Repairing Car Sect, will never change my name or my surname." Chapter 59. Taking refuge after stalling Tang Jing with smoke bombs and toxic pills, Lu Haizhu hoisted Wu Zhao and leaped directly into the pit created by the explosion. Upon landing, he removed the wide-brimmed hat and tattered cloak, rubbing his face a few times until it transformed back to its original appearance. Tall and handsome, with an air of heroism about him. The one disguised as Lu Haizhu was none other than Xiaoming himself. To be fair, Xiaoming considered himself to be of relatively refined character. Yet, for reasons unknown, once he donned Lu Haizhu's face, his wit and eloquence surged forth effortlessly. It was as if he had an innate ability for eloquence. Just as he laid down the unconscious Wu Zhao, Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin returned from the east. "So soon? How did you manage this?" Xiaoming exclaimed in astonishment. He understood that these three were favored by fate, and could accept the fact that 3 Foundation establishment cultivators could defeat 8 Golden Core ones. But their speed was genuinely astonishing. Nothing much, just used a talisman infused with the full power of a transformation stage. Strike point 3 individuals were utterly unblemished, and Yi Qingtian, in a rather carefree manner, uttered a statement that was utterly laughable. Xiaoming's large eyes reflected a mixture of surprise, envy, and profound confusion. Such talismans, even for a being of divine transformation, would require days of arduous effort to forge. Yet, you would employ it against mere Golden Core triflers. In a moment of urgency, Xiaoming momentarily forgot that he too was at the Golden Core stage. After all, utilizing a divine transformation talisman against a Golden Core adversary was indeed an extravagant indulgence, akin to using a cannon to swat a fly, or Thor's hammer to crack a walnut. or Ultraman to battle Teletubbies, my master, Yun Wanqing. Were it not for the talismans being unable to withstand the power of a harmonized path expert, Xiao Dingfang would likely have gone to great lengths to prepare 10 or 8 for Xiao Ming, but regrettably, the original self had no desire for them. Rest assured, some of them are injured, but at least they are alive. They are currently recuperating in the nearby open area, Du Jingqiu replied. However, they seem to harbor suspicions towards us, merely stating that they are wandering merchants who encountered bandits. Despite their gratitude, their eyes still reflect wariness. Fu Yin, being prudent, voiced his concerns. Xiaoming shook his head and chuckled. I forgot to mention this to you. Come over here. In the dim cave, Wu Zhao's eyes gradually opened. Initially, his gaze was somewhat dazed, but in an instant, it shifted to one of vigilance. Cough, cough, cough. Just as Wu Zhao attempted to sit up, he was suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit, and upon bowing his head, he spewed forth a copious amount of pitch-black blood. Let it out. Expelling it is better than holding it in. Just 5 meters away, a figure, with its back turned to him, acknowledged Wu Zhao's awakening with a single phrase before resuming the tinkering with various jars and bottles. Wu Zhao was uncertain of the identity of the individual before him, yet he dared not underestimate the situation, swiftly grasping the sword that lay beside him. Put down the sword. A voice, tinged with irritation, resonated from above the stone platform upon which Wu Zhao leaned. Before he could ascertain the situation, 2 swords were already poised against his neck, while another pressed against his heart. Who else could these 3 be? But the 3 fated prodigies of Lingyun's sect, Xiao Ming's esteemed junior brother and sister. Fu Yan's expression was icy, the blade in his right hand firmly pressed against Wu Zhao's heart as he declared, If we wished to kill you, we would have done so the moment we encountered you. There would be no need to wait for you to awaken. Furthermore, do not let me witness any actions that threaten my senior brother. Wu Zhao could distinctly sense that the 3 individuals before him were merely at the foundation establishment stage, yet for reasons unknown, he felt utterly incapable of matching these 3 young cultivators. I bear no ill will. I merely tread cautiously in the Jianghu. With a resigned smile, Wu Zhao dropped his sword to the ground. Observing Wu Zhao relinquishing his weapon, the trio gradually sheathed their swords but continued to encircle him. Junior brother and sister, there is no need for such caution. He cannot harm me. In the distance, the figure concluded his tinkering and approached Wu Zhao, holding forth a small blue porcelain vial. The individual stepped before Wu Zhao and handed him the vial, saying, Consume the elixir within. It will aid in your recovery. Xiao Ming's tone conveyed earnest sincerity, yet Wu Zhao instinctively remained guarded, refraining from immediately taking the pill. We are 4 against 1. Should you refuse to eat, we shall force it down your throat. If it were poison, I would not be here debating with you. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Zhao accepted the porcelain vial and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Instantly, a warm current flowed from his stomach through his meridians, expelling the stagnant blood accumulated from his previous encounter with Tang Jing. He felt an incredibly pure spiritual energy gradually mending the hidden injuries he had sustained over the past few days, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort. Having reached the conclusion that the individuals before him bore no malevolence, Wu Zhao, albeit weakly, spoke, Thank you, benefactor. I am Wu Diahuid, and my companions and I came here for business, only to encounter villains along the way. Not only were our goods seized, but our lives were also threatened. We had no choice but to take refuge in this subterranean palace. Do you truly believe that? Commander Wu? Wu Zhao's words were abruptly interrupted. Initially perplexed, he was taken aback upon hearing the title Commander Wu. He raised his gaze to scrutinize the individual before him in the dimly lit underground palace. A fire burned, its flickering light gradually revealing the features of the person before him. Xiao Ming, he exclaimed, instinctively reaching for his weapon, only to be halted by Du Jingqiu's sword. Oh? You actually recognize me? Xiao Ming remarked with mild amusement. Realizing his predicament, Wu Zhao silently withdrew his right hand. I never expected that the one who saved me would be the eldest son of the Southeast King, the prodigal heir of the Xiao family. Wait, your cultivation level. As the commander of the Qianlong Inner Guard, Wu Zhao was well aware of the significant figures of the Xiao family in the southeast. including Xiao Dingfang's son, who was to be the future head of the Xiao family, Xiao Ming. The information he had gathered depicted Xiao Ming as capricious, easily angered, and lacking in depth, yet possessing remarkable talent, having already reached the cusp of the golden core stage at a young age. However, upon seeing him today, Wu Zhao, at the second level of golden core, suddenly realized that Xiao Ming's cultivation was indeed superior to his. But how could this be? Breaking through 3 minor realms within a year. What? Is the royal family still assessing me at the half-step golden core level? Xiao Ming appeared indifferent, a faint smile gracing his lips. Seemingly mocking the royal family's ignorance, in that moment, Wu Zhao's long-standing instincts from his intelligence-gathering work sensed something. The half-step golden core was merely a fade for Xiao Ming, and his current golden core cultivation might not represent his true prowess. The Xiao Ming before him, with a gentle demeanor and calm tone, exhibited no trace of hostility, unlike the volatile character described in the reports. Furthermore, while the intel suggested he only mastered the Burning Heaven Blade technique, the recent encounter demonstrated that Xiao Ming was adept at disguise and concealing his aura, as well as possessing considerable medical knowledge regarding healing and detoxification. Could it be that all of this is merely his guise? Is his presence here not for a reason? A myriad of thoughts raced through Wu Zhao's mind, but he ultimately mustered the strength to ask, albeit with uncertainty, "It seems we have been deceived by you. However, I am no longer part of the inner guard. These matters do not concern me. I only wish to know why you, young Master Xiao, chose to save me, and where my brothers are." Xiao Ming appeared to have anticipated Wu Zhao's response. Responding at a leisurely pace, "I came here merely by coincidence, not specifically for you. I do not possess such capabilities. Your brothers are all safe and sound. As for why I saved you, have you ever considered finding a place to take refuge? Being pursued by the court of Jigua?" The flames illuminated Xiao Ming's sincere visage, and Wu Zhao found himself momentarily taken aback by those words. "What do you mean by that, young Master Xiao?" Xiao Ming and Wu Zhao sat beside the fire, while the other three discreetly refrained from listening to their conversation, merely observing from a distance. Xiao Ming poked the embers, encouraging the fire to blaze brighter. "You should know my intentions better than I do. There is no need for circumlocution." His words carried neither dissatisfaction nor benevolence. Wu Zhao's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Ming. "Young Master Xiao, we are wanted criminals, and so what of it?" Xiao Ming retorted. "Your Xiao family does not even regard the royal family. Do you intend to rebel?" "Oh, one must not speak such words carelessly. If word got out, one could lose their tongue." Xiao Ming's tone finally revealed a hint of emotion, and after a brief jest, he suddenly inquired, "So, will you be informing the emperor? This realm of Jigua is not solely comprised of the Xiao family and the royal family. I could easily align myself with others." A glint of cunning flashed across Wu Zhao's face as he smiled at Xiao Ming. Unfazed, Xiao Ming continued to stir the fire. "Do not feign. Think for yourself. The prominent clans across the land are preoccupied with cultivation and neglect political matters. If you were to ally with them, they would likely hand you over to the royal family to avoid trouble. While the large clans may have some ties to the Jigua court, some even intermarry with the royal family, the powerful families solidify their positions while the royal family strengthens its control. Do you truly trust them to safeguard you? In advancing, one cannot monopolize power and stand in opposition, and in retreat, one cannot protect oneself and preserve their life. You are well aware of this situation." Xiao Ming's words struck a chord with Wu Zhao, encapsulating the plight he faced, explaining why he and his companions had fled the capital, wandering aimlessly like headless flies. "There is nowhere to go." Xiao Ming remained unperturbed, continuing, "Many forces have the capability to protect you, but only one is willing to do so." "You are referring to the Xiao family, correct?" Wu Zhao interjected. "Why should I trust that young Master Xiao would not hand me over to the court to ease the relationship between the Xiao family and the new emperor? It seems Commander Wu is quite astute, aware of the Xiao family's discord with the royal family." Xiao Ming shifted closer to Wu Zhao. "Then you should also know which side is cleaner, the Xiao family or the royal family." Wu Zhao refrained from responding, and Xiao Ming pressed on, "Had I wished to capture you, I would have done so long ago. The easing of relations between two powers is not as simple as handing over a single person like you. Currently, we both stand against the royal family and share irreconcilable conflicts. What say you?" Is that answer satisfactory? In a few sentences, Xiao Ming discerned a flicker of trepidation in the eyes of the person before him. Yet, Wu Zhao remained silent, fixated on the flickering flames of the burning firewood, his right hand unconsciously rubbing the hem of his garment, seemingly deep in thought. Observing this, Xiao Ming did not rush him, patiently waiting nearby. At last, after a quarter of an hour, Wu Zhao finally declared, "I am willing to submit to young Master Xiao." Ultimately, he resolved to align himself with the formidable Xiao family, recognizing that only through this alliance could he safeguard his own life and that of his brethren. "Might I inquire, young Master Xiao, how shall we be accommodated?" "We?" Xiao Ming replied coolly. "I desire only you, not your subordinates." To these words, Wu Zhao sprang to his feet, demanding, "What do you mean?" A multitude of minor cultivators, lacking the ability to defend themselves, would simply serve as living targets. He had no intention of bearing such burdens. Xiao Ming's tone dripped with disdain, showing no concern for the lives of these individuals. "Then I must regretfully decline your terms. I have vowed to protect their lives." Wu Zhao, on the verge of departing, was halted by a voice from behind. "It is too late. I have already dealt with these burdens." With a mere clap of his hands, the stone walls illuminated with flickering oil lamps, casting light upon the cavern, revealing the lifeless bodies hanging from the walls. "What?" Wu Zhao trembled at the sight of his fallen comrades, his body shaking involuntarily. These were the inner guards who had shared countless hardships with him, brothers in arms who had fought alongside him to escape the capital. "Xiao Ming, you beast!" Enraged by the murder of his brothers, Wu Zhao drew his sword, aiming for Xiao Ming's throat. Clang! Several silver needles shot forth, deflecting Wu Zhao's strike, followed by 3 distinct sword energies. Boom, boom, boom. The sword energies grazed Wu Zhao's hair, crashing into the stone wall with tremendous force, creating 3 astonishing craters. "How bold! Daring to harm my senior brother!" Fu Yin bellowed, donning black attire as he swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Ming, effortlessly severing Wu Zhao's sword. Meanwhile, Du Jingqiu had already lunged forward, swiftly disarming the still reeling Wu Zhao, while Yi Qingtian darted behind him, delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling. In mere moments, the injured leader Wu found himself pinned to the ground, unable to move. "Xiao Ming, you treacherous fiend! You vile beast!" Despite his captivity, Wu Zhao's eyes blazed with fury as he cursed loudly, glaring at Xiao Ming as if he wished to devour him whole. He could not fathom why this man before him was so brutal, so merciless, or why he had chosen to slaughter his own brothers. Xiao Ming, unhurried, crouched down and locked eyes with Wu Zhao. "They are your Achilles heel. Unless they are eliminated, you will never unleash your full potential." "Damn you! They are my brothers of decades. Then you may spend decades forgetting them." Xiao Ming remained unfazed by Wu Zhao's furious outburst. "They are dead now, but you are still alive, and moreover, from this moment forth, you shall live even better. Consider this. Once you enter the Xiao family, you will have an abundance of spirit stones, and many will vie to serve you. You will experience the thrill of controlling others' fates." Fu Yin chimed in. "You will mourn the loss of your decades-long brothers for a time, but you will gain a lifetime of wealth and comfort, free from the fear of pursuit and capture. This transaction is far from a loss. Everyone must die eventually. Your worth far exceeds theirs. You were the former captain of the Inner Guards, privy to vast intelligence, and you know how to acquire even more. A talent like you is a treasure wherever you go. Why suffer alongside those mere foot soldiers? Do you not see the folly in that? Wake up. They will only drag you down, while I can help you survive and thrive. Sacrificing a group of mediocrities for a genius. Isn't that worth it? Doesn't it make sense?" Xiao Ming deliberately employed a mellifluous tone, whispering these words into Wu Zhao's ear, planting each phrase into his mind. Gradually, Wu Zhao's fury began to subside, replaced by visions of a promising future. Once within the Xiao family, he would no longer need to hide and could indulge in a life of luxury. "Yes, let me continue to think this way." Observing Wu Zhao's changing demeanor, Xiao Ming signaled for the others to release him and personally assisted him to his feet. "I can squander wealth as I please, no longer enduring the hardships of my youth." "Indeed, continue." Xiao Ming's lips curled into a subtle smile, I can marry and bear children, leaving behind a legacy. I could take multiple wives. Not only multiple wives. I could have dozens or even hundreds. Xiao Ming's expression grew increasingly fervent, envisioning Wu Zhao's gradual transformation under his influence. I can continue. I can kill you to avenge my brothers. In an instant, Wu Zhao's expression shifted dramatically, his speed catching even Xiao Ming off guard. Suddenly, he lunged forward, embracing Xiao Ming tightly, while his other hand pressed against his dantian, channeling spiritual energy to know. He intends to self-destruct his golden core. Yi Qingtian shouted in alarm. The three moved to intervene, but it was too late. Wu Zhao chuckled softly. In a moment of rage, blood spills 5 paces. Brothers, I come to join you. Boom. With a whispered incantation, Wu Zhao's mind was struck with overwhelming force, a resounding hum echoing in his ears, followed by a piercing silence. The golden core did not explode. Xiao Ming remained unharmed, and Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin were all safe as well. Why did my golden core not detonate? Wu Zhao stared at his unscathed body, utterly bewildered. Need I explain? You are within an illusion. How can you utilize spiritual energy? Now, release me, Xiao Ming retorted, shoving Wu Zhao away. As Wu Zhao lifted his gaze, he realized this was not the cavern he had just been in, but a brightly lit stone chamber, devoid of the gruesome sight of his brothers' corpses. Before him, Xiao Ming wore the same gentle smile, while the other three watched him with barely contained laughter. I must say, I believe I portrayed the villain rather convincingly, Fu Yin remarked, pleased with his performance. Yi Qingtian retorted, was that your doing? Who do you think provided the majority of the lines, while I was left to act like a brutish thug, revealing none of the malice? Enough, Yi, you did well. I was merely a decorative vase, Du Jingqiu sighed in resignation. Wu Zhao, still in a daze, instinctively asked, what about my brothers? Xiao Ming gestured behind him. Just turn around and see for yourself. Wu Zhao spun around sharply, only to behold his 50 brothers standing in neat formation, none missing, several with reddened eyes at the forefront. Did you all witness that? The mortified Wu Zhao tentatively inquired. As soon as the words left his lips, the crowd erupted. Wu, big brother, I'm so touched. You would actually consider self-detonating your golden core for us? How foolish of you, Wu. How wonderful. I knew Big Brother would remember our childhood days. He would never betray us. Damn it, why is my nose so stuffy? A throng of people rushed forward, enveloping Wu Zhao in an embrace, rendering him breathless. After a considerable time, he finally managed to calm their emotions, gasping for breath. A somewhat exhausted Wu Zhao turned to Xiao Ming, asking, young Master Xiao, could you explain what transpired? Ah, as the saying goes, the lovesick are forever haunted by their regrets. Such sorrow lingers endlessly. 5,000 words omitted. After soothing the inner guard's emotions, Xiao Ming recounted the events to Wu Zhao in detail. From the moment Wu Zhao awakened, he had been within the confines of Xiao Ming's illusionary formation, which merely altered his perception of the environment while the others remained unaffected. In essence, it was as if the four were performing for him. The subsequent actions with blades and swords were mere pantomime, carefully choreographed to avoid harm, relying on Wu Zhao's powerful imagination to fill in the gaps. The wall of corpses had automatically manifested from Wu Zhao's deepest fears. All of this had been a test set forth by Xiao Ming, contingent upon Wu Zhao's agreement to ally with the Xiao family. From this perspective, it was evident that Wu Zhao genuinely regarded these 50 individuals as brothers, a fact that pleased Xiao Ming immensely. Xiao Ming, never befriend the treacherous. And you, Wu, are a man of loyalty? Worth preserving. Xiao Ming crossed his arms, gazing at Wu Zhao with a smile. So, do you still believe I am a bloodthirsty fiend? Wu Zhao bowed his head in silence, then turned to his comrades. Do you wish to follow me? Naturally, they replied. Big brother, what kind of question is that? Could I possibly refuse? Wu Zhao nodded, then knelt before Xiao Ming. We are willing to heed the young master's command. The others echoed in unison. We are willing to heed the young master's command. Non-official text. Shigua. Hello everyone. I am the author of this book, just a primary school student dabbling in writing. Xiao Ming. Haha, you're too modest. Shigua. My name is Shigua Jin Liukuai, male, an obscure writer. And this person beside me, gesturing towards Xiao Ming, hey. Laughs Shigua. It doesn't really matter. Writing novels requires mastering 4 essential skills, so, Suddenly interrupted, Xiao Ming. Wait a moment, I'd like to discuss something with you. Shigua. Alright, with a friendly demeanor, Xiao Ming. Alright, you say? Next time, if you don't introduce me, please don't gesture towards me, okay? Shigua. Oh, grinning. No need for an introduction. Who among the readers of this book wouldn't he know you? Xiao Ming. That's true. I am the male protagonist. Shigua. Just look, the system bearer and the fated child of fortune. The undisputed leader among the younger generation of Lingyun sect. My most cherished character. Xiao Ming. Oh, I'm flattered. Cheerfully, Shigua. There's an identity even more impressive than that. Xiao Ming. Oh, do tell. Shigua. Yi Qingtian's boyfriend gets pushed away. Hey, why are you pushing me? Xiao Ming. Nonsense. Do you hear yourself? Angrily, Shigua. No, it's what everyone says. I saw a bunch of comments in the background about you too. Xiao Ming. You believe what they say? You're the author. Have you forgotten the straight man you wrote? Shigua. Is that so? Looking puzzled, Xiao Ming. This sort of thing cannot be altered. Good heavens, you might drive away readers who came for the no CP. Shigua. Haha, just a little joke. Xiao Ming. Well, you startled me. Shigua. I was just trying to lighten the mood. In truth, Xiao Xiao is indeed my favorite character, so how did I create this book? Xiao Ming. Please share with everyone. Shigua. At first, I really didn't expect this book to gain traction. I thought I'd write around 100,000 words and then give up if no one read it. Xiao Ming. You were going to abandon the book? Shigua. Abandon you. Xiao Ming. Silently takes out a poison pill and talisman, beginning to wield the burning skyblade. Shigua. Nervously. Don't be like that. Just a little joke. Shigua. Initially, that was my intention. I wanted to practice my writing, to hone my expression and literary skills with those 100,000 words, which isn't unusual, right? Xiao Ming. Right, every new author must go through that process. Shigua. But I never expected that once I showcased the book, it would be a disaster. With a sorrowful face, Xiao Ming. What's wrong? Shigua. The readership increased. Continues to look sorrowful, Xiao Ming. You call this a disaster? Shigua. No, the readership went up, but there are issues with my book. Xiao Ming. What kind of issues? Shigua. My book borrowed too much from others in the early stages. Xiao Ming. Silent. This is a novel. Not a comedy skit. You must keep your voice down. To the readers, these are solid characters. Shigua. Ah. Panicking, Xiao Ming. Isn't that obvious? Let me ask you again. How much do you mean by borrowed? Shigua. About Hueb of Weihui. Xiao Ming. What? Shigua. Just Wuvigvibshmui. Xiao Ming. Draws his long knife against Shigua's neck. Speak clearly, Shigua. About 50 to 60%. Xiao Ming. 50 to 60%? That's more than half. Shigua. Xiao Ming. You call that a copy? Do you know that? Shigua. Shu. Xiao Ming. Shu what? In English, that's called copying. In biology, it's cloning. In literature, it's plagiarism. What good can come from an author who writes like this? Indignant Shigua. Did you forget you're the protagonist of this book? Xiao Ming. Suddenly enlightened. Xiao Ming. Well, it's just not right. Wouldn't it be better if you wrote your own original work? You'd feel more satisfied and wouldn't face criticism. Shigua. Do you think I don't want to? With a whiny tone, Xiao Ming. What's wrong, Shigua? I never thought this poor writing and aimless plot would attract any readers. I figured I'd borrow a little here and there, polish the content, and then create a complete outline for a new work. Xiao Ming. So you mean to say this book has no outline? Shigua. Don't even mention outlines. I initially planned to have Yang Yi kill you in chapter 21. Xiao Ming. Who is Yang Yi that you'd let him kill me? Shigua. He's the male lead of my first novel, an invincible immortal master at the start, the main character of the sect, but unfortunately, he got cut. Crying, Xiao Ming. He got cut? Shigua. The book got cut. Xiao Ming. I thought you were planning to cut him. Shigua. Getting agitated. Are you going to say that again? If you do, I'll just write you dead now. Xiao Ming. Well, what have I done to you? Why is the treatment so different for us as protagonists? Helplessly, Shigua. I initially planned for him to kill you, but just a few days ago, the readership suddenly increased, and that panicked me. Xiao Ming. Why? Shigua. I don't have a backlog. The plot now relies entirely on improvisation. Xiaoming, let me teach you. Learn from those skilled authors. Appropriately borrow some interesting scenarios to expand your plot. So readers won't find it dull, and you'll have some time to think. Xigua, that makes sense. I've been doing just that. Look at all these borrowed materials I've gathered. Pulls back the tablecloth to reveal a pile of books. Xiaoming, wow. Xiaoming, are you planning to expand or write an encyclopedia? Why are there even 10 joke books? Xigua, no. I'm just looking to move them into the book. Get stopped. Xiaoming, all right, let me give you some advice. Xiaoming, regardless, I am a character in your writing that I hope this book turns out well, and I wish that future readers will see this novel and think, wow, this book is truly captivating, rather than, this book is really dull. Xiaoming, I'll tell you, opportunism might pique the interest of some readers, but without an original storyline, you ultimately won't retain them. Step by step, solid progress is the key that I hope I can live in your writing as a real person, not as a mere assemblage of symbols. Xigua thoughtfully lowers his head. Xigua, I understand now. Teacher Xiao, thank you for enlightening me. Suddenly enlightened. It's not too late to change. A wayward son can still turn back. Xiaoming, that's the spirit. Happily, Xigua. But what if, and I mean if, one day I run out of inspiration and can't write? I'll still need to rely on you. Xiaoming, rely on me for what? Xigua, I'll need you to make some sacrifices. Xiaoming, unfazed, just let me know when. I'm willing to go to great lengths for the author. Xigua, I'll have to trouble you then. Xiaoming, what? Xigua, to cut it. Xiaoming, he still wants to cut me. Pointing at the watermelon, the two bowed with smiles and exited the stage. Below the stage, Chapter 61. Xiaoming's Plans 2.0. Wu Zhao, as the leader of the former Qianlong Inner Guard, possesses undeniable abilities. In the original storyline, the Righteous Alliance led by Yi Qingtian was at one point suppressed by the reincarnation sect's Yufeng Shusheng, with nearly every sect having infiltrators from the reincarnation sect to some extent. Setting aside the classic trope of the righteous path's necessary suppression in the early stages, the prowess of Feng Yu, the intelligence chief, is also beyond doubt. Naturally, the Righteous Alliance could not remain under the thumb of the reincarnation sect indefinitely and was bound to launch a counteroffensive on the intelligence front. The initiator of this counteroffensive was the defection of Zhao Wu Jusher. Those engaged in espionage would naturally not disclose their identities, but under the backdrop of Yi Qingtian's rise, Xiaoming witnessed the clandestine discussions between the mid-transformation deity Qing Suzhenren Yi Qingtian and Wu Zhao. During these exchanges, Wu Zhao revealed all his experiences and knowledge to Yi Qingtian, motivated solely by a desire for vengeance. In the original timeline, Xiaoming did not appear. Wu Zhao was ambushed by Tang Jing in the tomb of Ming Hongzhenren. Although he ultimately escaped the disaster, only 9 out of 57 people survived. After leaving the tomb, Wu Zhao lived in a small village with the other 8 individuals, remaining incognito, embodying the demeanor of a reclusive master. However, true recluses can never truly hide away. A few years later, their village fell victim to calamity, not at the hands of their old nemesis, the Jigua court, but rather by a formidable demonic force known as the Reincarnation Sect, which operated under the principle of all beings suffer, let me lead them into reincarnation. The Reincarnation Sect, based on the concept of 6 paths of reincarnation, divides into 3 virtuous paths and 3 malevolent paths. The 3 virtuous paths are the heavenly path, the human path, and the Azura path. The 3 malevolent paths are the hell path, the hungry ghost path, and the beast path. In just a few short years, through unscrupulous means and under the command of the faceless demon lord, known as the Divine Being Incarnate, the demonic forces within Jigua were completely absorbed by the Reincarnation Sect. The infamous major demonic sects, known for their brutal tactics, were methodically dismantled and assimilated, while smaller demonic sects were annihilated overnight, with their corpses displayed on city walls to instill fear in the populace. Under such circumstances, how could Wu Zhao's village escape unscathed? The tragic and heartbreaking resistance against the demonic sect is better left unsaid, for even Xiaoming found it difficult to bear. Ultimately, all of Wu Zhao's loved ones in the village, including friends, brothers, and his wife of many years, were slaughtered by the Reincarnation Sect. His brother was dismembered and flayed by the elder of the Hungry Ghost Path, while his wife was raped and murdered by the cultists of the Hungry Ghost Path. Wu Zhao, having been away, narrowly escaped, and after the massacre of the village, he shed not a single tear. Instead, he spent several days painstakingly piecing together the bodies of the townsfolk, wrapping his brother's remains in clothing and burying them one by one. As for his wife, Wu Zhao washed her body, sewed her head back on, and dressed her in clean garments, ensuring she was laid to rest in purity. After completing these harrowing tasks, Wu Zhao infiltrated the headquarters of the Righteous Alliance, deliberately allowing himself to be captured to meet Qing Su Zhenren Yiqing in a mere 5 days. Wu Zhao ceased to exist, and Zhao Wu Jushi was born into the Righteous Alliance. From that point onward, dozens of spies planted by the reincarnation sect were systematically eradicated within a year, all facing severe penalties, and for the first time, the intelligence organization of the Righteous Alliance gained the upper hand and swiftly began a counterattack. During Wu Zhao's 3 years of allegiance to the Righteous Alliance, the elder of the Hungry Ghost Path, Xiao Hui, was apprehended. According to his agreement with Yi Qingtian, Wu Zhao had him executed by slow slicing, feeding his flesh to the beloved dog that guarded his wife's grave. Such talent, if not recruited, would be a gross waste. Young master, this is our life token. Wu Zhao and his inner guards produced a white jade plaque, inscribed with their names in a special ink made from a mixture of symbolic water and blood. Should a person die, the life token shatters. If it is deliberately destroyed, the associated individual suffers grievous injuries or even death. Typically, individuals would refrain from engaging with such binding items, and handing over a life token signifies an oath of loyalty. Before escaping the Imperial City, Wu Zhao and the others had stolen all these life tokens but had been unable to find an opportunity to hide them. Now, he decided to present them directly to Xiaoming. Xiaoming merely glanced at the pile of white tokens and shook his head, saying, "What use do I have for these? You should keep them, or bury them in a secluded place." Young master, this is not the time for niceties. A leader must hold leverage. You need not use such means to reassure us. Accept the life tokens and rest assured. We will not be suspicious of you. Wu Zhao regarded this as Xiaoming's strategy to win over hearts, having seen many such tactics before. Xiaoming waved his hand and replied, "I am not trying to win hearts. This item is not only of no use to me but also conspicuous. If it were to be lost or damaged, would it not put you all in peril? Let us find a compromise." "What compromise?" Wu Zhao asked, puzzled. Xiaoming took one of Wu Zhao's life tokens and said, "Accepting just your life token is sufficient. I believe this will be more effective than accepting 51. Wu Zhao looked at Xiaoming, whose face radiated sincerity, his eyes filled with doubt, yet he simply clasped his hands and replied, "Yes, young master." After accepting only Wu Zhao's life token, Xiaoming produced his own family's insignia and handed it to Wu Zhao, whispering a few words into his ear. With those few words, Wu Zhao instantly understood what Xiaoming wanted him to do, nodding simply, his eyes brimming with unwavering confidence and resolve. "Brother Wu, you know what to do, right?" Xiaoming asked, resting a hand on Wu Zhao's shoulder. "Young master, rest assured, we will do our utmost." Having accepted the task, Wu Zhao saw no reason to linger in the tomb and followed Xiaoming's indicated route to lead everyone out. Halfway through their journey, Wu Zhao's communication talisman flickered slightly, and a message entered his mind. "Brother Wu, check your bosom." Startled, Wu Zhao reached into his garment and felt a cold jade plaque. This is. Under the faint moonlight, he could vaguely see his own name, Wu Zhao, inscribed on the life token. "Trust those you use, do not suspect those you trust." This item is better kept by Brother Wu himself. This act was undoubtedly a ploy to win over hearts, but how much it could win your heart was up to you to decide. A voice resonated in his mind, and Wu Zhao smiled wryly, thinking, knowing this is such a simplistic tactic yet still employing it, I wonder if it's a blessing or a curse to follow such a master. Though he thought this, he couldn't help but grip the life token tightly. No one enjoys placing their life in another's hands, not even someone like Wu Zhao. The moment Xiaoming returned the life token to him, Xiaoming's intent was clear. "I not only ensure your survival but also return your life to your own hands. From now on, you decide whom to consider die in this land of Jigua, fraught with peril." Xiaoming became the only person Wu Zhao could rely on, and this action slightly elevated Wu Zhao's loyalty. In a plane, two parallel lines that never intersect. If one line's direction shifts, their intersection is merely a matter of time. Chapter 62. What a strange place. Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin could be considered the three people with whom Xiao Ming formed the best relationships after his arrival. Thus, he did not conceal the entire process of accepting Wu Zhao from them. After all, this matter did not impact Ling Yun's sect, and given Xiao Ming's status as the young master, the Son of Destiny would not turn adversarial over such a trivial issue. The three were well aware that this was a demonstration of their senior brother's trust in them and consciously reminded themselves to keep it a secret, even before Xiao Ming could speak. After Wu Zhao and the others left the tomb, Xiao Ming and the others naturally could not follow. Securing Wu Zhao, this professional talent, was an unexpected gain. Their initial purpose was to seek treasures. Senior brother, this tomb is indeed winding and intricate. I've searched extensively, but have yet to find any lost magical artifacts or discern what has happened to you. Fu Yin had just finished surveying the vicinity when he noticed Xiao Ming tightly gripping the communication talisman. His expression grave. The reason for Xiao Ming's solemnity stemmed from a recent message Wu Zhao had sent him. Young master, in my haste, I neglected to mention that there is something strange deep within the tomb. 6 of my brothers have gone missing there. It is best if you do not go, but if you do, please be cautious. After leaving this message, he also indicated the location of the occurrence to Xiao Ming. This left Xiao Ming pondering whether to go or not. Not going would render the journey pointless, but going posed a danger. As such, Xiao Ming recounted everything Wu Zhao had told him to the three, only to find their opinions remarkably aligned. What are we afraid of? Let us go. Splendid. Truly the Son of Destiny. Speaking so boldly, hearing this response, Xiao Ming was moved to tears. He too wished to be like the Son of Destiny. Shouting, Ali give, in the face of danger and charging forth, returning unscathed under the astonished gazes of onlookers. Yet he lacked such great fortune. Who knew if misfortune awaited him? After much deliberation, Xiao Ming chose the most scientific method in the cultivation world, tossing coins. As expected, the coin unerringly landed on the side indicating to go. It must be heaven's will. Subsequently, with unwavering determination, Xiao Ming abruptly rose to his feet and spoke slowly to the three individuals before him. Let us venture into the depths of the tomb of the revered Ming Hong. Following the direction indicated by Wu Zhao, Xiao Ming finally arrived at a concealed dark door. Beyond it lay a corridor that seemed to stretch into infinity, illuminated by ever-burning lamps that cast an eerie ambience. Having come this far, how could they possibly refrain from proceeding? The four of them crossed through the dark door and entered the corridor. The profound silence amplified even the sound of their breathing, rendering it particularly heavy. Although he could not ascertain precisely how long they had walked, Xiao Ming estimated that they had definitely traversed more than 20 minutes. What the hell is this corridor? Why has it not come to an end yet? He silently grumbled to himself. Suddenly, peculiar sounds echoed from a distance, causing the expressions of the four to shift immediately as they looked up toward the source. Xiao Ming furrowed his brow, instinctively shielding the others behind him. I can hear the sounds. They are merely a few miles away. We must be nearing the end of this corridor, he remarked. Yi Qingtian nodded in agreement. I sense the same. We should quicken our pace. Moreover, this place feels rather strange. Junior brothers and sisters, if anything occurs, do not attempt to be brave. Immediately hide behind senior brother Xiao. Realizing he had omitted something, he added, senior brother possesses formidable powers and must have prepared thoroughly for this venture. We must not become a burden to him. Yi Qingtian spoke with utmost seriousness, then cast Xiao Ming a knowing glance. As if fully aware of his capabilities, Du Jingqiu and Fu Yin pondered briefly before responding in unison. Senior brother Yi is correct. With that, the three of them aligned themselves behind Xiao Ming, their eyes reflecting unwavering trust, devoid of any hint of concern. Xiao Ming thought to himself, what is the meaning of this? How can I, a mere villain, serve as a support for you esteemed children of fortune? Each of you is an indomitable figure, yet now you choose to hide behind me. Yes, my cultivation may be the highest, but I lack any fortune. 3 seemingly invincible individuals are relying on one who is destined to perish. Is there no justice in this world? Despite his mind nearing a breaking point, Xiao Ming maintained a facade of calmness, speaking softly, Junior brother Yi is right. When faced with danger, one should not act recklessly. If there is a chance to evade, one must. But not behind me. Xiaoming inwardly protested. Yes, senior brother. The three children of fortune evidently misunderstood Xiaoming's intent, wearing obedient expressions. Thus, Xiaoming had no choice but to lead the way. Guiding the group toward the corridor's end, before long, the group could distinctly sense an aura emanating from afar, one that carried a chill and a bone-deep coldness. Senior brother, I feel that the energy within is not that of spiritual essence. It seems rather sinister, Fu Yin remarked, his keen perception coupled with his innate Taoist nature enabling him to discern that the energy was decidedly not ordinary spiritual essence. Xiaoming silently activated his indestructible barrier. Cautioning, be vigilant. This place likely harbors danger. Prepare yourselves. Upon hearing Xiaoming's words, the other three promptly drew their magical artifacts and weapons, then, alongside Xiaoming, advanced through the corridor with haste. Upon exiting the corridor, the four were met with a scene that astonished them. The surroundings transformed into an impenetrable darkness. The corridor behind them had vanished, replaced by what appeared to be an endless dirt path. Countless wildflowers bloomed along the path's edges, their vibrant red petals shaped like funnels, elongated and slightly curling upwards. Strange as it was, these flowers seemed as if they had been deliberately planted, tightly hugging the path's borders. While beyond lay an abyss of inky blackness in this realm, it seemed that only Xiaoming and his companions existed. These are the flowers of the other shore, Du Jingqiu exclaimed in shock. Aren't they supposed to bloom only along the road to the Yellow Springs? At her exclamation, Xiaoming instantly grasped the implication and activated his body technique, racing down the road to the Yellow Springs as if in search of something. Moments later, Xiaoming halted abruptly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld what lay ahead. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road was a river, its waters flowing rapidly yet exuding an oddly serene aura. A small wooden bridge spanned the river. At first glance, it appeared unremarkable, yet the more Xiaoming gazed, the more his heart raced. The narrow bridge seemed to soar 10 feet high in an instant. And a chilling wind swept across it. At the bridge's entrance stood a stone tablet, upon which was inscribed in a crooked manner 2 lines of text, "At the Bridge of Sighs. How shall one cross? Right and wrong shall not traverse the river of forgetfulness. The Bridge of Sighs, road to the Yellow Springs, river of forgetfulness. What in the world is this place? The underworld. This is the boundary between Yin and Yang. The convergence of 2 realms, the Yellow Springs." Just as Xiaoming was losing his composure, an elderly woman with a benevolent visage appeared upon the Bridge of Sighs. Chapter 63. Road to the Yellow Springs. Bridge of Sighs. Outside the tomb, Tang Jing stared pensively at the collapsed entrance, while beside him stood a tattered gray-robed cultivator, one arm gruesomely torn apart, leaving a ghastly wound. "Are you saying that after you fell, you were ambushed by mysterious assailants, leaving only you alive within mere breaths?" Tang Jing's tone carried a hint of skepticism, to which the gray-robed man appeared utterly astonished. "Indeed, Mr. Tang. The moment we descended, several masked cultivators emerged from nowhere and attacked us without a word." "What cultivation level do we possess?" Tang Jing asked, his expression unchanged. "They should be at the Foundation Establishment or half-step Golden Core level. From their aura, they do not seem to be Golden Core cultivators." Before he could finish, Tang Jing delivered a resounding slap, anger evident on his face. "I was entangled with a bearded goat for just a moment, and in that brief time, you could not maintain control of the situation? 8 Golden Core cultivators ambushed by Foundation Establishment ones, and 7 were killed, leaving 1 injured. Has your cultivation level been rising inversely?" The gray-robed man staggered from the blow, his voice tinged with a whimper. "Mr. Tang, it is not that we did not try. The opponent was simply too cunning. We exchanged only a few blows before we could not even determine their sect, and then they threw a talisman. The talisman was utterly unstoppable. 7 of us were severed in 2, and I only survived due to my distance from the blast, though my cultivation was rendered useless." Upon hearing the gray-robed man's lamentation, Tang Jing's expression shifted dramatically. "A single talisman killed 7 Golden Core cultivators. This implies at least a peak nascent soul level presence, and there are few sects with such power. And that Lu Haizhu, he claims to be from the Xiu Che sect. I have long resided in the capital. Do you know of a sect called Xiu Che?" Upon hearing Tang Jing's query, The gray-robed man nodded vigorously, sensing that his anger had subsided. Yes, yes. The Xiaoche sect is a major sect in the southwestern region. It was destroyed during the previous emperor's reign for disrespecting the court. The sect leader, Wei Jiaxian, possesses peak nascent soul cultivation. He fled with a few disciples, and recently there have been rumors of their activities. That fits, Tang Jing mused internally, if this matter is indeed the work of remnants from the Xiaoche sect. It would explain the revenge attack and the name left behind. However, it is also possible that this is a frame-up. The key point is that Lu Haizhu seems to understand the techniques of my Tianluo sect. This is something I must thoroughly investigate upon my return. Understood. You should return to the post station and recuperate. Inside the tomb, Xiao Ming and his companions remained trapped on the road to the Yellow Springs. Gentlemen, you ought not to have ventured into this forbidden ground. Once you arrive here, there is no turning back. Observing the elderly woman who had suddenly appeared on the Bridge of Sighs, Xiao Ming's expression turned grave as he coolly inquired. Who might you be, elder? Haha, just an old woman selling soup. If you wish, you may call me Meng Pu. Upon hearing the name Meng Pu, the eyes of the four reflected various emotions. Dado? If you are indeed Meng Pu, does that mean we have already perished and now must cross this Bridge of Sighs to be reborn? Xiao Ming's demeanor remained unchanged, his tone clearly indicating disbelief in the woman's words. Sigh. Everyone who arrives here refuses to believe they are dead. Humanity is inherently greedy for life, yet they do not hesitate to squander their lives while living. Meng Pu waved her hand, and several drops of clear water materialized from thin air, precisely landing on the foreheads of the four. Within their minds, memories began to unfold. Consider this carefully. When you traversed that path, were you truly alive? Meng Pu sighed heavily on the bridge. The stone at the Bridge of Sighs illuminated several scenes. Within the seemingly endless corridor, the four walked day after day, year after year, yet they could never reach the end. From Xiao Ming's perspective, he saw his parents from a previous life beckoning to him, and he ran frantically, desperate to reach them, yet perpetually unable to close the distance. The sorrow and longing of unfulfilled desires relentlessly battered his will. Ultimately, in despair, Xiao Ming raised his blade to take his own life. Wait, when did this happen? Why do I possess these memories? Have I truly died? Xiao Ming could distinctly perceive that this segment of memory felt as though it was not bestowed by Meng Pu, but rather a personal experience, the agonizing and sorrowful recollections proving to be overwhelmingly suffocating. Everything was so palpable, yet this was utterly illogical. The other three individuals also succumbed to their own reminiscences, their minds continually conjuring images of what they had witnessed before death, alongside the visceral sensations from their moments of self-destruction. Fully aware of their demise, yet the unresolved obsessions within their hearts tethered their souls, leading them to believe they were still alive. Poor Meng Pu sighed deeply, lifting a chipped porcelain bowl and ladling a spoonful of clear broth into it. Xiao Ming awoke from his reverie, his mind still filled with the image of his loving parents beckoning to him from afar. His eyes still tinged with red. The past is ultimately behind us. This life has reached its end, and there is no need to cling to it any longer. Xiao Ming's gaze became somewhat vacant, his eyes devoid of life, as tears streamed down his cheeks incessantly. Guided by Meng Pu, he stumbled towards the Naiha Bridge, taking the bowl of broth in one hand, gazing into the reflection within. As Xiao Ming stepped onto the bridge, Yiqing Tian also emerged from his memories, coincidentally witnessing the scene. He had heard tales of the broth on the Naiha Bridge since childhood. Consuming it would cause one to forget all memories of their previous life. And after crossing the bridge, they would reincarnate into the cycle of life. Senior brother, are you about to drink Meng Pu's broth? A thought flickered, and the voice of the heavenly extreme master within the ring emerged. This place is still in the realm of the living. The Naiha Bridge is a manifestation. Here, spiritual power is suppressed. Quickly stop Xiao Ming. Influenced by the atmosphere, every word spoken by the heavenly extreme master was particularly quiet, as if deliberately constrained by some force. Upon hearing the voice, Meng Pu's expression drastically changed, her eyes narrowing in fury at Yiqing Tian. Senior brother, don't. Just as Yiqing Tian was about to warn, Meng Pu waved her hand, causing the waters of the forgetting river to surge towards him. At that moment, the heavenly extreme master exerted his strength, and a radiant aura erupted from Yiqing Tian, forcefully suppressing the ominous energy of the forgetting river, like a sturdy wall halting the oncoming tide. Meanwhile, Yiqing Tian, in order to withstand Meng Po's assault, was nearly grinding his teeth to dust, unable to spare any effort to alert Xiaoming. Watching as Xiaoming took the bowl of broth, Yiqing Tian's heart raced with anxiety. "Senior brother, you mustn't drink it. You mustn't." However, there was clearly no mental connection between them. Xiaoming accepted the bowl from Meng Po, his vacant eyes silently regarding his reflection. A helpless smile gracing his lips. "I am dead," Xiaoming murmured, a touch of reluctance in his tone. "Good child, the cycle of life and death is determined by fate. No amount of longing will change that. Cast aside your obsessions and drink this broth to enter reincarnation," Meng Po gently counseled in Xiaoming's ear, resembling a kind grandmother encouraging her grandson to walk. Ultimately, Xiaoming nodded and without hesitation drank the broth. "Senior brother, don't drink." Upon seeing Xiaoming consume the broth, Meng Po ceased her struggle with the heavenly extreme master, her complexion turning a deep shade of red as she gasped for breath. While Yiqing Tian finally found the strength to shout this phrase, the heavenly extreme master, having rapidly recovered his power since Yiqing Tian's previous peril, found it significantly diminished this time. The ring's glow waned. Why Yiqing Tian's shout awakened Fu Yan and Du Jingqiu, still lost in their memories. Upon witnessing the situation, they immediately sensed Xiaoming was in danger and rushed to intervene. But it was too late. At this moment, the guilt and regret in the hearts of the three were overwhelming, realizing they could only watch helplessly as Xiaoming faced calamity. "Senior brother, it's over," Yiqing Tian thought in despair. Meanwhile, Meng Po turned her face to glance at Yiqing Tian, a sinister smile creeping onto her lips. "It seems you have a powerful protector, but it matters not. On this Naiha bridge, no one escapes unscathed." Suddenly, before she could finish her sentence, she was splattered with broth, startling everyone present. She quickly turned around to see Xiaoming, who had already consumed the broth. Wiping his mouth with a handkerchief and tossing the bowl directly into the forgetting river, his eyes playfully fixed on her. "Meng Po, your broth lacks seasoning." "What?" Chapter 64. Ming Hongjinrun, the Naiha Bridge. 7 inches wide, yet reaching heights of myriad lengths, coated with floral oil and adhesive. The strong winds sway, while the gentle breezes dance. The virtuous cross the bridge, while the wicked are cast down. Those who have passed the Naiha Bridge will henceforth tread separate paths in the realms of the living and the dead. Xiaoming did not drink Meng Po's broth, and of course, it was not merely the absence of seasoning that accounted for this. Although he did find the broth somewhat bland. With a system in his mind, being ensnared by an illusion was impossible. The sole issue was that the moment he saw his parents, his defenses began to waver, so real. But alas, the false remains false. The other self from another world was already dead. A truth Xiaoming was all too aware of. To remain trapped in an illusion would lead only to doom. Forcefully suppressing his sorrow, a surge of nameless fury welled within his heart. "You truly are malevolent." As rage surged within him, his expression remained calm, and Xiaoming silently accepted the bowl of broth from Meng Po, then drank it in one swift motion. However, drinking it did not equate to swallowing it. He held the broth in his mouth until Meng Po ceased her struggle with the heavenly extreme master, at which point he abruptly expelled the toxic liquid. "Meng Po, your broth lacks seasoning." The taunt slipped from his lips, and Meng Po, still incredulous that Xiaoming remained conscious, instinctively exclaimed, "What?" Seizing the moment of her astonishment, Xiaoming's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and he swiftly drew his blade towards her. Bang! Meng Po forcibly blocked the strike with her hand, yet she was still forced back several steps due to her inability to summon all her power in time, her expression shifting drastically. "How did you see through it?" Xiaoming had no time to respond to Meng Po's inquiry. At that moment, failing to seize the opportunity to strike would be sheer folly, and thus he once again unleashed the formidable Burning Heaven blade. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of relenting, Meng Po erupted with fury, unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! As blade met palm, Xiaoming unexpectedly found himself at a disadvantage. The immensely powerful Burning Heaven Blade technique was momentarily suppressed by the black energy in Meng Po's hand. Following a thunderous clash, Xiaoming was sent flying several zhong, only to be caught by the combined efforts of his companions. "You little brat, your life is quite resilient. Tell me, how did you see through it?" Realizing that Xiaoming had not been ensnared by her illusion, Meng Po shed her guise of a gentle old woman, transforming in mere breaths into a tall, stern-looking male cultivator. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Although he had been bested in their skirmish, Xiaoming had gleaned a portion of his opponent's strength. He discerned that the previous palm strike, though powerful, remained within acceptable limits, and his indestructible body was sufficient to keep him unharmed. Noticing Xiaoming was knocked back but uninjured, the middle-aged cultivator sneered, "I am Taoist Ming Hong, here to undergo tribulation." Ming Hong Zhenren. Wasn't he dead? Du Jingqiu instinctively questioned upon hearing the name. "How dare you, insolent wretch!" To her surprise, this remark ignited a fierce anger within Ming Hong Zhenren, his expression darkening with murderous intent as he leapt from the Naihe Bridge, striking towards Du Jingqiu with a palm. The four would not simply stand by idly. Clang. 4 weapons were drawn simultaneously, filled with power as they struck towards Ming Hong Zhenren, and in an instant, spiritual energy collided, unleashing a violent blaze that was swept in all directions by a tempest, incinerating the surrounding other shore flowers into ash. Didn't Ming Hong Zhenren perish in the Tao tribulation several decades ago? Why has he transformed into Meng Po? And why is his cultivation at the God transformation realm so feeble? As the next move unfolded, a flurry of doubts surged within Xiaoming's mind, his impatience mounting. Ming Hong Zhenren had indeed perished, a fact he had specifically asked Yi Qingtian to verify with Yuan Wanqing. Naturally, Xiaoming had attributed the matter concerning the underground palace to a letter from the Xiao family, something Yuan Wanqing would not suspect. Yet, given this, who stood before him now? It was evident that this individual did not appear to be lying. While he pondered, the situation demanded immediate action. Sensing the 4's fierce expressions, Ming Hong Zhenren's murderous intent inexplicably intensified as he thrust his palm once more towards Xiaoming. At this juncture, the 4 were compelled to employ their utmost skills in resistance. The clash of blades and palms rang out, and to those standing afar, a profound silence enveloped the scene. But just moments later, a tremendous shockwave dispersed the Naihe Bridge and the Forgetting River, scattering the surrounding Yellow Spring Road. As the illusion shattered, the once eerie underworld transformed into an exceedingly dark cavern, the only illumination emanating from the flames of Xiaoming's Burning Heaven Blade. Surrounding them lay the bodies of those who had ventured here, all drained of life, reduced to mere husks. The flames cast a glow upon Ming Hong Zhenren, who at that moment bore no semblance of a renowned Taoist. Instead, he appeared as a loathsome demonic cultivator, repugnant in visage. Yi Qingtian perceptively noted the peculiarities of Ming Hong Zhenren, stabilizing himself before addressing Xiaoming. "Senior brother, something is amiss." Although Master said Ming Hong Zhenren was rigid and extreme, he was fundamentally upright. Why does he now appear so terrifying? Before Xiaoming could contemplate, Fu Yin pointed towards a distant spring, exclaiming, "Senior brother, senior sisters, look quickly." The spring, measuring just over a meter in width, gives the impression of unfathomable depths when viewed from a distance. The water within the spring is exceptionally clear, yet it emanates a faint aura of malevolence. The spiritual energy here is peculiar and impure. Suppressing my own spiritual power, a consequence of this very spring. The moment I laid eyes on it, the revered figure within Yi Qingtian's ring sensed that the water in this spring was of the same ilk as that of the river of forgetfulness. The water that Meng Po had just manipulated was indeed from this spring. As everyone turned their gaze toward the spring, the Taoist master Ming Hong suddenly erupted into manic laughter. "Ah, splendid! Ha ha ha! Splendid! So, you have come for my precious spring. You little wretches, how dare you covet my treasure?" If the earlier outburst of Ming Hong was one of rage, at this moment, it could only be described as madness. His hairpin flew from his head, his disheveled locks cascading over his shoulders, his eyes devoid of the tranquility and grace expected of a cultivator, replaced instead with a bestial desire for possession and insanity. Dark energy swirled around him, amplifying the sense of impending threat. Could it be that the bizarre spring water has driven the already weakened Ming Hong into madness? With a realization dawning in his heart, Xiao Ming was about to speak when, without warning, Ming Hong conjured a blood-red spear from thin air and lunged it toward Xiao Ming in the dimness of the cave, as the other three were about to intervene. The spear's tip had already pressed against Xiao Ming's chest, yet a radiant golden aura enveloped Xiao Ming's form as he strained to block the incoming spear. Demon! Yi Qingtian brandished his sword and knife in a swift strike, but Ming Hong merely swept the spear sideways, the overwhelming force forcing the three fated individuals to retreat several steps. Following this, he twisted the spear back and struck fiercely at Xiao Ming's lower dantian. With a muffled thud, Xiao Ming's indestructible defense shattered instantly. This was the first time he had encountered such peril, and as he struggled to regain his footing, he was caught off guard. Ming Hong, seemingly deranged, ignored the lethal attacks from the other three and aimed the spear directly at his own brow with a speed so eerie that Xiao Ming found himself unable to evade. Resigned to taking the blow, yet, with his indestructible barrier broken, even the protective artifact capable of withstanding the first level of the nascent soul had already been rendered useless by that earlier strike. Am I to perish? Damn it, I refuse to accept this. Closing his eyes in despair as the spear's onslaught seemed inevitable, Xiao Ming was startled to find that the anticipated pain had not come. Unable to contain his curiosity, he opened his eyes, to his astonishment. The spear's tip was merely a couple of inches away, halted as if caught by some unseen force, while Ming Hong wore a look of disbelief. How could this be? As Xiao Ming pondered this perplexity, he noticed that the spear's tip was ensnared by something. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be fishing line. Looking down, he realized that the fishing rod from his storage ring was now firmly in his grasp. The line tightly coiling around the spear's tip. Fellow cultivator, allow me to lend you a helping hand. Chapter 65. Refinement. The moonlight is dim, the sun shines bright. Within the vast cosmos lies hidden might. Startled spirits and fearful phantoms, with half-opened eyes they glimpsed the celestial order. A calm and gentle whisper resonated in his mind. Xiao Ming was all too familiar with this voice. It belonged to Yang Yi, the enigmatic figure he had encountered half awake by the riverbank. Ming Hong was taken aback by the interruption of his attack, but what caught his attention was the profound change in Xiao Ming's expression as he gripped the fishing rod. Had he become more tranquil? Sensing this shift, Ming Hong was poised to strike again, but Xiao Ming casually gestured with one hand, slapping down onto the blood-red spear. With a crisp sound, the spear in Ming Hong's grasp shattered into fragments. Such an unexpected turn left even Ming Hong himself astounded, instinctively retreating with the broken spear handle in hand, his gaze wary as it turned towards Xiao Ming. The other three, Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yan, were left speechless at Xiao Ming's sudden display of strength. After delivering the strike, Xiao Ming's gaze shifted back to its original state, yet he appeared exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his brow. Why son faces great hardships. I hope for your kind assistance. With those final words, Yang Ye's lingering consciousness, which had been hovering in Xiao Ming's mind since their first meeting, finally dissipated. As Xiao Ming regarded the fishing rod gifted by Yang Yi, a multitude of previously unknown spells began to surface in his mind. I owe a significant debt of gratitude now. With Xiao Ming's strike, the tide of battle rapidly shifted. The previously dominant Ming Hong was forced into a defensive stance, retreating several steps as he summoned his spiritual power to contend with Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yan. Despite engaging with the three, it was evident that Ming Hong's primary focus remained on Xiao Ming, who had posed a substantial threat with his earlier maneuver. As Xiao Ming approached with agile steps, Ming Hong unleashed his spiritual energy to break free from the trio's encirclement, dedicating all his energy to fend off Xiao Ming. However, Xiao Ming abruptly halted, casting the fishing line to securely pull the three back to him, then extending a protective hand over them as he addressed Ming Hong. Elder, may I ask a few questions? Seeing Xiao Ming take action yet only shield the three disciples, Ming Hong, still channeling his spiritual energy, responded with suspicion. What questions? I wish to inquire if this cave was established by you, elder. Holding the fishing rod with a serious demeanor, Xiao Ming continued, indeed, this place was created by me. And for what purpose did you establish this cave? Elder? The young lad, with his limited understanding, inquired. I sought a secluded place abundant in spiritual energy to prepare for my ascension to the Tao integration realm. The perils of transcending the tribulation are beyond the comprehension of mere foundation establishment and golden core juniors like yourselves. Ming Hong, considering himself a superior figure, regarded Xiao Ming's naive questions with disdain, curling his lip in response. Yet, Xiao Ming posed another query. May I ask, elder, when did you transcend your tribulation? Ming Hong instinctively began to reply, but suddenly found his throat constricted as if choked by some unseen force, rendering him speechless. He realized something unsettling. It seemed he had indeed transcended a tribulation, yet he could not recall any details from that fateful day. Nor had his cultivation reached the Tao integration level. I must have transcended. But why? Ming Hong muttered to himself, while Xiao Ming seized the opportunity to bombard him with further questions. I ask again. Elder, if you have transcended, why have you not entered the Tao integration realm? If you failed, why do you still draw breath? As a righteous figure, why have you devised a scheme to harm others here? And, as a transformation god, how have you fallen to the point where you cannot easily dispatch mere foundation establishment and golden core cultivators? A talisman bearing the full force of Yun Wanqing could obliterate 7 golden core experts in an instant. Yet you, a fellow transformation god, exhibit such a disparity in strength. From the outset, Xiao Ming had been keenly aware of this inconsistency, and under Xiao Ming's prompting, Yi Qingtian, Du Jingqiu, and Fu Yin quickly regained their senses, abandoning their aggressive mindset to recall the situation. This was indeed far too perplexing. With each question posed, Ming Hong's thoughts became increasingly chaotic. He only knew that he had come here to establish a cave and transcend a tribulation. Later discovering this peculiar spring, where he found his cultivation efficiency drastically improved. Yet, as time passed, his memories grew more indistinct. He vaguely recalled taking a final step, but the specifics and outcome eluded him entirely. He was cognizant that, following that day, he began hunting down unwary cultivators and tomb raiders, as if it were his sole purpose. But why? Until now, no one had ever emerged alive from beneath Ming Hong's spear. Nor had anyone possessed the capacity and presence of mind to pose such inquiries as Xiao Ming did. Elder, your techniques should not be related to the Yellow Springs. Then why do these illusions resemble the road to the Yellow Springs and the Naiha Bridge? Perhaps you ought to ponder this closely. Is there truly nothing peculiar about this spring? Upon hearing the term spring, Ming Hong's previously disordered expression morphed into one of cold malice, the corners of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. So it is true. After all this talk, you covet my precious spring. It appears that a peaceful resolution is impossible. Xiao Ming sighed in resignation, while Ming Hong summoned the waters of the river of forgetfulness from the spring, directing them toward Xiao Ming. Seeing Xiao Ming in danger, Yi Qingtian immediately sought assistance from the celestial sovereign. Yet, Xiao Ming did not flinch nor retreat, and to his astonishment, a small milky flame ignited at the hook of his fishing rod. With a single deft motion, he swung the rod, and the milky flame transformed into a straight line, shooting toward Ming Hong. The fire streaked through the air, piercing through the barrier of the spring water and striking Ming Hong's protective dark aura, causing sparks to fly. Ding! The burning heaven blade of the Xiao family, its value stemming not only from its technique, but also from the overwhelming, demon-slaying burning heaven extreme flame. Xiao Ming's burning heaven blade, already at the pinnacle of the golden core stage, surged to a new level under the enhancement of the fishing rod gifted by Yang Yi, capable of directly countering Ming Hong's assault. The spring water erupted in all directions. Yet, having lost its control and power, it was swiftly intercepted by Du Jingqiu's spell. The burning heaven extreme flame of the Xiao family, intriguing, but do you think you can seize my precious spring? You are not worthy. With each utterance, the mental state of the revered Ming Hong grew increasingly frenzied, culminating in a final exclamation that erupted forth with such ferocity that saliva flew as though he were a wild beast. He soared into the air, arms raised, while the water from the spring churned violently as if boiling, and the temperature within the cavern, previously elevated by the infernal flames, plummeted below freezing in an instant. The fierce and mad Ming Hong, coupled with the eerily potent water of the spring, cast a palpable weight upon the hearts of the four present. "Senior brother, it seems he has refined that spring," Fu Yin remarked thoughtfully to Xiao Ming as he observed Ming Hong. Xiao Ming shook his head, sighing as he replied, "No, it is he who has been refined by the spring." Chapter 66. Confronting a powerful foe with a heavy sigh. Yet aware that formidable adversaries lay before them, Xiao Ming and his companions meticulously sought out Ming Hong's weaknesses, preparing for battle. Ming Hong's fighting spirit soared as he commanded the ceaseless flow of water from the spring, transforming it into a long spear that surged forth in an instant. "Engage." With Xiao Ming's sharp command, the others swiftly employed their abilities to counter the corrosive water. Xiao Ming himself brandished a verdant fishing rod. Engaging Ming Hong in a direct confrontation in that moment, Xiao Ming's aura overshadowed even the three children of fortune. Truly, the clash of two masters, two divine weapons, was not to be taken lightly. All sought to claim the precious spring, each wielding their arcane prowess in ceaseless combat. Xiao Ming, born with exceptional talent, faced a truly formidable opponent. One was a genuine prodigy of the Lingyun sect, while the other was a millennia-old demon in decline. The former wielded a precious artifact bestowed by a master, while the latter manipulated the otherworldly waters of the cavern. With barriers in place, there was neither victory nor defeat. They merely contended, neither yielding nor conceding. After a protracted struggle, Xiao Ming, leveraging his fishing rod alongside the infernal flames, managed to withstand Ming Hong's watery spear. Yet, Ming Hong's battle-hardened instincts, honed over a millennium, left Xiao Ming unable to find a chink in his defenses. After a brief moment, both felt a twinge of alarm. From whence does this youth hail? His power is terrifying. I cannot overcome him with my precious spring's waters. This old monster is indeed a being of profound strength. Although he is controlled by the strange spring due to a failed transcendence, his skills, albeit diminished, remain formidable. He must not be underestimated. Their gazes collided, each retreating into contemplation. "Old fool, weary are you? Such a bold claim from a mere child. Do you dare to challenge me further? Do you think I fear you?" With their taunts exchanged, Xiao Ming and Ming Hong resumed their cultivation, preparing to clash anew. The three companions, having dealt with their own adversaries, leapt into the air to aid them. In an instant, swords and blades surged forth, as the children of fortune and the destined antagonist joined forces to slay Ming Hong. The scene was truly beyond description. The reincarnated emperor, the demon lord, and the once ineffectual underdog in a fierce reversal. Born with an innate capacity for combat, they required no justification to vanquish the demon. The formless waters transformed with myriad changes, blades and swords striking swiftly yet gracefully. The verdant fishing rod served as their primary weapon, while the three champions bolstered their efforts. The forces of righteousness and malevolence clashed, each displaying their remarkable talents in strategy. As the elder master unleashed his deadly techniques, the inner disciples deployed their toxic potions. Furious, Ming Hong cursed the four intruders, determined to exact vengeance upon those who dared to disturb his precious spring. Clashing weapons echoed ominously, as blades rose and swords struck with ill intent. While fishing lines ensnared necks with purpose, the battle raged, rendering the stars dim and the moon pallid, shrouded in a chilling mist. Seizing upon his opportunity, Xiao Ming, empowered by his fishing rod, deftly ensnared Ming Hong's neck with the line and yanked back with force. In an instant, Ming Hong found his footing compromised, unable to resist as he was unceremoniously pulled down. The other three would not squander such a prime opportunity. Their ultimate techniques descended upon Ming Hong like falling rain. Flying Cloud Sword, Purple Jade Treasure Technique, Harmonizing Wind Palm. As the three champions unleashed their assault, the specter of death loomed over Ming Hong, compelling him to instinctively summon the waters of the spring to create a barrier to shield his front. While his other hand tore away the fishing line binding his neck, a dull thud resonated as the trio's attacks struck the barrier, yet tranquility returned almost immediately. Despite the apparent lack of effect, The pressure on Ming Hong's hands, which manipulated the water shield, intensified, prompting a silent lament. Why are these youths so fearfully formidable? With a roar, he bellowed, "Begone!" With that thunderous cry, Ming Hong unleashed his spiritual power. Sending the three assailants hurtling away, it was not that he wished to refrain from lethal force, but rather that he was already exhibiting signs of fatigue, drained of energy. Having temporarily dealt with the onslaught of the three children of fortune, he prepared to retreat to the spring to replenish his strength, unaware that Xiao Ming had already set his sights upon him. With a swift motion, Xiao Ming wielded the fishing rod, the line slicing through the air with a resounding whoosh. As he made no effort to conceal his intentions, Ming Hong's true foe loomed behind him, and instinctively, he turned to defend. Yet, it was too late. The fishing line soared toward Ming Hong's neck, and as he attempted to evade, it instead shifted direction, ensnaring his legs, with his feet bound and his evasion thwarted. Ming Hong lost his balance and crashed to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he instinctively sought to free himself from the line entangling his legs. But Yi Qing Tian would not allow him respite, charging forth with sword in hand. With a resounding crack, Yi Qing Tian struck Ming Hong's hand, eliciting a horrified scream from the latter. "Ah!" Without allowing Ming Hong a moment's reprieve, Xiao Ming summoned the infernal flames with all his might. In an instant, a wisp of milky white fire raced along the fishing line, igniting Ming Hong in a conflagration that consumed him entirely. Engulfed in flames, Ming Hong writhed in agony, unable to utter a word, only able to emit a haunting wail that sent chills through the hearts of the four. Yet, none felt pity or remorse. They were not the naive protagonists of foolish tales. The current situation was clear. If they did not slay him, he would surely kill them. Observing as Ming Hong ceased to struggle, his form slowly incinerated. Fu Yin perceived an unsettling anomaly. Those scorched by great fire typically curl inwards. Why then does Ming Hong lie flat upon the ground in death? Moreover, why does his corpse appear untouched by charring? As if entirely consumed? Doubt gnawed at his mind, compelling him to inquire. Thus, Fu Yin approached Xiao Ming, but before he could speak, Xiao Ming interjected. "Are you wondering why the revered Ming Hong's demise appears so peculiar?" Caught off guard by Xiao Ming's insight, Fu Yin nodded in acquiescence. The true Ming Hong has long since perished. This is merely a remnant of his soul. It was indeed true that Ming Hong had fallen during his transcendence. A fact that could not be disputed, as such events invariably summoned heavenly phenomena. If this were merely a fragment of his soul, it would aptly explain why a being of such power was overwhelmed by mere Foundation establishment and Golden Core practitioners. His strength had not reached the zenith of his former self. This fragmentation of his soul had led to memory loss, and with no corporeal form to resist the flames, it was his essence that was gradually reduced to nothingness. But, senior brother, why does this remnant of his soul seek to wreak havoc here? Du Jingqiu inquired, intrigued. Xiao Ming gestured toward the distant spring. Because of that, Chapter 67. Fu Yin, that spring? Yi Qing Tian exclaimed, perplexed. Though the strange waters within were indeed powerful, the notion of matter refining the spirit was foreign to him. Why Yi Qing Tian's confusion was mirrored by Fu Yin and Du Jingqiu, who looked to Xiao Ming for clarification. Xiao Ming, unwilling to withhold information, addressed Fu Yin. Junior brother, your perception is the most acute. Describe what you felt when you approached the spring. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Yin replied, a profound, serene despair. This description resonated with accuracy, as Yi Qing Tian and Du Jingqiu began to comprehend the discomfort they felt when nearing the spring. A tranquil despair devoid of fear or trepidation, as if they had already embraced death. Indeed, Xiao Ming affirmed, as for the name of this spring, I believe you may have heard of it. It is known as the true water of the Yellow Springs. What? Yi Qing Tian instinctively doubted, but the voice of the Tianji master within his ring confirmed Xiao Ming's claim, stating, he speaks the truth. This is indeed authentic true water of the Yellow Springs. Huangquan Zhanshui, a rare and extraordinary treasure seldom found amidst the realms of heaven and earth, is said to be the reflection of the underworld's Huangquan in the mortal realm. This water possesses formidable abilities, boasting the claim that a single drop can dismantle myriad laws. Any cultivator's attempt to wield spiritual power against it can be directly neutralized by Huangquan Zhan Shui, reverting such attacks to their most primal state of spiritual energy. Naturally, this is contingent upon one's strength being significantly superior to that of the opponent. Should a physical confrontation occur, the outcome could range from mere erosion of flesh to a complete transformation into a pool of putrid liquid, while one's soul risks being stripped of all memory by the Huangquan Zhan Shui. Upon hearing Xiao Ming's words, Du Jingqiu was taken aback, while Fu Yin appeared somewhat bewildered by the concept of Huangquan Zhan Shui, only to be left astounded after Yi Qing Tian elucidated the matter. Seems that Master Ming Hong established his cave dwelling here in pursuit of this exceptional treasure, yet alas, he failed to survive the tribulation, leaving behind merely a wisp of his residual soul. Not only did he fail to refine the true water, but he also fell under its control, resorting to consuming others to regain his strength. Though Master Ming Hong's soul was scattered, Huangquan Zhan Shui remains a remarkable entity, Xiao Ming remarked with a smile as he gazed at the spring emanating a chilling aura. Du Jingqiu wasted no time and promptly declared, "It was our insistence on delving into the underground palace that led to this peril. This time, we owe our safety entirely to Senior Brother. Thus, this treasure rightfully belongs to him." Both Yi and Fu expressed their agreement. Yet Xiao Ming shook his head with a hint of profundity. "I cannot accept it, but there are those who can." "Who?" they inquired in unison. Xiao Ming slowly approached Fu Yin, looking down at the youthful figure before him, and spoke. "Junior Brother, do you wish to accept this Huangquan Zhan Shui?" "Senior Brother, this doesn't seem appropriate. I truly lack the qualifications to receive such a precious treasure." Fu Yin was taken aback by the unexpected offer, eager to refuse, as he was the latest entrant among the four and had contributed the least. "Consider it a fortuitous gift from me. I only ask whether you are willing. If not, we shall depart immediately." "Senior Brother, am I to accept or decline?" "I accept." Fu Yin was not foolish. He understood the rarity of this treasure. After all, why would Master Ming Hong, a formidable cultivator, establish a cave dwelling specifically for it? Upon hearing Fu Yin's response, Xiao Ming immediately led him to the spring and pointed at it, commanding, "Jump in." "What?" Du Jingqiu was about to intervene, but Yi Qing Tian halted her. "Junior sister, do not rush. Senior Brother is assisting Junior Brother Fu in refining this Huangquan Zhan Shui." This revelation was, of course, imparted to Yi Qing Tian by the esteemed Tianji Zunjia. Huangquan Zhan Shui is not something that can be easily refined by ordinary individuals. The only way to do so is through a gamble for one's life. One must endure within the spring using their physical body and mental fortitude. If they can withstand it, they will gain control over Huangquan Zhan Shui, but if they cannot, they will be reduced to mere nourishment for the true water. Tianji Zunjia had certainly informed Yi Qing Tian of the inherent dangers, yet he trusted that his senior brother would never risk Junior Brother Fu's life. Thus, he resolved to restrain Du Jingqiu and observe from the sidelines. At that moment, Fu Yin gazed at Xiao Ming, recognizing the seriousness in his eyes. Xiao Ming was not jesting. "Junior Brother, do you trust me?" "I do." With a single word of affirmation, Fu Yin resolutely entrusted his life to Xiao Ming and leaped into the spring. Xiao Ming gazed into the unfathomable depths of the spring, silently wishing, "Junior Brother, this is your destined opportunity. Seize it well." After vanquishing Master Ming Hong, Xiao Ming realized that this spring water was far from an ordinary treasure. Such treasures are undoubtedly tailored for a child of destiny. Thus, he meticulously reviewed the backgrounds of the three individuals, and he began to detect subtle hints in Fu Yan's backstory. It was revealed that he acquired Huangquan Zhan Shui from a malevolent cultivator at the cost of immense human lives, and that malevolent cultivator claimed to have stolen it from an unnamed underground palace. The innate Dao bones of Fu Yin were perfectly compatible with Huangquan Zhan Shui, leading to his meteoric rise and the growing renown of his title, the Faceless Demon Lord. This coincidence was rather striking. Connecting the dots between the spring water controlled by Master Ming Hong and the Huangquan Zhan Shui in the narrative, he immediately deduced a shift in the timeline. Fu Yin would no longer cultivate demonic arts. Yet the Huangquan Zhan Shui was fated to be his, destined to be refined by him through serendipitous circumstances. If that were the case, why not lend a hand to his junior brother? Upon entering the spring, Fu Yin did not experience pain. In fact, he could breathe normally underwater, feeling the water's temperature just right, cool yet not frigid. Suddenly, he felt as if he had plunged into a vortex, or more accurately, into the depths of his own memories. No one knew what Fu Yin witnessed when a drop of water from Mengpa struck his forehead, but within this spring, he once again relived that painful memory. In that brightly lit county magistrate's residence, there was no immortal of the Yi surname, only the corpulent magistrate Lu Shangqing, and the subsequent outcome was his own body being forcefully taken by that loathsome magistrate. To his dismay, after Lu Shangqing's insult, he was not satisfied and revealed his cultivation level, intending to devour Fu Yin to replenish himself. In a moment of peril, Fu Yin found an unexpected strength within himself. Breaking free from Lu Shangqing's grasp and fleeing to a remote mountain. Yet, due to his body's powers being uncontrollable, he could only exhaust his magical energy and vent his emotions until his Dao bones gradually came under his control. After that, Fu Yan's family was lost. Disguising himself to return to the city in search of his parents, he learned that the Shen family had expelled them, and his beloved younger sister had been sold into servitude. The wealthy Shen Yuanwei had even instructed the brothel madam to arrange for young girls to entertain customers out of spite. Fu Yin searched everywhere, only to find the frozen bodies of his parents by a lake outside the city. In the harsh winter, two elderly people had their legs broken and were discarded by the riverside, their thin, coarse garments offering little protection. His father had draped his clothing over his mother. But it was of no avail. They never got to see their son or daughter for the last time. With his parents deceased, Fu Yin could only hastily collect their remains, and as he sought to rescue his last relative from the brothel, he received news that his sister, Fu Sisi, had taken her own life after enduring insufferable humiliation. In a fit of rage, Fu Yin stormed into the brothel, unleashing a massacre, and ultimately returned with his sister's lifeless body, burying her alongside their parents. After the burial, Fu Yin remained at the gravesite for an entire day, devoid of tears or anguish, simply sitting there until late into the night. This painful memory was incessantly refined by Huangquan Zhan Shui, causing Fu Yin to furrow his brow and struggle helplessly in the water. Subsequently, Fu Yin seemed to transform into a different person. All previous memories were buried, leaving only the satisfaction of annihilating the Shen family, the vindication against the county magistrate, and the ferocity of slaughtering Lu Shangqing. With his body bearing wounds, he erected a gravestone beside his parents and sisters, inscribed with the words "Grave of Fu Yin." As fragments of memory resurfaced, Fu Yan's spirit became increasingly tormented, and Huangquan Zhan Shui began to consume his body. Suddenly, a gentle voice echoed in his ears, "I will help you escape. Today, I come to replace you." It was like a drop of clear water entering his spiritual realm, causing Fu Yin to momentarily freeze. It was senior brother Yi, who spoke those words to me that night. Yet Fu Yin remained trapped in his memories. Though this time, additional elements surfaced. He recalled the humiliation his parents and sister endured at the hands of the Shen family, and in his despair, he awakened his innate talent. He remembered the scene of himself and senior brother Yi being besieged by demonic cultivators. The arrogant faces of those cultivators, the blades aimed at him, and Xiao Ming standing like a deity before him. He recalled the guidance from senior sister Du after joining the sect, her taking him to the market, and her nurturing him like a beloved sister. Fu Yin remembered everything from the first meeting with Yi Qing Tian, tracing back to Xiao Ming's words by the Huangquan Zhan Shui spring. "Junior brother, do you trust me?" "I trust." By the spring, Xiao Ming, Yi Qing Tian, and Du Jingqiu waited patiently. Though they remained relatively composed, they could not suppress the anxiety flickering in their eyes. At last, after half an hour, ripples began to form on the surface of the spring, a detail that Xiao Ming's keen senses quickly detected. Moments later, a figure leaped from the depths of the water, emerging completely dry. It was Fu Yin. Upon exiting the spring, Fu Yin felt a drop of crystal-clear water within his dantian, and as he landed, a wave of weakness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. Xiao Ming quickly moved to support him. But Fu Yin urgently raised a hand to stop him. Struggling to stand, he gazed at the three individuals before him. senior brother Yi Qing Tian, who had saved his life, senior brother Xiao Ming, who had guided him onto the path of immortality, and senior sister Du Jingqiu, who had taught him the ways of cultivation. Slowly, Fu Yin knelt down. Senior brothers, I am eternally grateful. No amount of lives can repay your kindness. Chapter 68. The Thoughts of Yunwan Qingding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Destiny, Fu Yin. Skill awakened. Heavenly Reversal Technique, Level 2, Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Destiny. Yi Qing Tian. Skill awakened. Copying Technique, Level 1, Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining the favor of the Child of Destiny, Du Jingqiu. Awakening Skill. Indestructible, Level 4. The first and third aspects were entirely within Xiao Ming's expectations. Yet the second skill proved to be quite intriguing. According to the system, as long as one engages in combat with an opponent of the same realm, the system will automatically analyze and comprehend the techniques employed by the adversary, ultimately aiding the host in mastering them. The drawback, however, lies in its time-consuming nature. Nevertheless, the efficiency of analysis can improve with upgrades. If utilized effectively, the advantages of this skill are indeed substantial. Junior brother Yi. I have not indulged you in vain, mused young Master Xiao. Yet, the protagonist on the stage was not Yi Qing Tian, but rather the dark-hued, fated prodigy he was currently supporting, Fu Yin. Junior brother Fu, have you truly reached the 4th level of foundation establishment? Du Jingqiu exclaimed in astonishment, and only then did Yi Qing Tian come to his senses. Ding! Detection confirms that the fated prodigy Fu Yin has successfully cultivated, elevating his cultivation to the 4th level of foundation establishment. The host's cultivation has advanced to 4th level of Golden Core, mid-stage. Fortuitous, indeed. Fu Yin scratched his head, feeling somewhat bashful. This was no mere stroke of luck. Yi Qing Tian and Fu Yin clasped shoulders, the joy on their faces nearly impossible to contain. To refine the true water of the Yellow Springs, one must possess exceptional root bones and unparalleled determination. Otherwise, it remains unattainable. Since its discovery over 12,000 years ago in the ancient era, those capable of refining it are exceedingly rare. Junior brother Fu is indeed such a genius. Observing the youthful prodigy he had rescued transform into his junior brother within a mere 6 months, while also receiving such an extraordinary opportunity, filled Yi Qing Tian with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. Perhaps this is what it means to feel gratified. I wonder if my senior brother would feel similarly upon witnessing my current self.